In the desolate depths of autumn, as frost and snow herald the arrival of early winter, the once vibrant melodies of the cloud and water ballad have grown somber. The streets of the ancient town are lined with people clad in heavy garments, rubbing their hands together in a futile attempt to summon warmth. As the clock nears 10 in the evening, it is hardly early for the townsfolk indeed. It is time for slumber. The marketplace appears desolate, with nary a soul in sight, save for a single shop still aglow with steam rising from within. It is a glutinous rice cake shop. What a lovely girl! In all my years, I have never seen anyone quite like her. The proprietress of the rice cake shop gazes at the enchanting maiden before her heart brimming with joy, and she cannot help but exclaim in admiration. The maiden, savoring a piece of glutinous rice cake, responds to the compliment with a gentle smile, her poise so exquisite that it seems to suspend time itself. "Ugly monster, get away quickly!" The rhythmic taunts of children echo from the street, drawing the attention of both the rice cake maiden and the shopkeeper. A group of playful children, still awake, dart around a peculiar boy, fully clad in heavy garments and even donning sunglasses in the dead of night. His appearance is an oddity, revealing only his forehead and the area beneath his eyes. Unfazed, the boy regards the children with indifference, remaining calm in the face of their insults. The rice cake maiden, possessing a naturally kind disposition and an instinct for justice, feels a surge of anger at the children's behavior. "Children, come here. I shall treat you to glutinous rice cakes." This call captures the boy's attention, and he turns his calm gaze towards the rice cake shop, momentarily lost in thought upon seeing the graceful figure within. He has never encountered such a beautiful girl. Her hair cascades to her shoulders, gently curling, adding to her gentle allure. Even in her winter attire, her tall and curvaceous silhouette cannot be concealed, exuding an ethereal quality akin to a solitary lotus. The very children who had just mocked him swiftly scamper over, giggling as they seize the rice cakes. "Leonti, please put the cost of these rice cakes on my tab." The boy waves to the proprietress, smiling at the rice cake maiden before shuffling away, adjusting his sunglasses. Leonie watches him leave, her wrinkled eyes filled with a mix of regret and concern. The rice cake maiden, puzzled, turns to the shopkeeper and softly inquires, "What is so strange about that boy? Why does he wear sunglasses at this hour?" Leonie sighs. "Chunburian has been raised by his grandfather alone. I have watched him grow. He is kind-hearted and hard-working, far from a monster. It is only that." "Only what?" Leonie shakes her head, a hint of sorrow in her expression. "Only that his eyes are somewhat frightening." The rice cake maiden seems intrigued and wishes to ask more, but Leonie, unwilling to elaborate further, begins to pack up her stall, ready to return home. "Old lady, I haven't paid you yet." Leonie turns back with a smile. "You are a good girl, coming to Burian's aid. I should treat you, but since Burian insisted on keeping a tab, let it be so." The rice cake maiden gazes at the retreating figure of Leonti, then back at the boy's departing silhouette, enveloped in silence. Chun Burian pushes open the creaking door of his dilapidated home, a place long in disrepair, yet a sanctuary shared with his grandfather, who awaits him inside. "Grandfather, I'm home," Chun Burian joyfully exclaims, shedding his heavy outer garments and sitting beside his grandfather, recounting the day's earnings. Eventually, feeling a bit sheepish, he scratches his head and admits to having spent most of his hard-earned money on the girl who came to his rescue. His grandfather merely smiles, not scolding him, and says, "Burian, you did well. If someone helps you, how can you let them pay?" However, in an instant, the grandfather's smile fades, and he speaks solemnly. "Burian, it is my inadequacy that I could not help you with your eyes." "Oh, how did you, a good child, come to this?" "Grandfather, do not worry, I am fine. Let us live well and enjoy our days. That is better than anything. Let them say what they will." "But you are 18 now?" the grandfather suddenly exclaims, gripping Chun Burian's hand tightly, his eyes glistening with tears. Chun Burian lowers his gaze, lost in thought as he stares at the clock on the wall, his expression gradually darkening. Indeed, he has turned 18. Does that not also mean his end is drawing near? "Grandfather, do not cry, that I will not die, I promise." Chun Burian clutches his grandfather's hand firmly, masking his inner turmoil. His eyes are indeed troubled, as every 3 years a crisis ensues, the worst of which nearly left him lifeless, bleeding from all orifices, requiring extensive medical intervention to survive. Yet his eye condition is not congenital, but rather a result of circumstances. The dim light cast shadows on Chun Burian's thoughts, transporting him back to when he was 9 years old. At that tender age, he was remarkably mature, often accompanying his grandfather to gather bamboo shoots and firewood. His grandfather disapproved, for while other children played carefree, Chun Burian had already been toiling for years. As the saying goes, fortune and misfortune are intertwined, however. For this grandfather and grandson, it seemed otherwise. He vividly recalls the day a torrential downpour struck, threatening to flood the entire town of Yunshuyo. While people sought refuge, Chun Burian found himself atop the mountain in the treacherous Longhu Ravine, gathering bamboo shoots. The young boy had never witnessed such a calamity, and in desperation, he could only cry as he searched for safety from the rising waters. The subsequent events remain a blur. He only knows that his grandfather, risking his life, carried the unconscious boy away from danger, and it was weeks before he awoke in the hospital. The memories of that day on the mountain are fragmented and terrifying, leaving an indelible scar on his young heart. He has no desire to delve deeper or recall the specifics. Burian, your peculiar eyes appeared after that flood. Do you truly not remember what happened back then? His grandfather inquires anxiously, hoping for some revelation that might offer a glimmer of hope for survival. At 9, the strange eyes first manifested, and he lay in a coma for months, with nearly no signs of life. Had it not been for his grandfather's insistence, many would have assumed he would never awaken, perhaps even succumb to death. At 12, the condition persisted, and for 3 years, he endured countless stares and taunts, often coughing up blood, his body frail. 15 was the year he and his grandfather dreaded recalling, as his eyes were now filled with crimson veins, making him seem like a monster. Ultimately, the aftereffects of his condition culminated in a life-threatening episode, with blood pouring from his orifices. According to his grandfather, had it not been for a passing adept who intervened to suppress the affliction, Chun Burian might not have survived to this day. Now at 18, no one knows what consequences his condition may bring. Perhaps the ultimate price is death. Grandfather, do not worry, whether I live or die will be revealed tomorrow. Chun Burian rises, smiling. Years of experience have made him more mature and stable than many adults. After a moment of hesitation, his grandfather asks, "You mean the adept who intervened back then?" Chun Burian nods calmly. Yes, he mentioned he would return to help suppress my eyes in 3 years. Concern clouds his grandfather's face. Who knows if that adept will return? I've already lived 3 extra years. If he does not come, then that is simply my fate. Chun Burian exits the room, unwilling to further confront his grandfather's somber expression. A sleepless night ensues. As dawn breaks, Chun Burian rises early, facing what could be his final day of life. He wanders the outskirts of Yunshuyo, for the townspeople within would only see him as a monster. Fish, do you think I will encounter that adept today? He seemed a bit unhinged back then, and I was quite frightened. Chun Burian squats by a small pond, gazing at the stranded fish washed ashore by the rain, feeling a pang of sympathy. He gently scoops up a fish and releases it back into the river, watching it swim away swiftly. Yet, while he can save the fish, who will come to his rescue? Chun Burian remains oblivious, and the fish, of course, knows nothing. As he watches the fish plunge into the water, he nods to himself, adjusting his sunglasses. If the fish know to struggle and leap back into the water, what am I afraid of? Who knows if I will meet that adept? Best to ponder that instead. Oh my, today, my fortune is truly splendid. I have even managed to capture a small fish that was just released. It would be delightful roasted. Just as Chun Burian was about to depart, a sudden voice echoed in his ears. He turned abruptly to behold an old man, who was drooling over the very small fish that had just been freed. Chun Burian found himself at a loss for words, unable to comprehend how this little fish had been caught again. Yet why did he have to save it once more? After all, it had been caught by someone else. You look somewhat familiar, young man. Where have I seen you before? The eccentric old man remarked, casting a glance at the youth. Chun Burian was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. A spark of excitement ignited in his long-dormant gaze as he recognized the figure before him. With immense surprise and joy, he exclaimed, "Senior expert, you have truly come. I implore you to save me." The old man before him was none other than the revered figure who had once rescued him. Chun Burian could hardly believe his fortune in encountering him again. The old man, with his eccentric demeanor and peculiar speech, did not respond to the youth's plea for help. Instead, he turned to the small fish, pondering aloud, "Fish, I can only save others if I am well fed. Would you be willing to let me consume you so that I might save someone?" Chen Buran's heart sank at this notion to him. It seemed utterly absurd. What fish would willingly allow itself to be eaten? So, he would not save him unless he was satiated. Even if Chen Buran could control the small fish and persuade it to acquiesce, could he truly commit such an act of both liberation and slaughter? It felt like an unspeakable sin. "What do you think, young man?" The old man, now devoid of his previous eccentricity, fixed his gaze upon the youth, imposing a palpable pressure. After a prolonged silence, Chen Buran composed himself and finally spoke. "I, as a humble disciple, can catch another fish for you to satisfy your hunger. I hope you might spare the small fish in your grasp." The old man was momentarily taken aback, staring at Chen Buran for an extended period before bursting into hearty laughter. "Excellent! What a splendid young lad! This is the most intriguing answer I have ever heard in my lifetime." The old man's demeanor transformed, radiating an air of authority and sanctity, his eyes shimmering with a divine glow. "What is your name?" The young man felt somewhat intimidated, his mind and body instinctively compelled to answer all his questions, his thoughts clouded as if ensnared in a nightmarish fog. Chen Buran. What transpired that year? This was a question that struck at the very core. Chen Buran broke into a light sweat, a surge of clarity flowing through his mind as long-buried memories resurfaced. "I was chopping wood in the Evil Dragon Ravine. And then, what did you see? A dragon. What sort of dragon?" Chen Buran remained silent for an extended time, his expression vacant, the lenses of his sunglasses shattered, revealing his terrifying, chaotic eyes to the world. They appeared both sinister and enigmatic, exuding an overwhelming pressure, causing the surrounding waters to surge and churn. It was a dragon, spiraling around the peaks, basking in thunderous tribulations, roaring with a dragon's cry, measuring hundreds of meters in length, a chaotic-eyed evil dragon. Chapter 2. The birth of all things. For a fleeting moment, the world seemed to fall into a profound silence. The venerable sage furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is that wretched dragon engaged in the consumption of calamity thunder?" "Indeed," came the mechanical reply from Chen Buran. The sage pondered for a prolonged period before muttering, "No wonder that dragon has become a force of nature, taking on a corporeal form." He then shook his head, no longer gazing at the youth, his eyes holding an inner brilliance that was now subdued. That moment, Chen Buran felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, awakening from a deep slumber. Large beads of sweat cascaded down his face, and his erratic eyes exhibited an unsettling allure, laid bare to the cosmos. Chen Buran crouched down in anguish, and upon witnessing the sage's reaction, a chill crept into his heart. Yet he gazed at the sage with a glimmer of hope, for this was his only chance. Memories flooded back. The image of that chaotic-eyed dragon, its gaze fixed upon him, was etched deeply in his mind, leaving him restless and agitated. The sage remarked, "In your youth, when your life hung in the balance, I could not employ any measures to uncover the origins of your chaotic eyes." At this, Chen Buran was at a loss. The sage brushed his sleeve and fixed his gaze upon Chen Buran, smiling as he said, "You and that dragon are bound by fate. In its nascent state, it sought to take form, displaying remarkable audacity by sacrificing its chaotic eyes to suppress the calamity thunder. Yet how you came to possess those chaotic eyes is truly enigmatic." He scrutinized Chen Buran, attempting to discern what made him unique, but ultimately concluded that he was merely a weakling, far inferior to his peers. Embarrassed, Chen Buran scratched his head, inhaling deeply before asking, "Senior, is there any chance for me to survive?" "Of course, there is," the sage replied with a cryptic smile. Chen Buran's face lit up with joy, only to realize that the sage was merely jesting. The sage continued, "Ah, you are fortunate indeed to have acquired those chaotic eyes, an entity ranked top 004 on the unmatched list. Its true power is unpredictable. However, you are far too weak to harness this chaotic energy. If you wish to survive, the only path open to you is to attain enlightenment." Chen Buran chuckled bitterly. "If I possessed the strength to attain enlightenment, would I be enduring such hardship?" Regarding the unmatched list mentioned by the sage, Chen Buran had heard whispers of it. Those who made it onto this list were known as the unmatched, alongside the fated ones. Fated, unmatched, They stood above ordinary cultivators, truly extraordinary beings endowed with unfathomable powers. Chen Buren absent-mindedly touched his eyes, a jolt of realization coursing through him. He had not anticipated that his chaotic eyes were, in fact, an entity of the unmatched list, top 004. While this was undoubtedly a boon, his weakness rendered him incapable of wielding its might, putting his life in jeopardy. Chen Buren gazed toward the distant cloud water melody, his eyes fixating on the humble, thatched cottage, his home. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke, "Senior, is there truly no hope for me? How much longer can I survive?" The sage remained contemplative for a long while before responding. "Had your earlier answers failed to satisfy me, perhaps I would have chosen not to save you. However, your character is commendable, free from the greed and selfishness of the mundane world. Remember to roast a fish this evening." There, he gestured toward the direction of the thatched cottage. Chen Buren was momentarily taken aback, but then a look of unrestrained joy spread across his face as he realized that this answer indicated the sage's willingness to assist him. "Thank you, Senior, and thank you, little fish." Chen Buren expressed his gratitude. "That little fish need not perish. Instead, another fish shall meet its end because of you tonight," the sage remarked, regarding Chen Buren with a hint of gravity. Chen Buren was momentarily stunned, understanding that this was the sage's inquiry. Yet, he remained calm. "All things are born to sustain life. Have I not eaten fish before? What right do I have to prevent you, or anyone else from consuming fish? All I can do is pursue what I desire to the end. Just as I seek to save that little fish in your hand, I implore you earnestly to allow me to live." Chen Buren closed his chaotic eyes and smiled. The sage fell silent for a considerable time. Upon hearing this response, a sense of embarrassment washed over him. A man who had lived for ages felt unworthy to face the youth, as if it were he who had failed to grasp the essence of life. "Chen Buren, true to your name. You may leave. I still wish to eat fish. I have granted your wish and released this fish." Upon returning to the thatched cottage, Chen Buren found his grandfather absent. He prepared everything, including the roasted fish as instructed by the sage. Yet his grandfather had yet to return, causing a swell of anxiety within him, for it was customary for his grandfather to return at this hour. His grandfather's health was frail, and he worried that something might have befallen him. However, his concerns proved unfounded, as a short while later, he spotted his grandfather's figure, stooped and weathered, bearing a troubled expression. Chen Buren joyfully rushed over, hurriedly informing him of his encounter with the sage, to which his grandfather responded with a firm grip on Chen Buren's hand, his cracked lips trembling. His grandfather, trembling, retrieved a talisman from his bosom and cautioned, "Xiao Ran, keep this talisman safe. It will ensure your safety. You must protect it, understand? This is all I can do." Chen Buren accepted the talisman, carefully placing it in his bosom with a solemn nod. Supporting his grandfather as they returned to the cottage, awaiting the sage's arrival. Under the dim light, at the dining table, Chen Buren curiously asked, "Grandfather, where did you procure this talisman for safety? I don't recall seeing one like this before." His grandfather waved his hand, saying, "This is not something I sought. As for its origin, best not to inquire, no." Chen Buren respected his grandfather's wishes and refrained from further questioning. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Chen Buren and his grandfather hurried to open it, revealing the sage, who had come as promised. Unlike his earlier demeanor, now oscillating between madness and normalcy, the sage maintained a gentle smile throughout, appearing as an ordinary person without any airs. Assisting Chen Buren's grandfather to sit down, "Elder, your grandson Buren has been taught well by you," the sage remarked with a smile. The grandfather sighed, reflecting, "This child has had a hard life, born without parents. Yet he has always been sensible. I have taught him little. Yet, it is precisely because he is too sensible that he has suffered such unwarranted misfortunes." The grandfather then looked at the sage with earnest eyes, wishing to say more but hesitated. The sage pondered for a moment before stating, "I understand your concern, Elder. Chen Buren has likely shared with you his circumstances. To be direct, the dangers posed by the chaotic eyes are within my ability to control. Albeit only temporarily, it is only by strengthening himself that he can truly resolve the menace of the chaotic eyes. He must even learn to master them, to become one who stands transcendent above the masses. An unmatched one." Chen Buren and his grandfather exchanged glances, not daring to hope for such an outcome. Chun Burin merely wished to survive alongside his grandfather, showing little interest in the path of cultivation. This was compounded by his own limitations. He was acutely aware that he was not like the other youths in the town who had been born with a fateful decree. The prospect of becoming powerful enough to control the chaotic eyes seemed like a far-fetched dream. The decree of fate, as its name suggests, is a command of life. It is the foundation of human cultivation. Only by mastering the power of life can one become strong. Without the decree of fate, one is destined to struggle in their pursuit of cultivation. After a prolonged hesitation, Chun Burin looked at the sage and said, "Senior, I do not possess a decree of fate, thus I cannot cultivate." The sage shook his head, smiling. "No, my vision does not falter. Your character is far beyond the ordinary. You cannot lack a decree of fate. Perhaps you are merely suffering from the backlash of the chaotic eyes." Or, the sage's words trailed off as he furrowed his brow, perhaps realizing that his other conjectures might be incorrect. "Then, do you have a method to help me acquire a decree of fate?" Chun Burin asked. His expression filled with hope. "You are perceptive, but it ultimately depends on you. All I can do is provide you with enlightenment and purification, eliminating any factors that prevent the birth of a decree of fate. If you are truly mediocre, then I have no recourse." With heavy hearts, Chun Burin and his grandfather nodded, indicating for the sage to pour a cup of wine. The sage took a bite of fish, sipped his wine, and looked at Chun Burin with a smile, but his words struck terror into Chun Burin's heart, sending chills down his spine. "Chun Burin, as you embark on the path of cultivation, be wary that as your power grows, the chaotic eyes will inevitably reveal themselves. That time, that dragon, the wretched dragon, will come seeking you." Chapter 3. The Origin Talisman. Chun Burin trembled in fear, swallowing hard, his expression stiff as he gently caressed his chaotic eyes, whispering, "Is it coming to reclaim the chaotic eyes?" "Naturally. When the time comes, it may not only seek to extract your chaotic eyes but could even kill you. That is a distinct possibility." His grandfather's expression darkened further as he picked up his large smoking pipe. Enveloped in clouds of smoke, gazing at his grandson with a look of concern, before turning to the sage. "Then, when do you think that wretched dragon will return to find Xiao Ran?" The sage remained silent for a long time, finally expressing with regret, "That is difficult to predict. I cannot stay by Chun Burin's side indefinitely. For now, if he wishes to survive, he must grow strong enough to contend with the wretched dragon. The only thing I can do is recommend a suitable place for cultivation. He can seek refuge at the Flying Immortal Academy within the Great Xia territory." Feishan Academy? Chun Burin felt a twinge of surprise. He had heard of this name before. Compared to other academies, Feishan Academy was not far from Yunshuo. However, he could not comprehend why it could serve as a refuge. If sensing Chun Burin's confusion, the wise man calmly remarked, "There are many powerful individuals gathered there, including beings of unparalleled prowess like yourself, though such individuals are quite rare. People are products of their environment. Perhaps your chances of survival would be higher there. Most importantly, the evil dragon is, after all, a creature of the demon race and has its own reservations. If it were to trouble you or even kill you, I believe there would be formidable humans who would not stand idly by. And that would pose a significant dilemma for it." With the wise man's explanation, Chun Burin gradually came to understand the situation, and he fell into a contemplative silence. He occasionally glanced at his grandfather and then at the ticking clock on the wall, as well as everything within the thatched cottage, feeling a sense of reluctance. His grandfather continued to smoke his pipe, exhaling a plume of smoke, and a hint of a smile appeared on his weathered face, marked by deep lines. With a sigh, he looked at Chun Burin and said, "My foolish child, Xiao Ran, tomorrow you must heed the wise man's guidance and go to Feishan Academy. Be obedient. Your grandfather has faith in you. If that evil dragon dares to come, what of slaying it?" As he spoke the last words, his tone turned grave and serious. In Chun Burin's memory, his grandfather had never spoken to him with such gravity and authority before. After exchanging a few words with the wise man, his grandfather stood up, leaving Chun Burin with a fleeting silhouette, his steps unsteady, tinged with bittersweet emotion, as if he wished to say something more. Ultimately, he stopped and spoke again. "Your grandfather has no other wishes. I only hope you can live well as long as you are alive. What does this farewell amount to? And remember to keep the talisman I gave you safe." After his grandfather left, The wise man appeared momentarily dazed, not expecting such a commanding presence from an ordinary elder who audaciously spoke of slaying dragons. He couldn't help but chuckle softly, however. He refrained from saying much more, maintaining a smile as he remarked, "It must be difficult for you to leave home for the first time." Chun Burin let out a slight sigh and replied, "To survive, I have no choice but to do so." The wise man did not contradict him but merely smiled and finished off the remaining grilled fish before advising, "Once you enter Facian Academy, it would be wise to keep a low profile until you have gained some strength. To put it bluntly, you are entering through my back door, and there may be those who look down upon that." Given his upbringing, Chun Burin understood this implicitly and nodded in agreement. "May I inquire about your name?" "Esteemed elder?" At last, Chun Burin remembered to ask for the name of the person who had saved his life, feeling it necessary to know such a thing, as he was a person who believed in repaying kindness. The wise man glanced at Chun Burin and, with a smile, said, "Let us wait until you have truly survived before discussing names. Otherwise, what significance does telling a dead person my name hold?" "I understand." Chun Burin replied with a smile, already immune to the concept of death. "Tonight, I shall resolve the dangers posed by the chaotic pupils." Upon hearing this, a flicker of joy appeared in Chun Burin's eyes. He was relieved that, for the time being, his life was not in immediate danger, but suppressing the chaotic pupils was merely the beginning. If he could not master them, he would still face death in the future. And if the evil dragon came calling, his demise would be even more tragic. At dawn. After a sleepless night, Chun Burin, having undergone the wise man's enlightening guidance, felt an unusual clarity coursing through his meridians. His chaotic pupils no longer brimmed with red veins, returning to a state of calm. If one were not to observe closely, they would not discern any difference between him and an ordinary person. "Chun Burin, I have fulfilled my promise. What lies ahead is solely in your hands. I have also concealed your chaotic pupils. As long as your emotions remain stable and you do not deliberately expose them, they will not be noticeable," the wise man cautioned. "Thank you, esteemed elder. I shall never forget your life-saving grace," Chun Burin said earnestly, bowing deeply to the wise man. The wise man did not elaborate on Chun Burin's gratitude. Instead, he looked at Chun Burin with a somewhat peculiar expression and remarked, "Is there something unusual about you?" Chun Burin was perplexed and scratched his head, saying, "Aside from these chaotic pupils, there is nothing particularly special about me." The youth's words were sincere, and the wise man could not discern anything unusual, merely eyeing Chun Burin with suspicion. After Chun Burin departed, the wise man stared in astonishment at his own hands, questioning, "Could it be that my cultivation has regressed so much that I cannot even evoke a life decree from a mere youth? Or is he truly too ordinary?" Watching Chun Burin's retreating figure, the wise man sighed softly, his eyes filled with pity, as if gazing upon one destined for demise. Without a life decree, how could one cultivate? Ultimately, one could not escape the fate of death. The chaotic pupils might very well ruin the youth's life. Perhaps death had already been destined for him since he was 9 years old. How strange! Why do I keep thinking of those 4 words? As Chun Burin stepped outside, he scratched his head and ruffled his hair. Looking bewildered, the origin talisman? What might that be? Since the enlightening ritual last night, those words had lingered incessantly in his mind. Confounded, Chun Burin murmured to himself, unable to unravel the mystery. If anything, the only object related to talismans he possessed was the peace talisman his grandfather had given him. Yet, what connection could that have to the origin talisman? All he knew was that his grandfather had advised him to keep it safe, so he resolved to do just that. "Grandfather, are you awake?" Chun Burin gently knocked on his grandfather's door, but there was no response. After knocking for a full minute without any reply, he felt uneasy and pushed the door open, only to find the room empty. Where could grandfather have gone at such an early hour? Chun Burin stood in the room, momentarily stunned by the scene before him. After a moment of hesitation, he suddenly noticed something and his pupils constricted. It was a letter left on the table, which read, "Xiao Ran, your grandfather does not wish to be a burden to you. You should focus on your studies at Facian Academy and need not see me for the last time. I too do not wish to face such a parting scene. Come Spring Festival next year, your grandfather will await your return. I have prepared your belongings and some food beneath the table. Take care of them, wishing for your safety and longevity." Chun Burin clenched the letter tightly, a tear falling onto its surface, his youthful visage transformed by an unprecedented resolve. The chaotic pupils surged once more. But this time he managed to suppress them. Yet, the instant they flared up, the atmosphere shifted. Winds and clouds roiled in the heavens, and within Yunshuyo, dark energies surged forth. Chapter 4. The Exiled Realm. Having boarded the train, Chen Burin endured a long journey, eventually arriving in Yangchuan City, the location of Feitian Academy. Coming from a humble background, he stood for over 10 hours to save money, and as he disembarked, his legs were sore and unsteady. However, compared to other challenges, this hardship was trivial. Name: aged, a middle-aged man, with a steel pen in hand and golden-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, mechanically inquired of Chen Burin. He was one of the admissions officers for Feitian Academy, responsible for screening applicants each day. With about 100 candidates, few met the criteria for admission. Chen Burin, 18. Upon hearing this, the admissions officer raised his head slightly, seemingly intrigued by the name and scrutinizing Chen Burin with greater interest. Before continuing to ask, "What are your details?" Height: 175 cm, weight: 110 gene, appearance: ordinary, quite unremarkable in every aspect. The officer shifted his gaze and smiled slightly at Chen Burin, saying, "What, do you plan to wear sunglasses to school?" "I have no idea what you look like." Feeling somewhat troubled, Chen Burin eventually took off his sunglasses. He had developed the habit of wearing them over the years, not wanting his chaotic pupils to be seen. However, he could now temporarily control them, and for the most part, his eyes appeared no different from those of an ordinary person. "Chen Burin, right? Someone has put in a good word for you to enter Feitian Academy? But since you lack a life decree, you will essentially be at the bottom here, with no qualifications to be considered a disciple, merely allowed to enter," the officer stated before tossing a token to Chen Burin and waving him inside. Unbothered by the officer's impatience, Chen Burin accepted the situation, knowing he had indeed entered through the back door to escape danger. After walking for several minutes, he realized that Feitian Academy was far larger than he had imagined. Even more so than his hometown of Yunzhuai, it was no wonder that it attracted countless aspiring disciples. Its vast expanse reflected its strength and heritage. Chen Burin had attended school before, but he had seldom spent much time there. The pressures of life were one reason, but the main issue was that the other students treated him like a monster. Over time, he grew disinclined to attend. After unpacking his belongings, he quickly left the dormitory to explore, enjoying a newfound freedom as he was not yet considered a true student and had not been assigned to a class. This meant he could attend any lectures he wished, even those of esteemed masters, as long as he did not cause any disturbances. "Wow, guys, look, that female student seems like a real gem. Merely a silhouette, and yet, my companions were nearly entranced." Suddenly, a gasp erupted beside Chen Burin, drawing his attention. To his astonishment, the boy who had spoken was swiftly silenced by his so-called brothers, who pressed him to the ground, their expressions a mixture of terror and indignation. "For heaven's sake, be quiet. You dare speak without even seeing the person clearly? Do you know who that is? He is not a female. He is male." The boy, whose mouth was covered, struggled against their grip, grumbling defiantly, "What s with all the fuss? Even if he is not a girl, is it really that serious? Heck, if you knew who he was, you'd probably be trembling in fear right now." The boys around him, clearly impatient, retorted, "Who the hell is he? Am I not impressive enough? His name is Xianyan." After uttering the name of this girl, the group of brothers gazed in fascination, only to realize in astonishment that the boy had already fled, clearly intimidated by the presence of Xianyan. This left Chen Burin puzzled, yet he paid little heed and continued on his way, casually stepping into a classroom. The scene before him caused Chen Burin to pause momentarily. About 100 students were attentively engaged in their lesson, making his sudden entrance rather conspicuous. Fortunately, the lecturer did not display any anger. He merely nodded and gestured for Chen Burin to take a seat. The lecturer, for reasons unknown, wore a bemused smile, remarking, "I wonder what has happened today. It's rare to see so many students attending my rather tedious class on cultural history, and here is one who arrives late yet still insists on coming in." His words elicited a scattered chuckle from the audience. While the lecturer remained oblivious to the reason behind the unusual attendance, Chen Burin gleaned the explanation from a nearby student. It was because Xianyan was also in attendance. "Xianyan?" Chen Burin lifted his gaze and scanned the room, soon spotting the student whom others seemed to regard with trepidation. This Xianyan, adorned with a hairpin that held back his long, dark locks, possessed a tall and lithe figure. It was no wonder that the boy had mistaken him for a girl from behind. When Chen Buryan finally beheld his face, he found himself momentarily entranced. Xian Yin's beauty was almost otherworldly. Only the hint of masculinity in his brows and eyes confirmed his gender. The classroom was roughly split between males and females. And upon learning that Xian Yin would be present, many had followed suit to attend the lecture, otherwise reluctant to squander their time on a mundane history class. Chen Buryan redirected his thoughts as the lecturer began to recount the history of the Great Xia. Some of this history was familiar to him, while other aspects were entirely new. A century ago, the Great Xia, a nation steeped in rich history, had inexplicably found itself isolated overnight. This isolation was not due to being besieged by formidable enemies, but rather a mysterious phenomenon. Although Chen Buryan was merely an ordinary individual, he understood that the lecturer's reference to dire circumstances likely pertained to the ominous, enigmatic forces that loomed over the Great Xia. Under the weight of these mysterious pressures, had humanity not discovered the mandate, the Great Xia might well have faced extinction. The lecturer continued, his voice steady, yet the gravity of his words chilled even those who were already aware of this history. The so-called dire situation referred to the fact that the Great Xia had, in a single night, been entirely banished. Banished? The lecturer's proclamation left Chen Buryan and those unaware of this history utterly astounded. Even those who were familiar with it maintained a solemn silence. Yes, indeed, it was a true banishment. Beyond the borders of the Great Xia, there now lay only a void, with all nations vanished. We had endeavored to observe the current state of the Great Xia from the cosmos, only to be met with a far more horrifying reality. All eyes were riveted on the lecturer, the shock etched upon their faces, lingering long after, years after the banishment. It was astonishingly discovered that the Great Xia had ended up on the surface of the moon. In that time, although people were filled with fear, they remained oblivious to the more dreadful events that were yet to unfold. After the first observation, every few years, we conducted another, only for more terrible occurrences to transpire. 80 years prior, the Great Xia was cast to Mars. 50 years ago, it was banished beyond the sun. Initially, it was thought that the sun's extreme heat would obliterate everything, yet that mysterious force continued to shield the Great Xia. Impervious even to the sun's fierce temperatures, it was only during the most recent observation, 20 years ago, that the lecturer took a deep breath, his expression tinged with anguish and despair, and gravely informed the audience. The Great Xia has been banished beyond the Milky Way, ever further from its former homeland. We now refer to the current state of the Great Xia as the Land of Exile. Chapter 5. Xian Yin Chen Buryan, being fundamentally an ordinary person, found it challenging to digest such explosive information. As the class neared its conclusion, he stood up, somewhat bewildered, and made his way out of the classroom, his mind still swirling with thoughts of the day of banishment. He couldn't help but sigh, recalling how his grandfather had often remarked on the significant changes in the world, which were vastly different from what he had known in his youth. Surely, this was the impact of the banishment. Being no longer on Earth, the environment would inevitably shift. Just as the lecturer was about to dismiss the class, a clear voice rang out, catching Chen Buryan off guard. The source of the voice, with its piercingly clear yet somewhat enchanting eyes, was directed at him. Xian Yin, is there something you wish to discuss? The lecturer asked kindly, his demeanor warm and inviting. Chen Buryan looked up at the renowned Xian Yin, puzzled as to why he was being scrutinized. Lecturer, this student is late. Surely he should face some sort of punishment. Xian Yin stated nonchalantly, his gaze firmly fixed on Chen Buryan, indifferent to the surrounding attention. Upon hearing this, Chen Buryan felt an inexplicable impulse to retaliate, despite the beauty of Xian Yin's almost ethereal face. Damn it! Chen Buryan silently cursed, bewildered as to why Xian Yin seemed to target him so relentlessly when he had no personal vendetta against him. After all, the lecturer had not raised any objections in this setting. Chen Buryan felt utterly powerless, as Xian Yin was a figure of great renown, and though many had not openly expressed agreement, they watched the unfolding drama with amusement. Expressions of astonishment adorned their faces, and they too were bewildered by Xian Yin's fixation on Chen Buryan. They scrutinized him closely, as if searching for some remarkable trait, only to conclude that he was merely an ordinary person, devoid of any significant aura of the mandate. Late, you say? Well, What punishment do you propose, Xian Yin? The lecturer replied, his tone light-hearted. From the lecturer's casual demeanor, Chun Burian discerned that he intended a lenient reprimand. Yet Xian Yin's malice only intensified. With his hands on his hips and a smirk playing on his lips, Xian Yin declared, I think he should be expelled from Feishan Academy. Is that acceptable? This pronouncement left the crowd momentarily dumbfounded. Such a harsh demand was unprecedented. The lecturer frowned slightly, fixing his gaze on Xian Yin. Xian Yin, I hope you're jesting. Such a punishment is far too severe. I am aware of your exceptional fate, as you are indeed a chosen one, but you cannot bully your fellow students in this manner. The audience turned their attention to Xian Yin, although they all acknowledged his status as a chosen one. The reality of facing him evoked feelings of envy, jealousy, and even obsession. Whether a chosen one or a peerless individual, their power far surpassed that of ordinary humans, with few mandates able to rival their might. Chen Burian silently observed the unfolding situation, remaining mute. However, what could he do? Here, he was the lowest of the low, lacking any power or voice. Xian Yin smirked cruelly, taunting, what mandate does he possess? Clearly, he merely used connections to enter here. How can he be worthy to be my classmate or yours? Shouldn't someone like him be shown the door? Under the rhythm of Xian Yin's tirade, many students who had initially felt sympathy for him now regarded Chen Burian with disdain. Chen Burian remained unfazed, having long been immune to such looks. After a brief moment of contemplation, the lecturer approached Chen Burian and inquired, What is your name? Please show me your token. My name is Chen Burian. He replied, respectfully handing his token to the lecturer. After a moment's examination, the lecturer chuckled softly and addressed the audience. There's no need to gawk at the spectacle. Oh, you genuinely believe that, simply based on Xian Yin's word or mine. We could expel a student? The lecturer's humorous and witty remarks finally eased the atmosphere somewhat. However, Xian Yin remained unsatisfied. He could not let Chen Buran off so easily. Xian Yin shouted, fixating his gaze on Chen Buran with unwavering intensity. Chen Buran glared back at Xian Yin, a renewed urge to slap him emerging within him. The young man's voice was calm, his emotions stabilizing as he spoke for the first time. What gives you the right to treat me this way? Just because you are stronger than me? Isn't that painfully obvious? Xian Yin replied with a cold, mocking smile. Approaching Chen Buran, he patted Chen Buran's shoulder and leaned in close, whispering with a clear and crisp voice that unexpectedly startled Chen Buran. So what if I throw you out? It's not like I'm going to kill you. Remove your hand, don't touch me. Chen Buran frowned, brushing off Xian Yin's hand from his shoulder. He shot a chilling glance at him before turning away, leaving amidst the intrigued gazes of the onlookers that, oh, what an interesting young man, thought Xian Yin, usually so arrogant and proud as a fated one, never having targeted anyone so directly before. A man nearby, whose hands crackled with a faint hint of lightning, observed the scene with a smirk. His name was Lu Mo. Within his robust physique lay formidable strength, clearly indicating his exceptional prowess. Suddenly, Lu Mo was taken aback by a sound of sobbing from beside him. A young girl was weeping. Capturing the lightning man's attention, Lu Mo furrowed his brow, and his previously calm demeanor transformed into one of fury, albeit he spoke softly, almost tenderly. Why, dear sister, Linger? Why are you crying? Who has bullied you? The girl, resting her head on the desk, finally lifted her tear-streaked face, wiping her eyes as she lamented, Brother, my idol, Xian Yin, has a cleanliness obsession. He never wants to touch anyone, and yet he has been so intimate with that boy. How could this happen? My heart is breaking. Lu Mo's expression twitched, speechless at his sister's infatuation. This love-struck sister of his was truly hopeless. After a moment, he glanced at Chen Buran's receding figure and remarked, It seems this new student is not to be underestimated. Once Chen Buran returned to his dormitory, he felt even more acutely the importance of strength. Without power, he could only be suppressed by Xian Yin, who even sought to expel him from Feishan Academy. Why was Xian Yin targeting him so relentlessly? Chen Buran pondered, yet after a long while, he could find no answers. Ultimately, he simply shook his head and succumbed to sleep. To hell with fate and power, he thought, only aware of his fatigue and desire for slumber. As dusk fell, a sudden, urgent knock at the door jolted Chen Buran awake. Groggy, he rubbed his sleepy eyes and opened the door, only to be met with a shocking sight. His brows furrowed in anger as he beheld none other than Xian Yin, the very person who had humiliated him that morning. Chen Buran, from now on, Xian Yin will be your roommate. Please get along well, the staff member announced calmly, leaving no room for refusal. Tio Chen Buran, this was indeed dreadful news. Who knew what ulterior motives this seemingly beautiful yet cold-hearted Xian Yin harbored towards him? Sure enough, Xian Yin shot a frigid glance at Chen Buran, a mocking smile on his lips, and suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Chen Buran's thigh as Xian Yin kicked him. The young man's face turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he doubled over, coughing incessantly. The force of that kick was overwhelming. What are you staring at? Get your things moved. Xian Yin continued, hands in pockets, indifferent to Chen Buran's plight, regarding him with cold disdain. Then came the derisive sound of Xian Yin's scoff, weakling. Chen Buran's eyes were filled with hatred as he glared at Xian Yin. He had never despised anyone this much before. The bullying he endured at Yun Shui Yao was trivial compared to Xian Yin's relentless harassment. You have gone too far, Chen Buran roared, seizing the opportunity when Xian Yin was momentarily distracted. He bore the searing pain in his body, staggered to his feet, and tackled Xian Yin onto the bed, and a scuffle ensued. Chapter 6. The Headless Horseman, you dead man, filthy pervert, get off me. Xian Yin's shrill voice echoed through the dormitory, but in his rage, Chen Buran had lost all restraint. Ignoring the agony radiating from his foot, he pinned Xian Yin down, unceremoniously slapping his backside. The sharp sound of slapping echoed, leaving the normally arrogant Xian Yin momentarily stunned, his face flushing with embarrassment, perhaps having never been treated this way before. However, Chen Buran was beyond caring. His frustration with Xian Yin had reached its peak. To suffer Xian Yin's unwarranted targeting without cause was infuriating, and even a lump of clay would have its limits. Chen Buran was a living, breathing human being. Creaking sounds came from the dormitory door as Chen Buran realized he had stirred up a hornet's nest. Knowing he was no match for Xian Yin, he swiftly turned to escape while Xian Yin was still dazed. Flinging the door open and running away, anywhere but here, he dashed out of Feixian Academy. Sprinting wildly, glancing back occasionally until he confirmed Xian Yin was nowhere in sight, allowing him to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Feeling fatigued, he found a serene lakeside and sat down, gazing at the picturesque scenery, momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly, a flake of snow drifted down from the sky. Chen Buran caught it in his hand, the icy chill spreading through his fingers. Has it started snowing heavily again? Winter has come once more. Staring at the snowflake in his palm, he found himself dazed, wondering about his grandfather's well-being. Simultaneously, he felt worse for having fled like a stray dog, his mood plummeting further. Meanwhile, outside the outskirts of Yangchuan City, a shadow as swift as lightning flickered past, leaving few able to react. A young man on the street, smoking, suddenly froze in place, fear etched across his face. His hand trembled slightly around the cigarette as he turned to his companion, saying, "Huang Mao, did you see anything just now?" Huang Mao scratched his head, puzzled. "Brother, I didn't see anything. But there were a few girls, heh?" The young man, annoyed, smacked Huang Mao on the head, exclaiming, "What do you think? I saw it long ago." "Wow," as expected of the big brother. "You really did see it?" Huang Mao chuckled. "So what did you see?" "I didn't see anything." With a furrowed brow, the young man scanned the surroundings. Speaking gravely, "Let us finish our smoke and leave. This place feels eerie." He hesitated, recalling a fleeting glimpse of a headless figure on horseback. "Call the captain! Call the captain!" shouted a man in a black robe, his veins bulging in urgency as he spoke into a walkie-talkie. "What's the situation? Where did that headless horseman go?" Captain Chen Linyuan's voice was deep and commanding. Clad in a similar black robe, he bore a dark token at his waist, inscribed with some ancient script, exuding an overwhelming and mysterious aura. "Report to Captain Chen Linyuan. If we let that headless horseman escape, it could very well enter the city, leading to a catastrophe." Chen Linyuan felt a prickling unease, issuing a stern command. "We must stop it. Wait for me. I'm on my way." "Yes." After the call ended, Chen Linyuan clenched his fists, gazing into the darkening night sky. Sighing helplessly, what on earth is a headless horseman doing here? How peculiar. The power to rival the third realm, Great Sun Realm. As he considered this, Chen Linyuan's expression darkened further. he dared not pause his steps. Pursuing the headless horseman, grasping the dark token at his waist, which gleamed a deep, dark golden hue, he looked resolutely at it. The front bore the character's guardian, while the back read everyone is like an immortal. A strong scent of blood wafted through the air, reaching the nostrils of Chen Buran, who was seeking refuge. Instantly uneasy, he stood up, scanning the area, only to be horrified by a chilling sight. Several blood-soaked youths were frantically fleeing, seemingly pursued by a terrifying presence. Seeing this, Chen Buran did not hesitate. He turned to run. He had no delusions of saving anyone, nor did he care about the monstrous entity chasing those youths. Preserving his own life took precedence. However, deep down, he had a vague understanding that those ghastly entities were likely what one would refer to as the uncanny. Despite having never encountered the young man, he felt an urgent need to cry out, "Help! Don't run!" An array of desperate pleas echoed behind Chen Buran, prompting him to glance back. There stood a youth, on the brink of death with a cigarette clamped between his lips. Accompanied by a blonde-haired individual, followed closely by a few others, most of whom were women, struggling to keep pace. "Damn it! Why do you have to involve me? I don't wish to die either," Chen Buran exclaimed, yet he did not turn to regard them, instead quickening his pace. Before long, he sensed an unsettling silence behind him, causing a chill to creep down his spine. Something was amiss. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Chen Buran perceived a sound akin to dripping water. Yet it was not raining. Thus, only one conclusion could be drawn. The sound was the result of blood. Chen Buran's frail frame froze momentarily as the gravity of the situation dawned on him. However, there was little he could do now but continue to sprint forward. "Damn it! Why am I so unfortunate? What a coincidence that I ended up in the outskirts," he muttered through gritted teeth. There seemed to be no practitioners around. Otherwise, the uncanny behind him would not have been so audacious. Chen Buran took a deep breath, realizing that the sounds from behind had ceased, and he dared to glance back, only to be met with a sight he would never forget. A headless knight clad in black armor, brandishing a spear, sitting astride a warhorse. The spear dragged along the ground, producing a relentless scraping sound. Sparks flying in the dim light. The headless knight had seemingly twisted off the heads of the youth and the blonde-haired individual he had encountered earlier, impaling their lifeless bodies upon the spear, which hung grotesquely above its own head, blood continuously dripping downwards, ultimately merging with its own head. It was a scene of chilling horror, brutal in its cruelty. Chen Buran could hardly suppress the waves of revulsion that surged within him. His body weakened, he leaned against the wall, retching uncontrollably. What kind of monstrous entity was this? Damn it! From a distance, Chen Buran clenched his fists, striking the wall in fury, his gaze filled with rage directed at the headless knight. These were his fellow beings, subjected to such merciless brutality. He yearned to slay this knight, yet he lacked the strength to do so. In mere moments, the headless knight had already claimed several lives. And considering the number of those it had been pursuing, the casualties were considerable. He wondered what the practitioners were doing. So close to the city, how could such a fiend still roam free? Chen Buran, refusing to linger, composed himself and began to retreat, only to be interrupted by the sudden sound of eerie hooves. The headless knight, previously oblivious to his presence, now surged with a malevolent aura. Though it had no head or eyes, Chen Buran felt as if a pair of blood-red eyes were fixated upon him. The headless knight began to approach him deliberately. Chapter 7. Black Gold Heavy Hammer. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. The atmosphere was thick with an uncanny dread that enveloped the suburban streets. Chen Buran held his breath, not daring to make a sound, feeling as fragile and powerless as an infant in the presence of this headless knight. Did it truly spot me from such a distance? Chen Buran swallowed hard, his brow slick with sweat, pondering. He could not take the risk of betting on whether the headless knight was indeed coming for him. He could only rise onto his toes and slowly retreat, attempting to escape this perilous place. He had witnessed the fate that befell others. With a bitter smile, he mused, "I came here to survive. Yet this place is even more perilous." The sound of the spear dragging on the ground echoed behind him, accompanied by the sparks of firelight, instilling a sense of terror within him. Chen Buran's spirits plummeted. He was now certain that the headless knight was indeed pursuing him. Realizing this, he ceased to feign, dropping his cautious demeanor, and once again fled with all his might as long as he could reach the flying immortal academy. There would be hope, damn you, Xian Yin. I will never forgive you. Chen Burian silently seethed, his hatred for Xian Yin reaching its zenith amidst this life-or-death scenario. If it weren't for Xian Yin, would he be in such a wretched state? Yet whether he could truly harbor such animosity was a matter for later, once he had escaped this peril. Otherwise, as that esteemed figure had said, a dead man holds no significance whatsoever. A rush of wind suddenly swept past Chen Burian, causing him to whirl around, his nerves taut. His legs unleashed an unforeseen surge of power, allowing him to leap aside just in time to evade the spear hurled by the headless knight. The spear crashed down with tremendous force, shattering a wall into countless fragments. Gasping for breath, Chen Burian stared in horror at the scene before him, relieved that he had dodged in the nick of time. Had that spear struck him, he would have likely been reduced to a mere spray of blood. Help! As he contemplated his near escape, a series of terrified screams erupted nearby, sending a jolt of dread through him. What did this signify? Were there more than one headless knight? Chen Burian was uncertain whether he was fortunate or unfortunate. On one hand, those screams had diverted the attention of the pursuing headless knight, but on the other, he found himself in a dead end, unfamiliar with the surroundings and unsure of how many headless knights were in pursuit. A chill of despair washed over him. Tentatively, he extended his hand, peering through a gap towards the sky, questioning his own misfortune. Am I truly this unlucky? After running for so long, I haven't encountered a single practitioner. Is there no one to save me? Clenching his fists, he acknowledged the importance of strength. This feeling of despair was unbearable. It would be better to save oneself than rely on others. He understood this principle well, yet this world had never afforded him the opportunity for self-rescue. He had yet to awaken his fate, and here he was, on the brink of death. May fortune favor us, everyone, Chen Burian sighed resignedly, casting a sympathetic gaze at the young men and women being pursued by the headless knight. He was grateful to them for drawing the knight's attention, and in appreciation, he quickened his pace. He could not squander the time they had bought him. The adage, if a friend dies, a Taoist remains alive, resonated deeply within him. If only he possessed the strength to save them, he would gladly do so, but alas, he did not. Hey, big brother, hurry and run. If you don't, it'll catch up with us. Suddenly, a beautiful woman appeared beside him, fleeing alongside him. Her face was pale as she offered a shaky smile, seemingly in shock. Chen Burian furrowed his brow, choosing not to engage further, maintaining his speed. A cacophony of piercing crashes filled the air as spears shattered walls, staining the night sky with blood. He could only wonder how many innocent lives had perished beneath the headless knight's spear this night. Big brother, please help me. I can't run much longer. The woman cried softly, clutching at the hem of his garment. It seemed her strength was waning, and in a desperate bid for survival, she clung to him, striving to keep pace. Chen Burian hesitated, unable to shake off the woman's grip. He was not heartless, and he could not abandon someone sharing his plight. A heavy figure landed squarely in their path. A man's lifeless body, head severed, bloodied and twitching, still holding onto a flicker of life. With great effort, they both suppressed their nausea, closing their eyes as they leapt over the gruesome sight. Big brother, I can't keep going. What should I do? The woman's lovely face was streaked with tears. Trembling as she wept, don't give up. Hold on a little longer. Each moment you endure brings a glimmer of hope. Chen Burian urged solemnly in this life-and-death struggle. He refused to abandon her, doing his utmost to keep running. Yes, just a little longer, and there will be hope, she replied through her tears. Yet, in an instant, Chen Burian felt a sudden force propel him backward, directing him towards the headless knight. Big brother, buy me some more time. Okay? Hee. The woman smiled, though her smile was unsettling, tainted by the ugliness of human nature. In this atmosphere of terror and death, every soul was driven by the instinct to survive, willing to do anything to achieve it. While Chen Burian also wished to live, he had not resorted to such measures. Thus, he felt disheartened by the woman's actions. The youth remained calm, as if he had anticipated the unfolding events. With a faint smile, he produced a small stone from his pocket, hurling it towards the woman's leg. I'm actually quite good at skipping stones, and I'm quite accurate too, and the woman's horrified gaze. The stone struck her leg with blinding speed, causing her to cry out in agony, immobilized by the pain. "Ah!" Her screams echoed, filled with the anguish of the stone's impact, the collision of her fall, and the looming terror of the headless knight behind her. The woman glared at Chen Buren with a heart full of resentment as he passed by, unperturbed and refusing to cast a single glance in her direction. It was his previous kindness that had led to this very moment. "You truly are cunning, always wary of me," she spat through clenched teeth. "I apologize, dear lady, but my intellect surpasses yours," the youth retorted with a grin, showing no interest in further engagement, and swiftly darted away. Chen Buren was not one to tread the same pitfall twice. It was clear that this woman intended to delay him. Exhausted, with dull eyes marred by bloodshot veins and a stinging ache, he muttered, "Is it possible for Chaos Eye to stir up trouble at such a time?" Though he could barely manage to control the Chaos Eye, the looming threat of death rendered such control nearly impossible. A jarring sensation surged through Chen Buren's being, prompting him to pivot rapidly, yet blood stained his garments. The immense pain drained the color from his face as he could not suppress a cry. A headless knight's spear had grazed his waist. Had he not dodged in time, he would have surely been struck down even for a fleeting moment. However, he now bore the heavy cost. A deep gash, 3 centimeters deep, marred his side. "Did you save me?" Chen Buren gasped, retrieving the talisman of safety gifted to him by his elder. To his astonishment, it began to ignite, as if some otherworldly force were guiding his movements. The spear that had nearly struck him had been deftly avoided by the talisman's influence. Now ablaze, the talisman burned steadily, neither hastening nor slowing in its consumption. The youth gazed steadily at the advancing headless knight, the eerie clatter of hooves echoing through the alley, the spear stained crimson. Chen Buren touched the Chaos Eye, rising slowly. If escape were no longer an option, he might as well confront his fate. For himself and for the fallen brethren. Just then, several figures cloaked in black surged across the horizon, bearing tokens at their waists. The leader descended from the skies, bellowing in fury, "Abomination, perish," commanding, black gold heavy hammer. Chapter 8. Burning. The imposing figure in black robes crashed to the ground, causing the earth to tremble upon impact. The black gold heavy hammer, akin to a divine weapon, was thrust into the body of the headless knight. A cacophony of clashing metal and sparks erupted, illuminating the dim alley for an instant. Chen Buren watched in astonishment. The man before him radiated formidable power. It was the fluctuation of the second realm. Radiant Dawn. In recent days, Chen Buren had come to understand the hierarchy of realms, demarcated by the cycles of day and night. The first realm, Dawn's awakening, heralded the break of day, birthing glimmers of light within, the source of one's strength. The second realm, Radiant Dawn, shone brilliantly at sunrise, far exceeding the first. The third realm, Great Sun, manifested an overwhelming force akin to a blazing sun, radiant and sacred. The fourth realm, Setting Sun, marked the day's end, where power waned like the dying sun. The fifth realm, Eternal Night, encapsulated the cycles of day and night, nearing the pinnacle. The sixth realm, Pinnacle Realm, was an unknown domain, standing at the apex of the mortal world. Beyond reproach, unfathomable to the divine. Could this man of such lofty demeanor truly be a Radiant Dawn powerhouse? Chen Buren pondered. Though he had yet to cultivate his own strength, the sheer might of the man was unmistakable, far surpassing any he had encountered before. As for the man's grandeur, Chen Buren felt an overwhelming gratitude. In this life and death scenario, he would gladly worship anyone who came to his aid. "Captain, your command, Black Gold Heavy Hammer, appears even more formidable. Have you achieved yet another breakthrough?" A teammate marveled, astonished by their leader's prowess in repelling the headless knight with a single blow. However, the man known as the captain did not respond, his brow furrowed as he gravely stated, "It seems we have been deceived. Captain, don't frighten me." "What do you mean?" the teammate inquired anxiously, glancing back at the headless knight. Suddenly realizing something, his face turned pale, and a chill ran down his spine. It is not the headless Night King. Where is the true headless Night King? No wonder this headless knight appeared somewhat weak. Its strength was merely at the Dawn's awakening level, not that of Radiant Dawn. The heavy hammer man shook his head, summoning back the weapon embedded in the knight's body. Firmly grasping the black gold heavy hammer, he declared, "Do not worry. This is not without merit. We have saved this young man. After all, he cast a glance at the seated Chen Buren, contemplating before adding, the headless Night King should not dare to reveal itself for now. I have not sensed its presence. These foul beings are truly enigmatic. The heavy hammer man suddenly raised his weapon, smashing it forcefully into the ground, creating a massive crater with sheer violence. Chen Buren, trembling in fear, stood silently by, feeling utterly out of place to interject. While remaining subtly vigilant, despite their current assistance, he harbored distrust towards anyone in this precarious situation. Drip, drip, drip. Amidst the black-robed figure's discussion, Chen Buren's chaos flared with pain once more, accompanied by a sound resonating in his mind. It was the sound of dripping. Again, it tugged at Chen Buren's heightened senses. The last time he heard this sound was merely half an hour prior, witnessing those unfortunate souls being pierced by the spear, their blood cascading down. This meant danger still lurked nearby. The headless Night King. Chen Buren felt an overwhelming urge to shout out a warning to the black-robed figures ahead. Yet he was astonished to find himself ensnared in an oppressive atmosphere, rendering him immobile. The headless Night King was making its move. As Chen Buren held his breath and concentrated, he sensed the headless Night King gazing in his direction, yet it did not act against him. Perhaps being weak had its advantages? It deemed him unworthy of its attention. Chen Buren let out a bitter smile, aware that to the headless Night King, these black-robed figures posed the true threat. However, his heart raced with dread. If the headless Night King successfully ambushed them, he would not escape unscathed. Above, the sky was awash with crimson light, an overwhelming sense of dread coalescing into something tangible. Unsettling all present, it was at this moment that the black-robed figures finally discerned the presence of the headless Night King. Yet it was too late. Almost simultaneously, as the black-robed figures registered the threat, the headless Night King struck, its bloodied spear whispering like death itself, leaving the black-robed figures paralyzed, unable to mount an effective defense. "Get away!" the dark-faced man roared, his eyes wide with terror, yet it was too late. His comrades were struck by the immense force carried by the spear. Several figures were sent flying, their fates uncertain, whilst only the blood-soaked spear remained visible amidst the dust and chaos. The headless Night King slowly retrieved the spear, its form materializing before Chen Buren and the heavy hammer man. The carnage had truly begun. The blood of a radiant dawn human should taste exquisite, came the chilling whisper of the headless Night King, its voice resonating like a demon from the abyss, deep and haunting, devoid of any emotional nuance. What shocked Chen Buren even more was that the headless Night King, lacking a head, could still articulate words as a human would. Though he understood the capacity for such beings to speak, this scene instilled a deeper fear within him. In the presence of our watchers, you dare utter threats of slaughter? How audacious! All such abominable entities shall be sent back to the afterlife. The man wielding the black gold heavy hammer was thoroughly enraged. His formidable physique erupted with astonishing pressure, challenging the headless Night King. Watchers? So, this group is called the Watchers, Chen Buren mused internally, though he was unaware of what the Watchers truly were. Having never heard of them before, he did see the token of the Watchers, engraved with 4 grand characters, an aura of ancient mystery emanating from it. What grand aspirations, to wish that every individual might ascend to the status of immortals. The youth stood in stunned silence, captivated by the immense ambition encapsulated in those 4 words. Unbeknownst to him, the talisman he held tightly began to ignite once more, its flames intensifying, transforming into a radiant mist that surged into his being. Chen Buren recalled the true name of this talisman. It was the Origin Talisman. It was burning. Chapter 9. 1,000 lanterns. The air was filled with an unparalleled cacophony of rumbling and the relentless clattering of shattered stones, intertwining to create a disturbance that undoubtedly captured the attention of many onlookers, who turned their gazes towards the tumultuous scene. Yet, for the ordinary folk, approaching this area was no simple matter. Under the influence of the eerie atmosphere, instinctively, they would wish to retreat rather than draw near. This peculiar outcome was a consequence of the vigil token. Without that ominous artifact, the bizarre aura would likely have lured humanity closer, only to be devoured by the Headless Horseman King. Such strangeness! Chen Buren peered through the veil of night towards the dimly lit heavens, where an endless torrent of sanguine light surged forth, momentarily eclipsing the moon's glow. This was an omen heralded by the Headless Horseman King. Having absorbed an immense amount of blood energy, it appeared that this Headless Horseman King was beyond the capabilities of the captain to contend with. Chun Burien slowly rose to his feet, murmuring softly, observing the formidable man engaged in battle, alongside the other members of the vigil who were ambushed by the Headless Horseman King, their fates uncertain. He fell into a contemplative silence. The youth sighed deeply. This night was destined to be sleepless. The Headless Horseman King had wrought too much destruction, shattering numerous families and inflicting unbearable pain. If I could extinguish these bizarre entities with a mere snap of my fingers, would it not change the course of events? He mused aloud, not quite certain to whom he was speaking. In the current predicament, with the formidable man standing resolutely at the forefront, Chun Burien could easily choose to flee. For a troubled conscience was preferable to the peril of losing his life. Yet, he found himself caught in a struggle. After all, he was merely an ordinary person, having come here solely with the desire to survive. Devoid of grand ambitions, command, black gold heavy hammer, prison of restraint, a booming voice shattered Chun Burien's reverie. He beheld the captain suspended in midair, his black cloak billowing dramatically, wielding the black gold heavy hammer with a fierce authority. A chilling, hollow sound echoed as the Headless Horseman King emitted a sinister laughter, radiating a sanguine glow. It seemed to sense the threat posed by the heavy hammer-wielding man, roaring restlessly, while the warhorse beneath him shrieked in alarm, causing the very air to tremble. The howling wind permeated the space, biting with a coldness that felt as if it had arisen from the depths of the underworld, sending a shiver down Chun Burien's spine. As the captain unleashed his assault, the black gold heavy hammer clashed resoundingly with the Headless Horseman King's spear, creating a maelstrom of turbulence and sparks. Was this what a command truly entailed? Such formidable power! Chun Burien extended his hand forward, feeling the intense heat radiating from the clash, a sensation so searing that he dared not touch it again. Concurrently, he sensed a binding force, as if his palm were constrained within that space. Had he not withdrawn in time, he might have been ensnared within. The weaponized command was indeed as formidable as its reputation suggested. Chun Burien narrowed his eyes, gazing at the figure clad in black robes, brandishing the black gold heavy hammer, feeling a twinge of envy. If he could awaken such a command in the future, it would be nothing short of a tremendous fortune. Although it may not be the strongest, it would far surpass that of the majority. What exactly was this origin talisman that grandfather bestowed upon me? What transformations would it undergo if it were to burn out completely? Suddenly, Chun Burien felt a sharp heat emanating from his hand, causing him to click his tongue in surprise as he grasped the protective talisman. To his astonishment, it had already burned through more than 60% of its essence. If it continued to smolder, the youth found it increasingly difficult to control his collar, feeling an escalating warmth as the light of the origin talisman surged into him. Damn, it's burning too fiercely. Please don't consume the fortune my grandfather granted me. Chun Burien exclaimed anxiously, his body abruptly freezing as he realized this. He hastily blew on the talisman, attempting to quell its fiery consumption. However, he remained uncertain whether his efforts bore any fruit, for the talisman continued to burn as he persisted in blowing. Boom! As Chun Burien blew, a gust of air surged forth, carrying immense weight and crashing down, nearly striking him as well. Stunned, Chun Burien remained oblivious, still blowing, and failed to notice that the captain had fallen into a disadvantageous position, having been struck down by the Headless Horseman King's spear, which drove the black gold heavy hammer deep into the ground. What a magnificent hammer! Chun Burien marveled, unable to suppress his admiration as he gazed at it. Kid, I'm about to be killed, and you still find it impressive? Came the captain's exasperated voice, his gaze heavy with disbelief as he looked at Chun Burien, who responded with an awkward chuckle, quickly aiding the captain back to his feet. You've worked hard. You're a Radiant Realm powerhouse. How could you possibly fall? He chuckled, scratching his head in flattery. The vigil captain, again lifting the black gold heavy hammer, Ciara the Headless Night King grasped the reins of his steed with a bizarre posture. Howling fiercely towards the heavens, the crimson spear, soaring through the air, transformed into a shield that defended against the onslaught of the heavily armed man. However, before such a formidable adversary, the Headless Night King was unable to mount an effective defense and was steadily retreating. Blades of light, dense as the stars, incessantly battered against the protective black armor of the headless Night King. The anguished cries emanating from him possessed an eerie allure, reverberating outward in waves like undulating air currents. This invisible pressure reached Chen Buran, who was far away, causing him to crouch on the ground, pressing his ears tightly shut. It was the lamentations of the headless Night King, perhaps the final struggle of its existence. A voice reached Chen Buran's ear, belonging to a member of the Watchers who had nearly been obliterated by the surprise attack of the headless Night King. One team member, cradling the lifeless body of a fallen comrade, knelt with his feet planted firmly on the ground, tears brimming in his eyes as he gazed at the body of the captain, Chen Linyuan, who had perished alongside the headless Night King. Chen Buran whispered, directing his gaze toward the figure of this man who shared his surname, feeling an overwhelming respect swell within him. This man, Chen Linyuan, was willing to sacrifice his life to protect the countless homes behind him. And he embraced this fate with unwavering resolve. In that moment, Chen Buran began to grasp the true meaning of their token, Watchers. Guardianship and hope, we perish together, undying and unyielding. Lost in thought, Chen Buran once again heard the determined voice of that team member. Untainted by fear, he looked over to see the team member slowly rise, wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes, gently laying the lifeless comrade on the ground. In his eyes burned a fierce wrath. Fixated on the headless Night King, the energy surrounding the team member surged wildly, despite his strength being merely at the dawn stage. At this moment, he yearned to ignite his power, willing to embrace death alongside the headless Night King. Were they all willing to burn their strength merely for a fleeting moment of glory? Chen Buran whispered, stunned by the scene unfolding before him. It was only now that he began to understand the faith of these Watchers, their beliefs and resolve, yet he still found it hard to accept their actions. It was too tragic, too heroic. He did not wish to witness such a scene. So Chen Buran offered a faint smile and, inquiring softly behind the team member, said, "Hey, can you not die?" The team member was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Chen Buran's presence. With a hint of anger, he reprimanded, "Why are you still here? Are you trying to make a sacrifice for nothing? Too many have already died." He suddenly clenched his fists, striking the nearby wall in frustration, exclaiming, "It is our negligence that allowed these strange beings to infiltrate." "You have done well enough," the team member replied with a smile. "No, it is still not enough. This headless Night King has surpassed our expectations. Its power level has likely reached the Great Sun stage. Perhaps Captain Chen alone cannot completely vanquish it. Young man, flee for your life. Thank you for your kindness, but it seems today we cannot avoid death." The team member smiled calmly, displaying no fear of death, but rather a sense of liberation, believing himself responsible for the fate of many innocents. "Young man, flee for your life." These words pierced Chen Buran's heart deeply, akin to a sharp needle stirring his emotions. Just as Captain Chen Linyuan had once said to him, "Those who must perish should not be you. Allow me to handle the aftermath, will you?" Chen Buran maintained his smile, his eyes closed, his voice unwavering. As Chen Buran spoke, the team member halted, sensing something profound, turning back to gaze at the figure of Chen Buran. In that instant, he felt an ineffable depth, as if peering into an unfathomable abyss. The boy emanated a faint glow from within, subtle yet significant for him, imparting an inexplicable sense of reassurance. The team member, astonished, regarded Chen Buran, recognizing the faint fluctuations of light, reminiscent of the dawn stage. This was the awakening of a fateful decree, an initial entry into the dawn stage. "I can hardly contain it," Chen Buran uttered hoarsely, almost inaudibly. The team member seemed to struggle to catch his words. "What did you say?" Chen Buran, in an odd posture, covered his eyes, as if concealing something. The team member furrowed his brow, intrigued, and approached the boy, seeking to uncover the mystery surrounding him. However, the power of one newly entering the dawn stage instilled a sense of trepidation within him. An extraordinary wave of energy silently coalesced within the boy, ultimately converging in his eyes, where ethereal light danced ominously in this space. Already steeped in layers of blood mist, the boy's otherworldly aura intensified, resembling a terrifying entity, exuding an air of dread at that moment. The team member felt an overwhelming pressure, encompassing the area. Instantly, it eclipsed the crimson phenomenon triggered by the headless Night King. rendering it non-existent. Amidst that vast, abyssal pressure and the encroaching sinister light, the team member's mind went blank, deprived of any capacity for thought, and soon he succumbed to unconsciousness. "We shall live together and return you home." Step by step, the boy advanced resolutely toward the blood-soaked, semi-conscious figure of Captain Chan Linyuan. The headless Night King roared in fury, its crimson spear swinging, intent on claiming Captain Chen Linyuan's life and draining the essence of the Sunset Stage warrior. Perhaps with one more step, it could fully transcend into the Great Sun Stage. At which point few could hope to restrain it at that moment. The headless Night King's condition was dire. Its roars echoed incessantly, serving as a severe warning directed at Chen Buran, thwarting its intentions. Previously, Chen Buran had appeared insignificant before it, but now, the headless Night King sensed a terrifying aura emanating from him, one potent enough to threaten its current state. The boy's countenance remained calm, impervious to the turmoil surrounding him. His fingers, covering his eyes, slowly drew back, revealing his eyes, chaotic orbs that radiated an overwhelming pressure. Time seemed to stand still. Within the space, the sound of a falling needle could be heard. It was utterly silent. The vast, abyssal dark light expanded from the boy's core, rapidly enveloping a radius of several miles, ascending like a column of light that pierced the heavens, dispersing the clouds and mist. That was the divine might of the chaotic eyes. The sinister light sliced through the void, hurtling towards the headless Night King at an astonishing velocity. Before that overwhelming divine presence, the headless Night King, drained of its strength, appeared diminutive, akin to an insect. Its crimson spear shattered in fragments, the black armor on its body crumbled to dust, and its very being was utterly obliterated in the void, an entity nearing the Great Sun Stage, after emitting a final, reluctant wail of despair, disintegrated into a myriad of luminous mist, completely vanishing. Chapter 11. The Oath. In the wake of divine might, the residual immense energy began to dissipate gradually, leaving behind a landscape marred by devastation. Swirling dust and countless fragments of stone, a voice, deep and dreamlike, resounded. Across mountains and rivers of foreign lands, wherever the heart wanders, all is summer-soiled diam but a spark of the stars, yearning to chase the moonlight. Burning in utmost brilliance, staining the mountains and rivers with blood. Chen Buran knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, his chaotic eyes filled with blood vessels, a stinging pain indicative of the toll taken by the use of the chaotic eyes. The chaotic eyes, a presence ranked top 004, were beyond his capacity to wield. Had he not recently entered the Dawn Stage, triggering their awakening, it would be a while before he could harness them again, lest he render his eyes useless, suffering backlash that could cost him his life. After a prolonged moment, Chen Buran regained some strength, laboriously rising to his feet, staggering toward the unconscious Captain Chan Linyuan. The captain's team member remained in a state of unconsciousness, having burned his life essence in the struggle against the Headless Night King, and perhaps his time was short. Regarding the Headless Night King, Chen Buran had merely delivered a fatal blow. In terms of raw power, even with the chaotic eyes at their ranked level, he could scarcely inflict any damage upon the Headless Night King in its prime. The bizarre entity at the Sunset Stage was infinitely close to the Great Sun Stage. It was far beyond what Chen Buran, merely at the Dawn Stage, could contend with. That I am but a spark of the stars. Yearning to chase the moonlight, wishing to burn in utmost brilliance, staining the mountains and rivers with blood. Chen Buran gazed at the unconscious Captain Chan Linyuan, repeating his low whispers, the captain's prior mutterings echoing in the boy's ears. The boy's lips parted slightly, pausing in contemplation, hesitating between words, ultimately bowing deeply to this esteemed watcher captain. Live well. Chen Buran smiled softly, extending his finger to his lips, then biting it open. In that moment, a single droplet of blood fell upon Captain Chen Linyuan's lips, and the broken body of this revered watcher captain seemed to stir with renewed life. Chen Buran walked slowly, mustering his spirit step by step towards the flying Immortal Academy. At this moment, utterly exhausted in body and mind, he could hardly endure any further tribulations. Arriving now, what purpose does it serve? Chen Buran gazed at the practitioners who had noticed the commotion and were gradually approaching this area. Shaking his head in resignation, the matters behind him were of no concern to him, nor could he manage them. All he desired now was to return to his dormitory and indulge in a deep, restorative sleep. That would be the true joy of familial bliss. He silently hoped that the student Xian Yin would refrain from troubling him any further. Qian Burian prayed inwardly, unwilling to face yet another ordeal after the bizarre events he had just encountered. Especially not with the student Xian Yin, who had a penchant for bullying him. According to other classmates, Xian Yin was not typically like this. He reserved his particular animosity solely for Qian Burian, leaving him puzzled about where he had offended him. Could it be due to the existence of the chaotic pupil? It was said that Xian Yin was a fated one, endowed with extraordinary fortune. Had he perhaps sensed something? This possibility lingered in Qian Burian's mind, compelling him to ponder further. The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. If that were the case, Qian Burian might as well adopt a conciliatory approach towards Xian Yin, indicating that he had no desire to compete. After all, he had come here merely to survive. Lost in thought, Qian Burian finally returned to the dormitory of the Flying Immortal Academy after a long night. As he approached the dormitory building, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. It appeared that many were watching him, their lips curling into mocking smiles, as if they were ridiculing him. Qian Burian had long grown accustomed to such expressions and could usually face them with indifference. However, in his current state of exhaustion, he truly wished to avoid any further turmoil. Yet, reality was not so accommodating. He could already surmise that perhaps Xian Yin had orchestrated yet another stunt, prompting many classmates to mock him. Was he to confront Xian Yin once more? Qian Burian lowered his head, resignedly muttering. He was genuinely quite vexed with this Xian Yin. Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, he indeed found a heap of luggage strewn about, Xian Yin's handiwork. Having unceremoniously thrown Qian Burian's belongings, clothing, and other items outside, with several footprints imprinted upon them, presumably from Xian Yin himself. He had gone too far. Fury ignited in Qian Burian's eyes, as though flames were about to burst forth, and his previously weary spirit surged with indignation. He felt that Xian Yin was even more detestable than the bizarre entity he had just faced. Damn it, Xian Yin, you bastard, come out here. Overwhelmed, Qian Burian could no longer contain himself, erupting in a furious shout at the dormitory entrance, delivering a heavy kick to the door. The commotion swiftly attracted a crowd of onlookers. Even those below the dormitory heard Qian Burian's roar and, after a moment of surprise, hurried upstairs with keen interest, eager to witness the spectacle, undoubtedly aware that Xian Yin resided here. Who was speaking? A calm voice emerged from within the dormitory, making it difficult to discern Xian Yin's current thoughts. You, bastard, Xian Yin. Qian Burian articulated each word with emphasis, delivering another heavy kick to the dormitory door, yet received no response from Xian Yin. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, not astonished by Qian Burian's audacity, but rather surprised by Xian Yin's lack of reaction. They had not anticipated that Qian Burian's tirade would go unanswered, for in their minds, Xian Yin, while generally composed, was capable of unleashing terrifying fury. They had witnessed firsthand Xian Yin's wrath, employing his destined fortune to defeat a practitioner of the Radiant Light Realm in mere moments. This was the terrifying power of a fated one, and now, Xian Yin was merely at the Dawn Realm. It was unfathomable to consider the extent of his strength should he reach the Radiant Light Realm. No wonder Xian Yin dared to declare before the instructors that he would expel Qian Burian from the Flying Immortal Academy. He had the means, confident that the academy would not harbor ill feelings over a mere Qian Burian. Drip, drip, drip. Xian Yin still did not respond. The crowd quieted, and Qian Burian ceased his tirade, only to be met with the sound of flowing water. The realization struck the onlookers. Oh, no wonder. It turned out Xian Yin was taking a shower, which explained his lack of engagement with Qian Burian. Laughter erupted among the crowd, and they soon dispersed, leaving Qian Burian alone at the dormitory entrance. Waiting, after all, he dared not truly kick down the door, and with it locked, he could not enter. He found it perplexing that a grown man would lock the door while showering. As for Qian Burian, he would not even bother to close the door in his exhaustion. He gradually fell asleep in a daze. A stunning figure clad in sleepwear suddenly appeared before him, causing his eyes to widen momentarily. Yet, he could not resist the pull of fatigue. He truly needed to sleep, or perhaps faint from sheer tiredness. Chapter 12. Humiliation in the Early Dawn. After a night of unconsciousness, Qian Burian gradually regained awareness. In his haze, he still felt achy and weak, remnants of the chaotic pupil's influence. A waft of fragrant aroma entered his nostrils, a scent he had never encountered before, yet inexplicably found quite appealing. Slowly, he opened his eyes, and at that very moment, he felt a shiver run through him as a pair of eyes fixated intently upon him. Qin Burian abruptly sat up, frowning as he regarded the individual before him, Xian Yin. He could not deny that Xian Yin's eyes were striking and clear, seemingly containing the brilliance of celestial bodies. However, after being frightened by Xian Yin before, he could not shake off a lingering sense of trepidation. "You know, you're quite frightening, staring at me like that," Qin Burian said uneasily. Xian Yin remained silent for a moment, then coldly retorted, "Since you're awake, you can leave now. You are not welcome here." "Why should I? This is my dormitory," the youth protested angrily. "From this moment onward, this is my dormitory. I have already taken the liberty of packing your belongings," Xian Yin replied nonchalantly, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. Qin Burian glanced around, failing to find his belongings. Through the partially open door, he saw them still lying outside, untouched, long since discarded by Xian Yin. Was this what Xian Yin referred to as tidying up his things? "You re incredibly detestable, you know that." Upon witnessing this, Qin Burian surprisingly felt less angered. He could not fight Xian Yin, and no one would stand by him here. Whatever, let it be. No matter how loathsome one may be, none could compare to your level of detestability. Xian Yin scowled, visibly agitated, and retorted sharply. Qin Burian was equally perplexed about why Xian Yin loathed him so, his brow furrowing in frustration, leading to a silent standoff between them. Indeed, otherwise, why would you despise me so? After all, no one here would help me. You must be quite pleased with this outcome. Qin Burian's biting voice rang out as he turned towards the dormitory entrance. Gathering the scattered belongings strewn across the floor, after tidying up for a while, Qin Burian resolved to distance himself from Xian Yin entirely, wishing to see him no more. Observing silently, Xian Yin leaned against the wall, exuding an air of nonchalance. After a moment, Xian Yin mockingly remarked, "Oh, I thought you were the kind of scoundrel who would cling to me stubbornly. I didn't expect you to be so sensible as to leave." Qin Burian felt a surge of anger, replying indignantly, "You bastard. Why am I a scoundrel?" Upon hearing this, Xian Yin abruptly straightened from his leaning position, raising a fist and coldly stating, "Do you dare speak to me like that? You recalling me a scoundrel and don't accept it, is that it? That day, you threw yourself on my bed. Let us not dwell on that. How dare you call me a bastard? I see you truly wish to die, Qin Burian. What of it? Go ahead, kill me if you can," Qin Burian retorted with disdain, his gaze towards Xian Yin brimming with animosity. "You're not just a bastard. You a damn bastard. I've never encountered anyone as insufferable as you." In that moment, Qin Burian could no longer hold back, unleashing a torrent of insults upon Xian Yin. "Qin, boo, ran," Xian Yin shouted furiously, his expression bordering on a complete breakdown. In truth, Xian Yin's figure was tall and slender, his exquisite and ethereal visage exceptionally striking. Were it not for his known prowess, Qin Burian would have been untroubled by Xian Yin's rage. However, understanding Xian Yin's capabilities instilled genuine fear in him. Qin Burian relished the verbal sparring but was not foolish. Thus, before Xian Yin completely lost control, he abandoned the scattered belongings and fled. This time, he had truly provoked the bastard, Qin Burian muttered in exasperation as he ran. To his surprise, Xian Yin pursued him fervently, unlike their previous encounter when he merely received a slap and ran off. Now, Xian Yin seemed determined not to relent until he had beaten him. "Qin Burian, if I don't properly teach you a lesson this time, I might as well not remain in the Flying Immortal Academy," Xian Yin shouted from behind, and this scene quickly attracted a throng of onlookers from the Flying Immortal Academy. As he pressed forward, the crowd recognized Xian Yin and dared not intervene, with no one standing by Qin Burian's side, allowing him to be bullied without protest. Qin Burian felt a pang of sorrow. However, he was not disheartened, as he was accustomed to such occurrences. What saddened him was his own foolishness, for if he were bored enough to bully a classmate, he would have offered assistance, yet none among them shared such sentiments. There were moments when he wished to become like them, to blend in when faced with adversity, but his character destined him to be otherwise. "If you possess the skill to kill me, then do so." Qin Burian halted, gazing at Xian Yin, his words dripping with provocation, mocking him without a hint of submission. aware that he could never outrun Xian Yin. He resigned himself to the situation, indifferent to whatever may come. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to act against you? Xian Yin chuckled coldly, sending shivers down spines. In an instant, Xian Yin struck, almost in a heartbeat. Chen Bureng felt his body grow heavy, losing his balance, and was hurled backward, plummeting from the third floor of the dormitory amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. The atmosphere turned eerily tense. The crowd held their breath, shocked by Xian Yin's brutality, their brows furrowing as they glanced at Chen Bureng's form, fearful that a life might truly be lost. The height of the third floor was trivial to them, at worst resulting in minor injuries, yet they knew well that Chen Bureng, an ordinary person, might not survive such a fall if fortune did not favor him. Xian Yin, that seems a bit excessive, doesn't it? Finally, some students, unable to bear the sight, broke their silence, frowning as they admonished Xian Yin. However, Xian Yin's imposing aura surpassed their expectations as he cast a chilling gaze over the crowd, instilling an oppressive weight that was utterly terrifying. They had underestimated the power of a destined individual, which far exceeded their comprehension. Consequently, they fell silent, swallowing hard, and instead, hastily rushed to check on Chen Bureng's injuries. "It hurts. It hurts so much," Chen Bureng murmured, gazing down at his battered body, a trickle of blood escaping his lips, yet he was not dead. Had he not recently entered the Dawn Realm, he might have suffered far worse. Xian Yin's assault had been merciless, and for a fleeting moment, Chen Bureng felt that Xian Yin truly sought his life. In that moment, he felt akin to a dead dog, a stray, humiliated and bullied at will. Remaining here would only serve to invite further disgrace. Nevertheless, before departing, he needed to ascend the stairs once more, for his belongings remained unclaimed, containing items he held dear. Even under the threat of Xian Yin, he could not afford to leave without them. Amidst the crowd's scrutiny, Chen Bureng slowly began his ascent. The climb to the third floor took him a full 10 minutes, each step igniting fresh pain in his wounds. "Classmate, why are you going back upstairs? Don't go up. Let me help you with whatever you need," a sympathetic voice called out. Chen Bureng forced a smile in response, shaking his head to indicate he required none. He sought to retrieve his belongings not only as a reminder of his current humiliation, but also to avoid implicating others. Who could predict how Xian Yin's volatile temperament might react to assistance from his classmates? "Have you climbed enough? If you have, kneel, and I shall return your luggage." At the dormitory entrance, Xian Yin's somewhat sinister gaze fixated on Chen Bureng, his icy words piercing through the air, their eyes locked in mutual hatred. Chapter 13. Pure hatred at Fei Xian Academy. The dormitory building had attracted a sizable crowd, intrigued by the rare sight of the destined individual. Xian Yin, expressing such disdain towards a newcomer. This was an unprecedented occurrence. Xian Yin typically shunned interaction, maintaining an aloof demeanor, rarely acknowledging anyone, let alone targeting a specific individual. Is he the one who entered through the back door? Chen Bureng. Could it be that Xian Yin harbors a strong aversion towards such individuals? The crowd whispered among themselves, speculating various possibilities. Xian Yin is going a bit too far, isn't he? Even if someone came in through the back door, there's no reason to beat them half to death, let alone demand they kneel. How tyrannical! The wisest choice for Chen Bureng now would be to leave this place. Indeed, should Xian Yin truly unleash his fury, we would be powerless against him. Chen Bureng's chest heaved violently, not solely from physical pain but from a deep-seated rage. He could not fathom that even after all this, Xian Yin would refuse to relent. He was even trampling on his belongings. "If you refuse to kneel, you can leave. What significance does this meager luggage hold?" Xian Yin sneered at it. Became evident to the onlookers that Xian Yin was not genuinely demanding Chen Bureng's submission, but rather relishing in his torment. Before Xian Yin, Chen Bureng clenched his fists, yet he found himself devoid of strength and means. He felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and humiliation, unable to shake the colossal mountain that was Xian Yin. As a destined individual, Xian Yin's power was beyond his reach, leading Chen Bureng to make a resolute decision deep within his heart. "Xian Yin, I will never forgive you in this lifetime. Shall we die together?" Then, at that moment, Chen Bureng was consumed by fury, his sanity teetering on the brink. The youth's gaze turned frigid as he bore the excruciating pain, advancing step by step towards Xian Yin. Xian Yin, still indifferent, regarded him with contempt, casting a casual glance at Chen Burang, showing no intention of action. This indicated that he regarded Chen Burang as insignificant, a mere insect that posed no threat to him. Hey, buddy, are you really going to challenge Xian Yin? Listen to me, just walk away. Let me see if I can retrieve your belongings later. The well-meaning classmate hurriedly grasped Chen Burang's arm, attempting to prevent him from advancing. Whispering urgently, however, he quickly sensed something amiss. The youthful visage that once bore flesh now appeared eerily transformed, his expression one of utter shock as he hastily released Chen Burang in that moment. Everyone recognized the shift. The aura emanating from Chen Burang was akin to that of a different person. Calm yet strangely sinister, his eyes glowing with an unsettling light. An astonishing force radiated from him, reminiscent of divine might, erupting suddenly and pushing many back. Xian Yin displayed a hint of astonishment. After a brief moment, he finally grasped the gravity of the situation, his demeanor shifting to one of alarm as he observed Chen Burang advancing step by step, captivated by the strange, malevolent gleam in his eyes. The unparalleled chaotic eyes. This transformation left Xian Yin's eyes narrowing in shock, momentarily paralyzed, only to be replaced by a complex, silent expression. Return my belongings, or we shall perish together. The youth's chaotic gaze surged with an intense, terrifying aura. Xian Yin had not anticipated Chen Burang's audacity, nor did he expect him to contemplate a mutual demise. With his strength, he discerned that the terrifying power emanating from Chen Burang was not something he could easily manipulate. Have you lost your mind? Are you truly willing to risk your life over mere luggage? Xian Yin was cornered, his anxiety palpable as he shouted, realizing Chen Burang's madness. However, Xian Yin's stubborn nature prevailed. Even in this dire situation, he remained resolute in his refusal to return the belongings. Mere luggage? Do you have any idea what lies within? Chen Burang replied calmly, his words steady yet imbued with an undeniable authority. This was the power granted to him by the unparalleled chaotic eyes, instilling in him a fearlessness that could lead to the total sacrifice of his chaotic sight, unleashing his divine power once more. I will say it again. Return my belongings, or we shall die together. Chen Burang reiterated his threat. Xian Yin wore an obstinate, eerie smile, his eyes unwavering as he coldly retorted, I will not return them. The more you desire them, the less I shall give. Under the overwhelming pressure of the chaotic aura, the crowd dispersed, unwilling to involve themselves in this ominous energy. In that moment, only Xian Yin and Chen Burang remained within the dormitory. Why don't you just die, Xian Yin? I am utterly fed up with you. Chen Burang screamed in a frenzy. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of shattering resonated through the air, as if fracturing the void. The long-suppressed chaotic energy erupted from his eyes, embodying the power of the unparalleled. The youth suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, a consequence of the backlash from the chaotic sight. Perhaps this time, he would truly perish, as he had never mastered the chaotic sight. And in his Dawn Realm form, he could hardly withstand such a backlash. Beneath the chaotic light, the world fell eerily silent, remnants of shattered walls surrounding them as the dormitory lay in ruins, smoke and dust swirling in the air. This is it. He has truly unleashed his true power. The crowd below gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, their throats dry with disbelief. Simultaneously, they marveled at Chen Burang's destructive potential, never having anticipated that such an unremarkable youth harbored such hidden strength. They felt grateful they had not provoked him. Die, you fool, are you satisfied now? I won't kill you, for while the items in your luggage are important, they do not warrant murder. Moreover, killing you would sully my hands. You are not worthy of dying alongside me, do you understand? Chen Burang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, propping himself against the wall. He gently lifted Xian Yin's chin, gazing into her terrified eyes. His face a mask of madness, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he taunted her. The youth seized the luggage with a cold glance at Xian Yin, then staggered away, bent over, exiting the dormitory amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, leaving Fei Xian Academy behind. This marked Chen Burang's first experience of being enveloped by countless eyes filled with awe, yet he felt no joy. For he understood all too well what such reverence had cost him his very life. Unless by some miracle, this backlash from the chaotic emotions would soon claim his existence. Once again, Chen Burang departed from Fei Xian Academy like a stray dog. Perhaps this place was truly ill-suited for him. His desire to live had become nothing more than a futile wish. He had initially thought that entering the Dawn Realm would herald good fortune, only to discover misfortune awaited him. Qin Burian felt no regret for this momentary impulse, not only because the belongings in his luggage held significant value, but also due to his extreme aversion towards Xian Yin. It was a rather peculiar sentiment he found himself grappling with. Despite Xian Yin's transgressions, had it been the old him, he would likely have chosen a less extreme course of action. However, his emotions towards Xian Yin were distinctly unique, lacking in tranquility and patience. Homeless, Qin Burian eventually took what little money he had left and entered a nearby restaurant, indulging in a hearty meal before seeking a hotel to conclude this exhausting day. Yet, it seemed that fate was unwilling to bestow him any peace or fortune. The hotel's environment was deplorable, with poor sound insulation. Before long, he was roused from his slumber by the incessant, whimpering breaths from the neighboring room, causing him great distress, leaving him unable to sleep. "Damn it, can't a person get some rest?" Qin Burian muttered in frustration, only to be met with a response from the other side. The voice, tinged with a northeast accent, was quite distinctive, and Qin Burian recognized it immediately. "Hey, sorry about the noise, bro, how about I make it up to you?" The man replied with a laugh, his tone oddly polite. Qin Burian was momentarily taken aback, then realized the implication behind his words. Leaving him speechless, his lips twitching. "Of course, a pure love person like me must be polite," the man joked, yet the whimpering breaths continued unabated. "Really, no need? Want to experience the taste of pure love yourself?" he invited again. No thanks, I'm not into pure love at all. What I have is merely pure hatred," Qin Burian retorted through clenched teeth, smashing his fist against the wall, Xian Yin's visage flashing through his mind. Chapter 14. I cannot die that night, unable to sleep. Qin Burian chose to ignore the sounds intermittently drifting through the walls. He quickly rose and stepped onto the balcony, inhaling the cold night air deeply to clear his mind. Gazing at the luminous moon hanging in the sky, his thoughts wandered aimlessly until he stood there in a daze for nearly half an hour. Suddenly, a man emerged from the adjacent balcony. Due to the darkness, Qin Burian could not discern his features clearly. Yet he knew this man was the reason for his sleeplessness. He watched as the man lit a cigarette, the flame flickering in the night. Moments later, the man noticed Qin Burian. What a coincidence. "Bro, still awake?" he called out cheerfully. Qin Burian replied tersely, "Not a coincidence at all. I should be been fast asleep by now. My bad. I just couldn't help it tonight." The man continued to grin. Qin Burian finally got a good look at him. A robust, tall man, embodying the quintessential image of a northeast brute. "Is it appropriate for you to say that to a pure-hearted student like me?" Qin Burian retorted with a scoff. "You're still a student? That's even more impressive. A virgin, perhaps? How about trying it out?" The man's interest piqued further, his gaze appraising Qin Burian. No, Qin Burian firmly declined, gesturing dismissively, feeling overwhelmed by the man's overt openness. "Ha ha ha, what a pure-hearted student, yet you weren't saying that earlier. A pure hatred man is truly something else." The man laughed heartily. Qin Burian felt a hint of embarrassment. Indeed, as the man had pointed out, he was still a virgin, having never even kissed a girl, let alone delve deeper. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. It's clear you're not in a good mood. Just remember, life is fleeting. Enjoy it while you can." The man finished his cigarette and departed the balcony. He was a carefree and audacious man. Qin Burian watched his retreating figure, pondering, is it really impossible to survive in this world without pure love? Is that all the pure love folks think about? Do you know me so well? Just because you're older doesn't mean you can philosophize about love and life here at this hour. A barrage of questions flooded Qin Burian's mind, though the man could not hear them. He remained on the balcony for a long while, the cold wind biting at him, accompanied by a few snowflakes, chilling to the bone. Yet, he thought to himself, I don't wish to die, however. Perhaps death is indeed an inevitable truth. With a sigh, Qin Burian collected his scattered emotions, settling down on the ground. He retrieved the talisman from his pocket. Previously, it had burned halfway before he entered the Dawn Realm, but now it had ceased to burn. What would happen if it were to be completely refined? Qin Burian pondered. Perhaps it would give birth to his own decree. Although he had entered the Dawn Realm, he had yet to perceive the birth of a decree within him. Thus, he could only rely on this talisman for the creation of his life decree. I do not wish to die. Yuechuan City. Watchtower Hospital. Beep, beep, beep. In the hospital room, silence reigned, the only sound being the dripping of 4 fluids. On the bed lay a man clad in a hospital gown, his body punctured by numerous tubes. The token at his waist indicated his identity. A Watcher-S ordered IT was none other than the captain of the Watchers. Chun Linyuan, doctor, how is Chun Linyuan? Will he awaken? Inquired a stern-looking man in a black robe. The doctor chuckled bitterly. General Wang, you're putting me in a tough spot with that question. Captain Chun has burned his source of power. Recovery won't be easy. General Wang waved his hand, silencing the doctor. After a moment's contemplation, he said, I understand that. What perplexes me is that Captain Chin's condition is quite extraordinary. He should have been beyond saving. Yet he still clings to life. What exactly transpired? From my lifetime of experience, I cannot ascertain anything. All I know is that something is sustaining Captain Chun's life, the doctor responded after a moment of silence. Gazing at Chin Linyuan on the bed. How are the other team members faring? The casualties were severe, nearly an annihilation. Only one remains stable. He has awakened but seems somewhat disoriented. When questioned about the events, he stuttered in confusion. General Wang nodded, rising to adjust the blanket over Chen Linyuan. Take me to meet that team member. What happened that day is likely not as simple as it seems. The doctor appeared to sense something amiss and cautiously asked, was it the residual divine might from the scene that caught your attention? Yes, that divine might was quite peculiar, something we have never encountered before. General Wang replied solemnly. The doctor furrowed his brow, contemplating, curiosity flickering in his eyes. He coughed lightly and proposed a possibility that left General Wang somewhat confused. Could it be related to the decree? General Wang pondered for a long while, clenching his fists, then sighed with a bitter smile. Dr. Wei, the decree above is the royal decree. You think it could appear so easily? Dr. Wei shook his head in bewilderment. I'd like to hear your thoughts first. General Wang gazed out the window, a hint of reluctance in his expression as he replied, while the emergence of a new royal decree would be splendid. The significance of a royal decree pales in comparison to that of a fated individual or a peerless being. That is certainly true. Fated individuals are like dragons among men, a rarity among billions. An ordinary royal decree is hardly comparable, Dr. Wei affirmed, as this was a consensus shared by many. Dr. Wei, your understanding of the levels of human life far surpasses mine. Is there a possibility that the residual divine might is in existence beyond the royal decree? General Wang's gaze bore into Dr. Wei, a glimmer of hope evident in his eyes, yearning for an answer. As a general of the Watchers, he was already satisfied with the emergence of a royal decree. Yet, for reasons unknown, he found himself craving more, desiring something beyond the royal decree. Unexpectedly, Dr. Wei resolutely shook his head and solemnly stated, No, compared to the Wang Zhao, I would much rather believe that it is the divine might left behind by a destined one or an unparalleled being. Why? Commander Wang inquired, visibly puzzled. Ahem. This involves the matter of the levels of existence. You surely do not comprehend it as well as I do, Dr. Wei said with a hint of pride. General Wang, attentive, leaned in to listen. Dr. Wei gazed at General Wang and chuckled softly, saying, you see, this is a classic case of concern leading to confusion. Your excessive anticipation for the existence surpassing Wang Zhao has blinded you to the subtlety of that divine might, which is evidently a manifestation of lower-tier humanity. Do you truly believe that the existence above Wang Zhao can be borne by mere mortals of inferior realms? Dr. Wei continued, as for the destined ones and unparalleled beings, there is no need to elaborate. Those are inherent, belonging to one's own power and within the realm of endurance. General Wang, clearly unconvinced, retorted, How can you be so certain that what exists above Wang Zhao is not born of innate origins? Dr. Wei yawned and chuckled lightly, shaking his head. You should rest and reflect. In truth, such existences have yet to appear in the public eye. Moreover, if they truly existed, with the highest echelons of the Watchers, particularly those in Central Command, let it go unnoticed? The existence above Wang Zhao is of considerable research value, differing from the innate destined and unparalleled beings. If we could discern anything from it, humanity's overall strength might ascend to a new level. Thus, the truth is singular. Either the existence above Wang Zhao genuinely exists, merely concealed, or it does not exist at all. Regrettably, your rank, General Wang, is insufficient for you to grasp the truth. General Wang released his tightly clenched fists, closing his eyes to meditate, seemingly bereft of all vigor, and remarked, "Indeed, I am still not powerful enough. My rank is insufficient, otherwise, I would not have allowed Captain Chen and my comrades to suffer such grievous injuries." Dear, Wei nodded with a smile, encouraging him. It is good to recognize the disparity. The upper echelons are filled with old men. You must strive harder, General Wang. Damn it, General Wang replied weakly, casting a sidelong glance at Dr. Wei, letting out a heavy sigh before proceeding to visit the Watcher team member who had awakened from their coma. Chapter 15. A bottle named Heavenly Authority within the inn. Chen Buran found himself engulfed in a haze. Seated cross-legged, holding the origin talisman that radiated a luminous glow as it burned, its light continuously flowing into his being. Where is this? Chen Buran murmured in his perception. The surroundings were filled with chaos and void. As if he were ensconced in the cosmos itself, the oppressive sensation and the occasional terrifying echoes from the depths of the universe causing his soul to tremble. After a moment, he found himself enveloped in mist. As the heavens are high and the earth is vast, I perceive the infinity of the universe. Chen Buran gazed at his surroundings, murmuring to himself. He felt a deeper understanding of his own insignificance. Could it be that I must traverse this fog? Chen Buran pondered, feeling a tinge of despair. Here, visibility was non-existent, compounded by his previous experiences in the cosmos. Who knew what lay beyond this mist? Or how he might escape it? Was the origin talisman ceasing its burn? Why was the peace talisman left to me by my grandfather so enigmatic? Chen Buran regarded the origin talisman in his hand. Still imbued with a sense of unfathomable depth, yet he thought that perhaps only this talisman could assist him in manifesting a life decree, clutching it tightly as if it were a precious treasure. Like a headless fly, Chen Buran wandered aimlessly, but soon despaired. This place felt like a labyrinth ensconced in fog. To make matters worse, the magnitude of this labyrinth was unknown. He walked for what felt like ages, unable to discern any notable changes, as if trapped in a cycle, inducing a sense of suffocation. Illuminate the fog, pierce through the illusions, with my body, with my blood. Chen Buran's eyes glazed over as he halted. This phrase inexplicably rising in his mind, as if he had grasped some crucial insight, evoking a sense of enlightenment. Are you the one aiding me? That voice seemed to emanate from the origin talisman. Instilling in him a sense of clarity, Chen Buran repeated the phrase, illuminate the fog, pierce through the illusions, with my body, with my blood. Previously, the origin talisman had ignited autonomously due to the aftermath of battle, and its pace had gradually slowed. Was it now lacking a medium? And might this medium require the sacrifice of my own blood? A sudden realization washed over Chen Buran, yet he hesitated, not out of fear of bloodletting, but because his blood was somewhat special. He was uncertain what might transpire if it dripped onto the origin talisman. However, he quickly slapped himself in a moment of self-mockery, thinking, I am already on the brink of death. What is there to fear? This origin talisman is my only path to survival. 4 days, Chen Buran's complexion had remained pallid, a remnant of previous events. Although a potential escape lay before him, he was still but a youth, harboring a fear of the unknown. He understood that his life hung in the balance in the coming minutes. Should he bleed onto the origin talisman and it yield no effect, the consequences would be dire. He might even perish on the spot, hence his anxiety and trepidation regarding these potentially final moments of life. Drip, drip, drip. Chen Buran took a deep breath, biting his finger until it bled, droplets of bright, translucent blood cascading onto the origin talisman. He fervently prayed that his inner speculation was correct. The blood fell upon the origin talisman, seemingly stagnating for an eternity, with no immediate reaction, as his heart began to race. It was the only sound resonating in this fog. Burn already! Chen Buran could no longer contain himself, urgently exclaiming, simultaneously cursing himself for his past actions, on that day, when facing the headless Night King. The origin talisman had burned, and he had foolishly attempted to extinguish its flames. Now he realized how absurd he had been, though he remained uncertain whether his earlier actions had any effect. He certainly regretted them. Suddenly, A glimmer of hope sparked in Chan Buran's desperate gaze as he widened his eyes in astonishment at a sight that filled him with immense joy. The Origin Talisman had indeed begun to burn. This time, Chan Buran dared not slacken his attention, treating the Origin Talisman with utmost care, refraining from any actions that might hinder its combustion. In the ensuing minutes, however, Chan Buran discerned that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. The Origin Talisman was indeed burning, yet its rate was unbearably slow. Meanwhile, he was continuously losing blood. Chan Buran began to doubt whether the Origin Talisman could truly be consumed before his blood ran dry. At this rate, I will be drained, he muttered, thus slowing the pace of his bloodletting. By this point, the Origin Talisman had burned nearly 90%, yet he had reached a critical juncture, even if he could spare a bit more blood. He feared that he might faint, and losing consciousness at such a pivotal moment could prove fatal. As he contemplated a strategy, a sudden thought illuminated his mind, prompting him to rummage through his pocket for something. Bang, bang. The clear sound of glass bottles clashing rang out as Chan Buran retrieved a bottle from his pocket. Without a moment's hesitation, he let its contents drip onto the Origin Talisman. The substance within appeared to be blood as well. The moment it touched the Origin Talisman, an astonishing transformation occurred. In the blink of an eye, the Origin Talisman was completely consumed, leaving nothing behind, its radiant flames instantly absorbed by Chan Buran. The effect seemed remarkably favorable. Chan Buran was enveloped in a faint glow, as if impervious to all, and at that moment, the surrounding fog began to collapse and disperse. His realm remained unchanged, still merely the Dawn realm, yet he sensed an extraordinary power manifesting within him. This was the decree of life, the power of decree belonging to Chan Buran himself. In the fleeting moments after the Origin Talisman vanished entirely, Chan Buran suddenly opened his eyes, and under the stimulation of that power, his chaotic pupils quickly regained clarity. The Origin Divine Map, a magnificent image unfolded in Chan Buran's mind, captivating and entrancing. The only flaw was that much of the map remained shrouded in mist, obscuring its contents. The Origin Divine Map resided within Chan Buran's consciousness, like a colossal pillar supporting the heavens, a stream of comforting power coursing through him, radiating divine light. Is this my decree of life? Chan Buran pondered, though it appeared to be something more. Confounded, he gazed at the resplendent map, contemplating deeply. In the next moment, an extraordinary transformation occurred once more. A wondrous power began to coalesce, ultimately gathering in the palm of Chan Buran's hand. Gradually taking shape, upon closer inspection, it resembled a bottle. A torrent of information surged into Chan Buran's mind, overwhelming him. Yet one piece of information regarding the bottle left a lasting impression. A bottle named Heavenly Authority. Chapter 16. Heavenly Authority Bottle. Heavenly Authority Bottle. Is this my decree of life? Chan Buran awoke as if from a dream, his chaotic gaze fading as he opened his eyes to scrutinize the bottle in his hand. Its appearance was rather unremarkable. Merely a bottle of pure white. Standing approximately 20 centimeters tall and 10 centimeters wide, it was not particularly large. Rather, it seemed somewhat insubstantial. After examining it for quite some time, Chan Buran still found it ordinary. The only aspect that made it stand out being its name, Tianquan. An otherwise mundane bottle bore such a formidable name, perhaps hinting that it was not as simple as it appeared, but rather harbored profound secrets, yet to be uncovered by Chan Buran. The decree of destiny, the edict of life. Upon entering the Dawn realm and receiving the life decree, Chan Buran felt himself transformed, his very essence elevated, invigorating his spirit. The life-threatening consequences of forcibly wielding the chaotic gaze had diminished significantly. At least for the time being, death was not imminent. However, this did not grant him the liberty to act recklessly, should he fail to make a breakthrough soon. The chaotic gaze would continue to cling to him like a chronic ailment, suffocating him. Becoming an immortal and cultivating the path could take 1,000,000 years. Was it truly so difficult to simply survive? With a flicker of thought, Chan Buran stored the Tianquan bottle away and sighed in resignation. He was acutely aware of his status as a mere commoner, a being easily subjected to the whims of others. His entrance into the Dawn realm was merely a stroke of luck. But what path lay ahead? Chan Buran truly did not know, as if no one wished to enlighten him. Even his sole glimmer of hope, the Feitian Academy, had become untenable for him. Although the academy had not explicitly stated his expulsion, Chun Burian possessed the self-awareness to recognize that Xian Yin was a destined one, who would intervene on behalf of an ordinary individual. The past few days, the academy had not inquired about previous matters, which spoke volumes about their stance. Thus, Chun Burian felt no need to voice his grievances, accepting that he could only do his utmost and leave the rest to fate. As for his future path and whether he could survive, some things only heaven knew. A month later. Waiter, bring me some wine. Certainly, please hold on a moment. In the bustling restaurant, business thrived, the clinking of cups and the lively chatter revealing the clamor of the human world. Within this establishment, Chun Burian took on the role of a waiter. He was impoverished, with little money to his name, which meant he could barely afford meals and had no means to lodge elsewhere. Consequently, he had chosen to work at this restaurant, where meals and accommodation were provided in exchange for a modest salary of 500 yuan. For Chun Burian, this sum was relatively substantial, a testament to the affluence of the big city. Previously, his life in Yunshuo had afforded him barely enough to scrape by. The money he obtained was meager, sufficient merely for purchasing groceries. He had seldom touched a red banknote, let alone imagined earning 500 yuan. Chun Burian felt a deep sense of gratitude towards the restaurant's proprietress for taking him in, providing meals and lodging, as well as a salary. Yet, upon reflection, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of sorrow. Both parties believed they had gained. Unbeknownst to him, the proprietress was reaping far greater rewards, treating him like a mere beast of burden. After all, who would work as a waiter for anything less than several thousand yuan? Only Chun Burian remained oblivious to this reality. Meals and lodging. Were they to consist of gourmet delicacies and luxurious sweets? In truth, it was nothing more than congee and leftover dishes, in a cramped room of nearly 10 square meters. After a long day of toil, Chun Burian finally returned to his small abode at midnight. After hastily washing up, he collapsed into bed, too weary to endure any further tribulations. In the dead of night, Chun Burian was jolted awake from a nightmare, one in which his beloved grandfather had departed from him, leaving him in profound sorrow. Thus, his longing for his grandfather and his home in Yunshuo deepened. Continuing this way was not a viable option. He had spent many days contemplating how to break through his current realm, listening to others discuss their cultivation of the life decree, yet none of it resonated with him. He sat up, reflecting on his recent experiences. Lacking money meant lacking resources and guidance from mentors, resulting in a limited understanding of the life decree. Although he sensed gradual progress in his comprehension each day, it felt inconsequential. He was no fool. Even with time and persistent practice, one would eventually make strides. That was something anyone could achieve. However, with this approach, he would not only fail to reach the Great Sun Realm, but even the Radiant Dawn Realm seemed an unattainable dream. Would he exhaust his life before even attaining the Radiant Dawn Realm? Chun Burian clicked his tongue, feeling a twinge of despair at such a prospect. Having finally birthed the life decree and entered the Dawn Realm, he found little time to cultivate. Frustrated, he raked his fingers through his hair in agitation until it became a disheveled mess. Releasing a heavy sigh before summoning forth his life decree, the Tianquan bottle, a soft glow enveloped the Tianquan bottle, reflecting his realm of dawn, its subtle radiance transitioning day and night. Even the faintest light was far superior to that of an ordinary person devoid of a life decree. Was the Tianquan bottle somehow connected to that enigmatic origin divine map? After gazing at the Tianquan for a considerable time, a perplexing thought took root in Chun Burian's mind. It was quite probable that a connection existed. After all, shortly after the origin divine map had settled in his mind, his life decree had been born. This implied that to cultivate his life decree, he would likely need to unravel the mysteries of the origin divine map. What, then, was the nature of the fog enveloping the map? The image it depicted was nearly imperceptible, revealing only a fraction of its expanse, and even that was inscrutable. With this thought in mind, Chun Burian closed his eyes. Beginning to seek the trace of the origin divine map within his mind, a beam of light pierced the heavens, illuminating the landscape of his consciousness. Following its guidance, Chun Burian located the origin divine map. It loomed like a majestic mountain within his mind, shrouded in layers of mystery and fog. Chun Burian attempted to dispel the fog with breath, only to soon realize how naive and overconfident he was. Despite exerting all his strength, the fog remained unmoved, leaving him breathless and collapsing in exhaustion. recognizing that sometimes employing intellect yielded better results than sheer force. Must I disperse this fog for my life decree to cultivate and for my realm to advance swiftly? Yet, how does one dissipate such fog? Qin Burian found himself at a loss, left only to gaze at the fog, longing for clarity. Eons and epochs, chaos eternal, the spirit of humanity, the essence of heaven and earth, dissipate the fog? Forge the origin, a celestial voice resonated, as if echoing through the annals of time, traversing the currents of ages, causing Qin Burian's mind to tremble, nearly ejecting him from this realm, his soul quivering. Qi? What kind of qi possesses the power to disperse the fog and forge the origin? Chapter 17. What relation? Inside the restaurant, Qin Burian exhaled heavily, removing his gloves and wiping the sweat from his brow. Glancing at the clock on the wall, a flicker of joy brightened his pale face. He would soon conclude another arduous day. The reason he had chosen to work in the restaurant was not solely for the meals and lodging, nor the salary, but also due to the eclectic mix of patrons that might yield useful information. For instance, today he had been diligently gathering intel regarding the so-called qi, which was crucial for his cultivation of the life decree. "Hey, waiter, bring me more wine. I want to drink 10 bottles, 20 bottles." As Qin Burian was lost in thought, a melodious voice pierced through, laced with a hint of intoxication. He looked up to see a tipsy young woman with flushed cheeks, leaning on the table and swaying her delicate fingers. Qin Burian approached, hesitating for a moment before responding. "Miss, we are about to close. You should head home early. Drinking this much isn't good for your health. I do not want." The young woman, upon hearing Qin Burian's refusal, displayed an expression of indignation, standing up with her hands on her hips to express her dissatisfaction. Clad in a simple white top and black skirt, the ensemble lent her an air of stunning elegance. "Very well then." Qin Burian shrugged and dutifully brought a few bottles of wine to her table. As a waiter, he had done his part in advising her, yet it was not his place to deny a customer their drink, especially since they had not yet closed for the night. Until the very last moment before closing, he was obliged to serve any patrons that arrived. "Hey, drink with me?" the young woman exclaimed cheerfully. Her eyes glazed over, resembling a drunkard. Yet she was still a young girl, an enigma that was hard to fathom. "I'm sorry, but we don't offer that service here. You should drink up so I can finish my shift soon." Qin Burian smiled, maintaining a courteous demeanor. "Wait a moment. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before." The young woman's voice called from behind, causing Qin Burian to pause mid-step. He turned around calmly and replied, "I don't know you, and even if you have seen me, it's not surprising. I've been working here for a month. No, it's not that I've seen you here." The young woman approached Qin Burian, scrutinizing him earnestly, circling around him. Immediately, it seemed she finally remembered something. With her fair little hand rubbing her chin, she reacted with an intense "oh," and said, "You're Qin Burian?" Qin Burian was taken aback that this young lady actually recognized him. He scrutinized her once more but still did not recognize her and, feeling puzzled, asked, "How do you know my name?" "I genuinely cannot recall you." A smile blossomed on the girl's face as she replied, "Of course, you wouldn't remember me. You might not have even seen me before. However, I am a student of Feitian Academy. Now you understand why I know you, right?" Understanding dawned on Qin Burian as he nodded. Back then, he had been expelled from Feitian Academy like a stray dog, and it was natural for this girl, also a student of the academy, to know him. Qin Burian chose not to say much more and inquired if the girl wished for another drink. If not, he would be closing the shop. A displeased expression flickered across the girl's face as she unhappily remarked, "What's with you? We're classmates, and you can't wait for me to leave? Am I not adorable?" Qin Burian paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "What could we possibly discuss? Besides, we are not classmates. But yes, you are quite cute. Don't be like that. Oh, what if I got in through the back door?" "It's no big deal. A classmate is a classmate," the girl comforted. After a long hesitation, Qin Burian tentatively asked, "Haven't you been back to the academy for a long time?" "Eh? How do you know?" The girl widened her bright eyes in surprise and a wonder. "It's nothing. You'll find out when you return," Qin Burian responded with a smile. This girl had not been back to the academy for quite some time and was naturally unaware that he had been expelled. Qin Burian's statement that they were no longer classmates was, in fact, accurate. "Really now, playing mysterious, humph," the girl said, clearly displeased, and without asking more, took another sip from her wine bottle, her cheeks once again flushed. Chen Burin said little more and quietly sat at the checkout counter, observing the wine-loving girl until she finished her drink and settled the bill. Hey, where do you live? I don't want to return to the academy tonight. Can I stay at your place? The girl asked dreamily, her eyes slightly glazed. Do you even realize what you're saying? Chen Burin replied, Of course. I said I want to sleep at your place. Do you think that's appropriate? I don't even know your name, he declined, somewhat baffled by this peculiar girl who, upon their first meeting, wished to sleep at his house. My name is Lu Linger. Now can I sleep at your house? And what's your name? Lu Linger exclaimed. Did she think that simply providing her name would grant her permission to stay at his home? Chen Burin understood that this was merely a form of refusal on his part, yet this odd girl appeared to be quite serious about it. I'm Chen Burin. You cannot stay at my house. Young ladies should maintain their dignity, do you understand? Chen Burin replied sternly, signaling that she could leave. Are you implying that I lack dignity? You don't think I want to sleep at your house to seduce you? Do you? Lu Linger scoffed. Chen Burin pondered for a moment before saying, No, stop being ridiculous and hurry home. Lu Linger, observing Chen Burin's unwavering calm, finally lost her patience and earnestly asked, Don't you want to know why I want to sleep at your house? If you're willing to share, I certainly wouldn't mind listening, he replied. Lu Linger chuckled and said, You read not without your merits. At least you're not a random person, you're quite nice, advising customers not to drink too much, not merely profit-driven. Wow, I didn't know I had so many virtues. Chen Burin exclaimed in mock surprise, although internally he yearned to rid himself of this troublesome girl as soon as possible. Lu Linger huffed, dissatisfied. You're getting cocky from a few compliments. Aren't you? Hee hee. What I truly want to know is what makes you so appealing to Xian Yin. Upon hearing Xian Yin's name again, Chen Burin's expression suddenly darkened, his face clouded with shadows. I attract him? Chen Burin gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, staring at Lu Linger, his demeanor shifting entirely. Lu Linger, however, seemed unaware of this change, still wearing a cheerful expression. Chen Burin then fixed his gaze on Lu Linger and asked sternly, What is your relationship with Xian Yin? At the mention of Xian Yin, the girl seemed to bloom with youthful exuberance. Responding with surprise and delight, Oh, Xian Yin? He is my boyfriend. In an instant, Chen Burin's fists clenched tightly, veins bulging as he regarded the girl before him with a chilling demeanor. So you are Xian Yin's girlfriend? Chen Burin said, his emotions fluctuating, his teeth gritted as he feigned calmness while internally seething with anger and resentment. A torrent of negative emotions surging within him. That moment, he longed to use Lu Linger as a means to make Xian Yin regret his choices for a lifetime. Of course, with my cuteness, who else could possibly be his girlfriend? Lu Linger continued to smile, hands on her hips, her eyes sparkling with delight. At that moment, Lu Linger remained oblivious to the unusual tension in the air. Chen Burin, too, could not fathom why someone like Xian Yin, with his insufferable demeanor, could be liked by anyone. Truly detestable. It could only be said that Lu Linger was cut from the same cloth as Xian Yin. Completely oblivious and foolish. Moreover, Lu Linger was a romantic idealist, a superficial admirer of appearances. After all, in Chen Burin's view, Xian Yin's only redeeming feature was his stunning looks, undeniably breathtaking and, in its own right, quite formidable. Though Chen Burin outwardly remained unfazed, internally he was fervently disparaging Xian Yin. It's been a while since I've seen him. Why don't you call him out so we can catch up? Chen Burin smiled, his eyes glinting with a coldness that hinted at his true intentions. He had concocted a plan to teach this couple a lesson. His resentment toward Lu Linger was not particularly strong. But since she was Xian Yin's girlfriend, and Xian Yin was his arch-rival, the situation was different. Since that day, Chen Burin had internally sworn to eliminate Xian Yin at the first opportunity. Lu Linger, upon hearing his suggestion, displayed a hint of barely perceptible embarrassment on her face. After a prolonged hesitation, she exclaimed, Oh dear, it's so late. How could my boyfriend possibly come out now? Chen Burin maintained his stoic expression, gritting his teeth, forcing a slight smile as he said, Oh, it seems your relationship is as solid as you claim. As his girlfriend, you're out drinking so late? And he doesn't even care to pick you up? Fashion Academy isn't that far from here. Lu Linger pondered this for a long while and surprisingly found Chen Burin's words quite reasonable. Yet she still hesitated. Under continued urging from Chen Burin, she finally made up her mind, pulled out her phone, and called Xian Yin. Don't mention I'm here. Let us see if he is genuinely concerned enough to come fetch you. Understand? Chen Burin instructed. Lu Linger replied with a soft "oh" and nodded. During the ensuing call, Chen Burin had no interest in listening and, to avoid revealing his eagerness, he did not want to appear overly anxious. After closing the restaurant, he joined Lu Linger, who had been waiting outside for quite some time. Is he coming? Chen Burin asked, his heart racing. Of course. My boyfriend loves me dearly. How could he not come? Lu Linger happily exclaimed, causing Chen Burin's spirits to soar as he smiled broadly. Hee, let us go. Don't just stand here. Let us take a stroll. Chen Burin guided Lu Linger, intertwining their paths. Why not wait here? Lu Linger asked, perplexed. Isn't it better to walk off some of the drink? Furthermore, you can't just stay in one spot. We should wander nearby to see if he has the patience to find you. Chen Burin calmly explained, presenting a well-structured argument that Lu Linger found compelling, effectively persuading her. What if he can't find us at all? Lu Linger inquired, her concern evident. Chen Burin looked at her in disbelief, shrugging his shoulders in exasperation. You're not planning to send him your location, are you? Okay. Lu Linger signaled enthusiastically, her interest piqued by Chen Burin's suggestions, her playful spirit reignited. Little did she realize that Chen Burin was merely using her for his own purposes. Chen Burin's gaze turned somber as thoughts of Xian Yin deepened his resentment. This time, he was serious. If given the chance, he would indeed eliminate Xian Yin, in the desolate factory district. Cloaked in the darkness of night, the expansive structure, towering over 10 stories high, appeared exceedingly eerie in this desolate, uninhabited locale. It seemed to have become a gathering place for certain organizations. Caw, caw, caw. The disjointed cries of crows echoed through the sinister abandoned factory, where several crows circled ominously above, enhancing the chilling atmosphere. Inside the factory, remnants of discarded objects littered the ground, while most areas were shrouded in a veil of dust. The blood-red murals on the walls, illuminated by the moonlight, resembled scenes straight from hell, utterly terrifying. Suddenly, the once dreary and shadowy tones of the abandoned factory transformed, emanating a faint crimson glow. The flickering crimson glimmers did not emerge simultaneously. Rather, they painted a scene that would rend the heart. As if some horrifying entity were awakening from the depths, layer upon layer ascending. Tiny orbs of blood-red light began to materialize. No, those were eyes. Pairs of terrifying bloodshot orbs glimmered in the dilapidated factory complex. The count of such eyes was beyond reckoning. Suddenly, the moonlight broke through the cracks, illuminating this forsaken space once more, and for a fleeting moment, the view was unobstructed. There stood figures clad in blood-black robes, seated cross-legged, eyes shut in deep concentration. Chen Burin mused, surely, we need not venture into such a sinister place. Lu Linger remarked with growing irritation as she sensed something amiss. Chen Burin, half smiling, replied, if we consider the timing, Xian Yin will soon arrive. What is there to fear? What does this gloom and terror signify? Do you not trust your boyfriend's prowess? Lu Linger immediately defended, my boyfriend is a fated one, endowed with supreme fortune. Of course, I trust him. Indeed, Chen Burin concurred, a hint of amusement in his tone. Ha! Just because one is a fated being, does it grant the right to act with impunity, to bully the weak? Xian Yin, I shall ensure you pay dearly for this. You will come to realize that being a fated one does not place you above all. Hatred surged within Chen Burin. He gazed upon the derelict factory, a chill creeping down his spine, a sensation unfamiliar to him. He had chosen this locale knowing it was a haven for gangsters and thugs, who inhabited it as their stronghold. Most were individuals with a criminal past. Not easily vanquished, this was a malignant presence, difficult to eradicate. Their lack of provocation had led to no decisive actions against them. Those who intruded upon this territory would undoubtedly face the wrath of these ruthless individuals, who would perceive any intruder as a threat. The fate of such intruders was likely to be grim. Thus, Chen Burin wished for Xian Yin to experience the taste of oppression. If he could perish here, that would be even better. What is that? Lu Linger's exclamation jolted Chen Burin from his thoughts. He turned to find her expression shifting from shock to terror, her delicate hand pressed tightly against her mouth. A sudden weight settled in Chen Burin's heart as he felt a shiver run through him, his gaze shifting from Lu Linger's face to the ground. There lay corpse after corpse, pale and lifeless, the stench of blood assaulting his senses. Chapter 19. Blood heist cawing crows filled the air with their mournful cries, and combined with the sight of towering piles of bones, it sent a chill down the spine. Lu Linger, witnessing such a horrific scene, turned pale, her tender cheeks drained of color, her eyes wide with fear. Even Chen Burian was taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering such a sight. These lifeless bodies, seemingly the very thugs who frequented this place, had been ruthlessly slaughtered like discarded dogs. The sheer brutality was shocking. Suddenly, Lu Linger staggered, collapsing in a daze, her gaze vacant just before losing consciousness. Longing to turn back and comprehend the chaos, but Chen Burian covered her eyes. After rendering Lu Linger unconscious, he cradled her delicate form, the shock of the corpses fading into a calm demeanor. He was a decisive individual. Having resolved to eliminate Xian Yin, he would not relent simply because the thugs were all dead. He believed Xian Yin would still seek Lu Linger. You met a fitting end? Your hands stained with the blood of innocence. Yet, why could you not have delayed your demise? Would it not have been better to eliminate Xian Yin first? Chen Burian sighed, a hint of regret in his voice as he ventured deeper into the ruins. Even if he could not rid himself of Xian Yin today, he would ensure the latter experienced profound fear. A glance at Lu Linger revealed an essential truth. Xian Yin must love her deeply to come searching. Following these deeds, Chen Burian occasionally felt a twinge of darkness within himself, filled with schemes, yet he rationalized it as wisdom. Indeed, it was wisdom. For Chen Burian would never apply such machinations against others. Xian Yin was the sole individual he harbored such deep-seated loathing for. Xian Yin, you wretched scoundrel, you must come, he muttered, a shiver running down his spine as the eerie atmosphere enveloped him. This place is too sinister, he murmured to himself, shuddering involuntarily. Yet, perhaps it was fortuitous. If he felt such trepidation, surely Xian Yin would too. An instinctive foreboding gripped him. Within the depths of this dilapidated factory, some danger lurked. How else could the thugs have met their end? Nevertheless, Chen Burian welcomed danger and thrill. Without them, how could he seize the opportunity to eliminate Xian Yin? Even now, having attained the Dawn Realm and birthed a life decree, Chen Burian did not believe he could contend against the fated Xian Yin without employing his unmatched ruin eyes. Ah! This building is quite tall, he exclaimed, gazing up at the towering ruin, a sense of dread washing over him, a feeling of suffocation making him frown. His instincts warned him of lurking dangers, perhaps similar to the bizarre entities he had encountered before. This could explain why the thugs had been decimated. Such entities were notoriously brutal, a fact Chen Burian knew all too well. He wondered about Captain Chen Lingyuan, pondering how he fared. Had it not been for him and his team? Survival was uncertain. Sighing, Chen Burian turned his gaze to Lu Linger, a silence enveloping him as he hesitated before finally exhaling a heavy breath, his eyes reflecting a mix of guilt and indifference. He reached out to Lu Linger, a fierce light emanating from his hand, hovering before her. After a brief moment of contemplation, he withdrew his hand, refraining from acting against her. Instead, he retrieved Lu Linger's phone from her pocket. A faint smile gracing his lips as he tossed it into the high-rise, enveloped in a veil of white light, until it landed smoothly on the ground. Whichever floor it landed on, he knew that this was the effect he desired. Even if it had a tracking feature, Xian Yin would find it challenging to locate the device. The phone represented Lu Linger. Xian Yin would subconsciously believe that wherever the phone was, Lu Linger would be as well. Even if Xian Yin possessed a sharp intellect, it mattered little. Distraction would lead to mistakes. Xian Yin, you have truly drawn misfortune upon yourself, Chen Burian chuckled, the shadows of Xian Yin's past fading away, leaving him in high spirits. Yet, the shadows lingered. The animosity between him and Xian Yin was far from resolved. As long as Xian Yin drew breath, Chen Burian would seize every opportunity to exact his vengeance. I am a good person. Initially, I intended to use you as bait against Xian Yin. However, you are not as detestable as he is. At least your words are not cruel, and you have not humiliated me. As he bound Lu Linger, he spoke, resembling a robber, a true villain, a fated one. Are you? Do you believe destiny grants you the right to bully others? Then I shall play the villain and exact justice upon you. Chen Burian scoffed before hiding within a nearby tower, patiently awaiting his prey, ready to strike if the interior posed no danger. Xian Yin would be fortunate, escaping death today. Yet, with Lu Linger nearby, instilling fear would suffice. He aimed to let Xian Yin experience the loss of something precious, akin to the day he had been forced to kneel to reclaim his grandfather's belongings. With these thoughts igniting a fierce blaze within him, he cast aside the winter's chill. Within the abandoned building, the silent corridors flickered with traces of bloodlight, the dormant shadows awakening, their movements mechanical and sluggish as if they had not stirred for ages. A raspy, hollow voice echoed, devoid of emotion, yet it seemed unmistakably human, unlike the eerie sounds emitted by headless horsemen and other spectral entities. Indeed, our blood heist organization has been dormant for too long, the voice rasped. Those corpses outside seemed to serve little purpose as a warning. A man in a black robe with blood-red eyes, wielding a curved blade, revealed a sinister smile, his voice low. How amusing that little mice dare to enter. Master Heyu, shall we eliminate them? Several figures rose around, their pale faces adorned with disdainful, mocking smiles. Naturally, we are not philanthropists. We must seize the opportunity presented to us. Heyu spoke with an impassive demeanor, issuing a lethal command. His subordinates exchanged cold, malicious grins. Let us depart. It would be unwise to linger here. Heyu thoughtfully turned his blood-red eyes towards the waning moon on the horizon. Merely a few insignificant mice. Is it truly necessary for Master Heyu to retreat? Though small, these mice's presence indicates that this place is not as concealed as one might think. We must not jeopardize our greater purpose. Heyu responded calmly. The others dared not speak further in an instant. Under the cover of night, numerous figures clad in black robes with blood-red eyes surged forth, slicing through the sky, leaving only a handful of shadowy silhouettes standing by, awaiting the arrival of their prey. As the blood robbery organization vanished into the night, the mists receded, revealing a pristine, snow-white crescent moon, now shrouded in a ghastly crimson glow. Chapter 20. The frightening ghost descends. On the rooftop of a dilapidated building, the luminous moonlight illuminated Chen Burien, casting an ethereal glow that hinted at a blood-like aura, awakening his senses to an abnormality. However, he paid little heed to these changes. His thoughts were solely occupied with Xian Yin. Even in peril, today he must impart a lesson to her. Suddenly, Chen Burien caught sight of a slender silhouette. Xian Yin, you truly have come. A smirk played at the corners of Chen Burien's lips as he gazed at her form. Relishing the moment at this juncture, he felt akin to a cat toying with a mouse. Xian Yin was unwittingly following the path he had envisioned, venturing deep into this forsaken factory. If she were to step inside the decrepit building, everything would fall perfectly into place. Perhaps an uncanny force would emerge to eliminate Xian Yin, and at that moment, Chen Burien would find true solace. Where is Xian Yin? Just as Chen Burien reveled in his mischief, he turned to find her figure had inexplicably vanished from his sight, stirring a sense of foreboding within him. "Sk." A muted sound echoed in Chen Burien's ears. Initially, he dismissed it, assuming it was merely Lu Linger mumbling in her sleep. However, it soon became apparent that the sound emanated from below. Could it be Xian Yin? Chen Burien pondered, his brow furrowing as he stifled his unease and cautiously approached the staircase, eager to uncover the truth. Impossible! I have not revealed my location. How could Xian Yin bypass that tall building and come here? As Chen Burien muttered and contemplated, he reached the staircase and peered down, only to be startled by the scene unfolding before him. The corridor was teeming with figures. In the shadows, he could only discern silhouettes, but it was evident that this place was devoid of life. The bizarre gait of those figures sent a chill down his spine. And as he gazed toward the entrance of the factory, he realized that the corpses had mysteriously vanished. It meant they had congregated within this building. Was this the work of a sinister force? Chen Burien felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, a bitter smile escaping his lips. He had not yet dealt with Xian Yin, yet here he was, ensnared in a predicament of his own making. The reanimated corpses below, seemingly unaware of Chen Burien's presence, continued their slow ascent. If he remained here any longer, he would surely be discovered. With so many ghastly entities, it would be impossible to vanquish them all. He would only exhaust himself in the process, falling victim to their siege. Chen Burien's gaze flickered as he contemplated a strategy. The corpses below, categorized by their human realm, were mere Dawn realm beings devoid of intelligence. Given Chen Burian's current strength, defeating them would be a trivial task. However, their sheer numbers and the burden of Lu Linger, whom he had incapacitated, prevented him from opting for a direct confrontation. What if I used Lu Linger as bait to lure the corpses in? And then have Xian Yin come to her rescue, allowing me to escape? Chen Burian stroked his chin, devising a plan. After a moment's thought, he shook his head, muttering, "Wouldn't that simply benefit Xian Yin? I've heard he could defeat Radiant Dawn. Dealing with these corpses would be akin to slicing through vegetables. Ah, and then he would stage a heroic rescue. Such a nauseating display." Chen Burian grimaced at the thought, quickly dismissing the idea. In the dilapidated main building, Xian Yin walked calmly through the crumbling corridors, ascending floor after floor while occasionally glancing at her phone, searching for Lu Linger. "You little brat, come out. Don't take the joke too far, or I will take action," Xian Yin shouted into the depths of the building, intermittently checking her phone for signs of Lu Linger. Moments passed without a response, and her brows furrowed in irritation, a cold smirk emerging on her lips. "It seems I've been set up." Given her timid nature, it is a wonder she even dared to come here. After a brief contemplation, Xian Yin shrugged off her worries and continued her confident search through the corridors, further confirming Chen Burian's suspicions that Lu Linger held significant importance in her mind. Yet, if Chen Burian were present, he might be surprised to discover that Xian Yin did not feel the fear he anticipated. Instead, she exuded calmness and impatience. "Hey, little ghost, you have quite the audacity to enter this place." Curiosity can indeed be fatal. Several figures gradually materialized from the darkness, clad in blood-red robes, wielding blood-stained long knives, emanating an aura of malevolence and strangeness. "Who are you?" Xian Yin paused momentarily before quickly regaining her composure. Her voice icy as she inquired, "Does the prey need to know our names?" The figure in the black robe revealed a sinister smile, licking a bloodied blade. "Prey? You were the ones who lured me here? Where is Lu Linger?" Xian Yin's tone grew irate, her eyes emanating an astonishing sense of pressure. This individual seemed decidedly off. The black-robed figures exchanged glances, sensing an unfamiliar fear creeping in. "What are we afraid of? It is merely a Dawn Realm novice. Can he truly defy destiny?" they muttered, yet the earlier confidence in viewing her as prey had dissipated. "I will ask you once more. Where is Lu Linger? Hand her over." Xian Yin's demeanor shifted from calm to furious. "Lu Linger? We know nothing of her," the figure in the black robe replied nonchalantly, yet there was a flicker of wariness and malice in their gaze. Very few could intimidate them, let alone a newcomer from the Dawn Realm. "Do you truly not know? Heh, I no longer care whether you do or not. I am in a foul mood, and I shall vent my frustrations upon you insignificant insects." Xian Yin's voice dripped with coldness, radiating an overwhelming sense of destiny, invincibility, and pressure. "Insects? How dare anyone belittle our blood robbery organization? Clearly, our methods have been too lenient, failing to leave a lasting impression on the world." The black-robed figures erupted in fury, their eyes gleaming with a near-maniacal reverence for the blood robbery. "Blood robbery?" Xian Yin repeated the name softly, as if recalling something, and a flicker of apprehension crossed her features as she gazed at them. A low, eerie sound emanated from the black-robed figures, who raised their bloodied long knives skyward, and in an instant, the winds howled, and the mist dissipated. A cold smile crept across the black-robed figures' lips as they knelt in reverence. An otherworldly voice echoing, "By divine decree." Chapter 21. "A mysterious man, you bastard. Why did you tie me up?" A sharp cry pierced Chen Burian's reverie. Turning in astonishment, he found Lu Linger had regained consciousness. He was unsure how she had managed to break free from her restraints, as he distinctly remembered silencing her. It appeared he had underestimated her, nearly jeopardizing his plans. Had Xian Yin been present earlier, her cry would have undoubtedly thwarted everything. However, it mattered little now. Xian Yin had seemingly entered the dilapidated building, and no matter how much Lu Linger screamed, she would likely remain unheard. "Alas, Chen Buran, I am aware of my own beauty. Yet you cannot be so brazen in your intentions. What is it that you desire from me? My boyfriend is Xian Yin. He shall not let you off lightly," Lu Linger continued to shout sharply. Chen Buran gazed calmly at Lu Linger, whose eyes glistened like dew-laden pear blossoms, and after a prolonged silence, he responded, "Fear not. I shall not harm you. I assure you that you will return unscathed. After a moment's hesitation, he added, provided you behave yourself and cease your incessant wailing. Upon hearing this, Lu Linger finally composed herself, her brows slightly furrowed, tears brimming in her eyes as she inquired, what exactly do you intend to do? Is it related to Xian Yin? Indeed, it is connected to him, Qin Buran replied nonchalantly, still gazing at the dilapidated building across from him, unreserved in his admission. Do you harbor a grudge against him? Precisely. Is it because he targeted you in class that day? Lu Linger frowned. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Buran conceded. That is correct. In his view, this was the catalyst for the subsequent series of events, being singled out in class, the dormitory being occupied, the strange encounter in the outskirts, and ultimately being humiliated and expelled from Feishan Academy. He chuckled lightly, remarking, you are quite petty, to go to such lengths over something so trivial to lure him here. Do you truly believe you can best him? Lu Linger's lips parted slightly, her tone laced with derision, her gaze filled with indignation as she fixed it upon Qin Buran. No need to worry about that. Qin Buran replied coolly, once again silencing Lu Linger. Any lingering guilt he had for her dissipated considerably at that moment. After all, anyone capable of associating with that Xian Yin fellow could hardly be deemed virtuous. Perhaps I was too lenient. I should have cast her in as well, Qin Buran mused internally, though ultimately refrained from acting on that thought. A chilling sound, reminiscent of a sinister chime, emanated from the abandoned building. Low and ominous, that moment, a crimson glow enveloped the upper reaches of the tower, deep and fantastical, instilling a sense of dread. Occasional sounds of collision echoed, suggesting that a battle had commenced within the forsaken structure. Upon witnessing the commotion, Qin Buran's lips curled into a slight smile. It seemed there was indeed something uncanny within, and Xian Yin had truly engaged in combat. Given Xian Yin's rebellious nature, conflict was inevitable. Even the bizarre entities would likely be regarded as inconsequential in his eyes. As long as one possesses strength, anyone can be subjected to his dominance. Oh, dear bizarre entities, could you lend me a hand and subdue him? If it is indeed possible, I shall handle you with a lighter touch next time we meet, Qin Buran murmured, clasping his hands together in hopeful prayer. Should such explosive sentiments be disclosed, he would undoubtedly face severe censure. For in the eyes of the public, these bizarre entities were unequivocally regarded as malevolent adversaries, deserving of annihilation. Yet Qin Buran felt no embarrassment. He merely wished to express his intent to spare them excessive suffering and death, not to grant them clemency. Qin Buran was a person who held grudges. He would not forget the harrowing sight of the headless horseman slaying humans. Had it not been for Captain Chen Linyuan's timely intervention, he might have met his own demise. The heavy sound of approaching footsteps abruptly shattered Qin Buran's reverie, causing his heart to race as he turned his gaze toward the corridor. How could I have forgotten? The bodies remain unaddressed. Qin Buran felt a surge of anxiety and swiftly responded, disregarding Lu Linger, who was still struggling to speak beside him, as he hoisted her up in a bid to escape. Uncertain of the outcome, he decided to give it a try. Qin Buran murmured to himself, then summoned a faint white light, invoking his decree of fate, the Tianquan bottle. This was the first time Qin Buran had employed such a decree, so he was somewhat unfamiliar with its effects. However, he presumed it would suffice against these mindless corpses. Tianquan, purifying power, Qin Buran intoned softly. A stream of white radiance surged into the Tianquan bottle, akin to a drop of water merging into the ocean. Initially silent, but soon the vessel in his hand began to emanate an enigmatic glow. This flicker of light, though weak and seemingly lacking lethality, radiated an aura of pure sanctity, as if inherently designed to combat malevolence. As the light began to take effect, it surged into Qin Buran's being, illuminating him with an ethereal glow, providing protection that appeared remarkably effective. Even before he approached the corpses, he observed them momentarily frozen. As if questioning, where is the human? To their perception, Qin Buran seemed to have vanished entirely, leaving them bewildered and without an outlet for their bloodlust. Lu Linger, cradled in his arms, also seemed to benefit from the light of purification, rendering them undetected by the corpses for the time being. Be silent, or I shall leave you here as fodder for the corpses, Qin Buran admonished in a low, icy tone, feeling the struggle in his arms. Sensing the threat, Lu Linger cast a terrified glance at the surrounding zombies, momentarily paralyzed into stillness, obediently ceasing her struggles. Throughout their journey, despite the protective glow, traversing amidst these corpses remained a daunting endeavor for Chan Buran, prompting beads of cold sweat to trickle down his brow, each drop audible in the oppressive silence. It was not until they reached the ground floor that Chan Buran exhaled a sigh of relief, gasping for air as he unceremoniously dropped Lu Linger to the ground, inadvertently freeing her mouth from the cloth that had silenced her. "You scoundrel!" Lu Linger glared at Chan Buran with indignation, a hint of anger coloring her voice. You've regained your voice, but perhaps you should refrain from speaking," Chan Buran replied, taken aback, promptly restuffing her mouth. He had no desire to hear her words. What could a love-struck brain possibly articulate? As for Lu Linger's accusation of him being a scoundrel, he paid it no heed. Chan Buran was not one to be swayed by soft-heartedness or insulted by her reproaches. He was acutely aware of the source of their perilous predicament. Were it not for him, Lu Linger would be at home, peacefully asleep. How could you resort to such underhanded means to escape those corpses? It renders my own methods seemingly superfluous and ineffective. Perhaps I should have another go. Why not assist me in dealing with these bodies?" Chan Buran called out, turning toward a figure standing at a distance. This man, towering at 8 feet, possessed a countenance as refined as jade and an aura reminiscent of a celestial being. Gazing at them with a smile. Chapter 22. Seated alone in the high tower, Chan Buran, gripping Lu Linger, retreated suddenly, distancing himself with a serious expression, bracing for whatever this ethereal figure might bring. The man maintained a gentle smile, exuding a demeanor of warmth and humility, embodying the essence of a scholarly sage. However, Chan Buran sensed an undercurrent of pressure emanating from him, as if within that slender, elongated frame lay a formidable power, even more potent than what he had felt from Xian Yan. This indicated that the individual before him was at least a Xia Guangjing level practitioner, and likely possessed considerable strength. "Who might you be?" Chan Buran inquired in a grave tone, as if facing a formidable adversary. The jade-like man smiled, his eyes narrowing slightly, and replied cheerfully, "Oh, there's no need for such fear. We are all of the same kind." Chan Buran scoffed derisively. "Of the same kind, you say? Given your tone, these corpses are your doing, aren't they? Indeed, these phantoms are a shared responsibility. Why not lend a hand in resolving this matter?" The man shrugged innocently. "Ha! You are a Xia Guangjing practitioner, are you not? Surely, you need not resort to such tactics. A mere wave of your hand could disperse them. Why not handle it yourself?" Chan Buran retorted. "You flatter me. It is not so simple. I believe it is best left in your capable hands." The man continued to feign modesty, his actions betraying a desire to manipulate the corpses. "Are you out of your mind?" Chan Buran exclaimed in anger. The ethereal man appeared taken aback, seemingly surprised by Chan Buran's abrupt shift in demeanor. Yet he merely smiled with a calm demeanor. "No, this is not madness. It is wisdom." The moment those words left his lips, Chan Buran felt an unsettling chill run down his spine. He could not shake the feeling that he had uttered something akin to that before. He gazed at the man's keen, inquisitive expression. A wave of cold sweat enveloped him. It suggested that his every move had been scrutinized from the very beginning, leaving him feeling exposed and vulnerable. "What do you intend to do? Are you allied with the bizarre entities?" Chan Buran questioned, his wariness escalating as he distanced himself further from the enigmatic figure. "What nonsense is this? Where did you get the idea of bizarre entities?" Upon the mention of bizarre entities, the man's demeanor shifted dramatically. The once serene ambience was replaced with an overwhelming sense of oppression. After a moment of silence, Chan Buran spoke. "If you are not allied with the bizarre entities, why target me and compel me to confront these corpses?" The man suddenly laughed, visibly relaxing. "You are different. You are utilizing those spectral beings against someone, are you not? I merely sought to emulate your approach." Chan Buran sighed inwardly. Indeed, this individual had observed everything, heightening his sense of being watched while remaining oblivious to the man's presence until now. "Do you know Xian Yan?" Chan Buran, undeterred, inquired. "Who is Xian Yan?" Both he and the man before him bore expressions of confusion. At that moment, Chan Buran came to a realization. The man was merely acting on impulse and was not deliberately targeting him. However, There was still one matter he wished to clarify. Is Xian Yin the person inside? Are you planning to champion his cause? He fixed his gaze on the man, convinced that he would not perish today. The man chuckled, responding with an air of certainty, perhaps fueled by a strong self-confidence. Are you going to save him? Perhaps, he replied. But you just said you are not acquainted with him. That does not preclude my desire to assist him. The conversation seemed to reach an impasse, and Chen Burian's face reflected regret. If that is the case, there is nothing more to discuss. I cannot best you in a fight. What can be done? It is evident that this man is biased in favor of Xian Yin. How hypocritical! Chen Burian scoffed derisively, his words laced with scorn, before continuing, therefore, I wish to cease this game. May I leave? You may depart. But what do you mean by calling me hypocritical? The man frowned, displeasure evident in his tone. Chen Burian halted, slightly turned, and coldly retorted, do you believe that saving someone is an act of great nobility? If you have the time, perhaps you should aid those who truly require assistance. I do not quite understand your point. Is there truly a fault in saving someone? Indeed, there is no fault in that. Chen Burian clapped his hands in affirmation, still smiling as he prepared to leave, leaving behind Lu Linger, who had awakened and freed herself from her constraints, along with the remarkably handsome man. How I wish to slay you and return. Chen Burian gazed up at the heavens, the cold, incessant drizzle piercing through his being, filling him with a profound sense of sorrow. Once again, he must flee. There was no staying around Feitian Academy. Xian Yin was aware of this matter and would surely not let him off easily. When the time came, he would likely face Xian Yin's furious vengeance, putting his life at risk. After much deliberation, Chen Burian chose to halt, keeping a safe distance, ready to advance or retreat. He pondered, feeling as though he could not simply depart. What if there were still an opportunity? What if the peculiarities within were potent enough to deal with that Xia Guangjing man? Chen Burian shook his head, feeling agitated. The likelihood of such a scenario was still too low. After all, this was not far from Feitian Academy, and it was improbable that such formidable anomalies existed. The young man sat alone atop a high building, observing the tumult below like a lion poised for the hunt. Unwilling to take his eyes off the distant scene. Feitian Academy. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The clock on the wall swung incessantly, each tick marking the passage of time. Around the rectangular conference table sat numerous figures clad in dark robes. Their expressions gravely serious, the atmosphere thick with silence, save for the faint sound of their breathing. In the center, a figure loomed, imposing and weathered, with deep-set eyes that bore the weight of countless years. His frail body exuding an aura of immense pressure, as if he were an ancient dragon coiled in repose. The elder gazed calmly at those present. Has there been any sign of a destined one or a peerless talent lately? Upon hearing this, the assembly fell momentarily still, respectfully regarding the elder, a testament to his esteemed position. Recently, there has been but one destined individual who has entered Feitian Academy. The rest cannot even be seen with a royal decree. Replied a female lecturer, rising with a radiant smile. She spoke of the destined one, Xian Yin. Her youthful visage glimmered with brilliance, suggesting a close connection to him. Destined? The elder mused. Chao Xian, what of the others? Just as lecturer Chao Xian was about to elaborate, she was abruptly interrupted, a displeased expression crossing her face as her lips pursed. Everyone understood that being questioned by the elder indicated that the destined one would receive focused cultivation. Elder, I have something to report, spoke the lecturer, braving the elder's scrutiny. Speak. The destined one, Xian Yin, indeed possesses extraordinary fortune and exceptional talent, yet he is far too unruly and difficult to manage. Facing the gazes of the assembly, the lecturer boldly voiced her opinion. Had Chen Burian been present, he would have admired her courage. It was indeed the first time someone had not taken Xian Yin's side. Lecturer Chao Xian immediately bristled. Hands on her hips, her delicate face flushed with indignation. Xiao He, your words are excessively rash. How many young people are not spirited? You cannot dismiss him entirely for a single misstep. Ha! A single misstep? What if I told you he allegedly expelled a peerless talent? The moment those words left her lips, the conference table erupted in a clamor, astonishment etched on every face. It was unlikely that any among them had anticipated that a peerless talent lay hidden beneath their very noses. Chapter 23. Blood of Calamity. Elder Zhong observed the commotion, his brows slightly raised, his breath robust and resonant, akin to a dragon exhaling, his authority evident as he rapped his knuckles on the table, silencing the assembly. After a brief pause, he spoke gravely, "Lecturer Xiao He, how did you come to suspect that there may still be a peerless talent within Feitian Academy?" Lecturer Xiao He adjusted her glasses and calmly recounted the events that transpired in the dormitory building of Feitian Academy. The attendees appeared to have heard of the incident before, but had not given it much thought until now. Upon reflection, they felt a twinge of regret. After all, a peerless talent, no matter how weak, was not something ordinary individuals could compare to. I suspect that Chun Burian likely possesses some form of peerless talent, and his ranking is not low. Chao Xian, do you dare to claim that Xian Yin's expulsion of such a person was not driven by ulterior motives? After all, he is a destined one. I find it hard to believe he was oblivious to Chen Burian's anomalies. Lecturer Chao Xian's face flushed crimson with anger. Your words are merely one-sided. Where is your evidence? Xiao He's expression darkened, and the atmosphere grew tense. Just as she was about to retort, Elder Zhong interrupted. Enough. Let us not quarrel. Whether Chen Burian is indeed a peerless talent remains uncertain. He has already departed, which complicates matters. We can only do our best and leave the rest to fate. In due course, we shall seek to verify the truth. After all, Xian Yin is a genuine destined one, and the records indicate his destiny is tied to the Dragon Clan. Truly a rare find, he must be groomed with utmost care. With Elder Zhong's assertion, Chao Xian's demeanor softened considerably, though she still shot an angry glance at Xiao He, who remained unfazed. Elder Zhong had effectively defined the matter. Regardless of whether Chen Burian was a peerless talent, they would seek to verify it later and recruit him, for it would be unwise to offend a destined one. Such a loss would be truly regrettable. The world is filled with bustling pursuits of gain, and such is the way of things. Xiao He could only sigh in resignation, feeling utterly powerless. Chen Burian quietly observed the situation he had orchestrated. Realizing that the enigmatic man had also taken action, suggesting that the contents within the dilapidated building were quite formidable. All that remained was Lu Linger, who had broken free from her bonds. Seemingly more like a spectator than an active participant, as she, like Chen Burian, was merely at the Dawn Realm level. Faced with such a scenario, she too would be unable to intervene. Though Xian Yin was also at the Dawn Realm, his title as a destined one was not to be taken lightly. Even without employing his destined fortune, he was not to be compared with an ordinary Dawn Realm individual, possessing at least the capability to contend with those at the Xia Guangjing level. Mysterious techniques, the art of the 8 trigrams? What on earth is this fellow's background? Chen Burian was taken aback, his eyes glinting with intrigue as he beheld the mysterious man standing firmly on the ground. Exuding an air of dominance, calmness, and confidence in the distance, a massive circular disc on the ground occupied the positions of the 8 trigrams, operating in an orderly manner, radiating an unspoken aura as if imprisoning the entire dilapidated building and sealing whatever lay within. A low hum resonated, akin to the operation of the universe, the rhythm of all things in motion. The mysterious man was enveloped in a radiant glow, akin to a celestial being, his extraordinary aura setting him apart. Transcending the mundane, and under the influence of the 8 trigrams, he appeared invincible, embodying the loneliness of a supreme master. Damn it, he's better at posturing than I am, making me look like a villain. Ugh, Chen Burian sighed, shaking his head as he vented his frustration. At this moment, he truly resembled a villain, overly scheming yet lacking in strength, not even close to Xian Yin or that mysterious man. Tianquan Bottle, what say you? Your name sounds quite imposing, yet it feels utterly useless. Are you merely for playing hide and seek with corpses? Chen Burian muttered to the Tianquan Bottle. To his surprise, this action elicited a protest from the bottle, which seemed to possess some form of sentience, emitting a faint glow towards Chen Burian as if bubbling, merging into his being. Though weak, it was still noticeable. All right, I'll concede that you are not entirely lifeless. At least you respond to insults. Chen Burian mused, somewhat speechless. At least there was a semblance of reaction, indicating that it had some spirit, the decree of life. If it lacked any form of sentience, it would indeed be a waste, but I shouldn't disparage it so. After all, the majority of are indeed devoid of spirit point. One could argue that they simply lack high potential, though waste might be too strong a term. I wonder where my ranks? There was no ranking information at the time of its birth, making it difficult to assess. Chun Burian offered himself a modicum of solace, reasoning that it was difficult to make a judgment. However, he felt that the absence of information hints was likely due to his low ranking. His fate decree was, most probably, not among the top 100 on the decree list, at least not at this current stage. Yet, as his strength grew, there might be some changes in the future. The captain, Qian Linyuan, wielded the black gold heavy hammer, which seemed to hold the 52nd position. Indeed, that was quite a respectable rank, nestled within the half-century tier. Chun Burian reminisced about the commanding presence of the Watcher-S captain from that day. Gathering his thoughts, he once again turned his gaze towards the enigmatic man, scrutinizing the 8 trigrams domain and comparing it to the black gold heavy hammer. Increasingly convinced of the inscrutable depth of this mysterious figure, in contrast to Chen Linyuan, both were at the Xia Guang realm, yet in Chen Burian's perception, the mysterious man was undoubtedly far superior to Captain Chen Linyuan. Had the mysterious man been present that day, it was likely that the headless Night King would not have driven them to such dire straits. This suggested that the mysterious man must possess a decree that had already reached the top 20. Such a ranking was exceedingly formidable. When the royal decree did not emerge, who could contend? After all, the world still revolved around decrees, with the dual fates being a rarity, as for whether he belonged to the top 10. Chen Burian could not ascertain. He had never witnessed the true power of those in the top tier, and thus could not draw any conclusions. The thunderous sounds of violent collisions reverberated, relentlessly assaulting Chen Burian's eardrums. The clamor was so overwhelming that even from a distance, he was caught in the aftermath and hurriedly sought shelter. His disheveled appearance was a far cry from the earlier elegance he had displayed while perched atop a high building. Minutes later, he coughed, choked by the smoke, his garments slightly soiled as he crawled out from the ruins. Had the battle concluded? Chen Burian croaked. The smoke was too dense, and the area had been reduced to rubble by the shockwaves. A testament to the intensity of the conflict. Yet, at the moment Chen Burian discerned the state of affairs, his pupils constricted sharply, widening in disbelief. He had assumed that with the intervention of the mysterious man, the situation within would be easily manageable, but the reality was entirely unforeseen. The entities within appeared overwhelmingly powerful. Xian Yin and the mysterious man showed no trace of the earlier calm demeanor. They lay heavily on the ground, struggling to rise, as though they had suffered severe injuries. Scattered about were several bodies clad in black cloaks with blood-red eyes, one of whom was barely clinging to life. His gaze maddened, hoarsely shouting, utterly devoid of vitality. Black and white, it is fortunate you have returned. These two are exceptionally gifted and will undoubtedly become formidable adversaries in the future. Slay them all. Let the blood of the wicked endure. As the smoke cleared, a figure draped in black, wielding a blood-red curved blade, stood amidst the ruins, his body stained with blood and riddled with wounds, yet radiating an overwhelming aura, far surpassing the two. His blood-red eyes locked onto Xian Yin and the mysterious man, brimming with murderous intent. Chapter 24. One blade. The mysterious man was incredibly powerful, each movement exuding the grace of a master. Employing the principles of the 8 trigrams with utmost proficiency, as though he were a born adept, commanding the cosmos. Yet, even human strength has its limits. Chun Burian observed their current state, clearly indicating they were nearing exhaustion. The entities from the dilapidated building had caused them considerable trouble. Moreover, the person who had come to assist, wielding a curved blade, with black robes and blood-red eyes, exhibited fluctuations that unmistakably reached the Xia Guang realm, perhaps even surpassing the mysterious man. Chen Burian fell into silence, plagued by self-doubt. Why was it that someone like Xian Yin enjoyed such fortuitous circumstances? Or was it that destiny itself conspired to aid him? Were those favored by fate truly so difficult to vanquish? Had it not been for the mysterious man, Xian Yin might have become a casualty of that group. It appeared they were not mere oddities, but belonged to an organization known as Black and White. Lu Linger, you must leave at once, Xian Yin said, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed at the pale-faced Lu Linger. No, I wish to stay and assist you, Lu Linger replied, her lips pouting slightly, immediately rejecting his suggestion. Your presence here would only be a burden, do you understand? Xian Yin frowned. Lu Linger's demeanor faltered, lowering her head as she said, yes, I am indeed a burden. Which is why you had to come looking for me in the dead of night, putting yourself in danger. Xian Yin remained silent, Yet his words retained an emotional detachment as he continued. It is good that you understand. Do not cause me such troubles in the future. Right now, your only task is to leave immediately and not distract me. But I want to stay and help you. I am not as fragile as you think, Lu Linger implored, her eyes shimmering with determination. Xian Yin, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under her gaze, pushed her away, emphasizing, you seem not to comprehend the gravity of the situation. We are already worn out from dealing with that group. Now, combined, we may not even be able to contend with him. Lu Linger pouted, shaking Xian Yin's hand playfully, exclaiming, you are lying. You just want to dismiss me, treating me like a burden. You haven't even utilized your destiny's fortune. How could you possibly be unable to subdue him? Why don't you use it? I cannot use it right now. Xian Yin said, his expression growing uncharacteristically heavy, causing Lu Linger to sense something amiss and feel a tinge of fear. What? Lu Linger gasped, covering her mouth. She understood that if what Xian Yin said was true, and he truly could not tap into his destiny's fortune, then they were indeed in peril. She clung tightly to Xian Yin's garment, resembling a frightened child, nestling beside him, her delicate face displaying evident anxiety. The scene was peculiar. Both were of similar height, around 168 cm, yet their auras differed vastly, one exuding a cold demeanor, the other a softness. Could it be that your destiny's fortune has undergone some aberration? Lu Linger queried, bewildered. Perhaps, Xian Yin replied, shaking his head, seemingly reluctant to delve deeper into the matter. Hey, handsome and beautiful, could you lend us a hand? The people from this organization are formidable foes, the mysterious man said. Retreating while fending off attacks, witnessing the affectionate scene between the two, his heavy expression turning to one of gritted teeth. Chen Burian found the spectacle utterly amusing. It was no wonder the mysterious man was meddling. Trying to show off, having no stake in the matter. Who are you? Xian Yin's piercing gaze fixed on the mysterious man, filled with caution. Not at all, my beautiful friend. I have fought alongside you for so long. Do you really need to be so wary of me? The mysterious man shrugged, visibly exasperated. You owe me nothing. I do not require your assistance, Xian Yin responded bluntly, still on guard. The mysterious man chuckled, his eyes seemingly swirling with the universe, remarking, you are rather self-assured. Yet it appears you have the merit for such confidence. You possess something truly terrifying. Do not let your curiosity run wild, Xian Yin warned. From a distance, Chen Burian stifled a laugh. Indeed, Xian Yin's nature was rebellious, remaining obstinate even in such dire circumstances, unafraid of alienating the mysterious man. However, it was unlikely that would occur. The mysterious man had already intervened. And given the brutality exhibited by the blood robbery organization thus far, they would not spare anyone. Very well, should the opportunity arise, I will test your depths. But for now, let us first deal with this fellow. The mysterious man said, shifting his focus to the figure wielding the blood-red curved blade. Black and white revealed a cruel smile, cracking his neck as he rasped, I initially thought you were mere lackeys. But it seems I have stumbled upon an unexpected bounty. It is fortunate I returned. Otherwise, I would have missed out on the blood of such prodigies. It should be delicious and allow me to undergo a remarkable transformation. Black and white licked the blood from his curved blade, his expression one of utter obsession, sending chills down the spine, while Lu Linger, witnessing the scene, felt nauseated and tears welled in her eyes. Rustling sounds filled the air. A fierce wind surged, stirring an ominous atmosphere. The three stood on high alert, their pupils dilating as they tensed their bodies, nerves on edge. In an instant, Black and White bared his gleaming white teeth. Raising the blood-red curved blade, as boundless blood energy surged from the nearby corpses, continuously flowing into him. Ghost of Terror descends, return to the dark night. A shadow emerged from the void, remarkably resembling Black and White. Materializing beside the three. Empowered by the darkness, the blood-red curved blade in hand erupted with dazzling crimson light, blindingly brilliant. This is bad. The Ghost of Terror descends, that those individuals summoned earlier has not been entirely obliterated and is now instantaneously summoned back. The mysterious man felt the weight of impending doom, his Taiji Xian light surging beneath his feet. Xian Yin and the others braced themselves, but the onslaught was overwhelming and caught them off guard. Lu Linger was utterly unable to react, leaving only Xian Yin and the mysterious man to confront the impending strike of the descending blood-red curved blade. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of violent collisions reverberated as the clash unfolded. In mere moments, the blood-red curved blade was forcefully shattered, dissipating into the ether, leaving behind a faint crimson glow. A violent shockwave rebounded, causing the black and white figure to bend slightly as it expelled a mouthful of fresh blood. Madness flickered in its eyes as it fixed a fierce gaze upon the three individuals, embodying a relentless determination to fight to the death. However, Xian Yin and the enigmatic man were also gravely injured. Having fallen heavily to the ground in a state of utter disarray, struggling even to rise, it seemed all was destined to come to an end. The black and white figure crawled out from the ruins, staggering forward, wielding a curved blade, and approached the three with a smile, intent on ending their lives. Stay back, get away. At that moment, Lu Linger, mustering her courage despite her fear, stood forth and shouted, "Hee hee. The little girl has quite the sense of loyalty. Considering your bravery, tell me, who should I kill first?" The black and white figure squinted its eyes, a chilling smile gracing its lips, treating human lives with the disdain one might reserve for mere insects. "Is it him, or your little sweetheart?" The crimson blade pointed at the mysterious man, then slightly shifted towards Xian Yin. Both men furrowed their brows, responding in silence, their hearts weighed down by an unbearable heaviness. Perhaps never imagining they would find themselves in such dire straits today. Xian Yin attempted to pull Lu Linger back, but was unprepared for the fact that the black and white figure was merely toying with them. A devilish grin spread across its face. "In truth, I was deceiving you. Little girl, you have no options left. Shall your little sweetheart die first?" The curved blade suddenly descended, a sharp and shattering sound piercing the air as bright red blood gushed forth, staining the girl's garments. This abrupt turn of events caused Xian Yin's pupils to constrict, his face darkening with rage to an extreme degree, as if time itself had momentarily frozen. Lu Linger took a blow meant for Xian Yin, a gruesome scar marring her arm, blood pouring forth. Though not a fatal injury, the girl's delicate cheeks instantly drained of color, having lost too much blood. Black and White, a member of the blood robbery organization, is known for his penchant for sadistic slaughter. "I'm so sorry. I have brought you harm." Lu Linger, nestled in Xian Yin's embrace, wept softly, filled with self-reproach. She cherished Xian Yin so deeply that she was willing to take a blade for him. In that fleeting moment, thoughts raced through her mind. If it weren't for her, Xian Yin would not be in such a predicament. Xian Yin's eyelashes fluttered, and a ripple of emotion surfaced in his eyes as he tightly held Lu Linger's shoulder, staunching her bleeding, his expression a complex tapestry of feelings as he gazed upon her pallid face. "You seek death." After a moment, Xian Yin's gaze locked onto the black and white figure, an overwhelming aura of pressure emanating from him. His previously indifferent demeanor now resembling frost, chilling to the core. Yet, blinded by bloodlust and reveling in the carnage, the black and white figure failed to notice this shift, its smile remaining cruel, striking without hesitation as the blood-colored blade fell once more. In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, an unexpected transformation transpired. This time, the blood that flowed was far more copious than before, cascading like a torrent, yet the ones harmed were neither Lu Linger nor Xian Yin, nor even the mysterious man, but rather a slender figure that appeared before the three. The wind whipped through the black attire, creating a haunting sound, and the boy's ordinary visage bore no trace of turbulence. His slender frame resolute, his eyes tranquil as water. In stark contrast to his calm demeanor were the horrific bloodstains left upon his back, remnants of the blade's cruel descent. Chapter 25. The Realm of Judgment. The appearance of Chen Buren truly astonished all present, who cast incredulous glances in his direction. The mysterious man regarded Chen Buren with keen interest, aware that Chen Buren desired Xian Yin's demise. Yet here he was, intervening in this moment of peril to deflect a fatal blow. Xian Yin gazed at Chen Buren's pale yet resolute face, his expression momentarily dazed, his heart a maelstrom of emotions, perhaps surprised that the one who had oppressed him so many times would choose to save him at this critical juncture. As for Lu Linger, having endured both physical and emotional wounds, her dimmed, beautiful eyes finally settled upon the boy's bloodless visage, the hazy figure stirring ripples within her heart. The sound of a heartbeat echoed through the air. A haunting resonance that sent chills down one's spine. The blood robbery member, black and white, reveled in the misfortune of others, his incredulous smile betraying his disbelief at the audacity of humanity to shield another at such a moment. Clearly, he had not anticipated that anyone would be foolish enough to act as a shield in such dire straits, and his smile bore a mix of confusion and mockery. Moments later, however, it was replaced by a chilling, bone-deep murderous intent, a palpable aura that seemed to solidify the very air around them, rendering the atmosphere unbearably heavy. Human, how dare you show your face here? You are truly foolish, the black and white figure coldly regarded Chen Buren, his blood-red eyes devoid of emotion. The black and white figure recognized Chen Buren, for it was Chen Buren who had uncovered their existence, prompting their retreat to reassess their base and strategize anew. Chen Buren endured excruciating pain as he straightened his body. Despite the imminent danger, he still managed to smile. I must admit, I somewhat regret appearing here, so may I take my leave? The black and white figure paused momentarily, even loosening his grip on the bloodied blade slightly, before bursting into laughter. The coldness in his gaze shifted to a hint of mockery. Of course, if you wish to leave, you may. The black and white figure surprisingly acquiesced to Chen Buren's request, astonishing not only Xian Yin and the others behind him but even Chen Buren himself. Very well, then I shall take my leave. Farewell. Chen Buren's eyes sparkled with determination as he hastily responded, suppressing the agony in his body, waving his hand and turning to depart. The chilling, crisp sound echoed as the blood-colored curved blade plunged into the earth, its cold gleam obstructing Chen Buren's path. The black and white figure, hands in pockets, bore a mocking smile, exuding an air of superiority as if toying with prey. You may leave, but first, with this blade, you must slay them. The black and white figure gestured towards Xian Yin. If I am not mistaken, your target is him, your rival, is it not? I offer you this opportunity. This time, Chen Buren was left utterly perplexed, questioning how the black and white figure could possibly know that he was targeting Xian Yin. The seductive voice returned, resonating with an almost magical allure that pierced the heart. Chen Buren, alarmed, quickly summoned the Tianquan bottle, invoking the light of purification to evade the black and white figure's enchanting words. In that moment, Chen Buren felt a cold sweat break out, his breaths coming in sharp gasps. The black and white figure's methods were exceedingly sinister, or perhaps the blood robbery organization behind him was simply too mysterious and terrifying. Oh, you, human, are surprisingly intriguing, the black and white figure remarked, somewhat taken aback by Chen Buren's ability to resist his temptation. However, instead of feeling anger at Chen Buren's escape from his control, the black and white figure continued to press, urging him to kill Xian Yin and the others. Why restrain your desires? As a member of blood robbery, I possess a keen insight. You clearly harbor intense hatred towards him. Wouldn't killing him align with your desires? The black and white figure stated calmly. Or are you afraid of being branded a murderer of your own kind? Fear not. No one will know of this. Everyone will believe it to be the work of blood robbery. The black and white figure's enticements were undeniably alluring. Chen Buren was no saint, and for a fleeting moment, he considered accepting the black and white figure's proposal. Yet, regarding the matter of whether to accept such a proposal, there truly was no point in further contemplation. Chen Buren was a stubborn individual. Ever since he had taken that blade, his heart had already arrived at an answer. All of the black and white figure's words were merely barking in the wind, incapable of altering his final decision. With this thought in mind, Chen Buren slowly shook his head, once again rejecting the black and white figure's offer. The black and white figure's expression shifted to one of regret, letting out a helpless sigh. Heaven has a path, yet you refuse to tread it. Hell has no door, yet you come knocking. You are truly damned, boy. The black and white figure's attitude shifted instantly, reverting to a state of cruelty and brutality. Only through first-hand experience did Chen Buren gain a deeper understanding of the black and white figure, or rather, the blood robbery organization. It seemed they relished in the grasp and manipulation of humanity's darkness, exploiting the dark facets of human nature to utterly dismantle their opponents, both psychologically and physically. You can accept the failure of your seductive whispers, yet cannot tolerate anyone breaking free. Your profound understanding of the darkness within humanity? Do you not find it rather tragic? Gazing at the black and white figure, whose fury had replaced the allure, Chen Buren candidly exposed the shadows lurking within their hearts. Tragic? You dare call me tragic? Very well, if that is your perspective. But the one you deem tragic shall personally strip you of your lives, in the years to come. You will become mere wraiths in my grasp, while I shall continue to thrive. Who do you think is truly tragic? Chen Buren smiled again, a simple, calm smile. Yet this very expression in that moment ignited the black and white figure's rage, revealing a sinister grin stained with flecks of blood. What are you laughing at? An overwhelming wave of energy surged forth, the blood-colored blade rattling ominously, poised to erupt from the earth and return to the black and white figure's grasp. When ideals and convictions could not sway an adversary, all that remained was a furious desire for revenge, to obliterate the opponent and seek pleasure. The methods of blood robbery seemed rather unimpressive after all, however. It appeared that such methods would likely falter today. Chen Buren reined in his smile, his expression shifting to one of utmost seriousness. A subtle, enigmatic wave emanated from within him, a mystical and lively force that continuously nurtured and spread, manifesting brilliant light to mend the blood mark on his back. The Mere Dawn realm. Even if I were to deal with the two of them, my current strength is insufficient for the peak. However, dealing with you is well within my capabilities. Dio, you still dare to speak so arrogantly? Heibai sneered coldly. Heibai, brimming with arrogance, was about to retrieve his blood knife when suddenly a frown crossed his brow, astonished to discover that the connection between him and the blood knife had been severed. Hey, although your realm surpasses mine, you truly underestimate me, don't you? The mysterious man chuckled. Despite having endured a fierce battle and being in a state of less than 20 to 30%, he played a crucial role at this moment. A shadowy image of the Taiji Bagua gradually emerged from the earth, shrinking as it firmly locked the blood knife in place, imprisoning it upon the ground. The blade trembled, straining to break free. Yet it was a futile effort. Chen Buren held his breath, focusing intently. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, feeling a surge of robust vitality, as if he had gained profound insight. This was a decree of destiny. The heavenly authority bottle. This time, he did not intend to employ the chaotic eye. Instead, he wished to test the power of his decree. An indescribable wave radiated from his hand, and in that instant, a blazing light tore through the heavens, erupting into a dazzling white brilliance. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a mysterious domain of oppressive power suddenly expanded outward from Chen Buren, enveloping the surroundings. Making him appear like a fragile boat adrift in a vast ocean, it was as if the mayfly shaking the heavens. Within this domain, a colossal sword gradually materialized in the sky above, its blade resonating and adorned with ancient, mysterious engravings, exuding an aura of vastness. Its sharpness was glaring, and an unstoppable momentum struck at the very core of the mind, a layer of celestial authority, the realm of judgment. Chapter 26. Fleeing again, the immense sword transformed into a mist of light. And in the next moment, the sword's energy diverged into thousands, sweeping forth like a legion, imbued with an indescribable pressure. The soaring sharpness pierced the heavens, disregarding both the heavens and the spirits, as if it sought to judge all things in the world. Cutting through space towards Heibai for suppression, in an instant, the abyssal sword energy penetrated Heibai's form, and it was only now that Heibai was struck with terror, realizing the sheer horror of Chen Buren's onslaught. Giving rise to boundless fear within in this moment, he understood he was utterly defeated, both in spirit and in the reality of his words. Boom. The piercing sound of penetration echoed around him, as if his eardrums were about to shatter. The sword energy, centered upon him, inflicted immense suffering, reaching deep into his very soul. This strike not only breached all his defenses but also left him struggling at the brink of a profound abyss. In an instant, a massive chasm seemed to materialize before him, rendering him as insignificant as an ant. Above this chasm, he could only see a gap, both vast and narrow. When he sought to escape the abyss with all his might, step by step, the anticipated miracle of a new dawn did not materialize. Instead, Heibai was horrified to discover that the gap was not an exit. It remained an insurmountable presence, and as he approached it, Heibai realized that the gap was an unfathomable length. Like a towering wall of sword energy, it stood solemn and sacred, an impervious barrier obstructing his path to escape. How could this be? This kid is merely at the Dawn Realm level. How can he conjure such an anomaly? Despite his panic, Heibai, a seasoned warrior accustomed to the edge of death, quickly regained his composure. His blood-red eyes flickered with intent, attempting to decipher the illusion before him. Yet he found himself utterly incapable. The previous confrontation with the mysterious man and others had drained too much of his energy. Otherwise, facing Chen Burian's domain, he would have been confident in his ability to break through. His decree bore an unusual quality, infused with the power of heaven and earth. Could it be the royal decree? Heibai gritted his teeth, his gaze filled with resentment as he looked upon the figure wielding the sword, now exuding an aura entirely different from before. If Chen Burian's prior demeanor was one of ordinary tranquility, now, with the heavenly authority bottle and sword in hand, he resembled the sole arbiter of the world. Looking down upon all beings, Heibai, if you have no other means, then you shall face defeat. Chen Burian stated calmly, I never expected to be bested by a mere human boy of the Dawn Realm, however. The fact that you possess the royal decree is somewhat acceptable, Heibai replied, masking his earlier mockery with a solemn expression, his gaze now cautious. Previously, he had regarded Chen Burian as an insignificant insect, but he never anticipated that this so-called insect would possess the royal decree. The royal decree, a coveted object sought after by many, rumored to rival certain fated destinies, truly a prodigy among men. Favored by the heavens, Heibai felt a pang of emotion. As a radiant realm expert, he too possessed a decree and yearned for the royal decree. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, envy and resentment flooded in. If he held the royal decree, would he have fallen to such a wretched state of existence? Chen Burian remained silent. Even though Heibai was gravely injured, he still gripped his sword tightly, pointing it forward. Heibai smiled, revealing his blood-white teeth, then spread his arms wide, mocking, What, do you intend to kill me? You may certainly try. Chen Burian furrowed his brow, contemplating extensively in his mind. He did not have full confidence in completely slaying Heibai. After all, he was a radiant realm powerhouse. Even if severely wounded, should he retaliate in his final moments, the consequences could be dire. He had learned this lesson well from his previous encounter with the Headless Night King. Unless he were to employ the Chaotic Eye, only by harnessing the power of the Chaotic Eye could Chen Burian be assured of leaving Heibai behind. However, the cost was far too great, one that Chen Burian could scarcely bear. He had no desire to experience the backlash of the Chaotic Eye again. It was best to minimize its use. With this thought, Chen Burian made a decision and smiled, saying, I am merely an ordinary citizen. Why would I want to kill you? I have someone else in mind for that purpose. Haha. Heibai's face twitched, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smile. An ordinary citizen? Haha. From the moment you possessed the royal decree, you were destined to be anything but ordinary, and your future will be fraught with endless turmoil. Chen Burian was perplexed. Royal decree? What royal decree? He did not comprehend what Heibai was referring to. Do you understand my decree? The royal decree is essentially a decree of kingship. Your decree has a high probability of being the royal decree. Thus you are fated not to be ordinary, Heibai stated coldly, his gaze fixed intently upon Chen Burian, eyes burning with intensity. Is that so? Sounds quite appealing, Chen Burian mused, momentarily lost in thought, then scrutinized his decree, the heavenly authority bottle. While the sword in his hand was merely a manifestation of the bottle, your reaction is far too indifferent. How ignorant you are, not understanding what this signifies, Heibai's voice dripped with mockery. Chen Burian slightly shook his head, responding solemnly, whether it is a decree or a royal decree, it matters not. To me, it is simply my companion for survival. At that moment, the heavenly authority emitted a faint glow, responding to its master. I do not comprehend your words, Heibai huffed coldly. You need not understand. Enough. I have no time to engage in riddles with you. I might as well tell you, we originally had no significant grievances. Had you fled earlier, we would not have pursued you. However, now that we know you possess the royal decree, you shall undoubtedly be hunted by the blood robbery organization, Heibai said, gazing at Chen Burian as if he were a corpse. His eyes filled with pity, he continued, you have but two choices. Either completely abandon the darkness and join the blood robbery, or your fate will be dire, reduced to a test subject for us to study the royal decree. Until the last drop of your blood is drained, leaving you a cold corpse. Heibai grinned eerily, his dead gray eyes scrutinizing Chen Burian's expression, relishing the feeling of instilling fear. Yet, Chen Burian's reaction was utterly unexpected. Even upon hearing this news, he showed no response, not even a flicker of emotion. Initially, Heibai thought Chen Burian was stunned into silence, but then he abruptly heard Chen Burian's words, which left him astonished. I mentioned before, I have someone else in mind to kill you. Did you misunderstand something, thinking you wouldn't die today? Chen Burian's eyes narrowed slightly as he smiled, a smile that made Heibai acutely aware of the looming sense of danger. Heibai froze momentarily, then suddenly recalled something, fearfully looking around, only to find that Xian Yin and the mysterious man had vanished without a trace. What royal decree? You still wish to hunt me? You should first ensure you live long enough to leave. Chen Burian said, his smile vanishing, his gaze now icy as he addressed Heibai. This time, Heibai paid no mind to Chen Burian's words, instead focusing on regaining his composure, bracing himself for the impending assault from Xian Yin and the mysterious man. Subsequently, taking advantage of the chaos as both sides clashed against Heibai, Chen Burian seized the opportunity to flee once more. As for whether Heibai ultimately perished, Chen Buran remained unaware. What he did know was that if he did not flee now, once Xian Yin regained her composure, it would likely be him facing death. This time, he could no longer linger near Fei Xian Academy. Half a month later, in Yangchuan City, the bustling streets were filled with a continuous stream of pedestrians, and the ceaseless flow of vehicles showcased the city's prosperity. With the new year approaching, smiles adorned the faces of the populace. Within the dilapidated confines of a house, the dim light failed to illuminate the entire room. Rendering it a play of shadows, a figure sat cross-legged at the head of a bed, eyes closed in meditation. After a moment, the young man gently shifted his body, producing a crackling sound as a faint luminescence emanated from his skin, indicating he was in the midst of healing and cultivation. Since escaping the jaws of danger that day, Chen Buran had found refuge in this desolate place, spending a full month to completely mend the wounds inflicted by Heibai. After all, he was a formidable Xiaoguang realm expert. Even without exerting full force, the impact was beyond what a mere Per Shao realm could withstand. Fortunately, Chen Buran possessed an exceptionally strong self-healing ability, and combined with the healing prowess of the Tianquan bottle, he narrowly escaped disaster. Had his strength perhaps increased? Chen Buran extended his hand, transforming it into a fist, feeling a power far more formidable than before coursing through him, filling him with a sense of comfort. Had he possessed such strength earlier, he would not have been subjected to such humiliation by Heibai, kings, nobles, generals, and ministers. Was this the classification of minor realms? Chen Buran unleashed a punch, the sound of wind rushing past as it bent the grass outside several meters away. Before all fell silent again, he remained in the Pa Shao realm, yet his understanding of the realm's divisions had deepened, stemming from a memory embedded in the depths of human genes after breaking through. It was akin to a light piercing through the fog, flooding his mind with clarity. The so-called kings, nobles, generals, and ministers, ranked from high to low, corresponding to the king-level Per Shao realm, the noble-level Per Shao realm, the general-level Per Shao realm, and the minister-level Per Shao realm. These four minor realms constituted the entirety of the Per Shao realm. Generally speaking, reaching the general-level Per Shao realm allowed one to begin accumulating the strength necessary to challenge the next major realm, the Xiaoguang realm, the very realm Heibai belonged to. As for the number of individuals who could attain the noble-level Per Shao realm, they were considerably fewer compared to those at the general-level Per Shao realm, and the king-level Per Shao realm was the true pinnacle of the Per Shao realm, so rare that describing it as one in a million would be an understatement. The other five major realms were similarly subdivided into the four minor realms of king, noble, general, and minister. The general-level Per Shao realm? It seemed that he currently resided within that realm, quite satisfactory, feeling the surging power within. Chen Buran murmured to himself, then began to reflect on the earlier battle, a sense of trepidation washing over him. As his strength deepened, he realized how profound the barriers between realms truly were. By his estimation, the member of the Blood Tribulation Organization, Heibai, had been at the peak of the noble-level Xiaoguang realm during his prime. Coupled with the organization's sinister methods, it was indeed terrifying. Had it not been for Xian Yin and others depleting most of Heibai's strength, forcing him down to barely exhibit the capabilities of a noble-level Per Shao realm, he might have genuinely met his end at Heibai's blade. Upon this realization, Qian Boran's gaze sharpened, his wariness of Xian Yin deepening. Although Xian Yin was merely at the Perxiao realm, Qian Boran estimated that his true combat strength could rival that of a general-level Xia Guang realm. Moreover, he suspected that Xian Yin was hiding something, as he had not witnessed him utilize the power of destiny that day. This ability instilled a sense of fear within Qian Boran. Could it be that Xian Yin had already attained the king-level Perxiao realm? The more Qian Boran pondered, the more agitated he became. The stronger Xian Yin grew, the more apprehensive he felt. He had an unsettling premonition that the enmity between him and Xian Yin was far from over. They would inevitably cross paths again, and it would surely culminate in a deadly game of wits and deception. Alas, why was he so unfortunate to have such troubles befall him? Qian Boran sighed softly, his thoughts drifting to the mysterious man whose identity remained unknown. This enigmatic figure was extraordinary, possessing a mastery of the Tai Chi Bagua technique that was both elusive and formidable. Within his domain, Qian Boran felt as if he were being manipulated by the forces of yin and yang, suffocated by the pressure. "Do not let me encounter you again," he thought, always meddling and eager for a fight. "Huh?" Qian Boran scoffed, deeply dissatisfied with the mysterious man for thwarting his plans. Had it not been for him, Xian Yin might have truly perished at the hands of He Bai. He resolved that should the opportunity arise, he would surely seek to reclaim his lost honor. Touching his face, Qian Boran suddenly recalled something and felt a twinge of embarrassment. Perhaps I was getting a bit ahead of myself. Harboring resentment towards the Xia Guang realm at merely the general-level Perxiao realm. My ambitions are rather grand. Having experienced this battle, Qian Boran had gained a preliminary understanding of his own combat prowess. Previously, when he was still at the minister-level Perxiao realm, the sword strike he unleashed through the Tianming Tianquan bottle was sufficient to pose a threat to a noble-level Perxiao realm. This was an achievement that could not be overlooked. Under normal circumstances, a minister-level Perxiao realm facing a noble-level Perxiao realm would likely be defeated within mere rounds. Yet, Qian Boran's strike could indeed threaten a noble-level Perxiao realm, indicating that his Tianming Tianquan bottle was undoubtedly of a high tier. Very likely the so-called King's Decree mentioned by He Bai. The King's Decree. Was the Tianquan bottle truly a King's Decree? Qian Boran summoned the Tianquan bottle, scrutinizing its form. The intricate patterns upon it were mesmerizing, drawing him into a trance. When he finally regained his senses, he was astonished to find that considerable time had elapsed. He vigorously shook his head, attempting to clear his mind. Just moments ago, his thoughts had been utterly blank, failing to discern anything, nor did he sense the aura of a King's Decree in Qian Boran's view. While his decree indeed possessed considerable power, it bore no significant differences from other decrees he had encountered. The auras were similar, and the only distinction was that his decree seemed to possess a stronger inherent spirit, a quality unmatched by any other decree he had encountered. Taking a deep breath, Qian Boran stood up, casting all his worries aside. After spending half a month sequestered in this oppressive dwelling, no, it was a month of closed-door cultivation, he felt rather stifled. Thus, he pushed open the door. Intending to take a stroll at it was a perfect opportunity to seek information regarding qi. The Tianquan bottle seemed to require this elusive force. What exactly was it? As Qian Boran opened the door, a flash of information regarding qi crossed his mind. He had been aware for quite some time that the Tianquan bottle required this substance, yet he remained entirely ignorant of its nature. Qian Boran felt he could no longer delay. He needed to urgently ascertain the information regarding qi. If the Tianquan bottle could indeed derive benefits from it, then his issues regarding his realm would also find resolution. Gradually cultivating to elevate his realm was not a viable path for Qian Boran. As a solitary cultivator without guidance or resources, he had no choice but to place his hopes on qi. In the central area of Yangchuan City, towering buildings stood densely, their heights sufficient to obscure the sunlight above, allowing only a few rays to filter down. This area, prized for its land, was lavishly adorned, epitomizing the city's wealth and luxury, making it the richest district in the entire city. This building appears quite peculiar, standing out in stark contrast to the surrounding skyscrapers. Qian Boran found himself captivated by a classical structure situated at the heart of the area, its ancient architectural style offering a visually pleasing alternative to the oppressive steel and concrete designs. Ming Luan Pavilion, he mused, what a melodious name, harmonizing beautifully with its appearance. After observing it for several minutes, he rendered his judgment. How extravagant to construct such a classical edifice in this locality. I wonder what purpose it serves. Just then, a kind-hearted old man, having overheard Chen Buran's musings, offered a calm explanation. Young lad, you must not be from around here. You don't know of Mingwan Pavilion? It is the largest trading venue in Yangchuan City, akin to an auction house, where one can find all manner of items. An auction house? Chen Buran's mind raced. If what the old man said was true, he might indeed uncover the information he sought here, but the prices would undoubtedly be exorbitant. Currently, he had less than 1,000 yuan in his pocket, and after experiencing the harsh realities of society, he no longer viewed that sum as substantial. When it came time to use it, it would amount to little. Sighing softly, Chen Buran hurried to catch up with the old man, assisting him across the street. Feeling the weight of the old man's arm, the elder initially hesitated, but upon seeing the youthful, cheerful face before him, he relaxed. Young man, it is rare to see someone with such virtues of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young in this day and age. The old man remarked with a hint of nostalgia, his stern expression softening significantly. Why, sir, what are you saying? I believe most people would lend a helping hand when they see someone in need. Wouldn't you agree? Chen Buran replied with a smile. Not quite. The old man shook his head, offering no further comments. Chen Burian displayed a look of confusion, and after a moment, he jestingly remarked, What is not right? Are you suggesting that instead of merely guiding you across the street, I should ride you over as well? Ha ha ha. The elderly gentleman paused, his serious demeanor giving way to a look of astonishment, perhaps taken aback by Chen Burian's unexpected words. Once he collected himself, a rare smile graced his face, accompanied by a hearty laugh. At my age, it's a rarity to encounter a young man sharing cold jokes with me. You are quite amusing. I am not amusing. You just stated that this is a cold joke. I was not referring to that. The elderly gentleman shook his head, regaining his solemnity, his weathered visage exuding an air of gravitas. What is it then? You hold others in too high regard, harboring a naive belief that there are more warm-hearted individuals in this world, those who would assist the elderly across the street. In reality, for various reasons, there are not many who will genuinely lend a hand. As he cast a glance at Chen Burian, the elderly man chose not to elaborate further, and Chen Burian, understanding his implication, subdued his smile. Why is this old gentleman so serious? Nevertheless, Chen Burian felt a sense of gratitude. The elderly man was looking out for him, imparting wisdom about the harsh realities of the world. Chen Burian chuckled softly, shaking his head slightly. Elder, you are mistaken as well. The elderly gentleman hesitated momentarily, fixing his gaze upon him. What do you mean by that? I merely refrain from speaking ill of others to elevate myself. I believe I have a fair grasp of the truth. Upon hearing this, the elderly man fell silent for a long while, finally gazing at Chen Burian and slowly stating, This time, you are indeed quite interesting. Until they had traversed several traffic lights, there was no further conversation between Chen Burian and the elderly gentleman. As they approached the moment of parting, Chen Burian spoke up, Elder, is it true that one can acquire any information within the Mingwan Pavilion? If there is information that cannot be obtained within the Mingwan Pavilion, it is likely quite difficult to uncover. Moreover, young man, you do not strike me as someone of wealth. You probably cannot even afford the entrance ticket, which is rather expensive, I understand. Farewell, Elder. Chen Burian sighed, feeling a bit helpless, and waved his hand to bid farewell. He was too disinterested to inquire about the ticket price, knowing that his meager 1,000 yuan would scarcely suffice. In such a lavish establishment, it would certainly cost thousands. Just as Chen Burian was about to leave in disappointment, the elderly gentleman's voice called out from behind him, Young man, do not rush off. I have not finished speaking. I hear today marks the birthday of an important figure at the Mingwan Pavilion, and to attract a crowd, they are waiving the entrance fee today. You might as well take a chance. Upon hearing this, Chen Burian felt a surge of excitement. Although entering did not guarantee he would obtain the information he sought, it was nevertheless an opportunity. He quickly expressed his gratitude to the elderly man. Indeed, doing good deeds yields rewards. Otherwise, given the old gentleman's serious nature, he would not have wasted his breath on me. Chen Burian reflected inwardly, Oh, not waste time with thanks. Take advantage of the early hour and hurry to secure a spot. Once the Mingwan Pavilion fills up, entry will no longer be possible, the elderly gentleman advised. Chen Burian promptly took action, bowing slightly to the elder before hastening toward the nearby Mingwan Pavilion. Could this elder be jesting with me? The Mingwan Pavilion appears so desolate. It hardly resembles a venue for a celebration. The people here possess such extravagance that they disdain mingling in the festivities. As he gazed upon the quiet Mingwan Pavilion, Chen Burian's mind brimmed with questions, doubting whether he could truly enter. However, as he cautiously approached the entrance, he was astonished to discover that, indeed, as the elderly man had said, the Mingwan Pavilion was hosting a birthday celebration today. The stern-looking guards exuding formidable energy did not impede Chen Burian's entry. He moved through effortlessly and found himself inside the Mingwan Pavilion. Could it be that they regard my humble attire with such surprise? As if they are looking at a pauper? Well, as long as they do not stop me, that is sufficient. The young man rummaged through his pockets, clutching less than 1,000 yuan, yet he felt at ease amidst the opulence of the Mingwan Pavilion. Chapter 29. The martial edict. He had not anticipated the vastness of the interior. From the outside, one could not perceive such an expanse. Truly, it was a treasure trove of rare and exquisite items. Extravagant beyond measure. After wandering for a considerable time, Chen Burian marveled at the array of goods displayed around the perimeter, praising the items he had never encountered before. For instance, deep-sea fine iron, a millennium-old lightning-struck wood, and black, thunderous stones. Such treasures were seldom seen in the mortal realm, invaluable for forging weapons. Some individuals could even enhance their own life mandates by absorbing the energy contained within these treasures, provided their attributes aligned. Otherwise, it would yield no effect, and forced absorption could result in backlash. Chen Burian's gaze was drawn to the millennium-old lightning-struck wood, its dark trunk hinting at budding shoots, a testament to its vigorous life force. With faint arcs of lightning dancing upon its surface. What a vibrant vitality and thunderous power! If absorbed by a life mandate bearer with corresponding elements, it could very well elevate their life mandate to a new level. Transcending boundaries would not be a problem. Chen Burian's eyes widened, unable to suppress a gulp, and this was merely the outer area of the Mingwan Pavilion. He could hardly fathom what treasures lay within. Moreover, it was said that the truly extraordinary treasures mostly appeared at auctions, which constituted the true stage of the Mingwan Pavilion, drawing in the powerful elite. The sound of footsteps echoed through the stillness. Jolting Chen Burian from his reverie, he turned to see a scattering of figures around him, equally captivated by the treasures on display, their expressions of awe mirroring his own, clearly fascinated by the marvels within the Mingwan Pavilion. What has caused this sudden influx of people? Chen Burian scratched his head in confusion. Today marked the birthday of a prominent figure at the Mingwan Pavilion. Thus the establishment opened its doors to draw in a crowd, which was to be expected. However, Chen Burian could not comprehend why the place had felt so empty just moments ago, only to be inundated with visitors after his stroll. Never mind. This does not concern me. I should seek someone who might know about the information regarding Qi. Chen Burian, now disinterested in further wandering, was about to turn when suddenly, two hands clasped firmly onto his shoulders. Startled, Chen Burian instinctively reacted, twisting to seize the hands and pulling them away with all his might. A sharp crack of joints echoed as he created distance, feeling a sudden jolt of pain in his palms, causing them to tremble slightly. Wow, it's only been half a month, and you've improved quite a bit. Chen Burian's gaze sharpened as he turned toward the source of the voice, only to find the mysterious man from that day, smiling at him with an amused expression. What misfortune have I encountered to run into you again, you meddlesome fellow? Why hasn't the blood robbery organization dealt with you all? Chen Burian sighed in resignation. The mysterious man shrugged, adopting an infuriatingly nonchalant posture. What can I say? My strength is what it is. I can't die even if I wanted to. Falling into the gutter happens often. May you capsize soon. In response to Chen Burian's sardonic remark, the mysterious man finally tempered his demeanor, replacing it with a cheerful grin. You are quite the sharp-tongued one, yet you seem to wish for our demise. Why did you help out that day, then? The person I was then is not the person I am today. Regardless, seeing you again is simply irksome. Do you understand? Do we have such a deep-seated enmity? The mysterious man feigned innocence. I bear no grudge against you. However, if it weren't for you, that fellow Xian Yin would not have perished, and I would not be embroiled in so much trouble. Chen Burian frowned, his eyes brimming with hostility. The mysterious man seemed to ponder for a moment before responding. That may not necessarily be the case. Besides, you might not harbor as much hatred for him as you imagine. Otherwise, you would not have intervened to save him that day. Though be frank, I merely had a moment of weakness. Do not read too much into it. Why the moment of weakness? The mysterious man inquired. Curious, for in this realm, the survival of the fittest was the norm, making Chun Buryan a rare exception. Chun Buryan's eyes darkened, warily scrutinizing the mysterious man without uttering a word. The mysterious man, seeing his reticence, opted not to press further and instead asked, "What exactly is your life mandate? Previously, you were merely at the Dawn Realm level, yet you could threaten someone at the Dawn Realm level. With the mention of Chun Buryan's life mandate, the mysterious man's tone brimmed with intrigue, his fiery gaze fixated on Chun Buryan, as if trying to unravel his secrets. Are we that familiar? Why should I disclose that to you? If you continue to look at me like that, I will call for help. This is a society governed by law." Chun Buryan took a few steps back, maintaining a cautious distance from the mysterious man. The mysterious man was a master of the Xiaoguang realm, and Chun Buryan did not consider being his target a favorable situation. He felt a sense of helplessness, lamenting his misfortune at encountering him here. In truth, it was not entirely unfortunate, for had it been Xian Yin he encountered, the situation would have been far more dire. From the cryptic revelations shared by the mysterious man during their prior conversation, Chun Buryan could ascertain one thing with certainty. He was a stranger to Xian Yin. The sole reason he intervened to save Xian Yin that day was merely a matter of witnessing injustice and stepping in to assist. This enigmatic figure seemed to possess an innate penchant for combat. Although the battle intent emanating from his gaze was subtle, it was nonetheless perceptible to Chun Buryan. Getting to know one another will surely lead to familiarity. Ha ha. Greetings, I am Wu Zhao. Wu Zhao extended his hand toward Chun Buryan, who remained unmoving. He had no desire to entangle himself with this Wu Zhao. Who could know what ulterior motives this mysterious individual harbored? Just keep my whereabouts from Xian Yin, and I will be eternally grateful. As for becoming friends with you, not a chance, Chun Buryan replied with a calm demeanor. Upon witnessing this, Wu Zhao awkwardly withdrew his hand and remarked, "You are overly cautious. I am no scoundrel. Besides, our meeting is merely coincidental. I am still searching for Xian Yin myself." Wu Zhao lightly scratched his chin, an air of intrigue surrounding him as he said, "In truth, I find myself more interested in Xian Yin than you. I shall seek him out when the opportunity arises for a friendly spar." "That sounds splendid. A life and death match would be even better. To go for it. I have faith you will defeat him. Let me tell you, he is a destined one. Just imagine the monumental achievement of vanquishing a destined one." Seeing Wu Zhao express such sentiments, Chun Buryan eagerly stoked the flames, embellishing his words in hopes that Wu Zhao would take action against Xian Yin. Wu Zhao laughed heartily, saying, "Your intentions are quite transparent. It seems you harbor a deep-seated grudge. However, I truly did not expect Xian Yin to be a destined one. I wonder why he refrained from utilizing his fate's fortune that day. Otherwise, he would not have found himself in such a precarious situation. Humph. He is merely a tyrant who bullies the weak, accustomed to the mindset of the strong. You, being in the Radiant Horizon realm, might fear that should you employ the destined fortune, you could end up being defeated by him." Chun Buryan vehemently disparaged Xian Yin, attempting to provoke Wu Zhao's ire. Wu Zhao, possessing keen intellect, appeared nonchalant on the surface yet understood everything. Contemplating the matter in silence before responding, "Perhaps you are correct, though I do not perceive it that way." "Who knows?" Chun Buryan scoffed, ultimately accepting Wu Zhao's overture of friendship. After a brief exchange, they parted ways. Chapter 30. The Ancestor Qi ranking feeling lost, Chun Buryan resolved to cease his aimless wandering and sought out a staff member for assistance. "Esteemed guest, how may I assist you?" The elegantly dressed and articulate staff member inquired as Chun Buryan approached. "Could you kindly direct me to where information is sold?" Chun Buryan asked. "What kind of information do you seek?" "Perhaps I can be of assistance," the staff member replied. "Are you familiar with any news regarding Qi?" Chun Buryan inquired directly after a moment's contemplation. The staff member's expression shifted slightly, revealing surprise at Chun Buryan's question. However, adhering to professional decorum, he maintained a smile as he responded, "Qi? Surely, you jest. Although Ming Wan Pavilion claims to possess knowledge of all treasures, we do not have information on Qi, a phenomenon of heaven and earth." Upon hearing this, Chun Buryan felt a twinge of embarrassment, his face twitching slightly. The staff member seemed to misunderstand his inquiry. Qin Buran had merely wished to know what she was. Yet, the staff member's tone implied he assumed Qin Buran was inquiring about its whereabouts. This left Qin Buran feeling somewhat like a country bumpkin, utterly ignorant. However, he could not fault the staff member, as his manner of questioning had indeed been flawed. Fortunately, he still gained some insight, at least now understanding what she entailed. With a humble attitude, Qin Buran pressed on. Could you elaborate on what exactly qi is and how it comes into existence? The staff member glanced around to ensure no one was listening, then pulled Qin Buran aside, lowering his voice. We have regulations against idle chatter during work hours, but today is the old man's birthday, and everyone is quite busy. Since I have a moment to spare, I will share a few words with you. Grateful, Qin Buran felt reassured that kindness still existed in the world. Today seemed to bring him good fortune, allowing him to enter Ming Luan Pavilion without cost and gain valuable information about qi. As the conversation turned to qi, the staff member's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, his eyes glimmering with fervent desire. He pointed toward the nearby treasures, thousand-year lightning-struck wood, deep-sea fine iron, and others in a slightly hoarse voice. He said, "You see those treasures capable of enhancing fate? Let me put it this way. In the presence of qi, these items are akin to worthless scrap metal." Qin Buran was momentarily stunned. His breath hitching involuntarily, it was a peculiar sensation. His body, or rather, his fate, was ignited with an unprecedented desire and greed. Qi is that precious, he murmured, profoundly shaken. He had experienced the energy contained within those treasures firsthand. Yet they were deemed insignificant in the face of qi. Consider the thousand-year lightning-struck wood. If Qin Buran could refine it, he would immediately qualify for the breakthrough to the king-level Dawn Horizon. If he were to settle for less, ascending to the Radiant Horizon realm would be a trivial endeavor. Such miraculous efficacy, and yet qi was regarded as utterly valueless. Just how terrifying was qi? Qin Buran felt a heavy weight in his heart, shaken by this revelation. His dismay was compounded by the worry for his future. If qi was indeed so formidable, how could he hope to acquire it? Yet, if he could not obtain it, how would he elevate his fate? From his prior insights, it seemed his fate had an insatiable yearning for qi. The Tianquan vessel, it appeared, could only be nourished by qi. This strongly suggested that treasures akin to the thousand-year lightning-struck would likely yield diminishing returns for the Tianquan vessel's effects. While the impact may not have been immediately evident at lower realms, it would become increasingly problematic as one progressed. These high-caliber treasures might ultimately prove futile, yielding scant benefits. What a predicament! Only qi can sustain it. Where am I to find it? Qin Buran sighed in resigned amusement, his expression puzzling to the staff member. Do not take this too much to heart, esteemed guest. Just let it be. Qi is not something the common person can easily grasp. Not to mention, our old master of Ming Luan Pavilion is quite formidable. Yet he may have never even encountered qi, the staff member consoled. Qin Buran smiled, though his smile still bore a trace of bitterness. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he excitedly asked, "Do you have any information regarding the types of qi?" The staff member pondered for a moment before correcting. Qi is a phenomenon of heaven and earth, birthed by nature, and lacks classification. It is ranked solely by its strength. The higher the rank, the more powerful it is. Is there a ranking list? Qin Buran inquired eagerly. Seeing his urgency, the staff member nodded earnestly, replying, "Indeed, there is a list, though it is rarely circulated due to the rarity of qi. Is known as the Ancestor Qi Ranking." Ancestor Qi Ranking? What an imposing title! Qin Buran exclaimed upon hearing the name for the first time, marveling at its significance. Teobert, the name of ancestor, suggests a status of supreme authority, transcending all. Does Ming Luan Pavilion sell it? He asked. The staff member considered for a moment before responding. Naturally, we do. You have certainly come to the right place. However, you are aware of Ming Luan Pavilion's reputation. The prices are not modest. Noticing Qin Buran's humble attire, the staff member bore no ill will but doubted Qin Buran's ability to afford anything. Qin Buran, feeling somewhat helpless, shook his head. I truly lack the funds to purchase it. But knowing of its existence suffices for now. I may not be able to buy it today, but there will be future opportunities. The staff member maintained a professional smile, refraining from further comments. Qin Buran was left with a favorable impression of Ming Luan Pavilion and its staff, noting no signs of condescension. Having obtained the information he sought, Chun Buran gradually exited Mingwan Pavilion. Feeling little attachment to the extravagant treasures within AS for the Ancestor Qi ranking, acquiring it was not an absolute necessity. What would it matter? Merely knowing a name would not lead him to the whereabouts of Qi. Rendering it practically useless, it would be prudent to find a job. He couldn't very well starve to death here. That would surely make him the most unfortunate Dawn Horizon cultivator in history. Sighing, Chun Buran gazed up at the sky. A snowflake landing on him, adding a touch of melancholy to his thoughts. It's snowing. The new year is not far off. Are you preparing for the new year, my friend? Since you mentioned wanting to find a job, how about I introduce you to one? A voice unexpectedly broke into Chun Buran's musings. He turned to find a man leaning against a pillar, a smile gracing his features as he regarded him. Chapter 31. The arrival of Yi Qing. The towering buildings obscure the sunlight, adding a touch of chill to this winter, and Chun Buran is no exception. After all, he is merely at the Xiaoguang realm. Unable to completely fend off the encroaching cold, he has a need for sustenance as well. Thus, when he hears that the man intends to introduce him to a job, Chun Buran lifts his gaze with keen interest. The moment he lays eyes on the man, a flicker of surprise dances in his eyes. The man seems somewhat familiar. Where might he have seen him before? After pondering for quite some time, Chun Buran fails to arrive at a conclusion, ultimately speculating that perhaps he had served this patron while working at a restaurant. He approaches the man, offering a polite greeting as he sizes him up, and inquires, "Hello, may I ask what job you wish to introduce to me?" The man seriously points to his own face, a hint of astonishment crossing his features, as if he does not recognize Chun Buran, making him feel as though he has committed some grievous offense. This leaves Chun Buran utterly perplexed. Could it be that he is quite famous? Moreover, was it not he who said he would offer him a job? Why, then, does he wear such an expression? It seems to Chun Buran that the man may be playing tricks on him. "You wouldn't be toying with me, would you?" Chun Buran replies, somewhat displeased, his voice low as he fixes his gaze on the man. The man, feeling a bit uncomfortable under Chun Buran's scrutiny, clears his throat softly and awkwardly chuckles. "I wouldn't deceive you. How could I? I genuinely have a job for you." "What sort of job?" Chun Buran maintains a wary gaze, still skeptical, hoping it is not some ruse to ensnare him. The man straightens up, no longer leaning against the pillar, his smile fading as he speaks earnestly. "We ought to get acquainted first. My name is Yi Qing, and I hail from the north. And you?" "My name is Chun Buran, and I come from the south." Seeing the man's overly familiar demeanor, Chun Buran hesitates but ultimately responds, "Chun Buran, that's a fine name." Yi Qing nods cheerfully, surveying him with apparent satisfaction. However, Chun Buran does not share the same sentiment. Observing Yi Qing's expression, he feels a sense of discomfort wash over him, his body tense and his gaze watchful, fearing any sudden, unexpected actions from Yi Qing. Yi Qing awkwardly scratches his nose before teasingly chiding, "Why are you looking at me so warily? It's as though you think I'm up to something nefarious. You don't want to sell me out, do you?" Chun Buran has no time for banter, meeting him with a cold stare. Having spent considerable time in the city, though he retains a good heart, he has learned to harbor the worst assumptions about others. "You are rather naive," Yi Qing remarks, his expression shifting as he bursts into laughter upon witnessing Chun Buran's bewildered demeanor. Yet, to Chun Buran, Yi Qing's seemingly foolish behavior appears rather absurd. Although he does not understand it, Chun Buran still maintains a level of respect, refraining from disparagement. "If you don't speak soon, I shall take my leave." Wait, by the way, you truly don't remember my face." Yi Qing, noticing Chun Buran's intent to depart, quickly wipes the smile from his face and grasps Chun Buran's arm. Excitedly, he points to his own visage. Chun Buran examines him closely. He is somewhat plump, with a low nose bridge and small eyes, the only notably large feature being his mouth. Based on his experience, Chun Buran surmises that Yi Qing must have a hearty appetite, further solidifying his earlier speculation. "Oh, it's you, my friend. We met at the restaurant, Haven Tea. That day, you devoured quite the feast, didn't you? Truly, you have an impressive appetite. If only I had such a capacity, I would be in dire straits." In Chun Buran's mind, this brother Yi Qing, with such a large mouth, must indeed have a significant appetite, which explains why he felt a sense of familiarity. "Ha, you speak the truth, my brother. How could anyone be mistaken about such matters?" Yi Qing initially chuckles, But upon hearing Chen Boren's words, he suddenly changes his demeanor. The latter part of Yi Qing's statement leaves Chen Boren momentarily bewildered. As he notices the slight flush of anger on Yi Qing's face, prompting him to realize that his earlier inference was perhaps incorrect. My friend, please do not be angry. Such a temperament does not suit you. I genuinely do not recall who you are. Chen Boren feels a tinge of embarrassment, thickening his skin to offer an explanation. It seems that Yi Qing truly recognizes him, yet Chen Boren has no recollection of this man named Yi Qing. At most only a vague sense of familiarity. Yi Qing's expression softens slightly, yet he still appears somewhat vexed, his face taut as he retorts, "And what do you mean by saying if I had your appetite? I would be in trouble? Is it such a crime to enjoy a hearty meal? Are you disparaging my esteemed belly?" Chen Boren's eyes drift to Yi Qing's slightly protruding belly, suppressing a laugh as he hastily waves his hands. "No, no, your belly is far too esteemed for me to dare insult it. What I meant was, if I had such an appetite, I would truly struggle to support myself at this." Yi Qing gazes at Chen Boren with a hint of sympathy. His mouth agape as he remains silent for a time before inquiring, "Are you quite poor? If I were not poor, I wouldn't be standing here." Chen Boren rolls his eyes, gently stroking his chin. Pondering for a moment before responding, Yi Qing appears thoughtful, muttering, "That is indeed the case." The two then lapse into silence, while Chen Boren continues to await Yi Qing's mention of the job opportunity. After a brief pause, Yi Qing suddenly smiles, a mischievous and somewhat sinister grin, fixing his gaze on Chen Boren as he finally broaches the subject of work. "Chen Boren, I have found you a position that guarantees stability. Worry not about job security. Once you are on board, you can eat for a lifetime. Now it is Chen Boren's turn to feel intrigued, scrutinizing Yi Qing, who has unexpectedly entered his life, eager to discover what kind of job could warrant such a bold promise. That this position could sustain him for a lifetime? In this day and age, such guarantees are indeed rare. After all, anything can be a facade, and nothing is truly constant. Who would dare assert they could live a life free of worries forever? Naturally, Chen Boren finds it hard to believe, especially given Yi Qing's somewhat malicious smile, as if he is concocting some scheme to ensnare him. Yi Qing, shrouded in mystery, leads Chen Boren into a narrow alleyway. Initially, Chen Boren contemplates resisting, yet he soon realizes that this man possesses far more strength than he had anticipated. The Xiaoguang realm, Chen Boren's heart races with surprise. Fortunately, Yi Qing does not exhibit any inappropriate behavior, and Chen Boren feels no malice emanating from him. Within the alley, after confirming that no one is around, Yi Qing's demeanor shifts, his previously languid aura dissipates, replaced by an air of gravity and authority. "Chen Boren, I am commanded by the general to recruit you as a subordinate in the 9th Division of the Watchers. Please accept the position of Watcher Captain." A relic of ancient mystique materializes before Chen Boren, its sudden appearance leaving him bewildered. Yi Qing kneels on one knee, smoothly presenting the token inscribed with "Everyone" is a celestial that he retrieves from his waist. He lifts his gaze slightly, his eyes filled with urgency and reverence as they meet Chen Boren's. "You are one of Captain Chen Linyuan's subordinates. I remember now. It is indeed you." Staring at the Watcher's token, Chen Boren finds himself at a loss for words, and after a prolonged silence, he finally manages to utter this realization. However, he remains hesitant to accept the token. The surreal nature of the situation leaves his mind in a fog. Unable to comprehend it all, Chen Boren yearns to assist Yi Qing, this commendable member of the Watchers, to his feet, as he believes he is unworthy of such honor. Recalling past events, the day Captain Chen Linyuan led Yi Qing and the other Watchers, paying a heavy price to vanquish the Bazaar, remains vividly etched in his memory. Yi Qing pushes aside Chen Boren's supporting hands, steadfastly maintaining his kneeling position, a resolute expression that conveys he will not rise until Chen Boren accepts the token. This scene engulfs Chen Boren in a sense of suffocation, his breath labored as he gazes at the Watcher's token, which seems to radiate infinite authority. He comprehends the weight of the responsibility it entails. Yet it is precisely for this reason that he cannot accept it lightly. Chen Boren perceives himself merely as an ordinary person struggling through adversity. What right does he have to bear such a burden? In his mind, he recalls his grandfather's kind eyes. At this moment, the youth cannot help but admit that he simply wishes to live peacefully under his grandfather's care, fulfilling his filial duties. rather than embracing the uncertain life that the Watcher S token would bring. Chapter 32. Unending Entanglement. Chen Buran declines the Watcher S token. Yi Qing is visibly disappointed by this rejection but recognizes that he cannot compel Chen Buran to forcibly join the Watchers. Such actions would be no different from banditry and would contradict the very essence of the Watcher's mission. On that day, Yi Qing tightly clutches the Watcher S token, silently observing Chen Buran for a long while. You may not fully understand what you are relinquishing, but that's all right. I will not give up. As a member of the Watchers, completing our mission is our purpose. Gil put it nicely, we call it persistence. To put it bluntly, it means we will not rest until we achieve our goals. I shall return until you agree to take on the role of Watcher Captain. This declaration does not incite anger or impatience in Chen Buran. Rather, it stirs memories of that day when Captain Chen wielded his mighty weapon, expending his strength and staining the skies crimson to save his life. The recollection brings a sharp pang to Chen Buran's heart. He acknowledges his gratitude towards Captain Chen and the Watchers for the protection they have afforded the world. Yet, he has others he wishes to safeguard. The simple truth of when one wishes to care for their parents, they may find them beyond reach has long been understood by Chen Baiyan. In his youth, he was already aware of the inevitability of parting in the human realm. Perhaps, in truth, what each individual seeks throughout their life has always existed from the very beginning. Rendering the notion of collecting flowers in the morning and picking them up in the evening unnecessary, time flies, and half a month has slipped away once more. It has been a considerable while since Chen Buran ascended to the Dawn realm of the Breaking Dawn stage. During this period, he has not once relaxed his training, yet the results have been disappointing. Lacking cultivation resources, he can only rely on drawing in qi to strengthen his life decree, which is essentially the most rudimentary method of cultivation. Chen Buran feels a sense of helplessness regarding this, but he is hindered by a lack of funds to purchase items imbued with energy, making his training exceptionally arduous. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks resounded at the door once more, causing Chen Buran to feel a twinge of annoyance. These days, Yi Qing has been persistently pestering him, much like a clocking in ritual, diligently delivering the Watcher's decree to him each day, more earnestly than one would at work, which leaves him quite exasperated. Upon opening the door, he was met with Yi Qing's usual playful grin, which made Chen Buran, who had initially responded with cold indifference, feel somewhat embarrassed. He fell silent, saying, I have my own destiny. I am not suited to join the Watchers. Why must you insist? My ambitions lie elsewhere. Yi Qing seemed accustomed to Chen Buran's repeated refusals and offered no rebuttal. Instead, he shifted his strategy, smiling as he said, if you were to join the Watchers, you would no longer have to endure this life of hardship and obscurity. Your current mode of cultivation is merely hindering your future. Hindering my future is still better than losing my life. While I am grateful to you all in my heart, my grandfather is of utmost importance. Yi Qing scratched his head awkwardly, fell silent for a moment, and then took out a letter from his bosom. Looking at Chen Buran as he calmly recited, Chen Buran, age 18, height 175 centimeters, weight 101 pounds, average appearance, unremarkable in every aspect. Yi Qing did not continue. Instead, he fixed his gaze intently on Chen Buran. Observing his facial expressions with earnestness, as expected, after Yi Qing finished speaking, Chen Buran's expression darkened to an extreme. The information itself was inconsequential, but what frightened him was Yi Qing, or rather, the Watcher's capabilities to effortlessly acquire all his information, instilling a sense of fear and trepidation within him. What else do you know? Is this a threat? Chen Buran's eyes were icy. You hail from Yunshuo, having depended on your grandfather since childhood, leading a life of great poverty. Yi Qing smiled, though behind that smile lay an unknown intent. As the words fell, Chen Buran suddenly seized Yi Qing by the collar, his gaze shifting from icy to filled with intense murderous intent. Gritting his teeth as he spoke in a hoarse, cold voice, dare to harm my grandfather, and I will annihilate you all. The youth's words were chilling and replete with a bone-deep threat, yet they only earned Yi Qing's scornful laughter. You might be able to kill me, but that is all you could achieve in the eyes of many, and many beings that are not human. You are merely an ant. Do you understand? Chen Buran? Come on. I'm right here. You can kill me. Yi Qing spread his arms wide, exposing all his vulnerabilities to Chen Buran without a hint of resistance. Chen Buran's mind echoed with Yi Qing's words, his face turning an ashen hue as he felt a profound discomfort. He understood the harshness of reality and thought he might avoid it, yet it seemed fate did not wish to grant him peace. Just as he had shaken off Xian Yin, another watcher had appeared to coerce him into becoming a captain. I will not be fooled. From what you have done before, the watchers cannot be evil. How could you act against ordinary people? The youth took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing his anger to regain his composure. Wei Yiqing adjusted his glasses, suddenly chuckling softly. Qian Buran, you are quite clever. I am indeed merely trying to provoke you. Both you and your grandfather will be safe, regardless of whether you join the Watchers. Qian Buran let out a sigh of relief, thinking that Yiqing had finally given up. However, Yiqing's expression shifted rapidly from a smile to one of seriousness as he provocatively stated, "If you do not kill me, you will never escape my entanglement." Before Yiqing could finish, Qian Buran could no longer contain the fury within him and shouted, "Damn it, are you lot never going to stop? All I want is to live a good life at the bottom. Is that too much to ask? What is it about me that attracts you?" This pathetic breaking dawn stage, Yiqing, unfazed by Qian Buran's outburst, gazed at him with fervor as he uttered words that took Qian Buran by surprise. "You are a Wushuang." The emergence of the term Wushuang caused the previously silent Watcher's decree to emit a faint tremor. Seemingly responding to Qian Buran's yearning for recognition, the youth clenched his fists, his heart brimming with anxiety. Wei Yiqing's candid declaration of his status as a Wushuang left him feeling disoriented and threatened. He was uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. How many would covet him for possessing the chaotic eyes? In the face of humanity, what reactions would the seemingly grand organization of the Watchers have? Despite Yiqing's sincere invitation for him to join as a Watcher teammate, the future remained uncertain. "You can say what you wish, but I still will not accept," Qian Buran stated as he closed the door. Seeking solace within himself in the city center, feeling the stagnation of his cultivation, Qian Buran resolutely opted for a moment of surrender, stepping outside to clear his mind. Clutching the 2,000 yuan he had earned over the past half-month, he ventured into the bustling heart of the city, where the night was alive with activity. The streets were lined with an array of goods, a favored haunt for cultivators, teeming with a mix of people. This place might not offer overly high-end treasures, yet one could occasionally stumble upon hidden gems. After all, there is a saying, truly high-end treasures often appear unremarkable, and non-experts might dismiss them as worthless junk. What could 2,000 yuan buy? Qian Buran wandered in awe, observing the dazzling variety around him. Though he saw nothing particularly remarkable, the scene was still quite impressive. This place was certainly not on par with Mingwan Pavilion, and thus 2,000 yuan could still procure a fair amount. As Qian Buran continued to observe, he was determined not to become an unwitting fool. Whatever he purchased must possess some enhancement effect on the life decree. Suddenly, to his chagrin, he spotted a familiar face. Lu Linger, the troublesome girl who had conspired with Xian Yin. Chapter 33. 3 items upon encountering Lu Linger, despite her petite and charming demeanor, her pink down jacket contrasting with her delicate hands, drawing the attention of many passers-by, all Qian Buran could feel was a deep-seated hatred. To him, Lu Linger epitomized mischief. How could someone like her associate with a bully like Xian Yin and engage in such schemes? How can one forget the pain after healing? She seems to be in perfect spirits, Qian Buran scoffed, an impulse to strangle her welling up within him. Lu Linger appeared as a novice in the blood robbery organization. And with her meager abilities, how could she dare to shield Xian Yin? Qian Buran exhaled a breath, the cold air swirling into a mist as he gazed at the lively girl, lamenting, "Who made me soft-hearted?" There's simply no helping it. As Qian Buran attempted to avoid Lu Linger and continue his wanderings, fragments of memories surged in his mind, as if something here was beckoning him. What were these images surfacing in my mind? They felt both familiar and elusive, as though he had just seen them. He halted his steps, initially intending to leave. Yet he found himself drawn in by this thought. After much consideration, he tentatively activated the Tianquan bottle of the life decree. After contemplating, he realized that only the Tianquan bottle could possibly provoke such changes. Qian Buran's perception was remarkable. Perhaps it was indeed the unique ability bestowed by the Tianquan bottle. The soft white glow emanating from the Tianquan bottle enveloped him like the warm sun of winter, imparting a sense of comfort. This radiant light ultimately coalesced in his hand, gradually forming a scroll. It depicted a flower, a blade of grass, and some soil. What an unusual combination. It resembled the act of planting flowers and nurturing seedlings. Yet the more he looked, the more it seemed familiar. Could it be that there is a treasure here, discovered by the Tianquan bottle, prompting it to signal him to seize the opportunity? The thought of this possibility ignited a surge of excitement within Chen Buran. If this were true, it would indeed be a significant discovery. Would he not be able to utilize the Tianquan bottle for treasure hunting in the future? It seemed plausible. That day at Mingwan Pavilion, the Tianquan bottle had often exhibited strange behavior, likely due to the abundance of treasures there. It appeared that this place too harbored items capable of eliciting the bottle's unusual reactions, and he must uncover them. Anxiously, Chen Buran set about wandering once again through the bustling street, overwhelmed by the myriad of items before him. He could only rely on the Tianquan bottle's guidance, getting as close as possible to the items he sought to increase his chances of unearthing a treasure. This location was certainly not on par with Mingwan Pavilion, and were he to find a hidden gem, he should be able to afford it. During his earlier stroll, he had observed that the items sold here were generally inexpensive, seldom exceeding 1,000 yuan, with some available for as little as several dozen yuan. Thus, with his 2,000 yuan, he had a fair amount of purchasing power in front of a merchandise stall. Chen Buran was intently searching for the silhouettes of the three items, and after a prolonged search, he finally discovered the first one. It was a grass, entirely dark black, with only a few tender green branches exuding a hint of vitality, measuring roughly an inch in size, making it difficult for anyone to imagine it could be a treasure. Could this indeed be a treasure? At that moment, it was hard to discern. Chen Buran recalled having seen this grass when he had casually strolled by earlier, but he had not paid it any mind at the time. However, the prompt from the Tianquan bottle compelled him to regard it with utmost seriousness, in order to successfully purchase this grass. Chen Buran pretended to deliberate for a long time, feigning indifference as he lingered before the vendor's stall. He contemplated how to discreetly acquire this grass without alerting the proprietor. After all, what if the vendor decided to hike up the price? The grass was currently priced at 500. If Chen Buran revealed his strong desire for it, he would undoubtedly be taken advantage of. Sir, I am in search of treasures imbued with what attribute energy. Do you have any recommendations? He inquired with a smile after a lengthy pause. Surely, that would be the spirit jade leaf, priced at 2,000, a fair deal for all, the vendor replied, reclining comfortably in his chair. Casting a leisurely glance at Chen Buran, could you perhaps lower the price a bit? How about 1,005? Chen Buran attempted to negotiate. Do not haggle. It is but a modest business. What do you think of the spirit jade leaf? You should be able to sense its value. 2,000 is truly not exorbitant. If you lack the funds, I would recommend abstaining from purchasing it, the vendor retorted dismissively, his eyes reflecting disdain. Noticing Chen Buran's hesitance, the vendor continued, Young man, you are at the prime of your cultivation. I observe that you are at the dawn level, correct? Acquiring this spirit jade leaf would significantly enhance your progress at this stage. Consider the benefits carefully. Thank you for your advice, but I am indeed financially constrained and cannot afford the spirit jade leaf. Might there be any other treasures you could recommend? Chen Buran politely declined, presenting an image of someone impoverished. Suit yourself. Over there, most of those items are resources required for what attribute destinies. Feel free to peruse. The vendor gestured towards the direction of the grass. Chen Buran approached the grass without changing his expression, picking up several items to inspect, mostly checking their prices, which seemed to further convince the vendor of his financial limitations. This grass truly priced at 500. Could you possibly reduce it a bit? I feel it is not worth that amount, Chen Buran asserted, taking up the grass, which was one of his targets. Once again, I reiterate, it is a modest business, and I assure you, 500 is the fixed price. Very well, I shall purchase it. Chen Buran feigned reluctance, gritting his teeth, and slowly produced 500 from his pocket to buy the grass. Tianquan bottle, please do not let me down, if this goes awry. It would truly be heartbreaking, Chen Buran internally raged, for this 500 was the largest sum he had ever spent, indeed quite painful. Just as Chen Buran prepared to leave, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. Turning to look, his expression darkened upon seeing a familiar face reappear before him, Yi Qing. Sometimes, I genuinely wish to call the authorities, as you persistently shadow me, Chen Buran exclaimed angrily, yet it seemed so futile. Ha ha ha, call the authorities? Is there a possibility that we are akin to so-called law enforcers ourselves? Yiqing laughed heartily, dismissing Qian Burian's threat. Pa! Qian Burian lost interest in conversing with Yiqing, scoffing as he walked away. However, after a short distance, he heard Yiqing's voice behind him. Vendor, I will take everything from this stall. Qian Burian froze, glancing back to see the vendor looking at Yiqing with a fawning expression. His demeanor exceedingly respectful, while Yiqing reveled in this admiration, casually accepting all the items prepared by the vendor. With a smug and infuriating smile, he gazed at Qian Burian. Chapter 34. In hand observing Yiqing's insufferable demeanor. Qian Burian merely smirked, responding with an expression of indifference, then turned and walked away, choosing to disregard Yiqing. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Finding the remaining flour and the soil was of utmost importance. Leaving no time to waste on Yiqing. Seeing that Yiqing had become even more troublesome than before, he quickened his pace to walk alongside Qian Burian, saying, Do you want any of these items? I can give them to you. By the way, why did you spend 500 on that worthless grass? You should just toss it away, an ordinary person, lacking vision. Indeed. Compared to your unparalleled status, I am merely an ordinary person. So join us. Yiqing lamented nonsensically. Get lost. All right then. Also, do not impose your unparalleled status upon me. I have never acknowledged it. Why Yiqing paid no heed to Qian Burian's rebuttal, continuing, What are you looking at? Stop staring. These items are nothing of significance. I have already bought you a bag of them. Do you want more? This only irritated Qian Burian further, as Yiqing's behavior indicated that the Watchers might already possess evidence of his unparalleled identity. This made him feel as though his secret was entirely under someone else's control, a most uncomfortable sensation, yet he found himself powerless against Yiqing, or rather, the colossal entity behind him, the mysterious organization of the Watchers. Moments later, Qian Burian arrived at another stall and discovered the flour he sought, eyeing it keenly while feeling anxious. Why Yiqing was truly bothersome. If he were to whimsically purchase this flour, what would he do then? I know you want me to be at a disadvantage, but I advise you that it would be futile. Do not waste your thoughts on this trivial matter. Do you expect me to sacrifice myself? Qian Burian mocked. Why Yiqing shook his head, countering, What is this trifling matter? As long as you join the Watchers, the resources you will enjoy as an unparalleled individual will far exceed your imagination. I do not need that. Why Yiqing fell silent at that moment. Yiqing appeared somewhat speechless, finding Qian Burian, who was impervious to persuasion, exasperating. After a heavy sigh, he chose not to continue pressing Qian Burian. Leaning against the wall and quietly lighting a cigarette, the smoke mingled with the falling snow, releasing wisps of desolate aura, adding a touch of melancholy to Yiqing's presence in the snowy expanse. Watching Yiqing indulge in his pretentious display amidst the desolate atmosphere, Qian Burian understood that Yiqing likely wished for him to feel guilty, believing he was letting down the Watchers and ought to feel ashamed. However, Qian Burian was entirely unfazed by this. Observing Yiqing's pretentious act of exhaling smoke, he merely scoffed. Such a show, yet the task at hand is to lead me to my demise. Pa! Qian Burian spat vehemently, extending a finger towards Yiqing. Why Yiqing suddenly froze, the cigarette he held slipping from his fingers, his expression shifting between anger and turmoil. He was on the verge of being driven mad by Qian Burian. This fellow was utterly unyielding, yet the truth of the matter was compelling. Qian Burian's words were not without merit. For the next while, Qian Burian successfully acquired the remaining 2 items, yet this left him once again destitute. Though having 2,000 initially still categorized him as a pauper, the only difference was that life had become even more arduous. Are you attempting to irritate me, or is it merely a display of power? Trying to show off before me? Is that amusing? Qian Burian said darkly, glancing at Yiqing, who followed closely behind him. Why Yiqing remained silent, his expression shifting as he forcefully placed the items he held into Qian Burian's hands. Though the deal is unfulfilled, the sentiment remains. These items, even if only for this period, are a compensation for the nuisance I have caused you. These items are far too valuable. I cannot accept them. Holding items worth at least tens of thousands, Qian Burian vehemently rejected the offer, as it was not something he could comfortably accept. Why Yiqing opened his mouth, and after a moment, explained, You need not refuse. Even if you do not join the Watchers, you are still entitled to this resource, for you are a member of the human race, as long as you can contribute to the stability of humanity in the future. You all are quite noble, Qin Burian remarked, yet he still chose to decline the resources. Money does not fall from the sky. Take it back and give it to those who truly need it. Just do not bother me anymore. Yi Qing. Yi Qing took a deep breath, smiling. Actually, it would be easier if you just killed me. Then I would no longer pester you, and you need not fear any repercussions for my death, as I have signed an agreement beforehand. This is a voluntary act, and I shall not relent until I achieve my goal. Qin Burian felt a surge of anger, grabbing Yi Qing by the collar and demanding, "Why are you so insistent? Are you willing to sacrifice your life just to drag me into your ranks? Such extreme behavior is no different from those nefarious acts, or that bloodthirsty fate. Do not compare us to those filthy things," Yi Qing retorted sternly, a surge of murderous intent flaring within him. Qin Burian understood he had touched upon the Watcher's sore spot. "You are not so wretched as to warrant my killing you. Besides, who knows if killing you would simply lead to more troubles for me?" Qin Burian replied defiantly, loosening his grip on Yi Qing's collar as he sought to justify himself. In truth, he had never harbored any intention of killing Yi Qing. Rather, despite his outward disdain, he secretly respected him. Yi Qing responded calmly, "There will absolutely be no more invitations from the Watchers. After you kill me, you will lose the knowledge of joining the Watchers. For we cannot allow anyone to harm their comrades. Furthermore, killing me signifies that you are unfit to be a Watcher, as a true Watcher, at the very least, must possess a gentle demeanor, rather than being irascible and prone to violence. Ah, if only you could refrain from wasting your thoughts on me and instead focus on dealing with the anomalies." Qin Burian sighed sincerely. Yi Qing continued, "Sharpening the knife does not hinder the woodcutter. The benefits of having a peerless individual join the Watchers are immeasurable. During missions, countless companions may survive and be spared from disaster. I recommend a certain individual to you, a fated one from the Feitian Academy." At that moment, Qin Burian's eyes lit up as he thought of Xian Yan. Wouldn't it be quite fitting for him to take such risks? Yi Qing rolled his eyes, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. And after a moment replied, "I will certainly relay this to the organization. However, since he is from the Feitian Academy, Xian Yan's information must already be known to the higher-ups. This is not something for a mere team member like me to consider. I shall focus on you instead." Still arguing, "Humph." Just then, an unexpectedly petite and adorable figure appeared beside them, clad in a pink down jacket, her sparkling big eyes fixed intently on the two. "Big Brother Yi. Is that you? What are you doing here? And do you know him?" The newcomer was none other than the mischievous girl, Lu Linger. Upon seeing Lu Linger in such a context, Qin Burian felt an odd sensation. It seemed Lu Linger was familiar with Yi Qing, which made him ponder whether the world was truly this small. Running into acquaintances like this, his expression darkening noticeably, Yi Qing, noticing something amiss, cast a curious glance at the two before responding with a smile. "Linger, it has been quite a while since we last met. You've grown even more enchanting. Truly beautiful. Thank you for the compliment, Big Brother Yi." Heed, in response to Yi Qing's praise, the girl displayed a proud yet bashful demeanor. But Qin Burian at that moment only wished to make a hasty exit. That day, it seemed as though he had saved Xian Yan and Lu Linger. However, the root of the matter lay in his kidnapping Lu Linger, which set off a chain of subsequent events. Moreover, what if Xian Yan were also here? He would be in deep trouble. The thought sent a chill down Qin Burian's spine. Qin Burian cast a calm glance at Lu Linger, his mind racing. Suddenly, he conceived a brilliant idea, one that made him admire his own ingenuity, thinking himself a genius. Yi Qing had mentioned that those with ill intentions could not join the Watchers. "I certainly have ill intentions. I nearly killed Xian Yan that day, and given Yi Qing's familiarity with Lu Linger, he would surely report me. At that point, I could easily distance myself from Yi Qing." Qin Burian's mind became agile. This notion was indeed quite logical. He waited patiently for Lu Linger to speak ill of him, so he could echo her sentiments. "Big Brother Yi, you must be here on a mission. Do you need my assistance?" Lu Linger glanced at Qin Burian with her beautiful eyes, but, unusually, said nothing, leaving Qin Burian puzzled in his mind. They should have a deep-seated enmity, yet their reaction was so subdued. Could it be a fade? Perhaps Lu Linger was harboring some ill intent, but felt restrained with Yi Qing present. Yi Qing gazed at Lu Linger with a fond expression and, after a moment's silence, replied, "It's best you refrain from getting involved in these matters. Focus on your cultivation at the Feitian Academy." "How can that be? I also wish to join the Watchers in the future. You're still my big brother, and it is only right to assist you. Chen Boren couldn't help but scoff, eliciting Lu Linger's attention. Her beautiful eyes bore into him with a hint of aggression, her voice laced with skepticism. What are you laughing at? You should first deal with the biggest bully at the Feitian Academy before talking about helping others. One punch would leave you flattened. Chen Boren retorted disdainfully, attempting to provoke Lu Linger. Do you dare to hit me? I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Just wait until later, Lu Linger warned fiercely, clutching her small fist. Chen Boren was at a loss for words. He hadn't even touched her. If it came to that, it would be a disaster. Wei Yiqing, witnessing their exchange, looked back and forth between Lu Linger and Chen Boren in astonishment. Asking, you two know each other? Losing his patience, Chen Boren wondered why Lu Linger seemed to carry no animosity against him. From his perspective, they had a serious conflict, one that could not be forgiven or reconciled. Thus, he bluntly responded to Yiqing, yes, we know each other. That day, I nearly killed her and her boyfriend. I am indeed a villain through and through. How could someone like me possibly join the Watchers? I am unworthy. Upon hearing this, Yiqing's brows furrowed deeply, his face a mask of disbelief as he processed the information, clearly caught off guard, which was precisely the effect Chen Boren sought. People are emotional beings. First, Chen Boren's actions already disqualified him from being a Watcher, and second, such events occurring with someone familiar would naturally evoke fear and anger. Although Lu Linger addressed Yiqing as big brother, indicating a close relationship, they shared different surnames, hinting at an unusual bond, perhaps even familial. Wei Yiqing's expression darkened as he turned to Lu Linger, asking, is this true, Linger? You must tell me. Lu Linger, her big, sparkling eyes darting as she pondered, extended her finger to tap her chin, seemingly deep in thought. Chen Boren was perplexed. What was Lu Linger up to? Was it really necessary to deliberate over such a clear fact? Big brother Yi. Does this mean your mission involves him joining the Watchers? Whose order is this? Lu Linger countered. Wei Yiqing contemplated for a moment before replying. It is General Chen's order. General Chen? Odd. I don't recall any general with the surname Chen. Lu Linger remarked, puzzled. Don't ask too many questions. Just tell me what happened, Yiqing urged. Lu Linger cast another glance at Chen Boren, then spoke dismissively, it's nothing. Chen Boren is quite good and suitable to join the Watchers. What he said might just be an attempt to distance himself from you. Don't believe him. How absurd. I indeed did those things. How precious it is to hear you deny them. Chen Boren's face turned crimson with anger, exclaiming in frustration at Lu Linger, who was adamantly refusing to acknowledge the truth. You jerk. You're so rude and uncultured. Lu Linger retorted, her face flushed with indignation as she glared at Chen Boren. Yiqing burst into hearty laughter, his gaze at Chen Boren growing increasingly approving as he patted Chen Boren's shoulder, speaking earnestly, young man, if Linger vouches for you, I can rest assured. Alas, I lack potential. Nearing 25, barely scraping by in the Twilight Realm, and only recently breaking through. The greatest contribution I can make to the organization is your joining the Watchers. The future now rests upon you. Chen Boren shrugged off Yiqing's hand, replying, don't say that. I haven't agreed to join the Watchers, nor do I owe you anything. Do you not care about Captain Chen Li Nguyen's life-saving grace? Yiqing's expression turned serious as he scrutinized the young man. Mentioning Captain Chen Li Nguyen clearly struck a nerve, leaving Chen Boren momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he replied, of course I care. Whatever you wish to say, let him come to me, although I truly do not want to join the Watchers. If he comes, I might not have a choice. Wei Yiqing adjusted his glasses and calmly replied, he cannot come, nor is it yet necessary for him to intervene. In fact, we could discuss what you truly desire to join the Watchers. In an effort to dissuade Yiqing, Chen Boren boldly locked his gaze onto Lu Linger's petite figure, smiling, how about this? If she becomes my girlfriend, I will join the Watchers. As soon as these words left his mouth, both individuals froze and shocked. Wei Yiqing, infuriated, chastised, Chen Boren, I know you are doing this on purpose to make me retreat, but is this really amusing? This matter does not concern Linger. She is still just a young girl. Please show her some respect. I respect her quite well. Asking her to be my girlfriend shows my appreciation for her beauty, Chen Boren replied with a calm demeanor, his smile devoid of sincerity. You! Yiqing barked in exasperation. Meanwhile, Lu Linger stood frozen, seemingly turned to stone by Chen Boren's words, her enchanting eyes glistening with tears. She gently wiped away her tears. Big Brother Yi, if this mission is truly important to you, I could sacrifice myself and become Chen Buren's girlfriend. Lu Linger shyly turned her head, her sparkling eyes fixed on Chen Buren, her cheeks flushed, her voice soft and tender. Chen Buren, will you let me be your girlfriend? At that moment, not only was Yi Qing rendered speechless, but even Chen Buren found himself taken aback, marveling at the state of the world. What was happening? Chen Buren had no idea. Chapter 36. Convergence. Chen Buren hurriedly fled the scene, inwardly cursing that everyone had lost their minds, especially Lu Linger. What could she have possibly ingested to agree to such an unreasonable request? Indeed, these Watchers cannot be measured by common logic. Although Lu Linger has yet to join the Watchers, her previous conversations hinted at her desire to become a part of this organization. When one reflects on it, it is rather exhilarating. Lu Linger is Xian Yin's girlfriend. If she were to be taken away, Xian Yin would surely be driven to madness. Of course, this is merely a thought, as he has no genuine interest in such actions. What a frivolous endeavor that would be. Chen Buren returned to his residence. Upon arrival, he contemplated whether to change his living quarters, but ultimately dismissed the idea. Given the immense power of the Watchers, it seemed futile to hide anywhere in Yangchuan City. He decided to remain, as this location was relatively safe and close to the city center, where no one dared to act against him in broad daylight. This individual, of course, was Xian Yin. From the moment he laid eyes on Lu Linger, a strange premonition stirred within him. Xian Yin would come knocking. Seated on his bed, Chen Buren retrieved 3 peculiar items he had acquired from the marketplace, eager to discern what distinguished them enough to elicit a response from the Tianquan bottle. Albeit faint, a darkened blade of grass, a withered flower, a mound of red-black soil. This strange assemblage within the dilapidated room made the youth appear as a gardener, attempting to revive the flora through this heap of soil, nurturing it to flourish once more. Chen Buren scrutinized the 3 items, his gaze emitting a faint white glimmer. After a prolonged examination, he concluded that, amidst the ruins, these 3 items could merely be deemed a flower. Grass and soil. Tio claimed they were treasures would be a stretch. While he did not deny that absorbing these 3 items might slightly enhance his command over the Tianquan bottle, the effect would likely be negligible. In fact, he mused, it would be wiser to heed the merchant's advice and purchase the Lingyu leaf for 2,000. That leaf truly possessed remarkable qualities and could provide significant benefits to his command, potentially allowing him to penetrate a minor realm or at least deepen his mastery within the Dawn realm. Currently, he was at the Dawn realm of the general level, and should he advance to the Marquis level, it would be a commendable achievement. Once there, transcending to the Radiance realm would become almost inevitable. Most individuals at the general level, upon realizing the improbability of reaching the Marquis level, hastened to break through to the Radiance realm, resulting in the Marquis level being quite rare. It might take dozens or even hundreds of general-level practitioners to produce a single Marquis level, an exceedingly scarce occurrence. If the Dawn realm is thus, one can only imagine the subsequent realms. Falling behind at the Dawn realm makes advancing to the Marquis level increasingly implausible. One might toil a lifetime yet only ever reach the Radiance realm, with only a few fortunate enough to progress further. The prospect of attaining the King level in the Dawn realm appears exceedingly dim, given the colossal resources required, while the Marquis level remains a feasible goal. Chen Buren resolved to strive for the Marquis level of the Dawn realm, content with that ambition before settling into the Radiance realm. To untie the knot, one must first tie it. The Tianquan bottle has granted me insights, and it is required to observe these 3 items. With this thought in mind, Chen Buren activated the command of the Tianquan bottle, which materialized in his hand, while his other hand grasped the 3 items. The white light emitted by the Tianquan bottle illuminated them as if purifying them. Yet, there was no reaction. The white light remained dormant for what felt like an eternity, casting its glow upon the mundane items without eliciting any response. Chen Buren felt as if his 2,000 coins were wasted on worthless trinkets. His expression darkened as he glared at the Tianquan bottle, exclaiming in frustration, "You were the one who wanted to buy these items. Now look what you've procured, a pile of junk. Truly, you are a burden." The more he contemplated, the angrier he became, and just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, the Tianquan bottle trembled slightly, emanating a brilliance several times more intense than before, illuminating the 3 items. This time, a reaction occurred. The three peculiar items began to levitate in the air. The mound of red-black soil first, followed by the blackened grass standing upright, deeply embedded within the soil, and finally, the withered flower entwined around the grass's surface. This bizarre amalgamation appeared initially jarring, but soon, Chen Burian felt as though it was a natural occurrence. Under the radiance of the Tianquan bottle, they began to pulsate with life, no longer mere lifeless objects, but rather rejuvenating and vibrant once more in mere moments. Chen Burian caught a whiff of a potent life force burgeoning forth, even exceeding the strength of the Lingyu leaf he had previously encountered. This was only the beginning. He could scarcely fathom the formidable effects these three fused items would yield once fully cultivated. Witnessing such a transformation left Chen Burian dumbfounded, unable to suppress his excitement as he swallowed hard and exclaimed, "Bottle brother, I truly misjudged you. I never anticipated you possessed such incredible power. You are indeed my savior." Overjoyed, Chen Burian embraced the Tianquan bottle fervently, showering it with kisses, unable to detach himself from it. With the Tianquan bottle's extraordinary capabilities, it would undoubtedly resolve numerous challenges in the future, capable of locating treasures and enhancing their efficacy. The more he pondered, the more he became infatuated. "Bottle brother, could it be that you are indeed a royal decree?" After a prolonged period of elation, Chen Burian calmed down and muttered. Previously, Bian He had asserted that his Tianquan bottle belonged to the royal decree level. At that moment, he had been somewhat skeptical. However, it now seemed increasingly plausible that it possessed extraordinary qualities, perhaps even royal decree status. Yet, when the command of the Tianquan bottle first manifested, it had not conveyed any information, merely revealing its name, Tianquan bottle, and nothing more. Chen Burian cautiously stored the treasure forged from the fusion of the three items and exited his meditative state, stretching lazily before succumbing to a drowsy slumber, unaware of how much time passed. At this moment, he had only one task at hand: to patiently await the blooming of the flowers. The first rays of dawn illuminated the vast expanse of the earth, including Chen Burian's dilapidated abode, where he awakened to the morning light. After yawning, his stomach audibly growled, prompting him to realize it was time to eat. Since breaking through to the general level of the Dawn realm, he had not consumed anything for at least 3 or 4 days, not due to a lack of desire, but purely from poverty. Unlike Yuan Shui Yao, the prices here were exorbitant, and he often hesitated to spend. Upon opening the door, as was customary, he expected to see Yi Qing. However, it was not her but rather a petite figure, Lu Linger. Upon noticing Chen Burian had awakened, Lu Linger gazed at him for a spell, her fair hands clasped tightly before her, clutching something, a piece of paper inscribed with notes. The two exchanged silent glances. Chen Burian was not surprised to see Lu Linger but was puzzled by her presence. If she had come seeking vengeance, Xian Yin was notably absent, and as for Lu Linger's claim of wanting to be his girlfriend, he had dismissed it as mere jest. After a moment of silence, the girl spoke, her expression a blend of complexity as she looked at Chen Burian. "Wai Qing asked me to deliver this to you, insisting that you must accept it without refusal." Chen Burian remained silent, as he had anticipated, and the vengeful scene he had envisioned did not materialize. Lu Linger was not there to exact retribution. Curious, he accepted the item from her hands, which turned out to be a list, bringing him boundless surprise. All things have their origins. Qi has its name, and it is called the Ancestral Qi List. The grandiose characters emblazoned themselves in Chen Burian's mind, and in an instant, he felt a tremendous shockwave reverberate through him, leaving him momentarily speechless. Chapter 37. The path of fate and cultivation. A torrent of profound information surged into Chen Burian's consciousness like a deluge, and soon he felt an immense gravitational force consuming his strength, causing him to panic. Who could ignore the sensation of their own power being devoured? Chen Burian was no exception. This was the hard-earned strength he had cultivated to reach the general level of the Dawn realm. Was it truly to be obliterated by this ancestral Qi list? Wait, rather than consuming my power, it appears to be inscribing words upon the blank paper. Initially apprehensive, Chen Burian soon found solace as the ancestral Qi list did not drain his energy but instead utilized it to gradually etch characters onto the list. This ancestral Qi list was somewhat unique. It did not merely inscribe all information related to Qi but required one's own strength to probe its depths. As Chen Burian's fingers traced over the ancestral Qi list, A sense of ethereal mystery surged within him. The uppermost section, the top 10 entries, bore no records concerning Qi, indicating that he was currently unable to access information about these Qi entities. He was uncertain whether this was due to his insufficient strength to unravel the mysteries of the top 10, or if such entries simply lacked documentation. Despite its shortcomings, it was of little consequence. After all, the top 10 Qi were far beyond his reach. It was said that some of the top 10 Qi did not even exist within this realm. Even the most formidable individuals in the world, those standing at the pinnacle realm, could not access such divine entities. These beings had developed sentience, even manifesting forms, wielding powers capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. Regarded by humanity as possessing unfathomable and divine capabilities. With a sense of urgency and excitement, Qian Buren anxiously opened the ancestral Qi list. Beginning from the 11th entry, Qian Buren meticulously perused the records. His gaze deeply ensnared. The 11th entry, Qi of ultimate extent. The 12th entry, Heavenly Heart Qi. The 13th entry, Earthly Heart Qi. The 14th entry, Celestial Star Qi. The 15th entry, Desolate Abyss Qi. The 16th entry, Purple Qi from the East. The 17th entry, Resplendent Star River Qi. The 18th entry, Flowing Light Star Fall Qi. The 19th entry, Boundless Tide Qi. The 20th entry, River of Setting Sun Qi. The 21st entry, Heart Qi. The 22nd entry, Double Ninth Qi. The 23rd entry, Yellow Spring Qi. The 24th entry, Five Elements Qi. The 25th entry, Golden Armor Sharp Qi. The 26th entry, Ancient Wood Spring Qi. The 27th entry, Heavenly Water Abyss Qi. The 20th entry, Earth Fire Lotus Qi. The 29th entry, Post-Earth Commoners Qi. The 30th entry, Source of Qi. Thus, these are the 30 Qis of eternity. With vacant eyes, Qian Buren murmured to himself as he flipped through this ancestral Qi list, profoundly captivated by the vivid illustrations it conjured in his mind. Leaving his thoughts blank beyond that, even the ancient, enigmatic phrase 30 Qis of eternity resonated within him, echoing as if it were a tangible sound. After completing his review, Qian Buren felt a lump in his throat. Still somewhat dazed, enveloped in the overwhelming grandeur of the experience. Although he had never encountered any of the Qis listed, he could already sense their immense power. Even the 30th ranked source of Qi likely possessed a force beyond the comprehension of the ordinary person, rendering his own meager Dawn realm status insignificant in comparison, akin to an ant in the presence of such might, let alone the prospect of subduing it. How could this be managed? Not only was the highest ranked Qi, ultimate extent, beyond his reach, but even the 30th ranked source of Qi eluded him. A bitter smile escaped Qian Buren's lips. Yet, perhaps this was not the gravest dilemma, for he believed the most pressing issue was the lack of opportunity to even encounter them. Thus, relying on Qi to cultivate his fate command appeared futile. Fortunately, a new path had emerged, as the Heavenly Authority bottle possessed capabilities that would surely sustain his cultivation for some time. Qian Buren's fingers gently traced the position of the 11th entry, Ultimate Extent. Among all the entries on this ancestral Qi list, the one that left the deepest impression on him was indeed Ultimate Extent, for it was the only one that bore an elaborate description. It read, Ultimate Extent, supreme within the realm of mortals, possesses absolute power. A mere wisp of ultimate extent is sufficient to collapse mountains, capable of reigning supreme in the realm of Qi. The youth tucked the list into his bosom, attempting to quell the tumult within, choosing not to dwell further on the ancestral Qi list. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? What is this thing? Is it even worth looking at? Am I not more captivating? How dull.as he tucked away the ancestral Qi list. The melodious voice of Lu Linger rang in his ears. The girl's beautiful eyes expressed discontent, evidently due to Qian Buren having left her waiting for quite some time. This time, Qian Buren was somewhat taken aback, glancing at Lu Linger and inquiring, Oh, you actually don't know what it is that you brought? Brother Yiqing didn't tell me, and since he didn't specify, I naturally didn't dare to look. I wouldn't want to break the rules. What if it's something confidential? I still plan to join the Watchers, and I can't make any mistakes. Lu Linger huffed in response. The Watchers are splendid. I see a bright future for you. You should bring your boyfriend, Xian Yin, along. Qian Buren casually coaxed, inwardly hoping that Xian Yin would hasten to join, eager for a swift conclusion to the previous incident. I haven't settled the score with you for the last time, and you dare to mention him? If it weren't for Brother Yi Qing's face, I would have already told Xian Yin to settle things with you. Lu Linger recalled the events of that day, immediately pouting in indignation. Chen Buren found himself at a loss for words. Such is the world, encompassing all wonders, where some pursue power by any means, leaving a trail of blood, like that blood robbery organization. Yet, there are also those like Lu Linger, innocent and pure, despite the fact that Chen Buren had put them in dire straits, nearly losing his life to a tiger's jaws. Yet Lu Linger seemed unfazed, as if this were merely a trivial matter, devoid of any profound enmity. Such an attitude stirred a twinge of guilt within Chen Buren, prompting him to soften his tone and calmly ask, "Then why haven't you left yet?" Upon hearing this, Lu Linger's pupils constricted, disbelief etched across her petite face, her eyes widening in alarm as she exclaimed, "What? You actually want me to leave? I kindly brought you something, and you want to send me away? You heartless fiend." The girl repeated the sentiment several times, sporting an expression of utmost grievance. "Heartless? Don't speak so ambiguously. Could you not possess a sense of boundaries? We still have unresolved matters between us." Chen Buren remained unmoved. "Are you intending to settle old scores with me?" Lu Linger retorted, displeased. "Since we've reached this point, I shall speak plainly. As long as you and Xian Yin exit my world, we shall have no lingering issues." Chen Buren's directness left Lu Linger silent for a considerable time, her cheeks flushing as she puffed her cheeks in seriousness, only to utter words that startled Chen Buren profoundly. "Am I not your girlfriend? What old scores could there possibly be? I was merely teasing you. You all, those associated with the Watchers, are utterly insane, devoid of any moral compass." Lu Linger's words nearly left Chen Buren breathless, shocking him greatly. Were these Watchers truly human? He bore no ill will towards them. They indeed commanded respect, yet was it truly necessary to go to such lengths? Merely to recruit him, even a married woman could make such sacrifices? Simply because Chen Buren had jokingly claimed Lu Linger as his girlfriend, she would join the Watchers. Chen Buren felt as though his worldview had shifted, perceiving this world as utterly mad. Upon hearing Chen Buren's curses, Lu Linger's expression darkened, her fair fists clenched tightly, her beautiful eyes icy as they bore into him. "Chen Buren, do not presume that you can act recklessly and toy with us." Realizing he may have spoken too harshly, and recalling the merits of the Watchers and the power backing them, which allowed them to discern his inquiries into the ancestral Qi list and present it to him, Chen Buren suppressed his rising temper. Thus, he spoke gently, "I truly do not wish to join the Watchers. I have already explained my reasons. Why must you make it difficult for me? My grandfather's health is failing. Perhaps." Chen Buren did not finish his thought, but rather silently uttered a phrase, "May he live long." His words caused Lu Linger's expression to soften slightly, though her demeanor remained impassive. The two remained locked in a stalemate for a long while until Lu Linger lost all patience. Chen Buren's indifference only served to ignite her fury further. She huffed in anger, her breath quickening, creating a sight of exquisite beauty that Chen Buren had lost all interest in admiring. The girl's gaze, filled with hatred, fixated on Chen Buren, her words reaching a fever pitch, laced with icy severity. "Brother Yi Qing, as a respected Watcher, lowered himself to speak with you amicably, seeking your favor. Yet you remain unsatisfied, and I, a young lady of considerable status, agreed to be your girlfriend, yet I still cannot persuade you to join the Watchers. Do you even consider yourself a man? Do you understand the sacrifices made in this regard? Chen Linyuan, that General Chen has already sacrificed. Do you know why? After saving you that day, he did not perish. However, upon awakening, he was tormented. He blamed himself for failing to protect this city, allowing the aberrations to infiltrate, resulting in the deaths of countless individuals, including his own team members. He attributed all of this to his own inadequacy. Thus, unable to accept reality, General Chen ultimately embarked on an irreversible path. The very next day after his recovery, he shattered the Fate Command before everyone. He hoped to utilize the secret arts of the Watchers to challenge the royal decree. Yet, he ultimately failed, meeting his demise on the path of cultivation. Chapter 38. Last Wishes and Inheritance. The news of General Chen Linyuan's death struck the youth like a bolt from the blue, rendering him momentarily dumbfounded, engulfed in the difficulty of accepting this revelation. He clenched his fists tightly, lost in thought, his complexion darkening to an extreme. His gaze drifted, unable to forget for a long time, his neck moving slightly as his body stiffened, his eyes brimming with regret and sorrow. He is gone. A tear slipped from the corner of Chen Buren's eye, blurring his vision. In that moment, he seemed to see General Chen, wielding a heavy mace, fiercely battling the aberrations, urging him to flee. That scene remained vividly etched in his mind, forever fresh in his memory. Yet now, everything had changed. General Chen had perished in his quest for cultivation, reduced to dust, lost to the annals of history, evoking deep lament. On that day, Chen Buren had gifted General Chen Linyuan a drop of his blood, hoping for his safety and well-being, yet he could never have anticipated that General Chen would ultimately sacrifice himself in such a manner. This left him with profound regret and sorrow, emotions that lingered unacceptably. Simultaneously, recalling Yi Qing's odd behavior and entanglements, at that moment, Chen Buren realized everything. Perhaps their desire for him to join the Watchers was indeed General Chen Linyuan's dying wish. Take me to see Yi Qing. I wish to meet General Chen Linyuan. Chen Buren finally gathered his thoughts, addressing Lu Linger beside him. The young girl wept, her face flushed as she desperately wiped away her tears, fiercely suppressing the urge to cry out loud. Eventually, she accompanied Chen Buren to meet Yi Qing. They arrived at a cemetery, the final resting place of the departed. As they traversed through a sun-drenched grove, listening to the melodious chirping of birds and inhaling the fragrant blossoms. Chen Buren followed Lu Linger to a heavily guarded hilltop. This was the Watcher's grave, the ultimate sanctuary for all the fallen Watchers, where countless ancestors lay buried. Yi Qing had long been here, perhaps never leaving, waiting for the arrival of Chen Buren and Lu Linger. Guardians of Hope. 5 grand characters stood like towering pillars at the center of the hill, exuding immense vigor and power. As if giving birth to a mystical aura, this made Chen Buren realize that these characters were not merely crafted but forcefully inscribed by a formidable figure. Such strength could obliterate mountains and fill seas, surpassing him by several realms. Along the way, Chen Buren encountered many who came to pay their respects, relatives and friends of the fallen Watchers. Some bore a calm demeanor, yet who could know the torment within their hearts? Perhaps those who wept with a heart-wrenching sorrow found some solace. This scene reminded Chen Buren of General Chen's emotions upon awakening, a palpable pain echoing in his youthful heart. Chen Buren and Lu Linger quickened their pace and finally spotted Yi Qing's silhouette from a distance. It was the gravestone of General Chen Linyuan. A solitary gravestone, a portrait, and a few bouquets of flowers. The world seemed to have bequeathed so little to General Chen Linyuan, yet he had left behind a wealth of spirit through his selfless dedication. You've come. Light an incense for the general, Yi Qing said, rising unsteadily, clearly intoxicated, clutching a bottle of wine. Lu Linger hurriedly supported him. Brother Yi, you mustn't drink so much. You can't keep doing this every day, she urged, seizing the bottle from his grasp. Why not? Ha. Is the power of this Yaguang realm truly so insignificant? Yi Qing replied, a hint of madness in his tone, thoroughly inebriated. He suddenly broke into tears, resembling a child, his hands trembling as he questioned his own power. This strength is indeed insufficient, far from enough. Perhaps it's us who are weak. Otherwise, how could the captain have fallen? We are too feeble, and I too shall meet my end. Following in the captain's footsteps, fighting to the last breath. You are drunk, Chen Buren softly remarked. Indeed, I am. But you have no right to advise me. If you have merely come to light an incense, you may leave now. Only those related to the Watchers are permitted here. Yi Qing caressed the portrait of General Chen Linyuan, his expression riddled with anguish and despair, his disheveled hair framing his face. Chen Buren seemed to grasp the situation. 4 days, aside from inviting him to join the Watchers, Yi Qing had spent his time here, accompanying his captain and fellow comrades. That day, many from his squad had perished. Their sacrifice a tragic tale. You must not dwell in such despair. General Chen would be pained to see you like this, Chen Buren encouraged, unwilling to witness Yi Qing's despondency. Yi Qing gazed at the portrait of General Chen Linyuan. Voice trembling, Captain, I harbor some resentment towards you. Why must you bear all the responsibility? I understand your reasons for confronting the royal decree, yet I despise your reckless endeavor. How many have succeeded in such a venture throughout history? Yi Qing turned to Chen Buren, a sense of helplessness in his gaze. Now, let us speak of you, Chen Buren. Your judgment may not be as astute as you think, though he is commendable in many aspects. He lacks the reckless spirit and conviction you so admire, always hesitating regarding the role of a watcher. I fear I may not fulfill the task entrusted to me, Captain Chen. After speaking, Yi Qing snatched the wine bottle from Lu Linger's hands and gulped it down, drowning his sorrows. Chen Burian remained silent, turning to the weeping Lu Linger. Captain Chen Linyuan was posthumously awarded the rank of general, correct? Is what lies in that box his relic? Lu Linger nodded slightly, wiping her tears and pointing towards the box beside the gravestone. General Chen Linyuan said, if you are willing to accept his last wishes, you may open that box. He will grant you a great gift. At Lu Linger's words, Yi Qing looked over, just as the sky unleashed a torrential downpour, as if to cleanse all impurities. The surroundings grew eerily quiet, save for the sparse sound of rain. The young man slowly extended his hands towards the sky, feeling the rain touch his face, unable to distinguish whether it was the rain or his tears. Finally, he knelt before the grave of General Chen Linyuan, rising only after a long while. Chen Burian's eyes blazed with determination as he gazed at the portrait of General Chen Linyuan, before turning toward the box containing the general's relics. A resolute expression crossed his calm visage. If it is indeed a great gift, how could he not accept it, however? Please wait for me, General Chen. When I extinguish the malevolence and darkness, I shall return to claim it. The young man spoke with composure, his reflection mirrored in the rainwater by the roadside. Chen Burian bowed once more, making a solemn vow. As he bent down, the box containing the general's relics began to tremble, erupting in a brilliant golden light that pierced through the clouds. As if to illuminate the world and cleanse everything, a resounding clang echoed through the air, a powerful and resonant sound that seemed to tear through the fabric of space, sending shockwaves through the heavens and earth as a weapon-like silhouette gradually materialized. It was a long sword. Moments later, a black gold dragon sword emerged, emitting a resonant cry, firmly held in Chen Burian's grasp, radiating an overwhelming aura and pressure, stirring the winds and clouds. The young man wielded the sword, pointing it toward the firmament. Chapter 39. The transformation of identity. I shall inherit your will, wielding this sword to sweep away all malevolent spirits. Chen Burian feeling the power coursing through the black gold dragon sword. The young man was enveloped in a sense of disorientation, overwhelmed by the formidable strength that could enable him to transcend borders and vanquish foes. Yet, he felt no attachment to this power. The moment he lifted the sword, everything became clear. The origin of this sword was brutal, so brutal that holding it caused Chen Burian's heart to tremble, his rigid body quaking. The black gold dragon sword was a weapon of royal decree. However, it was not forged by nature but stripped from a royal command, which often signified death. The black gold dragon sword was the manifestation of General Chen Linyuan. General Chen's attempt to confront the royal decree had failed. Yet, for him, it was not a complete failure. This black gold dragon sword was his legacy, perhaps already reaching the threshold of royal decree level, with immense potential still untapped. In that moment of grasping the sword, Chen Burian beheld myriad visions, including the scene of General Chen Linyuan's assault on the royal decree, a blood-soaked demise that elicited sorrow. This was the general's legacy, a treasure he left for the Watchers. Now returned to him. Chen Burian had become the new master of this half-step royal decree black gold dragon sword. Yi Qing, witnessing this spectacle, felt the fog of intoxication dissipate, tears of excitement welling in his eyes. After a long while, he managed to compose himself, kneeling on one knee before the young man, performing the ancient and solemn ritual of the Watchers. The rite of the Watchers. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Burian felt a mysterious force enveloping him, both profound and gentle. The world around him seemed to grow quiet and clear, his perception of the universe extending infinitely, a mesmerizing experience. This scene drew the astonished gaze of Lu Linger, who stared at Chen Burian in disbelief, her eyes wide as if she wished to consume him whole. The rite of the Watchers, and it triggered a gift? How could this be? It was utterly incredible. Chen Burian, bewildered by the unfolding events, felt a haze envelop him, hastily assisting Yi Qing to his feet. You are the senior. Why should I bow to you? Yi Qing, observing the extraordinary phenomena surrounding them, turned to the young man with a look of approval. No, it is the capable ones among the Watchers who are seniors, worthy of high positions. The captain did not misjudge. You are truly exceptional to have triggered the Watcher's gift. Chun Burian paused, absorbing the warmth enveloping him, and asked, "Is that sensation the gift of the Watchers? What does it signify, Brother Yi? Where did you acquire the authority for the right of the Watchers?" Before Yi Qing could respond, Lu Linger's envious voice chimed in. Yi Qing fell silent, his thoughts in disarray, before finally pointing at the black gold dragon sword. "It is not I who possesses the authority of the right of the Watchers. It is that sword that holds such power. The captain has been posthumously awarded the rank of general, and I believe the general's order has been inscribed on it in the form of sword patterns. Without that sword, I alone could not have triggered the right of the Watchers. Let alone the gift." That Yi Qing paused for a moment, then solemnly turned his gaze towards Chen Buran, stating, "The so-called gift of the Watcher is a privilege bestowed only upon those who have made significant contributions to humanity. The recipient will be honored and respected by the entirety of the Watchers, and it is likely that you will only come to understand its true worth in the future. As for the gifts of the Watcher, they embody the mysterious sensations you mentioned. Being able to trigger them is a testament to your pure heart, and General Chen did not misjudge you." After hearing Yi Qing's words, Chun Buran finally comprehended the gravity of the situation, and the sense of guilt within him deepened. Without General Chen Linyuan, how could he possibly enjoy such honors? These accolades rightfully belonged to General Chen, yet they had now been conferred upon him. "I feel undeserving of this," he confessed. Chen Buran gripped the black gold dragon sword tightly, mirroring the heaviness and turmoil within his heart. However, he realized that he could not change the past. The departed were gone, and those who remained must continue their journey. "You need not feel undeserving. This was the captain's choice. In fact, there are circumstances that have compelled you onto this path, but we genuinely require fresh blood, especially someone as talented as you." Yi Qing sighed softly, his voice low, filled with helpless regret. Chun Buran's lips curled slightly, as if he wished to speak but hesitated. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "None of this matters now, since General Chen has fought valiantly. I too shall make my oath here. I will not return until the enemy forces are extinguished." As the blade met its sheath, the dragon-screaming sword resonated thunderously, as if echoing the young man's vow. In just a few short days, Chen Buran underwent a transformation in identity, evolving from an ordinary citizen to a revered Watcher, even assuming the role of captain, as Yi Qing had once said. Chen Buran was unaware of what he had declined. This was not merely a respected title, but also a gateway to innumerable cultivation resources. The higher echelons of the Watchers indeed placed great emphasis on Chen Buran, the so-called prodigy, providing him with ample resources for cultivation, all of which he declined. "Brother Yi Qing, can others also enjoy these cultivation resources? They are far too abundant for me to accept," Chen Buran remarked as he gazed at the array of cultivation treasures on the table, including the Millennium Thunderstruck wood he had previously seen in Mingwan Pavilion, which was exceedingly valuable. Yi Qing, unfazed, adjusted his glasses and smiled. "Of course. As I mentioned, the treatment for us Watchers is exceptional. It's just that you, my foolish boy, were stubbornly unwilling to accept it before. Is that truly the case?" Chen Buran scrutinized Yi Qing, not entirely convinced. "Indeed it is. If you don't believe me, you can inquire," Yi Qing cheerfully replied. "But I don't know anyone to ask," Chen Buran retorted. "Sister Linger, although she hasn't joined the Watchers yet, she has been immersed in their matters since childhood and knows them well," Yi Qing suggested. "Is that so?" Chen Buran replied nonchalantly, though in truth he remained skeptical. If the Watchers were indeed treated so well, with such fine provisions, their average combat prowess should be commendably high. However, in recent days, Chen Buran had witnessed the tragic losses sustained by the Watchers, which were truly harrowing. A regular four-person team composed of Dawn Realm members faced a staggering casualty rate of up to 60% when hunting a high-level Dawn Realm anomaly. Given such perilous circumstances in Dawn Realm battles, confrontations at higher realms would undoubtedly be even more brutal, akin to an apocalyptic nightmare, incomparable to the struggles faced in the Dawn Realm. Thus, when Yi Qing claimed that everyone was treated equally, it seemed rather unconvincing. It was likely that he was merely receiving special consideration due to his status as a prodigy. After much contemplation, gazing at the rare cultivation resources before him, Chen Buran shook his head and stated, "I understand how these resources were acquired. Brother Yi Qing, please do not deceive me. I do not know anyone else, so I implore you to bestow them upon the other Watchers." Upon hearing this, Yi Qing's brows furrowed, his voice tinged with displeasure as he replied, "These resources can only yield their maximum efficacy in your hands. What use would they be to someone like us? Most of us possess merely average talents. Achieving the Radiance Realm or Sun Realm in this lifetime would already be an extraordinary feat, but you are different. Do you understand?" Qin Buran remained silent, his thoughts shrouded in contemplation. Observing his indifference, Yi Qing was about to continue persuading him when he caught sight of the icy determination in Qin Buran's eyes. "Yi Qing, I am the captain. I command you to distribute these resources among the other members." Yi Qing was taken aback, not expecting Qin Buran to assert himself so forcefully. His expression was complex, tinged with both surprise and a sense of pride. In his eyes, this was the hallmark of a qualified watcher captain. A true team member must heed the captain's orders, yet in this matter, Yi Qing could not acquiesce. He retorted with equal firmness, "Qin Buran, I am acting under orders from the higher-ups. Please accept these cultivation resources. Do you wish to defy me?" Qin Buran's resolve faltered momentarily. His face pale, as he hesitated to accept the bountiful resources. Yi Qing's ultimatum left him cornered, yet he remained steadfast in his refusal to accept them. "Brother Yi Qing, please do not be so serious. I was merely jesting. I am not so ungrateful as to refuse these resources. It is simply that their utility to me is not as monumental as you imagine." Qin Buran quickly reassured him with a smile. Yi Qing's demeanor softened as he attempted to assuage his concerns. "Qin Buran, I understand you have others in mind and wish to share these resources, but to say they hold little value for you seems a bit disingenuous. Don't you think?" Feeling slightly awkward, Qin Buran scratched his head and replied, "I am not misleading you. Those resources, while perhaps insufficient for a Dawn Realm to ascend to the Radiance Realm, could at least help a Radiance Realm break through to the Sun Realm. Yet for me, the best I could achieve is merely a Dawn Realm. Is that truly the case?" Yi Qing gazed at Qin Buran with a look of disbelief, struggling to digest his words. He was acutely aware of the value of those cultivation resources. Just the Millennium Thunderstruck wood alone could elevate someone of his Radiance Realm status by an entire minor realm, let alone the cumulative worth of all the resources combined. Qin Buran's assertion that they would only allow him to reach the Radiance Realm was astonishing. It seemed the requirements for a prodigy were indeed extraordinarily high. Yi Qing sighed, realizing they had been overly optimistic. Originally, according to the higher-ups' allocations, these resources should have sufficed for Qin Buran to attain the Sun Realm, yet it appeared they might only barely enable him to reach the Radiance Realm. "Do you have something on your mind? Please, do not hesitate to speak. The organization is eager to accommodate the needs of a prodigy like you," Yi Qing encouraged, sensing Qin Buran's hesitance. Taking a deep breath, Qin Buran's chest heaved with agitation as he finally resolved to speak. Suppressing his excitement, I wish to learn of the whereabouts of the Ancestor Qi. Any Ancestor Qi will suffice." As soon as the words Ancestor Qi escaped his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the room. As if the very air had stilled, it possessed a mysterious power, seemingly controlling everything around them, as if it were omnipresent. Even Yi Qing was momentarily taken aback, but after a moment, a look of realization crossed his face. Though he remained astonished as he remarked, "So that is why you visited Mingwan Pavilion the other day, to inquire about the Ancestor Qi list. I initially thought you were merely curious, but it seems you were truly after the Ancestor Qi." Qin Buran felt a twinge of embarrassment. Acutely aware of the Watcher's influence, he recalled his actions in Mingwan Pavilion all too clearly. Had it not been for the legitimacy of the organization, he might not have survived to tell the tale. "What do you desire the Ancestor Qi for? It is not something you should be meddling with. Even those of the Sunset Realm, Nightfall Realm, or even peak-level cultivators dare not touch it lightly." "What will you do if you acquire it?" Yi Qing cautioned. Noticing Qin Buran's silence, Yi Qing placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "I understand that you may wish to cultivate using the Ancestor Qi. To be honest, many have entertained such thoughts, but throughout history, this has never been something low-level cultivators could handle. Very few have succeeded. Look at those resources on the table. Although they may seem trifling to you, they are still reliable, aren't they? At the very least, your life would be secure." Qin Buran tightly closed his eyes, remaining silent, as if embroiled in an intense internal struggle. Moments later, he opened his resolute eyes, his gaze sharp and infused with an overwhelming fear as the excitement began to overwhelm him, his chaotic pupils threatening to spiral out of control. "Brother Yi Qing, I understand everything you are saying, but I still wish to know. Are there any leads on the ancestor Qi? You. Yi Qing stumbled over his words, gazing into Chen Buran's eyes, momentarily captivated by a sense of dread. Chen Buran, startled, quickly reined in his gaze. Damn it! My chaotic vision is spiraling out of control again. Chen Buran covered his eyes, feeling an urgency he could not contain. After a considerable time, Yi Qing gradually managed to calm his tumultuous emotions, which had been stirred by that pair of chaotic eyes. After much hesitation, his gaze, filled with fervor and excitement, suddenly broke into a smile. General Chen and the others' deductions were not erroneous. Today, I have truly witnessed the unparalleled fourth chaotic eye. At this juncture, Chen Buran found no reason to dispute Yi Qing's words. What surprised him, however, was the profound insight that Yi Qing, as a watcher, possessed. Merely hinting at a notion was enough for Yi Qing to surmise that this was indeed the chaotic eye. With fervent anticipation, Yi Qing struggled to suppress his emotions, still reeling from the residual power that lingered in the air. After much contemplation, he resolutely decided to inform Chen Buran about the whereabouts of Qi. While some believed that the ancestral Qi was a far-off concept, in truth, it was within reach. With a knowing glance, Yi Qing turned and strode purposefully toward the distance, looking down upon the expansive landscape ahead. Chen Buran hurriedly followed, and before them lay a grand and magnificent structure, alive with vigor and vitality. The youthful faces of boys and girls were adorned with exuberant smiles, imparting a mysterious and ethereal aura. Akin to a paradise on earth, this was the Feixian Academy. The revelation that it harbored ancestral Qi took Chen Buran by surprise. He had long yearned for this ancestral Qi, only to discover it was closer than he had ever imagined, even a place where he had once resided. Yet, he pondered, which particular ancestral Qi could it be, Brother Yi Qing? Which ancestral Qi is it? Chen Buran inquired, desperately suppressing his inner anxiety and excitement. Ancestral Qi ranking, 30th place, source of Qi. Yi Qing replied succinctly. The mention of the source of Qi caused Chen Buran to become genuinely restless. Could it truly be the source of Qi? This was an extraordinary opportunity. With such a low ranking, the odds of him subduing it were significantly higher. Nonetheless, he understood that the challenge remained formidable, as he was but a minor player at the Dawn level, though not rejoiced too soon. Aside from the higher-ups of Feixian Academy, few are aware of this matter. It is likely only recorded within the Watchers organization. My knowledge stems from years of service alongside General Chen, during which I have encountered various intelligence, Yi Qing cautioned, concerned that Chen Buran's hopes might lead to greater disappointment. Chen Buran, however, had already formed his own conclusions. His current self was far removed from his past, possessing heightened perceptiveness and guided by the Tianquan bottle. He was certain that the source of Qi was indeed concealed within the Feixian Academy. Standing atop a vantage point, he extended his hand to encompass the entire outline of the academy. A cold smile gracing his lips, leaving Yi Qing momentarily stunned. Was this still the same Chen Buran? With one hand, I shall cover the celestial. The source of Qi shall be mine. Chapter 41. Feixian Lake. Time advanced by more than half a month. The chill of December ushered in a blanket of desolate snow and wind. Situated in the south, Yangchuan City experienced extreme weather as a consequence of its banishment. This moment, 100 miles away from Feixian Academy, in a vast expanse of white snowfall, a group of figures clad in blood-red cloaks was gradually making their way toward a dark, sinister cave at the end of the snowy landscape. This place stood in stark contrast to the peaceful and prosperous scene of Yangchuan City, harboring boundless dangers. Gazing into the distance, one might feel as though they were staring into the abyss of fate itself. Sir, do we truly intend to collaborate with those entities? They are as treacherous as their names suggest, and one can never be certain when they might strike, a blood-robed man said respectfully to the leader at the forefront. His words tinged with concern. The man leading them was none other than Heyu, the same figure encountered in the desolate factory district. All present were members of the nefarious blood robbers organization. Heiyu's status was notably high. Even the Shihuang-level figure from that day could only serve as his subordinate. His true power was unfathomable, as his robust physique concealed immense strength. Heiyu paused momentarily, the blood-robed man's words prompting him to reflect. He then replied, his tone cold and oppressive. These aberrant entities cannot be trusted. If not for Lord Night God currently advancing toward the extreme night realm, we would not need to collaborate with them. Should we not dispose of the donkey after grinding the flour? The blood-robed man revealed a cruel smile, suggesting the idea of eliminating both the aberrant entities and their leader without hesitation. In the eyes of most, such entities were to be feared like a tiger, never to be provoked. The decapitated knight from the Shihuang level had already caused significant bloodshed, proving their terrifying nature, far surpassing that of any human at the same level. Upon hearing this, Heiyu and the other blood-robed figures exchanged glances, contemplating the risks involved. They were not overly presumptuous. Feitian Academy is not to be trifled with, and these aberrations are even more troublesome. Let us first locate the treasure concealed within Feitian Lake. With that, the remaining blood-robed figures ceased their chatter, aware of the depths of Feitian Academy. Engaging with the aberrations might prove to be more than they could handle. Their remaining strength might not suffice for further underhanded dealings. At the end of the snowy expanse, the group of blood-robed figures arrived at the dim cave entrance, expertly concealed and surrounded by sheer cliffs. A potent celestial force cloaked the area, rendering it well hidden. This was one of the blood robbers' strongholds. Blood Snow Cave. At the center of the cave stood a statue, enveloped by swirling crimson mist, thick and suffocating. The stench of blood overwhelming, seemingly nourished by the very essence of blood, exuding an eerie presence. Lord Night God. Apart from Heiyu, the other blood-robed figures were awed by the statue's imposing aura, kneeling in reverence. Even Heiyu bowed slightly to express his respect. Night God was one of the revered elders of the blood robbers, standing at the pinnacle of the Sunset Realm, as Heiyu and his companions had mentioned, and was currently in seclusion, striving for the extreme Night Realm. This was a terrifying notion. Should he truly attain the extreme Night Realm, his power would be unparalleled, placing him among the apex of formidable beings in the world. After all, peak realm experts were rarely seen, and many doubted their existence, believing that no one in contemporary times could reach such heights. Until the pinnacle emerges, the extreme night is the embodiment of invincibility. As the blood-robed figures prostrated themselves, the statue at the center finally responded after some time in the pitch-black night. The blood mist gradually receded, revealing the statue's form more clearly. The esteemed elder, Night God, was depicted with 6 pairs of wings. His face was sharply defined, with hawk-like eyes exuding an astonishing sense of oppression. His figure was tall and muscular, radiating arrogance and pride, making it difficult for one to meet his gaze. He appeared remarkably youthful, yet such beings who approached the extreme night realm could not be judged by ordinary standards. They might very well be ancient beings who had survived for countless ages. Heiyu bowed slightly, his tone respectful, inquiring, Lord Night God, when will you emerge from seclusion? Feitian Academy is a formidable opponent. Should anything go awry, with my current strength, I fear. Night God's voice resonated from within the statue. Carrying a soul-piercing aura that made hearts tremble, I am currently striving for the extreme night realm and have reached a critical juncture. This time, I fear I will not be able to assist you. But I believe that with you and those entities, it should suffice. Heiyu hesitated, cautiously questioning, what of the rumored head of Feitian Academy? It is said he has reached the extreme night realm. If he intervenes, we may find ourselves in dire straits. The mention of Feitian Academy's head, the elder, Night God, displayed a hint of trepidation. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, rest assured, that old fool is likely fighting for his own survival now and will have no time to deal with you. Heiyu breathed a sigh of relief, a defiant smile spreading across his face as he remarked, if that is the case, then Feitian Academy's existence is unnecessary. Those aberrant entities are likely becoming restless. By the way, Lord Night God, we encountered a few human youths who may have discovered our existence and identity, and they even killed several of our members. Night God statue fell silent for a moment, and then, in an instant, it erupted in a blaze of light, unleashing a surge of arcane energy that caused the entire Blood Snow Cave to tremble. Heiyu's expression soured. He understood that Night God was furious. Black Feather, we have known each other for many years, and I must remind you, should this mission fail, you know the consequences. You allowed a few insignificant ants to escape. Yes, it was my oversight. Please punish me. Lord Night God. Heiyu inhaled deeply, kneeling to offer his apologies. Humph. What purpose does punishing you serve now? If you fail to fulfill your task, I shall let you go. Yet both you and your subordinates can only await your demise. The remaining dozens of figures clad in blood-red robes remained prostrated on the ground, trembling in fear, utterly silent. The cruelty of the blood theft organization is not only merciless to outsiders, but is equally brutal towards its own members. After the wrath of the night god subsided, the commotion gradually calmed, and the blood mist emanating from the statue thickened once more, lingering in silence for an extended period before finally receiving the night god's response. Very well, we have known each other for many years. I shall assist you this once. Within the night god statue, divine light surged, and the surrounding blood energy gradually coalesced into crystals, harboring a terrifying aura that transcended the realm of the dying sun. Reaching into the depths of the eternal night, the source of eternal night, my lord night god, have you succeeded? He Yu's expression was filled with excitement, momentarily losing composure and exclaiming. The night god merely sneered, responding with disdain. Humph, fool, if I had succeeded, why would I need to collaborate with the Bazaar and resort to these petty schemes? My previous seclusion was merely a half-step forward. This source of eternal night can unleash the power of the eternal night realm in a short period. He Yu. Take heed. Thank you, my lord night god. I am willing to serve you unto death. You all, first bring the chi source back to me. If you fail, you shall bear the consequences yourself. Yes, at the same time. Yangchuan City, which had been experiencing continuous heavy snowfall, was suddenly engulfed by torrential rain, the bright sunlight instantly replaced by oppressive dark clouds. Thunder rumbled within the clouds like a roaring dragon, and the last remnants of the setting sun bled across the horizon, as if heralding the coming of the apocalypse. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away over the ocean to the east of Yangchuan City, the waves began to rise violently without warning, instantly submerging countless fishing boats that had set sail. With not a single cry of despair heard, all was devoured by the tumultuous waves and thunder, a desolate fall of life. Within the ocean, a dark shadow began to swim towards the surface from the depths. A colossal figure thousands of feet long, emanating a force as powerful as divine might, causing the very space to tremble. Suddenly, a dragon-like creature burst forth from the sea, its pale and dark claws strong and imposing, symbolizing the most formidable power of the mortal realm, as it spiraled through the heavens, gazing down upon all living beings. Even more terrifying were the dragon's eyes, devoid of any luster, dark and lifeless, resembling a death god from the depths of hell, indicating that this dragon was not a true living being, but rather an enigmatic creature. It lacked vitality and intelligence, yet still possessed strength rivaling the peak of the dying sun realm. The bizarre dragon waved its claws, and in an instant, a fierce wind erupted, accompanied by surging thunder, as lightning split the sky, converging into a force capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. A tremendous bolt of lightning descended upon Yangchuan City, particularly targeting the Central Flying Immortal Academy, striking with the ferocity of divine punishment. Chapter 42. So insignificant, every individual finds themselves swept away in the torrent of their era, feeling utterly powerless in the face of calamity and unforeseen events. Chen Buren is no exception. Now that he has become a watcher, there are certain matters he cannot evade. The invasion of an enigmatic dragon shattered Chen Buren's previously tranquil life, and he bore the responsibility to join other guardians in combating this sudden disaster. Gazing at the apocalyptic scene in the sky, where the setting sun bled crimson and the gray dragon spiraled above, Chen Buren stood beneath a grand bridge, overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness, feeling remarkably insignificant. What kind of power is this? Chen Buren's gaze dimmed. Confronted with such world-destroying thunderous force, despair crept in, rendering him powerless to resist. He had heard far too many pessimistic remarks, which had affected him to a considerable extent. Is it over? Are we to perish? That is a force capable of world annihilation, the dragon. That is the legendary dragon race. Even they, strong as they are, have succumbed to an enigmatic aura. It won't be long before we all die, becoming mere dust in history. Where are the watchers? Why haven't they emerged? What are they doing? Forget it. These watchers are likely struggling to save themselves. How could they have the strength to slay this enigmatic dragon? Someone muttered angrily, even shouting. That is what they should do. What they ought to do in the face of survival. Many had lost their sanity, much like the woman Chen Buren had encountered long ago. Wanting him to hold the rear, becoming a soul under the headless horseman while she escaped. Chen Buren struggled to calm his inner turmoil, taking a deep breath to filter out the negativity. Now that he was a watcher, having sworn an oath, he should act accordingly. The urgent task at hand was to reassure as many ordinary people as possible. Everyone, stop talking. Use this time to flee. Leave Yangchuan City. Perhaps there is still a chance for survival. Chen Buren hurriedly ascended to a vantage point, hoping to disperse the pessimistic and despondent crowd. The enigma had cast an indelible shadow over humanity since its banishment, leading to endless bloodshed, corpses strewn about, and dimmed skies. Until several decades ago, a formidable being emerged from among humanity, gradually stabilizing the chaotic situation. Yet even he could not entirely eradicate the source of the enigma, resulting in ongoing troubles. Humanity revered this formidable being, yet they also feared the enigma more deeply. Such a situation could only change once the enigma was eradicated, ensuring it could no longer create chaos. As for this formidable being, most people did not know his name, merely that he bore the surname Dongfang. Who are you, young upstart? Don't be ridiculous. When such a high-level enigma acts, how many thousands die each time? The entire Yangchuan region will be affected. Where can we escape? Someone lamented, their eyes still filled with despair. It is merely an enigmatic dragon at the dying sun realm. What does it matter if we slay it? Are you all so pessimistic that you have forgotten the teachings of our ancestors, breaking your own backs? Is it possible that in our Grand Xia, we have no experts at the dying sun realm left? Why should you fear so? Chen Buren rebuked. In times of war, one must first eliminate those who surrender. This statement holds truth. As a watcher, Chen Buren could not kill them, yet he understood the principle behind it. Capturing a city is one thing, but winning hearts is paramount. He sought to awaken the fighting spirit of the majority. Many ordinary people flushed with anger, stirred by Chen Buren's words, finally displayed some semblance of resolve. They were not beyond redemption. Yet still, someone retorted quietly, "You are merely at the dawn realm. How can you comprehend the terror of that enigmatic dragon? How can you know if there are any experts at the dying sun realm within Yangchuan City capable of contending with it?" Chen Buren remained unfazed, casting a glance at the speaker, calmly producing the watcher's token. "I am a watcher. Do you have any questions? If there are no questions, you may begin your escape. Even if we watchers are powerless, we will not abandon you. As for the presence of experts at the dying sun realm, even if we lack them, at this juncture, would the Flying Immortal Academy not be willing to lend a hand?" With Chen Buren's words, the surrounding commotion finally quieted down. After all, the identity of a watcher carried a certain influence and credibility. Though they murmured in the background, few dared to openly disparage the watchers. These people, too, upon learning of Chen Buren's identity, refrained from further protest. Thus, they redirected their frustrations towards the Flying Immortal Academy. Indeed, where are the experts from the Flying Immortal Academy? Normally, they remain concealed, but now they still do not show themselves. What are they doing? The central government has nurtured you. Many began to realize the significance of the Flying Immortal Academy. Chen Buren understood that the higher-ups of the academy could be rather selfish, often watching from the sidelines to conserve their strength. This time, he would not miss the opportunity to pressure the Flying Immortal Academy, given their past grievances, by the shores of the Flying Immortal Lake. A specter of light etched the entire landscape of Yangchuan City, encompassing all within its dimensions. Omniscient, a few elders clad in robes observed the unfolding events in Yangchuan City with detached expressions. Their gazes fixed on the thunderous force brought forth by the enigmatic dragon, their faces betraying little reaction, even cold indifference, until they turned their attention to Chen Buren. The elder leading them hesitated momentarily before finally speaking. "He is the Chen Buren previously mentioned? It should be him. This seemingly unremarkable youth truly hides unparalleled prowess. This boy is quite reckless, daring to provoke us and create such a stir. What should we do?" The elder pondered for a moment, a glimmer of divine light surging in his eyes as he stroked his white beard, saying, "Though he is a watcher, nothing is immutable. This boy has dared to defame our Flying Immortal Academy. Thus he must be compelled to join us and apologize." The elder's words were casual, yet the term "must" was heavily emphasized, bearing an undeniable authority, dictating Chen Buren's future path with ruthless certainty. "What about the enigmatic dragon?" inquired the other two elders. "You two go out and deal with it. After all, We cannot ignore it since it has already come to our doorstep. The elder's gaze was deep and calm. The two elderly men appeared somewhat hesitant, clearly reluctant to proceed. They remarked, "The esteemed director has instructed us to keep a close watch over Facian Lake, specifically the precious artifact within. After safeguarding it for so many years, departing now would be difficult to justify. Rest assured, this brief absence should not pose significant issues. Should anything arise, I shall bear the burden. Go now," came the reply. The two elders exchanged glances, ultimately acquiescing to the command of the elder. Unbeknownst to them, however, dark currents were already stirring beneath Facian Lake, harboring a terrifying aura. Chapter 43. A massive invasion boom. A resounding, ancient chant echoed from afar, instantly reverberating throughout the entirety of Yangchuan City. Ordinary citizens could scarcely comprehend it, yet they sensed an unseen force seemingly shielding them, bringing a sense of calm. Chen Buren, however, could deeply perceive the source of this power. It emanated from Facian Academy. "At last, you have made your move," Chen Buren sighed. In truth, he harbored some resentment towards Facian Academy, not only regarding their treatment of him, but also their apparent indifference towards the strange occurrences. It seemed they preferred to remain passive unless absolutely necessary. At times, he pondered whether, had they intervened on that fateful day, General Chen's team might not have suffered so gravely. Yet, he chuckled to himself, they bore no obligation to act. This line of thought was merely a reflection of his own grievances and, indeed, he could not justly blame Facian Academy for it. Such is human nature, and Chen Buren was no exception. In the heavens above, the ancient and grand chant collided with the thunder brought forth by the enigmatic dragon. A cacophony erupted, causing many to collapse in agony, clutching their ears, unable to bear the spectacle unfolding above. Yet, they could not help but feel the presence of a robed elder with a white beard valiantly opposing the mysterious dragon. Beneath the great bridge, the river churned violently, as relentless waves wreaked havoc upon Yangchuan City, leaving destruction in their wake. The heart and soul of many individuals lay in ruins, and the pain was palpable. Many could only watch helplessly as their labors were ravaged, prioritizing survival above all else. It wasn't until the residual force of the clash dissipated that the populace finally had an opportunity to flee, scattering in all directions. Only Chen Buren remained. "I wonder how Brother Yi Qing and the others are faring." Chen Buren mused with concern. It had been almost a month since he learned of the Qi source, during which many events had transpired. He had gradually adapted to the life of a watcher. The organization treated him well, primarily urging him to cultivate and enhance his strength, with little in the way of demanding tasks. Over the past month, he had completed only a handful of missions, vanquishing merely a few minor aberrations. As for Yi Qing and his companions, they were either occupied with external missions or engaged in the midst of tasks. Given the current situation in Yangchuan City, they were likely aware of the chaos, and he hoped they had encountered no peril. Chen Buren's gaze darkened as he observed the ominous dragon coiling in the distance, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. He did not believe that danger lurked solely in that one form. Although these aberrations lacked significant intelligence, their instinctual and bizarre methods were unfathomable. Within Yangchuan City, there might still be hidden dangers, gestating in some unknown location, primed to unleash a storm of bloodshed. As Chen Buren pondered, a familiar voice echoed in his ear, instilling a sense of unease within him. "Chen Buren, why haven't you fled yet? Are you waiting to die?" It was Wu Zhao's voice. He stood with his hands in his pockets, a teasing smile on his face, exuding a striking and ethereal presence, his tall frame showcasing a graceful muscular build, embodying an air of carefree nonchalance. "And you haven't left either? I'm curious, with your strength, how dare you remain here? Aren't you afraid of being overwhelmed by the aberrations?" Chen Buren retorted, rolling his eyes. Wu Zhao chuckled, glancing at the enigmatic dragon with a hint of trepidation. "One day, I shall vanquish that creature as if it were but a mere minion. You possess quite the confidence. That's commendable, however. You should strive to realize that ambition and not let it devolve into arrogance." Chen Buren replied, clapping his hands in encouragement, genuinely believing in Wu Zhao's potential. Suddenly, Wu Zhao's expression shifted as he noticed something, his eyes widening with astonishment. "You've joined the Watchers." Following Wu Zhao's gaze, Chen Buren spotted the Watcher emblem. Recognizing his affiliation, "As you can see." "Why the surprise?" Wu Zhao replied, regaining his composure. Though your strength may be lacking, you seem to possess decent character. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been accepted into the Watchers. Chen Boren chuckled dryly, responding with a hint of sarcasm. Well, thank you for the compliment. Though Wu Zhao's words were intended as praise, his delivery felt like an insult, leaving Chen Boren slightly vexed. Observing Wu Zhao beside him, an idea sparked in Chen Boren's mind, igniting a glimmer of excitement. After all, his team had yet to be formed. Hey, Wu Zhao, why not join my team? He earnestly proposed. If Wu Zhao, with his formidable strength, became a member of the Watchers, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous asset. Oh? I didn't realize you were a captain. But with your strength, you expect me to join your team solely based on your character? Dream on, Chen Boren. Wu Zhao promptly rejected the offer. Chen Boren smiled, undeterred by the refusal, as he hadn't anticipated an immediate agreement. What saddened him was the realization of how it felt to struggle to recruit allies. Truly, fate has a way of turning the wheel. Who can escape its grasp? Above, the thunderous booms continued to resound, exuding a captivating yet disquieting aura. The figures of the white-bearded elder and the enigmatic dragon had vanished. Shrouded in mist, with Chen Boren's current strength, he was ill-equipped to witness such a high-caliber battle. Wu Zhao, however, gazed intently at the horizon, his expression brimming with excitement, embodying the essence of a warrior, just as his name suggested, armed with martial prowess. What are you staring at? Can you even see anything? Chen Boren nudged Wu Zhao, snapping him back to reality. Rubbing his eyes, Wu Zhao turned back to Chen Boren, who noticed a faint trace of the Taiji Bagua in his gaze. It seemed Wu Zhao had genuinely attempted to observe the clash between the two forces, though whether he succeeded remained uncertain. In the next moment, Chen Boren sensed a shift in Wu Zhao's demeanor. His previous curiosity and excitement swiftly morphing into fear and apprehension. Oh no, they're coming, Wu Zhao exclaimed. What is coming? Chen Boren questioned, bewildered. Yet before he could process the situation, he caught sight of a terrifying presence looming over him. No, it was gazing down upon the entire land. Looking up, he beheld the enigmatic dragon swirling amidst the clouds, revealing only its dragon head and tail, its massive body obscured by mist, its colossal maw opened and closed. Inhaling the fog as if harboring something dreadful within, inside, there appeared to be a multitude of aberrant tiger dragons, thousands of them. They exhibited a pale blue hue, measuring 2 meters in length, wielding enormous bone clubs. Their teeth as sharp as those of a fierce tiger, with hardened scales enveloping their bodies and deep green eyes glinting with a brutal bloodlust, as if intent on obliterating everything in their path. Chen Boren, weren't you asking me to be your teammate? If you can slay more than I can, I might consider it. Wu Zhao's voice rang out from a distance, invigorated by his combative nature. He had already engaged the aberrant tiger dragons, his every strike manifesting the ethereal shadows of the Taiji Bagua, his power amplified by the radiant light realm, exuding an aura akin to that of a battle deity. Chapter 44. The resurgence of the chaotic Wu Zhao charged ahead valiantly, displaying unparalleled bravery, akin to a fierce tiger infiltrating a den of aberrant tiger dragons, effortlessly cleaving through their ranks. This audacious display left Chen Boren watching in astonishment, nearly choking on his own awe. While the majority of these aberrant tiger dragons were merely at the Dawn realm, they were generally far superior to humans of the same level, especially considering the presence of higher-tier beings among them. Given their overwhelming numbers, the situation was indeed daunting. Yet, Wu Zhao was dispatching them with the ease of slicing through vegetables, utterly redefining Chen Boren's understanding of Wu Zhao's capabilities. It became evident that he had underestimated Wu Zhao. Previously witnessing Wu Zhao's prowess, he now realized that the latter had likely held back, not exerting his full strength. Wu Zhao had evidently grown even stronger. Having surpassed a minor realm, time, indeed, was a constant. As he progressed, so too did others. Chen Boren reflected on this while feeling a surge of competitive spirit awakening within him. The formidable prowess of Wu Zhao did not escape Chen Boren's notice, intensifying his desire to recruit him into the Watchers, particularly into his own squad. Such talent was not to be overlooked. Although Wu Zhao had previously meddled in affairs that were not his own, saving a dog's life for Xian Yin and thereby creating a minor conflict, it ultimately reflected a profound sense of justice. Consequently, Chen Boren's gaze towards Wu Zhao grew increasingly fervent. Indeed, Wu Zhao was the undisputed choice for his companion. Yet, He pondered whether this individual had to be so overwhelmingly powerful, confronting the bazaar with such brutality and bloodshed. It was almost inhuman. How could he possibly compete? Observing Wu Zhao's remarkable valor, Qian Boren could not help but feel a sense of helplessness. He was acutely aware that, in terms of actual strength, he remained no match for Wu Zhao in the brief span of mere minutes. The number of bazaar souls vanquished by Wu Zhao had reached at least dozens. While most were merely in the Dawn realm, the sheer magnitude of this was astonishing, even despair-inducing, a realization that Qian Boren deeply understood. By his estimation, should he undertake the task of eliminating these dozens of bazaar tiger serpents, it would require several hours, even under guerrilla tactics and without being besieged. Despite the daunting numbers, Qian Boren was not willing to forego the opportunity to persuade Wu Zhao to join the Watchers. Wu Zhao had previously stated that if he could slay more bazaar tiger serpents than him, he would join the Watchers. Qian Boren took him at his word. He had always been a person of principles. Having resolved to invite Wu Zhao into the Watchers, he would exert every effort to bring this vision to fruition. Taking a deep breath, Qian Boren's gaze shifted from calm to resolute determination. If he truly wished to surpass Wu Zhao, it was not entirely without means, although the price to be paid might be considerable. With the strength he had amassed thus far, he believed he could still endure it. Qian Boren contemplated, weighing the consequences. Having recently stepped into the upper echelons of the Dawn realm, he reckoned he could still manage the encroachment brought on by the chaotic gaze. However, he felt a twinge of apprehension. This time, there could be no reservations. Previously, he had invoked it twice, once against the Headless Night King, which left him weakened for an extended period but bore no significant repercussions. Initially, he believed himself fortunate. Yet, the truth might not have been so benign. Instead, it was the origin talisman bestowed upon him by his grandfather that had absorbed the backlash of the chaotic gaze. The second time he employed it was against Xian Yan, an act driven by anger and a disregard for consequences. Yet, in that final moment, Qian Boren's heart softened, more so out of fear of never seeing his grandfather again. Thus, though the second use of the chaotic gaze nearly brought him fatal harm, he managed to endure and successfully entered the Dawn realm. This time, even if the cost were beyond my capacity to bear, I would hold nothing back. Suddenly, Qian Boren's demeanor transformed. In that moment, his expression grew cold and resolute. His pupils slightly dilated, hinting at an ominous light that surged forth, a divine presence manifesting. Wu Zhao, can you help me gather them? Qian Boren leaped onto the bridge above, surveying the entirety of the battlefield. The ground was strewn with remnants, not solely the result of Wu Zhao's handiwork, but also that of other righteous souls among humanity who despised the bazaar. Qian Boren bore witness once more to the brutal bloodshed wrought by the bazaar. This was no mere battle, but a small-scale war, with the remaining fighters entrenched in a bloody struggle, suffering grievous losses. Upon hearing Qian Boren's voice, Wu Zhao casually released the bazaar tiger serpent he had been grasping, letting it fall to the ground, a sight that significantly invigorated and inspired the other fighting humans. The bazaar tiger serpent, towering at 2 meters, was dispatched by Wu Zhao as effortlessly as one might handle a chick, truly uplifting the morale of the onlookers. What do you intend to do? Wu Zhao inquired, brushing the bloodstains from his garments, his eyes tinged with crimson from the slaughter, his brow furrowed in confusion as he looked towards Qian Boren. To exterminate them all, came Qian Boren's cold response. This answer momentarily startled Wu Zhao. He had not anticipated Qian Boren's audacity in wishing to eradicate all the bazaar tiger serpents. After all, even he knew that eliminating them all would not be an easy feat. Very well, do not let me down. Wu Zhao gazed at Qian Boren standing upon the bridge, deep in thought but ultimately choosing to trust him. Moments later, he began to draw the enemies, diverting considerable firepower from the others, who breathed a collective sigh of relief and cast grateful glances towards Wu Zhao. The two-element domain, heaven and earth, Wu Zhao shouted, his hand weaving intricate spells, his feet treading the cosmos, as a formidable gravitational force materialized around him. All bazaar tiger serpents within a radius of several miles were drawn beneath the bridge. The restrained tiger serpents brandished their massive bone clubs, emitting a chorus of eerie and terrifying roars, their powerful bodies writhing as they sought to break free from their confinement. Qian Boren, employ whatever means you have at your disposal quickly. Their numbers are overwhelming, and I cannot maintain this for long. Wu Zhao grunted, clearly burdened by the gathering of so many bizarre tiger serpents. Rest assured, none shall escape that I sense. Qian Boren's words were abruptly interrupted by Wu Zhao. While maintaining the two-element domain, Wu Zhao irritably scolded. What are you sensing? Hurry up, do not waste my time and energy. If you cannot resolve this, I shall have my reckoning with you later. Qian Boren cleared his throat awkwardly, then smiled broadly, softly saying, Do not rush. Allow me to finish. I feel I am frighteningly powerful at this moment. As Qian Boren's words fell, he stretched his limbs, a surge of energy radiating from his dantian, spreading through his entire being. Imbued with formidable life force, the very essence of the dot, he held aloft a bottle radiating pure white light, an air of aloof detachment enveloping him as he activated the point one layer of heavenly authority. The domain of judgment. The youth's eyes flickered open, and in an instant, his pupils fully widened, the long-sealed chaotic gaze re-emerging, malevolent and mysterious, engulfing the heavens with its sinister light, corroding all in its wake. Had it not been for the focus on that group of bizarre tiger serpents, it was likely that everyone nearby would have been affected by this force, before the astonished and terrified gazes of all. An evil pair of eyes manifested in the sky, surveying everything as if they belonged to a deity, proud and untamed. Chapter 45. The Realm of Mountains and Seas. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The power coalesced within the domain of judgment, transformed into myriad threads, piercing and connecting with every individual of the tiger serpent horde. In mere moments, the bizarre tiger serpents, previously confined beneath the bridge, began to emit sounds of restlessness, as if they sensed some impending danger approaching. Yet they had no time to react. Enveloped by the several-mile-wide domain of judgment, the once violent and struggling tiger serpents became listless, their deep green pupils gradually fading from sanguine light. Under the influence of the domain of judgment, the already dim-witted bizarre tiger serpents lost all sense of direction and awareness of the external world, akin to a headless flock of dragons. This was a crushing pressure derived from the realm of the mind. The domain of judgment had utterly dispelled the inherent brutality and bloodlust of these bizarre creatures. Their instinctual urges to slaughter and devour had transformed into docility, as if they were lambs awaiting slaughter. Qian Boren stood upon the bridge, silently observing the scene below, where the tiger serpent horde had lost most of its combat efficacy. This was his first large-scale application of such a domain, and thus it could not be sustained for long. Furthermore, the higher the rank of the bizarre entities, the less susceptible they were to its influence. Among the tiger serpents, there were those of the Radiant Dawn realm. Their reactions starkly contrasted with those of the lower-tier bizarre tiger serpents, displaying a semblance of awareness as they struggled against the encroaching domain of judgment. However, for Qian Boren, who was adequately prepared, this struggle was akin to closing the barn door after the horse had bolted. In the next moment, those unparalleled chaotic eyes, gazing down upon the earth, began to emanate an overwhelming and terrifying pressure. Sweeping over the tiger serpent horde in an instant, it was as if a weight of 1,000 June had descended, pinning the tiger serpents to the ground, rendering them utterly devoid of combat capability. This power was immense. It represented an absolute suppression of the very essence of life. Whether they were bizarre tiger serpents of the Dawn realm or those of the Radiant Dawn realm, none could escape this absolute suppression. The power contained within the unparalleled chaotic gaze, though not entirely within Qian Boren's control, was more than sufficient to deal with these bizarre tiger serpents in that moment. The strength of the unparalleled chaotic gaze began to unveil its magnificence. We must conclude this swiftly. The domain cannot restrain them for long. Qian Boren struggled to maintain the domain, murmuring, while Wu Zhao had exerted considerable effort to bind the tiger serpent horde. The domain of judgment had also weakened many of them, resulting in significant exhaustion. After several breaths, Qian Boren finally prepared to stow away the heavenly authority bottle, stepping forward and pointing toward the heavens. The eyes suffused with sinister light gradually opening, having gathered sufficient power, while his right hand surged with divine might before descending. That was the unparalleled chaotic gaze, the realm of mountains and seas. The obliterating radiance, the brilliance as bright as day sliced through the sky, like a celestial meteor releasing a dazzling light, immersing all within its trajectory, instantly penetrating the formidable bodies of the bizarre tiger serpents. There were no cries of despair, no wails of anguish. It was as if nothing had transpired upon this land, returning to a profound silence as the eerie corpses of the strange tiger dragon vanished entirely in that fleeting glimmer of light, leaving not a trace behind. You, who have ventured into my great Xia, are invited to fall here. Few comprehend what transpired in that moment. The malevolent, chaotic eyes that once hung in the heavens have also disappeared, leaving many gazing blankly at the horizon and the vanished strange tiger dragon clan, their faces etched with bewilderment. They could not fathom the events that unfolded, yet they could see that the peculiar tiger dragons had ceased to exist. What manner of power is this? How formidable is this Dawn realm, unmatched in their experience? In an instant, so many strange tiger dragons were obliterated, including those of the Radiant Light realm. Who exactly is he? He is the Watcher, someone exclaimed, their eyes brimming with reverence and fervor. All present were struck with astonishment at the scene where Chen Buren annihilated the strange tiger dragon clan, staring in disbelief at him, including Wu Zhao, whose gaze bore an unusual martial fervor. Furthermore, those who remained were not ordinary individuals. They understood the sheer difficulty of such an endeavor. With their strength, confronting one or two tiger dragons of the same realm would likely be their limit. Yet Chen Buren had nearly eradicated an entire clan. Such overwhelming power. If Chen Buren were a formidable being of the Great Sun realm or an even higher existence, they would fully believe and accept it. Yet, he is merely a Dawn realm practitioner. This disparity sparked envy and admiration, for humanity had long been suppressed by strange entities, with no terrifying prodigies appearing for ages. Most had deeply ingrained fears of the bizarre, believing themselves incapable of conquering the strange. Even when facing adversaries of equal standing, how could one triumph when fear reigned? The emergence of Chen Buren stirred unusual ripples within their hearts, suggesting that the strange might not be as invincible as they once thought. Nor as terrifying. Wu Zhao, come here, Chen Buren called out, his body slightly stiff as he stood motionless on the bridge, his expression calm while addressing Wu Zhao below. Wu Zhao leaped down, arriving beside Chen Buren, his expression complex as he regarded Chen Buren's serene countenance. He hardly recognized Chen Buren anymore. He had assumed Chen Buren was merely somewhat powerful, yet Wu Zhao was taken aback. Chen Buren, you possess the chaotic eyes? An existence ranked top 004 on the unmatched list. Wu Zhao gazed intensely at Chen Buren, his martial fervor reigniting like flames. Perhaps it was in this moment that he truly grasped the might of the unmatched power. The youth before him was far from the feeble figure he had envisioned. In response to Wu Zhao's words, Chen Buren pondered briefly before refraining from reply, until the sounds of commotion below reached his ears. Chaotic eyes, I recall now, that sinister light. It is the chaotic eyes. The Watcher is an unmatched chaotic-eyed one. After a prolonged silence, a practitioner in attendance finally recognized Chen Buren's identity, identifying him as the possessor of the chaotic eyes. The crowd seemed to stir with anticipation, expressions of envy, greed, and jealousy surfacing on their faces. Having undergone the rites of the Watcher, Chen Buren's perception sharpened, and he took in the movements of those below. He understood that if he were to show signs of weakness, these individuals would likely swarm him to seize his chaotic eyes for themselves. No one would care for the Watcher they had once revered. Chen Buren, with merely the status of a captain, would not deter them from pursuing their desires, and no one acknowledged that it was Chen Buren who had just saved them, minimizing their casualties. In the presence of a coveted treasure, most individuals resemble primitive beasts, driven by instinct to fight for their prey. Take me away from here, Wu Zhao. Chen Buren's voice reached Wu Zhao's ears, bringing him back to reality. Wu Zhao then noticed that Chen Buren was struggling to maintain his balance, his body trembling slightly, yet his expression remained calm, devoid of any remaining strength. The darkness of human greed permeates through every individual. How can you be sure I will not covet you with the same intensity as those below? Wu Zhao smiled, gesturing toward the restless crowd below. Chen Buren forced a smile, his gaze lacking any wariness toward Wu Zhao. Instead filled with appreciation and recognition. You are already my teammate. Why should I harbor such wariness towards you? Chapter 46. The belly of the dragon above the firmament. The apocalyptic scene lingered ominously, showing no signs of dissipating. The bizarre dragon was exceptionally tenacious. Even the top-tier experts within the Flying Immortal Academy could not vanquish it, and it was evident that it still possessed considerable strength. as demonstrated by its ability to summon the Tiger Dragon clan from its maw. Thunderous roars echoed, while rain and snow cascaded from the sky, a chilling atmosphere enveloping all, awakening them momentarily. At this moment, the greatest threat to life had yet to be resolved, compounded by Chan Buren's earlier display of combat prowess, and the protective presence of Wu Zhao beside him, instilling a hesitance to act recklessly in pursuit of the chaotic eyes. Wu Zhao pondered Chen Buren's words in silence for a long while, a hint of concern etched upon his features. He had not anticipated that Chen Buren could truly surpass him and slay so many strange tiger dragons. While his assistance played a part, Wu Zhao was not one to dwell on trivialities, nor someone who could not accept defeat. Thus, he graciously acknowledged the truth of his loss. Wu Zhao smiled, supporting the nearly collapsing Chen Buren, preventing any sign of weakness from surfacing, and said, "Chen Buren, what did I say just now? You were considering it, were you not? I never claimed I would definitely join the Watchers. You should now be concerned whether I might be the first to seize your chaotic eyes." Wu Zhao's gaze fell upon Chen Buren, who hesitated for a long moment, feeling deeply regretful. Chen Buren was indeed not an unreasonable person. Wu Zhao had said he would consider it, and thus, Chen Buren accepted that. However, this did not imply he would relent. Yi Qing had made 3 visits to invite him, so Chen Buren would not let Wu Zhao off easily either. As for whether Wu Zhao would attempt to seize his chaotic eyes, the answer was already apparent. If you wish to take my chaotic eyes, is it not within your grasp now? Yet you have not acted. I believe no one would hesitate before the tantalizing allure of the chaotic eyes unless they do not desire them. Chen Buren's complexion was pale, yet a hint of a smile emerged. His words rendered Wu Zhao speechless as he stared at Chen Buren's ashen face. After a moment, he sighed. "Chen Buren, I once believed my intellect to be quite high, yet it seems you are even more calculating than I. Perhaps your summoning of me was merely a test, but why would you do so, risking your own peril to retain all the strange tiger dragons? Is it merely because you are the Watcher?" Chen Buren shook his head, caressing the sword at his waist, its blade shrouded in black cloth, revealing only its silhouette, and murmured, "I have never considered myself particularly clever. I merely anticipated human nature. As for my determination to retain all the strange tiger dragons, it is simply to honor this identity, to pay respects to that departed individual." Departed individual? Wu Zhao was perplexed, yet Chen Buren was unwilling to elaborate further. "You still have the opportunity to take my chaotic eyes. If you choose not to, then take me away from here." Chen Buren tightly shut his blood-seeping eyes, gripping Wu Zhao's arm, his fingers trembling slightly. The blood seeping from his eyes foretold the imminent backlash from utilizing the chaotic eyes once more, and more terrifyingly, this might only be the prelude to a storm. Wu Zhao extended his hand slightly. A gentle breeze brushed past, and in the next moment, he halted before Chen Buren's eyes. Perhaps for a split second, he truly contemplated seizing the unmatched chaotic eyes, yet in the end, he refrained. "Very well. I shall take you away. However, we may not escape after all." Wu Zhao gazed up at the resounding thunder and flickering light above, his expression filled with trepidation. Within the layers of clouds obscuring the horizon, he vaguely discerned 2 figures clashing fiercely, their battle intense. Ultimately, that strange dragon still seemed to hold the upper hand. The top-tier expert from the Flying Immortal Academy had failed, or perhaps it was not accurate to say he had failed. The strange dragon could not be subdued, yet the top-tier expert was steadily retreating in the face of its ferocious onslaught. Humanity, step aside, or perish. The strange dragon, its body twisting and dispersing the surrounding clouds to reveal its true form, boomed with a voice akin to thunder, exuding an overwhelming pressure, casting all of Yangchuan City beneath its shadow, rendering them insignificant as ants. People scattered in a frenzy, desperate to escape the area enveloped by the strange dragon. The sight caused their pupils to constrict, unable to bear the intense, oppressive force. A dragon capable of human speech, an entity that could converse. Witnessing this scene, an elderly man could not suppress his tears. Weeping uncontrollably, as such a sight evoked memories of the past. It was a bloody and brutal history when humanity was slaughtered like ants, a past they wished to forget. Yet, they have ultimately emerged once more. Will that gentleman still be present this time? If one is not present, who else can shoulder great responsibilities? Some are filled with pessimism, while others are lost in reminiscence. Countless waves of negative and despondent emotions spread like wildfire. Reminiscent of past events that stripped many of their hope for survival, the elderly figure, standing against the enigmatic dragon in the heavens, wore a grim expression. It seemed he had not anticipated the tenacity of this peculiar creature, which could even articulate human speech. The ability to speak is one of the crucial symbols of status and power among strange beings. The old man gazed down at the throng of people below, his eyes distant, lost in thought. Although the offensive attempts to thwart him persisted, the fervor for battle had waned. Were it not for the fear of being scorned, he might have fled long ago, unwilling to engage in a deadly contest with the strange dragon. However, it was precisely due to the old man's momentary lapse in vigilance that the mysterious dragon seized the opportunity. Danger, quickly evade. The old man bellowed, as he conjured a fierce whirlwind in his hands, directing it towards the enigmatic dragon. This time, the strange dragon did not attempt to resist the old man's assault. Instead, it braced itself against the onslaught. Opening its massive maw, and an overwhelming force of suction instantly shattered the gravitational constraints above the surface, drawing numerous humans into its gaping mouth. No. The old man's eyes widened in horror. The intensity of his attack against the strange dragon had reached unprecedented levels, and he realized he had unleashed a calamity. Ordinary people might not perceive the gravity of the situation, merely attributing his failure to a lack of skill, yet if those individuals sought accountability, the consequences would be dire. Perhaps even the head of the Flying Immortal Academy would be unable to protect him. Chen Buran remarked, "It seems we are trapped." Wu Zhao chuckled bitterly, supporting Chen Buran as they both gazed at the formidable dragon's pull. Devoid of any desire to resist, the dragon from the Sunset Realm was far beyond Wu Zhao's realm of comprehension. Any futile resistance would be meaningless. Chen Buran and Wu Zhao were engulfed by the dragon's belly. Chapter 47. The Life Origin Flower, Part 3, Bang, bang, bang. The sound reverberated in their ears like thunder, a deep and terrifying noise akin to a heartbeat. Under the influence of this ominous sound, even their own heartbeats began to falter, an incredibly frightening phenomenon. Each individual possesses a unique pulse frequency, and any interference could cause irreversible damage to the flow of blood throughout the body. Chen Buran and Wu Zhao's expressions darkened to the utmost. The moment they were drawn into the dragon's maw, they lost all consciousness, only regaining their senses now. They were still alive, but if this continued, death would not be far off. They had become separated, and the fate of others drawn in remained unknown. Chen Buran felt a surge of anxiety. The power of this strange dragon was too terrifying. With its suction, it had encompassed an area of hundreds of miles. Even though many had retreated, what about those who hadn't? The casualties were unimaginable. The existence of a being from the Sunset Realm was already so formidable. Chen Buran could hardly fathom the strength of those from the Eternal Night Realm or even Peak Realms. Could they still be considered human? Perhaps they were infinitely closer to the legendary divine beings. Wu Zhao remarked, "You should focus on saving yourself rather than worrying about others. Besides, this strange dragon measures thousands of feet in length. Even if those people are still alive, encountering them would be nearly impossible." Wu Zhao remained calm, exuding an air of tranquility even in such dire circumstances. Seeing Wu Zhao's demeanor reassured Chen Buran. He felt he had chosen the right companion, one surely possessing some means of escape. "Do you have a way out?" Chen Buran inquired, though he recognized the unlikelihood of escaping from the belly of a strange dragon from the Sunset Realm. Nevertheless, Wu Zhao appeared enigmatic and perhaps could achieve the impossible. Wu Zhao shrugged, feigning helplessness, and slumped against the dragon's belly, saying, "Well, we could just break through the dragon's belly to escape. That would definitely work." This, Chen Buran's expression darkened. Was that not nonsense? If they could break through, they wouldn't have been swallowed in the first place. The body of a dragon from the Sunset Realm was far beyond their ability to touch. Seeing Wu Zhao's nonchalant attitude, Chen Buran decided to sit down as well. Both of them exchanging silent glances. Chen Buran observed the eerie environment within the dragon's belly, which felt like an isolated cave, illuminated only by a faint glow. This enormous belly of the dragon could be considered a space unto itself. And the two remained silent for a time to conserve their strength, preparing for the occasional thrum of the dragon's heartbeat and the unknown dangers that lay ahead. "Wu Zhao, please guard me. I am going to attempt a breakthrough," Chen Buran said. resting his chin on his hand, then sat upright, the haze in his eyes dissipating. Although utilizing the unmatched chaotic eyes had merely left him bleeding slightly, he sensed that this stability might only be temporary. He needed to attempt a breakthrough now. Only by doing so could he enhance his strength to better confront the chaotic eyes, or even, as that esteemed figure had suggested, to master them completely. In this situation, you still have the presence of mind to cultivate? Wu Zhao teased, astonished that Chen Buran dared to attempt a breakthrough within the dragon's belly. Is there a problem? No problem, but you should be cautious to avoid attracting any strange energies, Wu Zhao advised. Chen Buran recalled the risk, acknowledging its possibility. However, he believed it would not pose a significant threat to him, as the purification power of the Tianquan bottle was formidable. Moreover, it seemed that no strange energy had manifested, nor would it specifically target him. Thank you for the reminder. Chen Buran expressed his gratitude, then crossed his legs, closed his eyes, and focused on the source of his power. The energy he had amassed within was now substantial. He was but a step away from entering This step was not easily achievable. Otherwise, it would not have troubled so many cultivators. Most practitioners only managed to reach the initial level of the Breaking Dawn realm, preparing for the Radiant Light realm. Almost there, Chen Buran thought as the image of the Tianquan bottle surfaced in his mind. It was his life decree and the source of his power, glowing faintly with a singular white light. What he aimed to do now was to enhance this glimmer of white light. If its current brilliance could be described as bright, the next stage of the should reach a state of brilliance. Thus, Chen Buran endeavored to communicate with the Tianquan bottle, channeling all the energy he had accumulated into it, seeking to elevate it to a state of brilliance. However, after half an hour of continuous infusing, he still could not achieve a breakthrough. The difficulty of this endeavor made Chen Buran acutely aware of the challenges of Indeed, it was not easily surpassed, especially given the Tianquan bottle's insatiable thirst for qi, which significantly amplified the difficulty of the breakthrough. Chen Buran muttered to himself, summarizing the reasons for his persistent inability to break through. Even understanding the reasons for the struggle offered no solution. It was impossible to conjure a qi from thin air for him to absorb. No qi. Then I shall provide sufficient energy for you to absorb. In the next moment, Chen Buran's gaze sharpened with determination as he extended his finger to summon a massive surge of energy. This was a blend of earth and flora, the very essence he had acquired under the guidance of the Tianquan bottle over a month ago. And it had begun to bloom. Chen Buran was uncertain what this amalgamation was, but he could sense the tremendous vitality contained within its small form, which appeared more flower-like from the outside. Life Origin Flower? Wu Zhao's astonished voice reached him from outside. Chen Buran naturally heard it. Was this flower truly called the Life Origin Flower? Feeling the immense life force emanating from it, Chen Buran wasted no time and poured all the life energy into the Tianquan bottle, which trembled slightly in response, seemingly expressing its delight as it greedily devoured the abundant life force. 1 minute, 2 minutes, by the 5th minute. All of the life energy contained within the Life Origin Flower had been absorbed by the Tianquan bottle. The bottle's brightness surged to a state of brilliance. An overwhelming power coursed through Chen Buran's limbs and body, magnitude stronger than before. This power was intoxicating. At this moment, Chen Buran finally broke through to Achieving was no easy feat. Surely it will pave the way for what lies ahead. Chen Buran reflected, relieved to have the opportunity to reach this level in the Breaking Dawn realm. Otherwise, the road ahead would have been exceedingly arduous. A satisfied smile graced his face as he gradually exited his meditative state, only to find Wu Zhao staring at him with wide eyes, filled with astonishment and envy. Chen Buran, you actually possess a Life Origin Flower. I wonder what kind of luck you stumbled upon. Wu Zhao's voice rose in pitch, his teeth clenched as he glared at Chen Buran. The Life Origin Flower? What of it? Chen Buran was oblivious to the significance of the Life Origin Flower, only aware that it had aided his breakthrough to the. You don't even know what it is? Yet you used it so recklessly. What a waste. Wu Zhao's expression was one of frustration mixed with envy. The Life Origin Flower could be regarded as a divine object within the Breaking Dawn realm, said to grant a person the qualification to challenge the royal-level Breaking Dawn realm. Had I possessed the Mjuin who from the very beginning, I would undoubtedly have achieved a complete breakthrough to the king-level Dawn realm. Yet, you squandered it on merely reaching the Marquis-level Dawn realm. What a waste of a rare treasure. As Wu Zhao's voice echoed, Qian Burin finally grasped the true value of the Mjuin Hu. Indeed, as Wu Zhao had said, it was a divine object of the Dawn Realm. The king-level Dawn Realm. What an extraordinary accomplishment that must be, and what immense power it holds. Chapter 48. The ferocious dragon crossing the river after Wu Zhao's explanation. Qian Burin's expression turned ashen, his heart aching painfully as if a multitude of ants were crawling all over him. Had he known this earlier, he would never have used the Mjuin Hu so hastily. Qian Burin was truly unaware of the Mjuin Hu's rarity and could hardly predict that the Teen Qin bottle would be so effective, capable of refining and merging three seemingly ordinary items into the legendary Mjuin Hu. Now that he had consumed it prematurely, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration and looked sorrowfully at Wu Zhao, gritting his teeth. Why didn't you tell me sooner? It was your voice that led me to realize that flower was called Mjuin Hu during my cultivation. Wu Zhao, momentarily taken aback, scoffed. Who could have known what state you were in during your cultivation? What if you had been startled and something went wrong? Besides, there wasn't enough time to stop you then. Qian Burin remained disheveled, each thought of the Mjuin Hu's preciousness causing his heart to ache, not just emotionally but physically as well. Enough of your lamentations. After all, the Mjuin Hu was not consumed just now. It will still benefit your future attempts to break through to the king-level Dawn Realm, Wu Zhao consoled, observing Qian Burin's woeful demeanor. Qian Burin turned his gaze to Wu Zhao, pondering for a moment before asking, "Do you think I can break through to the king-level Dawn Realm?" "Absolutely not," Wu Zhao promptly denied. Qian Burin refrained from inquiring why. It felt like a fool's dream, for he was well aware of how rare the king-level Dawn Realm truly was. In the vast expanse of the Great Xia, among countless beings, those who achieved the king-level Dawn Realm were indeed few and far between. Previously, Qian Burin had naively believed that reaching the king-level achievement within any realm was akin to scaling the heavens. If one failed to achieve the king level in the preceding realm, it would adversely affect their standing in the subsequent one. However, as his experiences deepened, Qian Burin realized that his understanding was somewhat skewed. He was unaware of a crucial point. The king-level Dawn Realm was, in fact, the most challenging to attain, the hardest to forge. While the difficulty of achieving the king level in other realms was indeed formidable, it paled in comparison to that of the Dawn Realm. As for why Qian Burin remained oblivious, few could fathom this secret, given the scarcity of those who had attained the king-level Dawn Realm. Noticing Qian Burin's rare acceptance of his fate, Wu Zhao felt a surge of emotion. "Qian Burin, you exhibit a commendable self-awareness by not questioning my denial," Qian Burin retorted with annoyance. "Wu Zhao, have you not yet reached the king-level Dawn Realm either? How dare you criticize me? What a shameless act!" Upon hearing this, Wu Zhao's lips twitched, a forced smile gracing his face. "I am somewhat different. You will understand in due time. Is there even a future?" Qian Burin mused, scanning the surroundings with a sense of resignation. Wu Zhao fell silent, contemplating for a moment before analyzing. We must be situated within the belly of this colossal dragon. If we truly wish to escape, we cannot rely solely on ourselves. We must allow it to present us with an opportunity. An opportunity? Qian Burin echoed, recalling the scene when he had been drawn in. "Are you suggesting it will perform another Dragon's Inhale?" Wu Zhao's calm demeanor was reassuring as he continued. "Indeed, if it does so again, we might be able to leverage that momentum to escape. However, we must address the issue of direction. It inhaled inward, and another such action could draw us further into its belly. We need it to expel us. Thus, we must wait for the right moment." As Qian Burin digested Wu Zhao's suggestion, he suddenly heard a peculiar sound, a cacophony reminiscent of rushing water. Initially mistaking it for the eerie heartbeat, he soon realized it was fundamentally different. Wu Zhao's pupils contracted sharply. Before Qian Burin could react, Wu Zhao bolted, leaving Qian Burin stunned in place. "Run, you fool! The flood is coming." A chill ran down Qian Burin's spine as he felt the looming threat of a deluge. Now, he distinctly recognized the sound of rushing water. This bizarre dragon was indeed siphoning water. A dragon thousands of feet long. What terror that volume of water would unleash! He could only guess the chaos unfolding outside, as they were being dragged into a calamity akin to a ferocious dragon crossing a river. "Wu Zhao, you are utterly lacking in loyalty. If I were in your position, I would have dragged you along," Qian Burin shouted, sprinting to catch up with Wu Zhao, who had abandoned him. Everyone for themselves when disaster strikes. Why should I be responsible for dragging you along? Get lost? Wu Zhao feigned anger in his retort. Qian Bu'in's face darkened as the roaring flood and the cacophony of the dragon's belly enveloped them. You, Wu Zhao, are my future ally. Let's talk about the future later. Whether we can survive this is the pressing matter, Wu Zhao exclaimed, laughter resonating with a spirited bravado, his calm demeanor in such peril somewhat altering Qian Bu'in's outlook. Initially pessimistic about their chances of escape, he now felt a surge of fighting spirit in every life. Different individuals and experiences impart invaluable lessons. The relentless flood eventually caught up with Qian Bu'in and Wu Zhao. Despite Wu Zhao's sharp tongue, he ultimately grasped Qian Bu'in tightly, refusing to abandon him. Qinkuan shakes, the two elements give birth to the four symbols, Wu Zhao shouted. An ancient and grand power enveloped them, shielding them from the assault of the heartbeat and flood. As Qian Bu'in gazed at the energy barrier encircled by four ancient characters, he felt a wondrous resonance. It was a unique and pure form of Taiji Bagua, and despite having never encountered it before, Qian Bu'in felt an intrinsic acknowledgement of its authenticity. That Wu Zhao's command was undoubtedly the essence of Taiji Bagua. What immense power it wielded, surely ranking among the top 20 as Qian Bu'in contemplated this. Wu Zhao's complexion turned pale. You should at least contribute a little. The power of the four symbols is difficult for me to maintain alone, Wu Zhao lamented, feeling unsatisfied as he noticed Qian Bu'in still in awe. Those who can do more should do more, Qian Bu'in replied awkwardly, yet his demeanor remained unflinching. Fortunately, the flood soon subsided, and Qian Bu'in was spared the need to act. However, their earlier escape had drawn them deeper into the dragon's belly, complicating their path to exit. Both felt a sense of helplessness as Qian Bu'in sighed. When do you think this dragon will exhale? Normally, it should inhale more often. It can't possibly be idly exhaling for fun. Indeed, if it never exhales, we might be trapped here until death. Thankfully, we have not fallen into its stomach. Otherwise, given our current strength, we would surely succumb to its corrosive power. Wu Zhao shared Qian Bu'in's sense of helplessness, and their only course of action was to conserve their strength and remain patient. Chapter 49. A glimpse of the shocking swan within the eerie and silent belly of the dragon. The occasional long howl of the creature echoed, leaving them uncertain of its whereabouts or the state of the outside world. Wu Zhao, join the Watchers. Become my ally, Qian Bu'in suddenly proposed, genuinely wishing for Wu Zhao to accept his invitation. This time, Wu Zhao refrained from mockery, adopting a serious tone as he declined. Qian Bu'in, your talents are exceptional, possessing the unparalleled chaotic eyes. While I would not be at a disadvantage as your ally, I am not suited to join the Watchers. I have my own mission to fulfill. Wu Zhao's patient explanation left Qian Bu'in somewhat flustered. It was the first time he had witnessed such a demeanor from him, making it difficult for him to persuade Wu Zhao to join. He naturally understood Wu Zhao's refusal, as he too had been reluctant to join the Watchers, for everyone had their own mission and choices. For the sake of my mission, Qian Bu'in replied with a smile, extending his hand. Wu Zhao hesitated briefly before reciprocating, their palms meeting in a gesture of mutual understanding and camaraderie. May I ask what your mission entails? You go first. Wu Zhao remained silent. For the sake of survival, to honor my grandfather, and to vanquish the malevolent spirits in memory of the deceased, Qian Bu'in answered resolutely, I can understand the first two. But why do you wish to eliminate malevolent spirits for others? Are you referring to the supernatural? Wu Zhao inquired, perplexed. Qian Bu'in caressed the long sword concealed beneath a black cloth at his waist, unveiling it with a flourish. The gleaming black-gold dragon sword radiated formidable energy and strength, akin to a volcano ready to erupt. Wu Zhao gazed intently at the long sword, sensing its extraordinary nature, and exclaimed, This sword is remarkable. I never anticipated that you would possess such a treasure. It is exceedingly rare even within my family. Qian Bu'in looked at the sword, his expression tinged with sadness, and spoke calmly, To me, it is not merely a sword. It represents a person. It was that individual who saved my life, and it was he who liberated me from all sinister thoughts, yet he ultimately sacrificed himself. Wu Zhao fell silent, having witnessed such occurrences far too often. The world was perpetually drenched in blood and sacrifice, often unnoticed. Perhaps one only feels sorrow when such tragedies manifest in proximity, if I am not mistaken. That person was also a Watcher, which explains your unwavering dedication to fulfilling the role of a watcher, he mused. Indeed, I believe I shall never forget him, nor his kindness and gifts, Qian Boren lamented. Wu Zhao consoled him. Since you cannot forget his kindness and gifts, strive to become a worthy watcher, powerful enough to eradicate all malevolent spirits. It is likely that in reaching such heights, you will forget the people and events of the past. How can you be certain that becoming stronger will yield such results? Qian Boren questioned. I have seen it, Wu Zhao replied, his voice heavy with despondency. Qian Boren gently shook his head, caressing the black gold dragon sword, and said serenely, I fear I cannot forget. He has always been by my side, never truly departing. Wu Zhao followed Qian Boren's gaze, scrutinizing the black gold dragon sword once more, and after a prolonged silence, he shook his head softly. I do not comprehend. Qian Boren's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he wiped them away and smiled. It is nothing. Merely a touch of melancholy in sharing one's heart under such circumstances. Perhaps I am being overly sentimental. I have spoken my piece. Now, what is your mission, Wu Zhao? Wu Zhao hesitated, his face betraying uncertainty, as he attempted to articulate his thoughts, but ultimately fell silent. Qian Boren, it would be better if you did not inquire about my mission. It is not that I wish to withhold it, he began, but Qian Boren gestured for him to cease, calmly stating, if you choose not to speak, then so be it. I understand that even if I were to learn, there is little I could do given my insignificance. You are not insignificant. You merely have yet to rise to prominence. What you previously expressed about being unable to reach the king-level Dawn Realm was merely a moment of frustration. In truth, you possess the qualifications, Wu Zhao explained. When I truly achieve the king-level Dawn Realm, I shall return to discuss it with you, Qian Boren replied, his gaze distant, uncertain of what thoughts accompanied his words. Discuss? Yes, discuss. With that, the conversation between Qian Boren and Wu Zhao came to a close, each preserving their strength while awaiting the opportune moment. Time passed, the floodwaters surged multiple times, and they lost their sense of direction, uncertain whether they were delving deeper into the dragon's belly or had merely strayed a bit. The flood seemed to come with increasing frequency. The peculiar dragon was likely lurking within the waters, and it was not seawater but freshwater. It had not returned to the ocean. Based on their experiences with the floods, they concluded this was a fortunate development, as it was better than being in the ocean. It is often said that a dragon entering the sea could mean unlimited freedom, and if it truly entered the ocean, they would have little chance of escape. As Qian Boren and Wu Zhao traversed, they discovered numerous stark white bones within the belly of the dragon, some remarkably well preserved while others were irreparably corroded. These remains bore remnants of clothing and adornments, predominantly modern attire, with only a few sporting more antiquated styles. This indicated that most of those who had been drawn in alongside them had perished, evoking a sense of sorrow within Qian Boren and Wu Zhao, as these individuals were their compatriots. Even though some had previously sought to seize Qian Boren's chaotic eyes, he now felt a pang of empathy for those who had perished. Wu Zhao, have you noticed that the dragon's roars have become more frequent, and that tremors often accompany them? It is far more than when we first entered, Qian Boren remarked on his observation. Wu Zhao pondered for a long while after hearing this, and they ultimately reached a conclusion. The dragon's plunge into the water must have coincided with the conclusion of its battle with the white-bearded elder. Now, it seemed the dragon had endured another fierce battle, which explained the current upheaval. As for whether the combatant was still that same elder, it remained uncertain. As long as we can endure, there is still a significant chance for our escape. The dragon's battle tactics dictate that aside from its claws, its most formidable weapon is its roar. When cornered, it will surely unleash it, provided the person outside can contend with the peculiar dragon, Wu Zhao explained. They continued to wait in silence, the passage of time unknown, until at last, they were graced with a glimmer of dawn, a brilliant light appearing before them, confirming the location of their exit. Seize the opportunity. It is about to roar. Be cautious not to get caught in the backlash, Wu Zhao shouted, racing alongside Qian Boren towards the beam of light. As they approached the dragon's cavernous chamber, the dawn's light intensified, and the dragon's roars grew increasingly piercing. Amidst the cacophony, Qian Boren discerned a familiar voice, yet could not place it, for it was a clear and melodious voice akin to that of a celestial being. With little time to ponder, he followed Wu Zhao closely, catching fragments of the woman's voice echoing throughout the chamber. Abomination, return my belongings. the youth beheld a figure akin to a celestial maiden descending, exuding an ethereal and noble air that felt hauntingly familiar yet strangely foreign. For in that fleeting moment, he had only glimpsed the woman's breathtaking profile. Just a glimpse. Chapter 50. The path to enlightenment. The joy of returning to the surface was short-lived. As Chen Buran and Wu Zhao emerged back into the world, they were met with a tremendous force that hurled them apart, the violent impact scattering them as they fell from the sky. They beheld the scene before them, a picturesque and serene lake, its waters remarkably clear, shrouded in a veil of mist that rendered it dreamlike. Chen Buran's immediate reaction was to perceive the lake as an illusion, unreal and reminiscent of a celestial paradise. This is it. Am I to fall into the water? He thought, momentarily lost in the scene before him, while Wu Zhao, not far off, seemed to be experiencing a similar fate. Likely destined to plunge into the lake as well. Falling into the water was not the primary concern. The uncertainty of the lake's depth and the potential dangers lurking beneath loomed large. With no alternatives, it was preferable to remain outside the dragon's belly, which was now occupied by an unknown powerful entity. After expelling them, the force that pushed Chen Buran and Wu Zhao away ensured they were thoroughly distanced from the dragon, successfully escaping the dragon's lair. Who was that woman? Her voice and demeanor felt so familiar, yet I am certain I have never encountered her before. Chen Buran mused, recalling the stunning woman he had just seen. Still baffled by her true identity. Hey, Chen Buran, be careful. Once you hit the water, swim up quickly. If I am not mistaken, we are within the confines of the Flying Immortal Academy, and this lake below is the fabled Flying Immortal Lake? Wu Zhao shouted to him. Flying Immortal Lake? Upon hearing this name, Chen Buran's expression instantly brightened, filled with excitement. The Flying Immortal Lake was a forbidden zone within the academy, said to be accessible only to a select few of the higher echelons. Who would have thought that this peculiar dragon would bring them to such a place? What thrilled him even more was not merely the concept of a forbidden ground, but the legendary treasure, the source of Qi, was rumored to be sealed within the Flying Immortal Lake. This knowledge was privy to only a select few, and without the support of the Watcher organization, Chen Buran would have never uncovered such a secret. Could it truly be fate that has led me to the Flying Immortal Lake? Chen Buran resolved, just before hitting the water, that if there was hope of obtaining the source of Qi, he would not let this incredible opportunity slip by. Contemplating how the peculiar dragon had arrived in this location, Chen Buran considered numerous possibilities, ultimately surmising that someone must be orchestrating the entire affair from behind the scenes, and for what purpose? It had to be for the legendary source of Qi. Chen Buran's arrival at the Flying Immortal Lake was likely not just due to his own luck, but rather a consequence of the machinations of this hidden puppeteer. What a terrifying ploy! To reduce even the enigmatic dragon of the Twilight Realm to a mere pawn. Chen Buran sensed that matters were more complex than they appeared, and there was undoubtedly more to come. Which made him anxious. Should the source of Qi be seized by another, he would be utterly doomed. With his current strength, reclaiming it would be nearly impossible. Thus, he had to seize the initiative and procure the source of Qi before it was too late. Which was why he had been so restless moments ago. Wu Zhao, could you do me a favor? As Wu Zhao was preparing to disembark, the sudden sound of Chen Buran's voice pierced through the air, imbued with an air of defiance in the face of death, instantly filling him with unease and apprehension. Over the course of their recent companionship, he had come to regard Chen Buran as a brother, and he wished for nothing more than to avoid any disturbances at this critical moment of escape. What are you doing, Chen Buran? Whatever it is, let us discuss it once we're ashore. If you keep this up, I will no longer heed you, Wu Zhao said, his brow furrowed, his tone heavy with displeasure. Chen Buran shook his head slightly, unsheathing the sword from his waist and tossing it to Wu Zhao with grave intent. Wu Zhao, I must venture into Feishan Lake if I cannot return. This sword is yours. If you do not wish to keep it, then return it to the Watchers organization. Who wants your sword? Keep it for yourself. If you are so stubborn as to enter Feishan Lake, I shall throw it away. Wu Zhao vehemently refused, entirely opposed to Chen Buran's intention to enter the lake. After all we've endured to survive, why would you seek death? Seeing Chen Buran still hesitating and intent on entering Feishan Lake, Wu Zhao's anger flared anew. Chen Buran gazed calmly at Wu Zhao, then revealed a faint smile, softly stating, I do not wish for this either, but sometimes one is compelled by circumstances. If I do not enter Feishan Lake, what lies ahead for me? This time, Chen Burian did not wait for Wu Zhao's counsel. He turned and strode towards Feixian Lake. As he leapt into the air, Wu Zhao caught a glimpse of the youth's smiling profile, tinged with traces of hardship and regret. Wu Zhao, farewell. Sometimes, to hear the Tao in the morning, one may as well die by evening. The youth's voice grew increasingly faint, and Wu Zhao's figure became increasingly blurred in Chen Burian's vision until he was completely submerged by the waters of Feixian Lake. His voice fading into silence, as the descent quickened, the icy water relentlessly engulfed him, penetrating every inch of his skin, causing his body temperature to plummet. Tianquan bottle, lend me your aid. Chen Burian hastily activated the Tianquan bottle. Feeling a surge of vibrant life coursing through his limbs, enveloping him in warmth and dispelling the chill of the lake's waters, as for how to find the fabled source of qi. At present, Chen Burian could only place his hopes entirely upon the Tianquan bottle, for it alone possessed such capabilities. Bottle brother, you are the qi that I seek. You summoned me here. I cannot offer no assistance. Can I? Supporting the Tianquan bottle, Chen Burian hurriedly attempted to communicate with it.in this critical moment. If the Tianquan bottle did not assist him, he would surely perish. Seconds ticked by, and finally, the Tianquan bottle began to respond. Radiating a continuous glow, from its mouth, a luminous arrow coalesced, hovering before Chen Burian and dancing eagerly. Are you guiding me? Chen Burian exclaimed, wide-eyed, astonished by the bottle's unexpected transformation. The arrow seemed to nod, hopping in place before swiftly darting in a particular direction. Chen Burian, filled with urgency, swam vigorously to follow the arrow's path. Fortunately, he had already broken through to the Howled Dawn realm. Otherwise, he would have struggled greatly against the oppressive weight of the Feixian Lake. Chen Burian felt a sense of relief as he realized he had ventured deep into the lake, where even his current strength was nearly insufficient to withstand the pressure. Had he attempted this earlier, it would have been impossible. Chapter 51. The space beneath the lake. Underneath Feixian Lake, Chen Burian had long lost track of time, the lake's extraordinary depth instilling a sense of despair and dread within him, the relentless pressure of the water threatening to rupture his veins. Although the lake appeared vast, the overwhelming weight made him feel as though he were trapped in a confined space. How much longer until I reach the bottom? Ahead lay an abyss of darkness, the only light emanating from the luminous arrow conjured by the Tianquan bottle, guiding his way. Minutes passed, and at last, Chen Burian could no longer endure the crushing weight. He quickly activated the Tianquan bottle, attempting to amplify his strength to withstand the pressure. Tianquan, shield me. A faint white glow enveloped Chen Burian, forming an energy barrier that shielded him from the lake's oppressive force. This was one of the minor functions of the Tianquan bottle. However, it could not sustain itself for long, seemingly related to the bottle's grade and his level of understanding of its powers. As the energy barrier encapsulated his body, Chen Burian felt an immediate sense of relief. He realized he could not afford to linger. The barrier had a limited duration, and he needed to locate the source of qi before it dissipated. The strength of the Howled Dawn realm was still too feeble. Could he truly claim the source of qi? Chen Burian felt apprehensive about his ability to secure the source, for even a top-tier expert in the Sunsetting realm would hesitate to assert they could capture the qi ranked 30th. Yet, having come this far, he was determined to try. If he failed, he would at least die attempting, and this endeavor might pave the way for a chance at survival in the future. The Tianquan bottle desperately required the legendary qi. Without it, his future progress would be hindered. It was rumored that Feixian Lake was heavily guarded, and that venerable elder with the white beard might well be one of its sentinels. The strange invasion of the eerie dragon hinted at a deeper mystery lurking behind it. Chen Burian's mind raced, striving to maintain clarity amidst the suffocating atmosphere that pressed upon him. After some time, the luminous arrow from the Tianquan bottle suddenly ceased its linear trajectory, and Chen Burian closely followed its path. Navigating numerous turns as the surrounding scenery began to shift, he sensed an unusual gravitational pull, which gradually coalesced into a tangible sensation. This powerful allure in such a constricting environment sent shivers down his spine. A whirlpool! Chen Burian exclaimed, as the intense pull caused him to inadvertently gulp down a mouthful of water, nearly choking. Thankfully, he was no longer an ordinary person and managed to regain his composure. However, as the relentless attraction continued to tug at him, Chen Burian's consciousness began to blur, forcing him to rely on instinct to follow the luminous arrow. With a heart full of trepidation, the arrow gradually slowed, ultimately halting before a shadowy stone wall. At last, Chun Burian had found a solid ground to stand upon. The sensation of solid earth beneath his feet was immensely comforting, instilling a sense of stability within him. Chun Burian marveled internally, though still submerged in the lake. The sensation was a long-lost joy. He observed the energy barrier enveloping him, now depleted by more than half, and felt his vitality beginning to wane, intensifying his urgency to obtain the source of qi. Fortunately, the ascent would be somewhat easier, provided he survived the endeavor. Having arrived at this juncture and even settled his affairs, Chun Burian possessed a sense of resignation. Understanding that he could not guarantee success in retrieving the source of qi, gazing at the arrow that had come to rest, he reached out to touch the stone wall it indicated, causing a shower of debris and fragments to cascade down as the entire wall began to tremble. Such a minor shift might have seemed inconsequential, but at that moment, it triggered a chain reaction. The surrounding waters began to swirl with visible speed, cascading into a dark abyss. Soon, Chun Burian felt the ground beneath him tremble, the vibrations intensifying with each passing second, akin to a genuine earthquake. Goodness, is Feishan Lake about to collapse? Am I to be swallowed by the earth itself? Chun Burian gasped. This time, fortune did not favor him. The minor change set off a series of escalating reactions, growing increasingly violent. Chun Burian had no choice but to swim desperately, evading the impending collapse of the lake bed and the falling stones from the walls. Initially, a single whirlpool formed in the lake. But as the tremors intensified, he soon found himself surrounded by 3 swirling vortexes, leaving him with no escape. Witnessing this sight, Chun Burian felt dizzy, his expression darkening as he gazed at the 3 encircling whirlpools. Utterly exhausted. One whirlpool he could evade, but with 3 surrounding him, there was nowhere to hide. In a moment of panic, an idea struck him. Could he indeed enter one of these whirlpools? But which one should he choose? Chun Burian surveyed the whirlpools, uncertain which to select, knowing this decision could be crucial. Meanwhile, the luminous arrow appeared to have lost all vitality, its glow dimming as it lay against the stone wall. Likely drained of energy, feeling somewhat at a loss, time was of the essence. His energy barrier was on the verge of collapse. With resolve, he propelled himself toward the whirlpool directly ahead. The instant he entered the vortex, the energy barrier shattered, and his consciousness faded entirely, leaving him with only a faint glimmer of dawn ahead. Outside Feishan Lake, a tremendous crash shattered the tranquility of the surroundings. Dust and debris erupted from the ground, and the lake's waters, tainted with blood, quickly spread, though the scene of a river of blood did not materialize. The mysterious force within Feishan Lake purified everything, restoring its waters to clarity, flowing with divine brilliance. After a brief moment, a weathered and stooped figure appeared by Feishan Lake, clad in a tattered black robe stained with blood. His countenance was grim, wearied, as he gazed at the injuries in his hands. One could only imagine the fierce battles he had endured in the past. Confronted with the desolation wrought upon the world, he ultimately chose to act, facing the bizarre entity head on at that time. The strange dragon was merely a prelude. There were even more terrifying entities that haunted his thoughts. During the skirmish, he had uncovered traces of the Blood Calamity organization, prompting his swift return while the other elders mobilized. As he surveyed the blood that exuded a sinister black mist from his wounds, he attempted to dispel it, but the black mist clung to him like a parasite, resisting purification. This was indeed the work of a malevolent being. The dark fog would relentlessly erode the human body until it was completely assimilated. Should that day come, he would be irrevocably transformed into an aberration. What was most unsettling was that this figure was none other than Elder Zhong, the vice president of Feishan Academy, one of the highest guardians of Feishan Lake. The fact that even such a formidable being struggled to rid himself of the ominous black mist underscored the terrifying nature of these strange entities. Truly the archenemies of humanity. After suppressing the black mist at his wound, he refrained from further attention, burdened by the recent events. Before he could gather his thoughts, he forced himself to focus on the figure approaching him. Xian Yin, the typically unflappable Elder Zhong, displayed a rare expression of shock, his words laden with disbelief. Indeed, it was genuine astonishment. Under ordinary circumstances, anyone witnessing this would find it incredible. who could instill such awe in the vice president of Phasian Academy? A powerhouse at the pinnacle of the sunsetting realm, on the verge of stepping into the eternal night realm. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, no one would have believed it. Elder Zhong's pupils constricted as he beheld a stunning scene reflected in his eyes. Xian Yin's enchanting visage was smeared with dragon blood, her gaze sharp and demeanor chillingly indifferent. Those delicate hands clutched the tail of the dragon, dragging the lifeless creature across the ground, leaving a long trail of blood in her wake. The deceased dragon was of no concern to her. She regarded it as mere vermin. Elder Zhong stared incredulously at Xian Yin. This prodigy of Phasian Academy, the fated one, had been regarded by all as the next heir to the institution. During this time, they had invested immense effort into his development. Xian Yin had not disappointed them. Empowered by his innate talent and abundant resources, he had defeated one peer after another, even positioning himself as a contender for the next generation's Phasian child. Yet, none of this could compare to the shock of the scene before him. In that moment, Xian Yin resembled a deity, effortlessly dragging the bizarre dragon, an exhibition of strength that left Elder Zhong astounded. The indifference radiating from his eyes was entirely uncharacteristic of a normal human. Xian Yin, you have achieved the royal radiant realm. Elder Zhong's pupils abruptly narrowed, his gaze locked onto Xian Yin, whose body emanated the power of destiny, and he exclaimed in excitement that it had been many years since a royal-level student had emerged from Phasian Academy. And now it had finally happened. Even more remarkably, it was embodied in the fated Xian Yin, filling Elder Zhong with a sense of pride. After the initial exhilaration, however, he was also left bewildered. He had believed himself to be attuned to Xian Yin's progress. Yet even with his keen insight, he had not anticipated that Xian Yin would break through to the royal radiant realm. It was not that such a feat was impossible, but the difficulty was immense. Furthermore, Xian Yin's cultivation speed had far exceeded his expectations, advancing from the initial stages of the radiant realm to royal level in mere months. A feat that was simply unfathomable. If true, it would indeed be the birth of a legend. Xian Yin discarded the dragon's tail and approached Elder Zhong, his usual demeanor of defiance and carelessness replaced by respect as he gradually retracted the aura of destiny that surrounded him. Elder Zhong, I have not truly broken through to the royal radiant realm. This power is merely a manifestation of my destiny, allowing me to temporarily simulate that level. Xian Yin calmly explained the nature of his transformation, sensing Elder Zhong's confusion. This revelation plunged Elder Zhong into contemplation. He was uncertain whether to believe it or not. Having lived for so long, his experiences were vast, yet he had never encountered such a miraculous ability. Could one truly simulate a breakthrough to the royal level? Elder Zhong remained skeptical, yet the gravity of the situation surrounding Xian Yin compelled him to take it more seriously. Ultimately, he refrained from voicing any objections, his expression complex as he regarded Xian Yin, solemnly stating, Xian Yin, you have always been enigmatic. The fated ones are exceedingly rare. Even I cannot discern the truth of your words, but that is beside the point. What matters is your safe growth. Elder Zhong's earnestness warmed even Xian Yin's typically aloof heart, causing the long-frozen feelings within him to thaw slightly as he gazed gratefully at the aged figure. This elder from Phasian Academy had treated him with the utmost kindness, going so far as to grant him numerous privileges, investing countless top-tier cultivation resources in his development. I appreciate your concern. The reason I was able to defeat that bizarre dragon was primarily due to the significant assistance from Elder San. Otherwise, even 10 of me would not have stood a chance against it, Xian Yin remarked. Elder Zhong nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his contentment. That is already quite impressive. To achieve a victory over a severely wounded dragon from such a considerable distance, merely by temporarily simulating the royal radiant realm, is indeed a remarkable feat. Xian Yin smiled slightly but said nothing, while Elder Zhong gazed worriedly toward the horizon, warning, the heavens are about to change. We must tread carefully, Xian Yin. The tranquility of this last bastion may soon be shattered, and we cannot know how fierce the coming storm will be. Elder Zhong's wrinkled hand swept across the sky, revealing the devastation within Yangchuan City, ruined walls and scattered debris everywhere, inflicting immeasurable economic losses, not to mention the countless casualties. Several elders from Phasian Academy had already suffered severe injuries, with some possibly facing demise. His weathered features trembled slightly as he slowly closed his eyes, choosing not to witness such apocalyptic scenes any longer. his voice hoarse. The alliance between the Blood Calamity Organization and these aberrations is not something that can be easily resolved. With the absence of one top-tier combatant, the external battlefield is undoubtedly facing a tremendous blow. Was my retreat truly a mistake? Yet, to protect the human treasure, the source of Qi, from falling into treacherous hands, I had no choice. Leaves drifted down into Feitian Lake, creating ripples that seemed to herald the undercurrents stirring beneath the surface, a change so profound that even Elder Zhong could not foresee in the depths of the lake. The unconscious Chen Buran stirred awake, rubbing his groggy head and anxiously surveying his surroundings. Fortunately, he was alive, but unfortunately, he found himself in a place utterly disconnected from Feitian Lake. Where exactly was he? Even he could not fathom, let alone how to escape. After being swept away by the vortex, he had arrived here, which still seemed to be at the bottom of Feitian Lake. Such a wondrous force could create its own space. As Chen Buran's mind cleared, he curiously examined his surroundings. He soon felt waves of pain coursing through his body, remnants of injuries inflicted by the vortex, though thankfully, they were not life-threatening. This place resembled an ancient ruin. Chen Buran wandered about, finding little light, just enough to make out the surroundings. The somber hues only heightened the eerie atmosphere, as the artifacts around him were strikingly antiquated. No, they could hardly be called antiquated. They were relics of a bygone era. From statues to decorations, and even everyday items like wine vessels and stoves, everything exuded a vivid ancient aura. Chen Buran leaped, striving to glimpse the extent of this ancient ruin. Yet the darkness obscured his vision. He could only rely on his heightened senses to probe further, but the results proved futile. His perception extended for what felt like an eternity, yet darkness remained unyielding. He could only ascertain that the other end of the ancient site remained unchanged. This ancient ruin was astonishingly vast. Could the source of Qi be hidden within these ruins? Yet, that seemed somewhat implausible. He could sense none of its essence. For a moment, Chen Buran found himself at a loss, devoid of direction. If the source of Qi truly resided here, given its formidable presence, it was improbable that he would fail to perceive it. This was not to suggest that Chen Buran was particularly strong. Rather, the source of Qi was an entity of such power that it would not require concealment. If someone coveted it, they would simply sweep through with overwhelming might. Needing no subterfuge, the heavenly authority vase in his possession remained silent, compelling Chen Buran to rely on instinct as he ventured forth, exploring the ancient ruins. Hours passed as he traversed, until he found himself before a grand and imposing stone door. At the foot of the stone steps, he noticed a mysterious stele inscribed with ancient characters. Upon deciphering the ancient text etched upon the stele, an unusual feeling welled up within Chen Buran. Chapter 53. The Observatory. Chen Buran, with his limited knowledge, could only rely on the pictographic representation of these ancient characters, combined with his own linguistic foundation, to roughly deduce the content inscribed on the stone tablet. Gazing at the observatory, he muttered to himself, recognizing only 3 prominent characters after prolonged scrutiny. As for the smaller inscriptions surrounding the stone tablet, he found himself unable to decipher them. After all, ancient scripts are notoriously challenging for those lacking expertise. Could it be that behind this stone door lies an ancient observatory? He crouched slightly, his eyes meticulously scanning the ancient characters once more, hoping to uncover more information from the smaller inscriptions that might assist him in escaping this place. The youth's fingers brushed against the stone tablet's engravings, gently tracing the ancient script, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon it. Daqin. Chen Buran's expression turned to one of astonishment. After a prolonged effort, he had finally recognized 2 ancient characters, which constituted crucial information. He had discerned that this ancient site dated back to the Qin dynasty. Could it truly be a relic from that era? Chen Buran mused, reflecting on the fact that thousands of years had passed since the Qin dynasty. Yet no one could overlook the significance of this dynasty, which holds a monumental place in the annals of Xia civilization. It was an era of brilliance and prosperity, where heroes gathered, vying for supremacy. During that time, someone once boldly proclaimed, "Nobles and commoners, are they not of the same stock?" Such lofty aspirations influenced the trajectory of historical delineation to some extent. In the Great Qin era, the most renowned historical figure undoubtedly was the first emperor, Qin Shi Huang, who unified the realm after vanquishing 6 kings, an extraordinary figure who dominated the world. the true sovereign of the Qin Empire. The ancestor dragon, Yingzheng. What kind of spectacle lay within this Qin observatory? Chen Buren felt a surge of interest, an insatiable desire for exploration igniting within him. Surely, no one could remain indifferent to the era of the ancestor dragon. In the desolate ruins, Chen Buren approached with a mix of trepidation and curiosity, taking careful steps toward the stone door. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, influenced by countless reports and articles that suggested such places often harbored traps. It was only when he reached the stone door that he felt reassured, finding no traps. Perhaps they had long since lost their effectiveness. Yet, he paused to reconsider. This was merely an observatory, not a tomb. What traps could possibly be here? Chen Buren realized he was merely frightening himself and felt somewhat foolish. The stone door was heavy, weighing at least several hundred pounds. With considerable effort, Chen Buren finally managed to push it open. Inside remained shrouded in darkness and silence, revealing a smooth stone pathway that seemed long, obscured from his view as to where it might lead. Presumably, the end would be the famed Qin Observatory. The air was eerily still, and as he walked along the stone path, a chill crept down his spine. The atmosphere here instilled a sense of dread. It seemed far more complex than it appeared. Shadows concealed unknown dangers, as if something fearsome were watching him. Chen Buren dared not act rashly, his throat dry with anxiety, his steps light, yet his heart raced wildly. After traversing the stone path for a considerable distance, he finally glimpsed the end. The indistinct silhouette of an ancient structure began to materialize before his eyes. Just as he was about to discern what it was, a sudden sound erupted beneath his feet. A sharp crack of gravel echoed throughout the space, startling Chen Buren, who instinctively turned his gaze in every direction. As the sound reverberated, the dark, silent ruins began to emanate a fiery glow, illuminating the entire observatory with Chen Buren at its center. Countless bronze lanterns, adorned with candles, ignited in an instant, casting brilliant light that allowed Chen Buren to fully comprehend his surroundings. Causing his pupils to constrict in shock, his gaze sharpened. Under the glow of the candles, the figures of ancient warriors clad in bronze armor, wielding bronze halberds, were vividly visible, lifelike in their portrayal. They lacked vitality. Yet the overwhelming aura they exuded commanded respect and deterred any inclination of disrespect. Most astonishing to Chen Buren was the sheer number of these Qin soldiers, arrayed in neat formation, encircling the observatory in a breathtaking display. A vast assembly, numbering approximately 3,000, left him utterly astounded. 3,000 bronze armors, 3,000 swords and halberds. In that moment, Chen Buren envisioned the battlefields of ancient times, where the elite forces of Qin were invincible, sweeping across the land and unifying the world. Behind these 3,000 bronze warriors, he could almost see the supreme ruler of the Qin Empire, the first emperor, Yingzheng, receiving the homage of the masses. A scene of fervent acclaim, it was mesmerizing, invoking a desire to kneel in submission. At a critical moment, Chen Buren shook himself awake, nearly succumbing to the urge to kneel. Though you are an ancestor, it would not do if I were to kneel without true willingness. After all, I am but a citizen of the new Xia. He smiled, though his body was drenched in sweat. The emperor had vanished for millennia. Yet such mysterious powers continued to influence posterity, terrifying indeed. These bronze-armored soldiers were akin to the legendary terracotta warriors. He never anticipated encountering them under such circumstances. Chen Buren observed the lifelike figures from a distance. Daring not to approach, relegated to mere observation, he felt fortunate that these terracotta warriors were not endowed with mysterious powers. Otherwise, they might have begun to encircle him. The intruder, it was time to ascend. Whether he lived or died was left to fate. Chen Buren took a deep breath, composed himself, and, facing the seemingly watchful gaze of the terracotta warriors, slowly walked toward the observatory ahead. 1 step, 2 steps. Chen Buren counted the steps in his mind, reaching the 48th step as he approached the summit. The final step. He hesitated momentarily, a sense of trepidation washing over him. After all, no one could predict what awaited him here. After a brief pause, he stepped forward, finally setting foot upon the observatory. The Great Way has 50, heaven evolves 49, and humanity retreats 1. This Qin observatory was indeed quite profound. Once Chen Buren steadied himself, he realized nothing extraordinary occurred. allowing him to observe the scene above the observatory. It was empty, save for something at its center, radiating a soft starlight. Chapter 54. Observing the stars as he neared the center of the observatory. The faint sound of gears began to resonate in his ears, and for the first time, Chun Burin beheld the complete visage of the object before him. It was a finely crafted astrolabe, inscribed with numerous celestial patterns, with the Big Dipper occupying the most prominent space, followed by the Z-Way star and others, symbolizing the celestial bodies and the cycles of yin and yang. What a peculiar material! It felt smooth and warm to the touch, reminiscent of jade, yet not entirely jade, containing an immense, sharp energy within. Chun Burin gently stroked this special instrument from the Qin dynasty, surmising it was designed for celestial observation. After an extended examination, he noted something rather peculiar. At the center of the astrolabe was a small, irregular notch, no larger than half a palm. Initially, he thought it was meant to be that way, but upon closer inspection, the notch was uneven and jagged, as if shattered by a force, indicating it was not crafted in this manner. This Qin-era astrolabe must be broken, which implied it could not function for celestial observation. Chun Burin fell into a profound silence. Given his explorations thus far, the only path before him, or rather, the only course of action was to ascend the observatory and attempt to use this astrolabe for stargazing, hoping it might yield some unexpected changes. Otherwise, remaining idle here would only lead to his demise. Alas, the astrolabe was broken. What bad luck! He wondered if the other two whirlpools housed similar scenes. If so, did their astrolabes also bear defects? Chun Burin's thoughts drifted to the other two whirlpools, pondering what scenes awaited him there, whether he was merely unfortunate in encountering a defective astrolabe. This thought drove him to desperation. No, it was humans who grew frantic when cornered. Regardless of how he attempted to turn the astrolabe, nothing yielded any results, and he felt a wave of despondency wash over him as he sat cross-legged before the flawed instrument, gazing at it with longing yet devoid of solutions. Vessel, you must help me. Otherwise, we may both perish here. In his idle moments, Chun Burin attempted to communicate with the Tianquan vessel, yet it remained eerily silent, as if feigning death at a critical juncture. Goodness, could you at least provide some response, Bottle Brother? If you can't, just say so. It's rather frightening to be here alone, Chun Burin pleaded with fervor, though in truth, he had lost all confidence in the Tianquan bottle. As expected, the wretched vessel offered no reaction whatsoever. Internally, Chun Burin vented his frustrations until he grew weary, and as he surveyed his surroundings, he recalled something, perhaps a means to save his life. He urgently began to experiment with it. It was a painting shrouded in mist, gradually revealing its true form in Chun Burin's mind. The Origin Divine Map. The talisman left to him by his grandfather had completely vanished after he successfully embarked on his cultivation journey and broke through to the Dawn Realm. Giving birth to the once burning Origin Divine Talisman had dissipated into nothingness. Subsequently, his body was occupied by a domineering and mysterious Origin Divine Map, residing within him. This Origin Divine Map was even more enigmatic than the Tianquan bottle. At least the bottle had some semblance of activity, while the Origin Divine Map was utterly transparent and devoid of presence. This could also be attributed to the different territories they occupied. The Tianquan bottle primarily resided in his Dantian, while the Origin Divine Map independently carved out space within him. Unless Chun Burin intentionally invoked it, the two would rarely intersect, each minding their own business. If that broken bottle won't assist me, surely you must lend a hand, Chun Burin mused, having previously addressed it as Bottle Brother, now opting to flatter the Divine Map by calling it Sister Divine Map. With his hands clasped before him, he bowed respectfully towards the Origin Divine Map, uttering words of reverence. Initially, the Origin Divine Map indeed stirred, but it quickly fell back into stillness. This abrupt change left Chun Burin at a loss for words. His face twitching slightly. Am I truly at a loss for words? Oh, Sister Divine Map, since you have witnessed my peril, could you not lend a hand? Chun Burin gritted his teeth and, undeterred, continued to speak kindly. Bowing with unwavering respect, in the next moment, his words finally elicited a response. Within the Origin space, Chun Burin felt an overwhelming force pulling at him, tossing him about mercilessly, as if he were being beaten. What have I done to deserve this, Sister Divine Map? I haven't spoken ill of you. Chen Burian lamented, enduring a relentless onslaught until the force finally ceased. He slowly rose from the ground, his face bruised and battered. Though the pain was not genuine harm, the sensation was painfully real. "This is quite the bullying," he muttered, covering his face, fearful of inciting the wrath of the Origin Divine Map. He was genuinely intimidated. Before the Origin Divine Map, he felt utterly powerless. Was he truly meant to be its master? It felt more like the map was the true master. His body seemed to have been forcefully commandeered, leaving Chen Burian feeling disgruntled yet helpless. After subjecting him to this torment, the Origin Divine Map fell silent for a moment, finally performing a semblance of humanity. From the chaotic mist of the painting, a thread of life force erupted, landing before Chen Burian. Soon after, that life force transformed into a bow and arrow, the remaining energy coalescing into a flame-tipped light arrow, pointing towards a distant direction. Following the trajectory, Chen Burian beheld a terracotta warrior. This warrior was no ordinary figure. Its prominent stance and the bronze sword it wielded indicated it was the leader of the 3,000 Qin soldiers. A token hung at its waist. The Tiger Tally? Chen Burian gasped, quickly deducing that the token was indeed the legendary Tiger Tally, and moreover, from the era of the Qin dynasty, an invaluable treasure of significant historical import. Now that Chen Burian grasped the situation, he finally understood the intent of the Origin Divine Map. It sought for him to command the 3,000 Qin soldiers through the Tiger Tally, utilizing their power to forcibly repair the damaged astrolabe and thereby observe the stars. The bow and arrow were likely the mediums to activate the Tiger Tally. Sister Divine Map, you have truly been of great assistance. Hope ignited in Chen Burian's eyes as he hastily seized the bow, drew back the arrow, and prepared to unleash the light arrow. Just as he was about to release it, the Origin Divine Map trembled slightly, causing him to hesitate, almost missing the target on the Tiger Tally. Yet when the Tiger Tally burst forth with dazzling light enveloping the 3,000 Qin soldiers, they slowly began to regain their mobility after centuries of dormancy. The sound of hooves striking the earth, accompanied by long cries, filled the air. Though faint, their presence was undeniably real. 3,000 Qin soldiers, armed with bronze spears, pointed toward the heavens. The endless darkness that had shrouded the sky vanished in an instant, revealing a myriad of stars. With resolute steps, Chen Burian ascended to the highest point of the astrolabe, standing with his hands clasped behind him, gazing into the distance, his eyes reflecting the celestial bodies as he surveyed the stars. Chapter 55. Invoking the Stars. Countless brilliant stars emerged in the sky above as the ancient astrolabe began to rotate, the sound of interlocking gears resonating in this long-sealed space. Below the astrolabe, 3,000 elite soldiers stood in perfect unison, their bronze spear tips converging in a singular direction, aimed at the sky, intent on striking the heavens, toppling cities, and plucking stars. The elite under the first emperor, their legendary reputation resounded across the land. They were fearless, invincible in battle. This overwhelming momentum transformed from mere words into a tangible force. What incredible power! Even after millennia, such might remains capable of toppling cities and plucking stars. Chen Burian marveled. Faced with such overwhelming force, he wisely refrained from provoking it, not wishing to assume control over this power. Instead, he allowed events to unfold as they would. Above the heavens, two forces clashed violently, the power of the stars and the momentum of the 3,000 elite soldiers. It was difficult to discern which side held the advantage. The momentum sought to draw down the stars, while the distant celestial bodies resisted, creating a fierce standoff. Was the astrolabe truly invoking the stars? Or was it genuinely attempting to sever the stars from the universe? Chen Burian found himself perplexed by this extraordinary method. If it were the former, it would be manageable, but if the latter, it would be terrifying. Yet, inexplicably, he felt that the notion of severing the stars was only natural, as if the 3,000 elite soldiers also intended to do so. This resonated with the imposing authority of the ancient emperor. The sun, moon, stars, and rivers were merely territories under the dominion of the first emperor, who reigned supreme in the cosmos. What a terrifying force! It truly seems poised to sever the stars, Chen Burian gasped. In a matter of mere moments, the power of the stars began to wane in Chen Burian's view. The previously unreachable stars now appeared as large as fists. They drew closer, and it was only a matter of time before they would be severed from the heavens. All that was required from Chen Burian was patience. He could not ascertain which star would fall, nor whether these stars were genuinely real or merely illusions. The answers eluded him, and despite his fervent desire to uncover the truth, he could only rally support for the Qin soldiers, hoping they would soon sever the stars. However, something seemed amiss. The stars ceased their movements, and the momentum weakened further. Had they exhausted their energy? In the climactic moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Invoking the stars had not proceeded smoothly. The two forces resumed their standoff, and this time the situation appeared even direr, as the momentum not only remained at a disadvantage but continued to weaken. Chen Burian had no choice but to squint, realizing that he could not afford to hesitate. Otherwise, he would miss the opportunity, causing the momentum to dwindle further and ultimately leading to failure in invoking the stars. It seems that without guidance, the invocation of the stars will not yield favorable results, Chen Burian mused ruefully. Initially, he had been apprehensive of potential complications, thus refraining from participating in the invocation process, hoping the momentum would naturally draw down the stars, only to witness its failure. This outcome was anticipated, yet witnessing it firsthand still left him somewhat disheartened. Sister Divine Map provided me with a bow and a light arrow infused with life force. Perhaps this life force should serve as the medium for invoking the stars. Chen Burian concluded, understanding that life force was the source of power. He was now faced with the question of whether his strength could match the energy contained within the life force. Given the colossal star power at stake, the life force required would likely be substantial. Would it not drain him entirely? Chen Burian felt a lump in his throat, fear evident in his expression. Yet he resolved to bleed without hesitation. 1 drop, 2 drops. Until his complexion turned pale, he ceased the process. Almost there, he uttered weakly, his gaze unfocused as he pondered, then retrieved a small vial from his pocket. Upon opening it, a vibrant crimson hue radiated forth. It contained the final drop of his blood, known as his heart's blood. Gazing at this drop, Chen Burian felt no trepidation. Instead, a flicker of warmth illuminated his eyes as the image of a gentle maiden reflected in his mind. As the essence of blood dripped onto the tiger talisman, it suddenly erupted with a formidable aura, the momentum above the heavens coalescing into a palpable form, no longer merely substantial, for it had taken shape, manifesting as a noble silhouette that transcended the realms of heaven and earth. Chen Burian's pupils constricted, his expression one of astonishment as he beheld an awe-inspiring spectacle, the ethereal form of Qin Shi Huang. The apparition of the first emperor stood serenely amidst the cosmos, the void trembling in his presence, requiring no words, no movements. The heavens celebrated him, while the sun and moon lay in reverent stillness. In an instant, the stars fell away. The majestic silhouette appeared for but a fleeting moment before dissipating into the ether, leaving Chen Burian with a sense of relief. The grandeur of the eternal emperor weighed heavily upon the mortal realm, a burden beyond the capacity of a mere Dawn Realm practitioner to endure. Had it not been for the denizens of this era, anyone from any age witnessing such a scene would have undoubtedly bowed in submission. Following the disappearance of the first emperor's visage, another elusive scene emerged, more accurately a solitary figure. Clad in a black dragon robe, the figure sat in a pavilion, resting his head upon his fist, exuding an air of indifference. Thunder rumbled across the vast ocean, yet his demeanor remained tranquil, his countenance as placid as still water. Though his heart housed storms, he listened to the ocean's tides. The scene shifted again, revealing him traversing the mountains and rivers, surveying the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, instilling dread among mortals. In that era, no one dared to rebel. Chaos lay dormant. Eventually, his figure came to rest upon Mount Tai. Amidst the sea of clouds, his imposing silhouette standing with hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance, amidst the breathtaking vistas of the world. Chen Burian was left speechless, unable to articulate the tumult of emotions surging within him. At that moment, his desire to behold the first emperor with his own eyes had reached its zenith. Yet, they could not meet, separated by a millennium, the river of time severing their connection, a millennium. Merely a ripple in the river of time, felt infinitely distant. Time, like a blade, could slay the most gifted. The youth suppressed his astonishment, his gaze narrowing as he turned towards the heavens. Now, with no obstacles to hinder his stargazing, he could embark on this true celestial observation. Previously, he had only been aware of their existence. Now, he could seize the stars, drawing them ever closer. Gazing at the firmament, he beheld an expansive cosmos, a tapestry of brilliant stars. Suddenly, a surge of intense light pierced through the constellations, overpowering even the moon. This extraordinary radiance began to shoot towards the stargazing platform at a speed visible to the naked eye, growing in size before Chen Buren. Narrowing his eyes against the blinding luminosity, he felt an overwhelming discomfort. Soon, the veins in his eyes began to redden. Yet he could not cease his celestial observation, fearing he might miss something vital. Regretting it later, he must persist. The star was drawing near. Chen Buren gritted his teeth against the searing pain, his crimson pupils appearing almost otherworldly, momentarily revealing a chaotic glimmer before fading away, as the visage of the star became fully discernible. A whirlwind of emotion swirled within him, leaving him at a loss for words. Before his eyes unfolded a scene, a meteor crashing into the stargazing platform. Chen Buren had summoned a meteor. Chapter 56, The Meteor from 1,000 Years Ago. A meteor? Chen Buren gazed incredulously at the star approaching the stargazing platform, utterly unprepared for the realization that he had summoned a meteor. As it neared the platform, the meteor began to slow, and Chen Buren discerned its size. His gaze sharpening as he scrutinized this ancient celestial body. This meteor, originating from a millennium past, confirmed a singular truth. The ancient ruins where he currently resided, the stargazing platform, were indeed real, preserved by some mysterious power. However, the celestial observation he was experiencing, summoning stars, was not of the present reality. This meteor had already fallen 1,000 years ago. Thus, at this stargazing platform, Chen Buren had merely acted to activate the Tiger Talisman, harnessing the strength of the 3,000 elite Qin warriors to recreate the scene of the ancient diviner's celestial observation. In truth, the true protagonist of this stargazing endeavor was not Chen Buren, but rather that ancient diviner from a millennium ago. As for the identity of that diviner, it had long since faded into obscurity. On this platform, Chen Buren was merely experiencing the process of celestial observation, immersing himself in the role of the diviner, observing the stars and summoning celestial bodies. Did the ancient diviner summon a meteor 1,000 years ago? Could it be related to the events of the first emperor's eastern expedition? Chen Buren recalled historical records, which claimed that during the twilight of the first emperor's reign, a meteor had descended, inscribed with the words, "Upon the death of the first emperor, the land shall be divided." The first emperor, enraged, caused the deaths of millions, spilling rivers of blood. Within 100 miles of the meteor's impact site, all, regardless of age or gender, were exterminated, burned to ashes, leaving the land barren for millennia. This was a verifiable historical account, and now, before Chen Buren, lay a meteor from 1,000 years ago, prompting a cascade of thoughts. The meteor gently landed upon the stargazing platform, and Chen Buren held it in his hands. Examining it closely, it was indeed extraordinary, both in material and the energy it contained, incomparable to ordinary stones. The rotating disk of the stargazing platform was forged from celestial iron. No wonder its material was so unique, unlike anything from this realm. Comparing the meteor in his hand with the intricate rotating disk, Chen Buren suddenly discerned the answer to the dilemma that had previously plagued him. The flawed center of the disk was precisely what he held in his grasp. Finally, he could rectify the disk's imperfection, and surely this would allow him to escape this cursed place. Filled with elation, Chen Buren felt an instinctive certainty that should he succeed in mending the disk's flaw, he would be able to seize the opportunity to depart, as for his intended goal, the source of qi. He felt a sense of helplessness, unsure of where to seek it. The source of qi? Not even a shadow in sight. If that were the case, he would have to abandon the pursuit. Although failing to obtain it might hinder his progress in cultivation, it was preferable to languish here, dying at the bottom of this immortal lake. Weighing the pros and cons, Chen Buren thought, if he could find the source of qi, it would be worth the risk. Yet now, with not even a trace to pursue, he could not simply remain here, or perhaps, once he repaired the disk, there would be a subsequent change, leading to clues about the source of qi. This possibility offered a glimmer of hope, so with a heart full of trepidation, Chen Buren tightened his grip on the celestial meteor and placed it into the center of the flawed disk. Ding dong bang bang. The sound of their collision resonated, and this time, The gears beneath the stargazing platform began to turn smoothly. This sound was natural, rather than forcibly induced. 1 revolution, 2 revolutions. The gears continued to turn, and after an indeterminate number of turns, the disk began to radiate brilliant starlight, transitioning from dim to resplendent. Finally, Chun Buren felt a violent tremor. As if space itself were quaking, a sense of fragmentation arose within him, stemming from the direction of the celestial meteor's impact. Shortly thereafter, he observed that aside from the ancient ruins and the stargazing platform, which remained steadfast, space began to truly fracture and collapse. Ultimately, a brilliant beam of starlight streaked across the sky, the Big Dipper aligning instantaneously to form the shape of a ladle, the power of the stars once again coalescing into a beam that illuminated the stargazing platform. As the celestial power descended, a profound black hole appeared before Chun Buren, adorned with twinkling starlight, as if leading to some unknown destination. Was this a passageway to exit the stargazing platform? This was the first time Chun Buren had encountered such a mysterious force, capable of opening space and allowing free traversal. Such an ability could only be wielded by those of extreme night realm or above, and now it was formed by the convergence of star power. Chun Buren raised his foot slightly, moving towards the passage. He was just a step away from entering, but he paused, glancing back at the central disk of the stargazing platform, his gaze resting on the meteor from a millennium ago. Why not take it? After all, it was I who summoned it. Chun Buren mused internally, then with a decisive gesture, he drew the celestial meteor from the disk's center into his embrace. Seizing the moment before the passage vanished, he stepped inside, unsure of where it would lead. Whoosh, 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 two terrifying forces of destruction collided, each strike erupting with starlight and sparks, their brilliance harboring deadly intent. The source of these two formidable forces was a man and a woman. The man, garbed in gray-white attire, bore dim pupils, his expression rigid and tranquil, resembling a machine, his indifference as natural as the heavens. Redley, at the end of the day, you are merely a member of the human race. What qualifications do you have to contend with me? The man stated calmly, his words laced with a chilling malevolence, his disdainful gaze unmasked. Before him stood an exquisitely elegant woman, clad in meticulous black attire that hugged her delicate, fair form, her slender fingers lightly caressing her faintly red lips. Though her features were not overtly mature, displaying a hint of youthful innocence, each smile and frown exuded an alluring charm in the presence of her graceful and intellectual aura. Her striking beauty seemed almost secondary. Zhu Xian, you wretched beings that ought to have never graced this world, are hardly worthy of being compared to us, retorted Hong Li with a disdainful scoff. I have a splendid idea. What if we allow the members of the blood robbery organization to become tainted by our mysterious aura? What would transpire then? Zhu Xian inquired. That would depend on whether you possess the capability to do so. I am rather curious to experience just how pure your enigmatic bloodline truly is, considering you can articulate human speech even in the realm of dawnlight. Hong Li chuckled lightly. Yet beneath that exquisite visage lurked a faint hint of murderous intent. Akin to a rose adorned with thorns, radiant yet perilous, as ever, Zhu Xian exhibited no emotional fluctuations, maintaining an air of profound calmness. If one were to identify an emotion, it would be a fierce thirst for blood. For their peculiar clan reveled in the delight of torture and slaughter. When the powerful celestial energies surged around them once more, two indistinct phantoms materialized behind them, magnificent and resplendent, reminiscent of a stargazing platform. The sight of the two platforms, along with the elite forces of the Great Qin below, was a complete replica of what Chun Buren had previously encountered. Chapter 57. Clash of Titans. To what destination are we heading? Upon entering the passage, Chun Buren discovered that the instant transition he envisioned did not occur. Instead, he retained the awareness to ponder where this path might lead. He walked intermittently, finding that darkness and countless stars no longer enveloped him. Ahead, a brilliant white light emerged, and beyond it lay the end of the passage. As he approached the white light, he hesitated, his heart a tumult of complex emotions, teetering between anxiety and anticipation, with two thoughts incessantly vying for dominance in his mind. One suggested that this was a passage leading away, while the other posited that the legendary Qi source lay before him. He then endeavored desperately to harness the Qi source, but the odds of success were slim. Akin to a 1 in 10 chance, wherein he could perish 10 times in a single second, one can remain calm in the face of death, especially when a choice must be made. This was far more harrowing. Will the Origin Divine Diagram assist me? Chen Bureng pondered, for if he truly encountered the legendary Qi source, his only chance of survival lay in the intervention of the Origin Divine Diagram. Yet, uncertainty gnawed at him. After all, the Qi source was a famed entity, and what if the Divine Diagram was merely an ornamental piece? Chen Bureng's thoughts were a chaotic whirlwind. His life had been riddled with uncertainties. He still did not know. Finally, steeling his resolve, he stepped into the white light, only to feel as if time and space had shifted dramatically, traversing mountains and rivers until he arrived in an extraordinary realm. A tremendous gravitational force suddenly bore down upon him, causing him to lose his balance and tumble violently from a height. "Ah, what the?" Chen Bureng cried out repeatedly as he fell, landing in a disheveled heap on the ground. After venting a string of expletives, he clambered back to his feet. At that moment, he noticed two figures regarding him with unusual expressions, seemingly astonished by his sudden appearance. Meeting their gaze, Chen Bureng awkwardly scratched his head and managed a strained greeting. Yet within, his emotions were a tumultuous blend of joy and terror. Having not encountered a living soul in ages, he felt a natural elation. However, the fear soon overshadowed the joy, for he discerned that these two individuals were no ordinary beings. And his expression darkened. The man's grayish-white eyes and the palpable aura of cold cruelty confirmed to Chen Bureng that he faced a formidable foe, a being of the peculiar kind. As for the elegantly clad woman in black, she too was no harmless entity, as evidenced by the blood robbery insignia emblazoned on her attire. Realizing he had stumbled into a den of danger, Chen Bureng inwardly cursed his misfortune. "Where have you brought me?" he lamented, having previously weathered the dragon's den and now finding himself in the tiger's lair. Such a succession of trials had forged in him a resilient psyche. And even in such dire circumstances, he remained composed. Chen Bureng smiled at the two, remarking, "It seems the villains have gathered in full force." The black-clad woman erupted into a melodious laugh, her beautiful face concealing a lethal danger. "Little brother, you possess quite the audacity to jest in our presence," she mused. Yet, in the next breath, a sharp wave of murderous intent replaced her mirth, her enchanting eyes locking onto Chen Bureng as she coldly declared, "I never anticipated another soul would enter through this vortex. You nearly thwarted our plans, yet thankfully, you are merely a child of the Dawnlight realm." Chen Bureng slowly raised his gaze to the gray-eyed man, who remained eerily calm and detached, a hallmark of beings of the peculiar kind. When they acted, they were formidable and ruthless, known for their brevity in words. "I didn't realize your blood robbery organization had allied with such beings. To be honest, I owe my arrival here to your actions," Chen Bureng astutely observed, piecing together the situation. The two made no attempt to refute his deductions. Could it be that others besides us are aware of the Qi source? Perhaps those stubborn old fools shared this secret with you. Unlikely. The black-clad woman's demeanor shifted, her previous condescension replaced by a focused intensity, her aura now fixated on Chen Bureng. She was no fool. Understanding that he had arrived here with ease, she did not regard him as an ordinary child of the Dawnlight realm. "That, of course, sister. How could a mere child like me possibly possess such knowledge? It must have been those old geezers who informed me." Chen Bureng deftly played along with her words, subtly sliding the slightly exposed token of the Watcher into his pocket, unwilling to reveal his true identity for fear of unnecessary complications. "Flattery will get you nowhere," the black-clad woman remarked coolly, her aura brimming with celestial energy. Chen Bureng's gaze sharpened as he recognized that same celestial force emanating from the peculiar being. Was it possible to wield the power of the stargazing platform here? Closing his eyes in concentration, Chen Bureng suddenly sensed a latent energy within him. Indeed, it was the same celestial power. A smile graced his lips as he rolled his shoulders, channeling the dormant celestial force within, which surged forth mightily, matching the aura of the two adversaries. "Now this feels right," is a sense of security. Being constantly suppressed is hardly agreeable. Chen Bureng sighed in relief and truth, while he appeared calm. His inner turmoil was palpable. Yet, he knew that panic would yield no results, so he adopted a nonchalant attitude. Fortunately, fate had not forsaken him, for all his previous endeavors were bearing fruit. Initially, The celestial energy radiating from Chen Bureng went unnoticed by the two. But as it surged exponentially, their brows furrowed in disbelief, fixating their gaze upon him. You, a human of the Dawnlight realm, have achieved such heights. The peculiar being's mechanical voice, now devoid of its prior indifference, bore a hint of emotional fluctuation. As before, that emotional fluctuation manifested as an overwhelming murderous intent, far surpassing that of the black-clad woman, consistent with their established demeanor. In response, both the peculiar being and the black-clad woman adopted an approach reminiscent of facing a formidable opponent. As the celestial energy coalesced dramatically, igniting sparks of electricity. Moments later, Chen Bureng felt a sudden realization wash over him as he gazed at the peculiar being. Astonishingly, it was capable of human speech. This revelation imbued him with a newfound seriousness. According to his calculations, bolstered by the celestial energy, the three of them now stood at the pinnacle of the Dawnlight realm. Yet, this pinnacle referred to the Marquis-level Dawnlight. The King level was still beyond their reach, even with the celestial energy augmenting their capabilities. Can those at the pinnacle of the Dawnlight realm truly articulate human speech? Or perhaps it is achievable even at the Dawnlight realm. I surmise their peculiar bloodline is exceptionally pure, Chen Bureng mused, recognizing the formidable nature of this peculiar being, likely even more challenging than the black-clad woman. Zhu Xian, this fellow is no ordinary adversary. A child of the Dawnlight harnessing celestial energy to reach the pinnacle of the Dawnlight realm. Perhaps we should join forces to eliminate him? Agreed. The peculiar being replied tersely. Chen Bureng inwardly cursed his misfortune while maintaining an outward calmness. His eyes brimming with latent fury as he spoke with a sense of lamentation. You remind me of a long-lost acquaintance, and I am decidedly displeased. Thus, prepare to face my wrath. Chapter 58. Destiny and pure blood. Such arrogance. How dare a firefly contend with the brilliance of the full moon? Chen Bureng's words reached the ears of the two, provoking their ire and rebuttals, particularly from the peculiar being, whose prideful lineage had always instilled an air of superiority, intensifying their murderous intent in response. Indeed, I am the full moon, and you are but a firefly. Chen Bureng replied with a smile, unperturbed by their anger, contemplating the burial of their existence here, much like the ancient ruins long forgotten, destined to become mere dust in history. Yet perhaps today would mark his own demise. Truth be told, I often dislike contention, yet I find myself with no choice. To remain passive is to invite death. It seems fate propels me forward, leaving me with no control over my destiny. Yet I have no desire to perish. Chen Bureng walked calmly towards the two, exuding a formidable force of celestial energy. Undaunted by the impending confrontation, this was not merely a contest of paths, but a struggle for life and death. Should he succeed, the horizon would be vast and boundless. Should he fail, his existence would be extinguished. The strange being and the woman in black approached in unison, disregarding Chen Bureng's words, wielding a tempest of stellar power that caused the very void to tremble, hinting at the instability of this realm. Naturally, Chen Bureng found himself at a disadvantage, for the strength of his adversaries was virtually indistinguishable from his own, rendering him as if he were battling two versions of himself, a predicament fraught with difficulty. This clash only deepened the caution his opponents felt towards him. They recognized that while Chen Bureng's prowess seemed to mirror theirs, he possessed a slight edge. This minuscule advantage, often inconsequential, was of paramount significance in this moment. It represented the pinnacle of potential, with the royal-level radiant realm bolstered by the celestial force, allowing them to reach the apex of the Marquis-level radiant realm. Yet no amount of effort could bridge the gap to the royal-level Dawn realm. Conversely, Chen Bureng had made a slight forward movement, not quite a step, but certainly more than nothing. The Flying Immortal Academy had a modicum of heritage. Should he truly flourish, he might just become the next generation's Flying Immortal. Hong Li regarded Chen Bureng with a wary gaze, while he remained indifferent, uninterested in the notion of becoming a Flying Immortal, merely misunderstood by Hong Li as a member of the Academy. Hong Li and Zhu Xian, Chen Bureng's mind stirred. Both were aligned against the human race. Not to mention the instinct for self-preservation, as a guardian, he bore the duty to detain them. Thank you for the compliment. But there is no reward, Chen Bureng replied with a smile, and a reward? That simply won't do. Allow me to reward you with something that will plunge you into despair. Oh no, perhaps two such things? Hong Li's enchanting eyes flicked towards Zhu Xian, her laughter signaling a terrifying aura that alerted Chen Buren to the imminent danger. He understood that they were about to get serious. However, Chen Buren was no easy prey. Now standing at the Marca-level Radiant Realm, coupled with the trump card of the peerless Chaotic Eyes, he was unafraid and confident enough to overshadow the two, yet he had no intention of revealing it just yet. After all, the Chaotic Eyes belonged to the Peerless series and ranked as top 004. Given that his opponents were a strange being and members of the Blood Calamity organization, he preferred to conceal this power for the time being. You're quite generous, but I have something terrifying that I prefer not to reveal just yet. Chen Buren's expression bore a semblance of a smile, though his words concealed lethal intentions. Hong Li's beautiful eyes locked onto him, sparkling with clarity, yet a hint of danger emanated from her gaze as it narrowed slightly. I hope you can still utter such flippant words later. Then, sister will have the opportunity to witness it. Chen Buren, upon hearing this, appeared perplexed, yet his thoughts were already consumed with focus. His body, infused with celestial power, remained taut as he gathered strength to withstand their assault. From Hong Li, Chen Buren sensed a remarkably familiar aura, one akin to the peerless, equally potent and exalted, destiny. Chen Buren finally grasped that this adversary from the Blood Calamity organization was, in fact, a destined one? What a twist of fate, encountering a fated being. Chen Buren was taken aback, having assumed that with the peerless Chaotic Eyes as a safeguard, he could defeat two opponents of the same realm. Yet reality swiftly proved his optimism misguided. He faced a fated individual and a pure-blooded strange being. As for the purity of the latter, he could not ascertain, but it was evident that being associated with pure blood was no trivial matter. And the fated one was equally formidable. Regardless of the rank, their power was utterly terrifying. While the peerless Chaotic Eyes boasted a ranking of 4th, Chen Buren now found himself in a precarious position. Simultaneously, as Hong Li revealed her destined power, she exhibited unusual signs. Her grayish-white skin pulsed with blood, transforming her into an almost ghastly figure. The sound of a heartbeat? Chen Buren heard a thunderous heartbeat echoing through the space, reminiscent of that eerie dragon-like creature from before. Although their powers were incomparable, one being from the Radiant Realm and the other from the Dusk Realm, this heartbeat carried an oppressive weight. Zhu Xian's strange bloodline seemed to surpass even that bizarre creature. Pure and untainted, then, as Hong Li had foretold, Chen Buren witnessed the emergence of something that instilled fear within him. It was a small red koi swimming through a vast ocean, radiating a crimson glow, effortlessly gliding through the immense expanse, singing and roaming freely. The Destiny List, a second-tier fortune, Red Koi Fortune. Zhu Xian's blood-red form visibly expanded, enveloped in a pale red aura, and at the moment of completion, a dark golden hue emerged, revealing his heart. The dark golden heart was undeniable proof of Zhu Xian's incredibly pure bloodline. As for the classification of the strange being's bloodline, few could claim to possess such knowledge. You, little brother from the Flying Immortal Academy, show us what you've got, or you might just perish here, and the Chi Source will fall into our hands, Hong Li remarked with a gentle smile. Chi Source? Chen Buren's voice rose several octaves, only to quickly remember his assumed identity as a member of the Flying Immortal Academy, present in this location, and thus should have been aware of the Chi Source. He forcefully lowered his voice. There truly is a Chi Source here. Chen Buren's heart raced with excitement. Although he had previously encountered strange beings and members of the Blood Calamity organization, he had refrained from making any assumptions, fearing that greater hope would lead to greater disappointment. But now, it was confirmed. Was it time to utilize the peerless Chaotic Eyes? He realized he could not afford to hesitate. Although his strength rested at the Marca-level Radiant Realm, who could say whether it would suffice? Chen Buren had come to understand the true nature of the peerless Chaotic Eyes. They could only be activated upon a breakthrough to a minor realm. And if he failed to break through in time, the backlash could be exceedingly severe. You truly are expensive, using it once per minor realm, Chen Buren mused. Yet, faced with a fated being and a pure-blooded anomaly, how could he refrain from employing the peerless Chaotic Eyes? Could he rely solely on the power of destiny? It seemed plausible, as a terrifying force was brewing within him. Chapter 59. Ceasefire. The ethereal images of 3-star observation platforms floated behind the three, continuously supplying power to their hosts. This celestial energy was immense, While its intensity might not be overwhelming, merely sustaining the Marquis-level Radiant Realm, its advantage lay in its inexhaustibility. As long as Chen Buren and the others were not completely overwhelmed, they could persist in their strategies. This mode of combat was excessively wild, as if a primal warrior were to be determined. The Blood Calamity organization had indeed recruited a fated one. Although their rank was lower and could not compare to the top-tier fortunes of Xianyan, they were not to be underestimated. As Chen Buren gazed at the red koi swirling around Hongli, he felt an overwhelming surge, the unique power of a fated one, akin to his own peerless power. Yet at present, his peerless power was difficult to employ. He could rely solely on the formidable abilities of the peerless chaotic eyes, such as the chaotic eyes of might and the mountain sea realm, desolate radiance. As for the next realm, Chen Buren was entirely unaware. The peerless power could be likened to a passive ability, perpetually triggering, while those formidable techniques could only be activated upon a breakthrough to a minor realm. Regarding the pure-blooded anomaly, Chen Buren preferred not to comment, as he possessed scant knowledge about it, just recognizing its strength, which was undeniably on par with that of the fated being, Hongli. Countless vibrant red crucian carps surged towards Chen Buren. Imbued with a potent destructive force, this destined power, enhanced by celestial energy, had reached an extraordinarily terrifying level. These adversaries would not adhere to any martial ethics. Once Hongli made her move, the strange being acted in concert. Raising its pale red fingers to conjure numerous black holes in the space around them. Is this how we're playing? Upon witnessing the emergence of the black holes, Chen Buren immediately began to absorb their power. The force of absorption being so formidable that it caused the star observation platform behind him to emit a resounding roar. If this continued, he would truly be drained. Destiny Command, Celestial Vessel. It was only when Chen Buren activated the Celestial Vessel that the absorption power began to wane, bursting forth with radiant white light to counter the strange being's consuming force. Some celestial energy still leaked through. What a terrifying technique, and it persisted. Chen Buren felt somewhat at a loss, unable to completely sever this absorbing power. You can actually resist? The strange being twisted its neck, its voice mechanical, as its gaze scrutinized Chen Buren. Little brother, your destiny command seems quite special. May I have a look? Hongli, too, was intrigued, her beautiful eyes fixed on the celestial vessel in Chen Buren's grasp, astonished that such a small bottle could withstand the absorption power of a pure-blooded anomaly. Chen Buren had no time to indulge their curiosity. He was currently engaged in a 2-on-1 battle and could not afford to delay like them. Hong Li's formidable assault descended, as countless red koi transformed into streaks of crimson light, aiming to pierce through Chen Buren's very being without holding back. First layer of destiny power, Judgment Domain. Under the overwhelming power of the celestial stars, the realm of judgment instantaneously expanded manifold, enveloping an area of several dozen miles and completely shrouding the figures of the two individuals. Hong Li and the enigmatic being felt an immense force of suppression the moment they were enveloped by the realm of judgment. An unsettling sensation that caused them to furrow their brows. Their own strength was being consumed as well. I could play this game too, Chen Buren grinned, knowing that weakening and even suppressing opponents was equally within his expertise. The might of the judgment power had been proven effective, having thoroughly annihilated the strange Tiger Dragon clan. Seems your hands are stained with the blood of my kin, the pure-blooded enigmatic Zhu Xian stated calmly, his serene facade concealing a surging tide of murderous intent, far stronger than before. Upon the coverage of the judgment realm, he sensed a dense aura of strangeness, foreboding annihilation. Soon, my hands will also be stained with your blood. Chen Buren retorted, his gaze fervent, as the Tianquan bottle erupted with a thunderous roar, gathering formidable power that surged forth. Ants, Zhu Xian replied tersely, yet a colossal pressure emanated from him, signaling his complete fury as the strange aura incessantly eroded the coverage of the judgment realm. Chen Buren's gaze sharpened as he noticed the realm of judgment was steadily diminishing, ultimately reducing to a 20-mile radius under his control. This also implied that the weakening effect on Zhu Xian and Hongli was lessening. However, it mattered little, as he had never expected to defeat them solely by this means. Sister Hongli, isn't Zhu Xian also devouring your strength? How about we join forces to eliminate him? Chen Buren shifted his strategy, seeking to ally with Hongli, feeling aggrieved that everyone was ganging up on him. This little bit of devouring is inconsequential. I think Zhu Xian is doing it intentionally. Right? Hong Li chuckled lightly. As for what she truly thought, it was evident to any observer. The three harbored ulterior motives. Despite being teammates, Hong Li and Zhu Xian were both waiting for the other to act, hoping to sap more strength from Chen Buren. This way, they could more easily deal with each other after neutralizing him. Were it not for this situation, they would have already overwhelmed Chen Buren together. In a scenario of life and death, it could only be established under conditions involving just the two of them. No, Zhu Xian replied. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the occasion, Chen Buren would have been amused. How could one utter such insincere words so calmly? Truly a remarkable individual. He suddenly found these strange beings somewhat endearing, to the point where he almost wished to crush them. Hong Li's eyes flickered, her lashes trembling slightly as she laughed softly. It's no trouble to deal with him alongside you. But first, let us see some sincerity. She gestured towards Zhu Xian, indicating for Chen Buren to make the first move. Ladies first, Chen Buren remarked. Unmoved. Then it seems you lack sincerity? Hong Li's smile faded, her gaze turning dangerously towards Chen Buren, clearly favoring the alliance between the enigmatic beings and the blood robbery organization. Sister Hong Li, do you know what I was just thinking? Chen Buren paused for a moment, calmly addressing Hong Li. Her brows slightly furrowed, she remained silent, appearing ready to strike, disregarding Chen Buren's counsel. Chen Buren spoke to himself. Considering your age is roughly similar to hers, I'll call you sister. Moreover, since you're human, I might as well want you to live a while longer. Or surviving isn't out of the question. After all, he held no deep-seated grudge against the blood robbery organization. Since your choice is this way, then I have no objections. Chen Buren spoke coldly, no longer concealing his sharpness, striding determinately towards the two. His piercing gaze radiating an unstoppable momentum, vowing to suppress them. Hong Li and Zhu Xian were momentarily taken aback, sensing an overwhelmingly terrifying force that vaguely caused their skin to sting behind them. The star observing platform thundered, the power of the stars surging rapidly as if in flight, an alteration that instilled a sense of dire urgency, their expressions filled with trepidation. Second-tier celestial power. Cease hostilities. Chapter 60. Dragon Clash. The youth's demeanor seemed to have transformed entirely. Once calm and affable, after wielding the second-tier celestial power, he became exceedingly combative, the fervent battle intent in his eyes unmistakable, as if entering a realm of combat. Second-tier celestial power, cease hostilities. When Chen Buren reached the level of the Holian Radiance realm, he began attempting to comprehend this method. After all, relying solely on the power of the stars for radiance, he had initially been unable to grasp this technique. Thankfully, the subtle calculations between Hong Li and the enigmatic beings, their mutual wariness, afforded him some time. Cease hostilities for weaponry. With the enhancement of the second-tier celestial power, Chen Buren felt an immense, inexhaustible force filling his limbs and bones, and this time, it was not merely a source of boundless strength, but a profound foundation of power. Under this augmentation of power, Chen Buren could distinctly sense that his strength had multiplied several times over. If he could previously lift a 1,000-gene boulder, he could now effortlessly shatter boulders weighing several thousand genes, or even more. Is the effect of the second-tier celestial power merely an amplification of strength? The foundation of power has increased several-fold, and I sense it's not as simple as that. Chen Buren reveled in the formidable might bestowed by ceasing hostilities. Instantly becoming fearless, his fervent battle intent surging forth, overwhelming as he pressed towards the two, he threw out a casual punch, and the once threatening onslaughts from Hong Li and Zhu Xian crumbled into dust in an instant. What terrifying power! Hong Li and Zhu Xian felt as if faced with a great adversary, exclaiming in shock as they were knocked back several dozen meters by the force of Chen Buren's punch. This time, they truly dared not approach him again. Wang Zhao? Hong Li gritted her teeth, glaring at the Tianquan bottle in Chen Buren's hand, her voice filled with astonishment, while even the indifferent Zhu Xian exhibited an unusual glint in his eyes. Wang Zhao being, Zhu Xian's voice was hoarse, betraying a hint of apprehension for the first time. Although Wang Zhao existed under the auspices of the destiny of the unique, the mysterious power possessed by Wang Zhao was not to be underestimated. It was said that the might of Wang Zhao could rival that of the unique destiny. Moreover, Wang Zhao might not necessarily be weaker than the unique destiny. Beings of a lower tier? Like Hong Li, might indeed not measure up to the Tianquan bottle in Chen Buren's possession. Bottle brother, they all say you are Wang Zhao. Is that true? Chen Buren's heart stirred. Many had claimed that his Tianquan bottle belonged to the realm of Wang Zhao. However, he did not sense the unique aura of Wang Zhao emanating from it. If it truly possessed such an aura, then Hong Li and Zhu Xian would have recognized it the moment he activated the Tianquan bottle. The only reason they recognized it now was likely due to the sheer shock of the terrifying power just exhibited, prompting them to associate the Tianquan bottle with Wang Zhao. It seemed the power of the Tianquan bottle had indeed reached the level of Wang Zhao, albeit lacking the air of royalty. How could this royal aura be compensated? Could it be related to energy? Chen Buren's thoughts raced, then he turned to the two and smiled. So, one of you is a pure-blooded being, and the other a destined one. Does that mean I am not allowed to possess Wang Zhao? Hong Li, enraged yet amused, bit her red lip and said, I underestimated you, little brother. But then again, without some capability, how could you possibly find yourself here with us? Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Come. Face my terrifying assault. Chen Buren said with a cheerful grin, raising his seemingly ordinary fists, which contained an overwhelming power, evoking a sensation in Hong Li and Zhu Xian akin to facing a raging flood or a ferocious beast. The pallor of their faces testified to their profound anger, as destined ones and pure-blooded beings. They had always perceived themselves as invincible. Little did they expect to be completely overwhelmed by a young man possessing Wang Zhao, which was a significant blow to their pride. Don't get too cocky. It's just that your power is somewhat terrifying. I simply want to engage you in close combat. Hong Li took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling, showcasing her curvaceous figure, while the surrounding aura of destiny intensified. Destiny of the unique, red carp leaping the dragon gate. Dark gold pureblood, corpse king long Eend, a vision of countless carp leaping over the dragon gate materialized, magnificent and splendid, as the forces of heaven and earth swirled around the dragon gate. The red carp absorbed the dragon's chi, erupting with a formidable energy that unleashed thousands of destructive rays towards Chen Buren. Behind Zhu Xian, a skeletal figure loomed, its ancient attire and the eerie aura it emitted engulfing the space in an instant. Then came the corpse king Long Eend, the roar piercingly grating, as Chen Buren felt a prickling sensation on his back. The power of the stars seemed agitated and restless, while his body exhibited signs of decay. Fortunately, at this critical moment, the Tianquan bottle once again shielded him, resisting the encroaching erosion. However, such a minor defense was naturally inadequate against the two formidable assaults. Chen Buren had to devise a way to break the deadlock. If you won't engage me in close combat, you won't be affected. Is it possible that previously, I was only using 60% of my strength? In the face of absolute power, what difference does it make whether one fights at close quarters or not? The power of the dual celestial authority to cease conflict has bestowed upon Chen Buren an immense confidence. Under the influence of this force, there is naught that cannot be overcome. If something proves insurmountable, it can only be attributed to a lack of strength. Wu Zhao, who frequently indulges in Tai Chi, has inspired Chen Buren to attempt it himself. This peculiar strength piqued his interest. Chen Buren endeavored to produce a shadow of Tai Chi, but his first two attempts were in vain. However, upon his third strike, as it collided with the assailants, two faint circles materialized before him. He had indeed succeeded. A flicker of joy crossed Chen Buren's face. He had unexpectedly gleaned some knowledge from observing Wu Zhao's technique, which had previously dispatched the elusive Tiger Jiao with a single move, leaving him in awe of its elegance. Although the Tai Chi Bagua he manifested was feeble, Chen Buren felt a profound satisfaction, as he had merely sought to experiment with this extraordinary strength without any formal training. Yet, the two adversaries were not so easily dismissive. Their expressions turned to horror as they struggled to withstand Chen Buren's full-force assault. Chen Buren estimated that, bolstered by the celestial authority, his strength was at least 6 or 7 times more potent than usual. Such a notion was terrifying, and it was precisely under this dreadfully potent influence that he could face two opponents and vanquish both the ordained and the pure-blooded. Behind Hong Li and Zhu Xian, the star observation platform reverberated with a thunderous roar, as Chen Buren's strike began to fracture it, hinting at imminent collapse. Once the duo managed to withstand Chen Buren's formidable onslaught, they exchanged silent glances filled with trepidation, no longer hesitating to produce two stone-like objects from their possessions. Qian Buren's gaze momentarily faltered as he fixated on these objects. The items in the hands of Hong Li and Zhu Xian were, astonishingly, two celestial bodies. Chapter 61. Convergence. With the emergence of the two celestial bodies in Hong Li and Zhu Xian's grasp, the entire space quivered subtly, while the star observation platform that Qian Buren had shattered began to mend itself. In mere moments, the two platforms were restored to their former glory, and the celestial energy they harbored grew increasingly formidable, overshadowing Qian Buren's presence. They had successfully drawn upon the power of the stars. Qian Buren observed the scene before him with serene composure, scrutinizing the two celestial bodies radiating tremendous energy in Hong Li and Zhu Xian's hands. These celestial bodies provided them with strength and repaired the observation platform. Qian Buren was not taken aback by this outcome. He too possessed a celestial body, albeit a unique one, a meteorite from a millennium ago. Was this not a form of bullying the innocent? Thankfully, he was no fool and had likewise claimed his own meteorite. Qian Buren sighed softly, relieved that a premonition had guided him, coupled with a touch of human greed, allowing him to discreetly acquire the meteorite. Otherwise, how could he possibly contend with these two formidable opponents? The energy emanating from Hong Li and Zhu Xian intensified, effectively severing all connection to Qian Buren's power, as their strength progressively transcended the herald level of dawn. Reaching the realm of kings, Qian Buren squinted, assessing the power they now wielded. Their aura was alarmingly close to that of the realm of kings, yet still fell short of true attainment. Half-step to the realm of kings? This realm left Qian Buren contemplative. The observation platform was indeed a relic of a bygone era, capable of elevating a person's cultivation to such heights. While Hong Li and Zhu Xian might have merely stepped into the Radiant Realm, they were abruptly propelled to a half-step into the Royal Radiant Realm, a feat that was truly astonishing. Achieving the herald level of the Radiant Realm was one thing, but nearing the realm of kings was an entirely different challenge. Little brother, I am aware you possess a celestial body as well. Do present it, for I have no time to waste, Hong Li stated expressionlessly, having delayed far too long. Qian Buren's display of power compelled them to set aside their grievances, resolved to eliminate him first before determining the ultimate victor. The celestial bodies they held were their final gambits, and they were confident they could surpass Qian Buren, relying solely on their half-step royal strength. Did the celestial bodies and the turning plate hinge on compatibility? In the face of Hong Li and Zhu Xian's chilling intent to kill and the pressure exerted by their half-step Royal Radiant Realm, Qian Buren remained unfazed, seemingly indifferent. Instead, he observed the two celestial bodies they placed in the center of the turning plate. While they exhibited a degree of compatibility, they paled in comparison to his own. Qian Buren recalled that after placing his meteorite into the flawed turning plate, it had miraculously transformed, showing no signs of fracture and achieving complete restoration. Could it be that he might experience the might of the realm of kings? With Hong Li and Zhu Xian leveraging these relatively unremarkable celestial bodies to attain half-step royal status, could he potentially secure a solid position within the Royal Radiant Realm? Have you had your fill of games? I have grown weary of this, Qian Buren declared, his eyes igniting with murderous intent as he placed the meteorite back into the turning plate. Instantly, the star observation platform behind him erupted with a roar. And the sun, moon, and stars above blazed with brilliance, as if celebrating. Following this, an unceasing flow of celestial energy surged forth, vastly surpassing previous levels, as Qian Buren's herald-level radiant power began to ascend, ultimately reaching the realm of kings. This time, it was not merely a half-step, but a genuine attainment of the Royal Radiant Realm. Hong Li and Zhu Xian's so-called half-step royal status crumbled before Qian Buren, who effortlessly overwhelmed them, claiming 9/10 of the space that had been divided. Horror filled Hong Li's eyes as she exclaimed, "How is this possible? No one can achieve perfect compatibility. The star observation platform belongs to the first emperor, and no one is permitted to tread within this domain." Qian Buren remained silent, acutely aware of how little he truly understood. Since descending to the depths of Feixian Lake, all his knowledge had been gleaned through various sources. As for Hong Li's assertion that only the first emperor could achieve perfect compatibility with the observation platform, Qian Buren harbored doubts. The meteorite he possessed was a relic of 1,000 years ago from that very era. The origins of this meteorite might be of great significance, and Qian Buren even speculated that it could be connected to the meteorite foretold in ancient texts, which signified the fall of the Qin dynasty. "You have no chance of shocking me," Qian Buren declared, having completely lost his patience. Although he wished to savor the power of the Royal Radiant Realm a little longer, he understood the urgency of eliminating his adversaries before circumstances could change. Thus, as the power of the Royal Radiant Realm surged forth, Chen Buren once more summoned the Celestial Authority. Cease conflict. The ultimate celestial energy coursed through his fists, sending tremors through both adversaries, who felt as though they were being hunted. Standing within the Royal Radiant Realm, Chen Buren appeared to them like a ferocious beast. Under the might of his brutal strike, the efforts of both Hong Li and Zhu Xian proved utterly futile, rendered ineffective. Once the royal level was unleashed, none could stand in its way. Crimson mist scattered through the air, the blood of Hong Li and Zhu Xian mingling with the atmosphere, a mere punch, bolstered by the Royal Radiant Realm, caused the observation platform behind them to emit a roar, which could only be described as a lament. The relics of 1,000 years ago, the two observation platforms, suddenly collapsed. The bodies of the two adversaries disintegrated within this space, and whether they lived or perished was of no concern to Chen Buren. He only knew that he had triumphed and survived for the time being. This victory was a step towards acquiring the source of qi. As the space was left solely to Chen Buren, the power of the Royal Radiant Realm surrounding him began to gradually wane. Within moments, his cultivation plummeted, ultimately reverting to its original state. Royal Radiant Realm Experience Card. Chen Buren chuckled bitterly, yet he did not feel overly disheartened. After all, this was not his own power. The fact that he had vanquished his foes was a considerable fortune. Fortunately, the meteorite he had summoned was of significant importance. Otherwise, even two half-step Royal Radiant Realm beings would be challenging to overcome, even with the dual Chaos Eye. This realization instilled a sense of trepidation in Chen Buren. I have won and survived. Thus, the observation platform did not collapse? He pondered. Perhaps this was the last remaining star observation platform from the Qin dynasty. Chen Buren mused with a hint of nostalgia. And soon the once mighty Qin star observation platform fell silent once more, its brilliance dimming as the celestial energy dissipated entirely. The meteorite remained ensconced upon the central turning plate, yet this time Chen Buren chose not to take it. As the passageway appeared, Chen Buren departed from this space, uncertain of what awaited him ahead. However, he remained oblivious to the subtle changes occurring within the origin space of his being, where a new object had materialized. Its shape was unmistakably that of the meteorite from a millennium ago. Chapter 62. Elusive paths. The serene surface of the lake reflected tranquility. Chen Buren had expected further unexpected developments, yet the scene before him left him momentarily bewildered. His gaze sweeping the surroundings, revealing a look of confusion. Have I been transported out? Before him lay a crystal-clear lake, exuding divine radiance and unparalleled purity. It was indeed the Fei Xian Lake into which he had previously fallen. And now he found himself miraculously transported back to the shore. Chen Buren felt his mind spinning, uncertain of his emotions. Where was the source of qi he sought? Damn it, after all this struggle, I haven't even caught a glimpse of the source of qi, and I've been whisked away. Even with Chen Buren's typically good temperament, he could not suppress an expletive, feeling it was only fair to at least catch a glimpse of the source of qi. You two dare to deceive me. I cannot ascertain whether you are alive or dead. If you are alive, I fervently hope I do not cross paths with you. Chen Buren, in a fit of fury, laughed in exasperation, utterly consumed by rage. All signs hinted at a path leading to the source of qi, yet here he stood, faced with the stark absence of it. Hong Li and Zhu Xian had both acknowledged the existence of the source of qi, which only fueled Chen Buren's conviction. After all, with the intelligence amassed from the two factions, coupled with the assertions from the Watchers organization that the source of qi lay beneath Fei Xian Lake, it seemed almost certain. Yet, in reality, he felt like a fool, a complete jester, utterly duped. Well, at least I am still alive, even if my time may be short. I can finally return to see Grandpa. Spring must be approaching, I reckon. A tender expression graced Chen Buren's face, flooded with longing for the people and memories of Yun Shui Yaod. In the next instant, a thought surged through his mind, awakening a profound sense of unease. He sensed a great anomaly, causing him to tense and anxiously survey his surroundings. Something is amiss. This does not resemble Fei Xian Lake. As Chen Buren grasped this abnormality, an involuntary shiver coursed through him. His body trembling as he looked around, The eerie stillness enveloped him. There was not a soul in sight. He knew full well that guardians were supposed to be present here. They must have been lured away, which had granted him his opportunity alongside Hongli and Zhu Xian. In truth, it was thanks to those two factions that he had the chance to undergo this experience. However, so much time had elapsed. By Chen Buerang's estimation, it had been 10 to 15 days since he entered Feixian Lake, and by all rights, the battle should have concluded long ago. Feixian Lake was a crucial location. Whether the Feixian Academy had triumphed or the sinister organization of the Blood Robbers had prevailed, it was inconceivable that there would be no one left to contend for its guardianship. This place does not appear to be the true Feixian Lake. I must still be ensnared in an illusion. Or perhaps, akin to the remnants of the stargazing platform, this is merely a replica of Feixian Lake. Chen Buerang, possessing great intellect, discerned myriad implications in an instant, reawakening his vigilance as he scanned the area. He was uncertain whether to feel joy or dread. His emotions were a tangled web. On one hand, he yearned to survive and return to Yunshui Yao, while on the other, he aspired to uncover the source of qi. What is joy? What is sorrow? I merely wish to live and carry away the source of qi, yet such a sentiment seems rather hypocritical. Chen Buerang offered himself a wry smile. Regardless of whether this realm was an illusion or a mere imitation of Feixian Lake, he began to attempt an escape, only to find his efforts in vain. Each time he sought to depart through various exits, he was met with failure. The moment he stepped beyond the confines of Feixian Lake, he was instantaneously transported back, not even having changed his location. Is this a trap designed to ensnare me here? Perhaps such a demise is even more despairing. Chen Buerang would rather face a life-and-death struggle again. If he were to fall, at least it would be less humiliating. Surely, there must be a way to break free. What could be the purpose of confining me here? Chen Buerang felt bewildered. Unlike the stargazing platform, which provided clues as one traversed deeper, this felt more like an intellectual trial. The trial beneath Feixian Lake had been surmounted, yet he was brought back up. This challenge must lie above Feixian Lake. Calmly surveying his surroundings, he fell into contemplation as leaves of maple drifted into the water, signaling the passage of time. Here, the concept of time seemed non-existent. Yin and yang did not circulate, and the perpetual daylight remained unyielding, while the stargazing platform was shrouded in the night's celestial glow. To uncover the exit, perhaps he must unearth the secrets of Feixian Lake. What could these secrets be? Chen Buerang's mind raced with myriad thoughts, grappling with the challenge devoid of hints, leaving him at a loss. In ancient times, the first emperor listened to the tides by the sea. Today, I shall engage in a quiet meditation at Feixian. Chen Buerang seated himself by the lakeside, his gaze reflecting the contours of Feixian Lake. Absorbing its beauty while listening to the whispers of the wind, in truth, he was simply weary from standing and longed for respite. However, sitting down to collect his thoughts would also aid him in observing the lake. Time had become an indeterminate concept. Around him, the ground was strewn with fallen maple leaves, marking the passage of time. What is the source of qi? Suddenly, Chen Buerang opened his eyes, a flash of insight illuminating his mind with this question. In that moment, he comprehended many things. The crux of it all lay in the understanding of the source of qi. How does it exist within the realms of heaven and earth? Is it a strand of genuine qi? Or perhaps it manifests in some form. Could it have even taken on human form? Throughout his journey, he had never encountered the shadow of the source of qi, yet he found himself ensnared in its trial. Perhaps this signified something profound. Chen Buerang felt he was nearing the true answer. Then, a possibility emerged in his mind. If this were indeed the case, an overwhelming dread washed over him, sending chills down his spine and causing his entire being to tremble. I may have already encountered the source of qi. Chen Buerang struggled to suppress his emotions, his eyes swimming with bloodshot hues. This hypothesis filled him with trepidation. The legendary source of qi, the coveted divine object. Perhaps he had already laid eyes on it, yet he had remained completely oblivious, too subtle to perceive. This sensation left him feeling as if he were a mere ant, easily crushed at a whim. Akin to a solitary maple leaf upon Feixian Lake, utterly insignificant. What is the source of qi? At this very moment, as he pondered on the lake, a distant voice echoed, its ethereal tone revealing the trial as Chen Buerang grasped the pivotal question. No longer shrouded in mystery, this ancient, enigmatic voice struck at the very core of his being. "What is the source of qi?" Chen Burang murmured, his eyes closing as he sank into deep thought, until he felt another maple leaf descend into the waters of Feixian Lake. Slowly, he opened his eyes, his expression tranquil. "You are the source of qi, Feixian Lake." The world fell into silence, as if time itself had ceased. Chapter 63, Questioning the Heart. Chen Burang, with extraordinary insight and intellect, had passed the first trial. Once more, the ancient, majestic voice reverberated through the expanse, resonating across Feixian Lake. Chen Burang felt a weight lift from his shoulders, the tension in his body finally easing as he rubbed his bloodshot eyes. He had lost track of time, continuously reaching new realizations. The frequency of his thoughts surged like a tempest, and at last, he had unraveled the truth. Feixian Lake is the source of qi. I had encountered it long ago. This may not be its true form, yet Feixian Lake has manifested as the source of qi. The source of qi, which had preoccupied his thoughts, he had actually perceived from the very beginning. The answer was not difficult to deduce. Having entered the game with no hints, it only indicated that the source of qi was playing hide and seek with him. The only gamble was whether this game was orchestrated by the source of qi. Fortunately, Chen Burang had guessed correctly. In the next moment, he felt a tremor emanating from the ground, causing his relaxed body to once again tense. His gaze fixed on the source of the vibrations, Feixian Lake. Throughout these days, Chen Burang's worldview had been continuously reshaped. Everything he encountered astounded him time and again, and now, an astonishing phenomenon unfolded before his eyes. The lake water surged back, as if it were a great fire consuming the sea. The boundless waters of Feixian Lake vanished entirely. Before Chen Burang, the lake lay flattened, all the water evaporating into thin air, leaving behind a celestial radiance swirling in the heavens. Under the brilliance of the great sun above, it glimmered even more resplendently. What an intense surge of life force! Could this be the source of qi? Unable to contain himself, Chen Burang extended his hands, cradling the divine radiance born from the waters of Feixian Lake. Utterly astonished, within him, an unprecedented transformation began to occur. A greedy desire surged, urging him to voraciously consume the celestial light. Chen Burang quickly reined in this compulsion. Given the uncertainty of his circumstances, he could not dare to absorb this divine radiance lightly, for it was the manifestation of the source of qi, and absorbing even a fraction could lead to his demise. Calm down, do not be so reckless. Chen Burang suppressed the urge of the Tianquan bottle, scrutinizing the dazzling divine radiance before him. Then, his gaze sharpened as he observed the celestial light coalescing, gravitating towards the central lotus pedestal of Feixian Lake. In mere moments, the celestial radiance enveloped the lotus pedestal, and before Chen Burang's astounded eyes, a figure began to materialize. The instant that figure appeared, an overwhelming pressure descended upon Feixian Lake, causing Chen Burang to collapse to the ground, struggling to withstand the immense force as he half knelt. Before him stood an extraordinarily powerful being, the legendary source of qi, the 30th of the ancient 30 qis. "Human, why have you come?" The being spoke with indifference, standing at the center of the lotus pedestal. Chen Burang could not discern its form, only knowing that it was formidable, far beyond anyone he had encountered in his life. No, it was a being unlike any other. He fought with great difficulty to withstand the overwhelming pressure, refusing to fully kneel. Without awaiting Chen Burang's response, the being spoke again, its tone as detached as before. "Kneel. Speak thereafter." As Chen Burang was on the brink of collapse, the meteorite within his body unexpectedly surged with power, countering the oppressive force that threatened to bring him to his knees. A wave of relief washed over him, beads of sweat soaking his garments, as the source of qi had initially unleashed a formidable display of might upon him. As for the sudden resistance against this overwhelming pressure, he attributed it to the activation of the origin divine diagram. The ethereal being's gaze sharpened, locking onto Chen Burang's form. Under its scrutiny, he felt devoid of secrets. The being's voice, faint yet resonant, intoned, "The Emperor has been offended." Unbeknownst to Chen Burang, he failed to catch these words. Assuming the being would strike again, to his astonishment, it remained still, calmly surveying his countenance. "I have come for you." The young man struggled to prop himself against the ground, steadfastly straightening his posture to face the entity that manifested from the source of qi. The being exuded a tranquil demeanor, as though accustomed to such declarations, having witnessed numerous humans approach him with similar intentions. Its vast, ethereal voice pierced through Chan Burian's consciousness, striking at the very core of his heart. Do you harbor gratitude towards Chen Linyuan? Do you feel guilt over his demise? Silence enveloped Chen Burian as memories of the past surfaced, stirring a dull ache within his heart. The source of qi was unearthing his scars. Attempting to suppress him on a psychological level, he understood the nature of this trial. It was a confrontation with his conscience, which had now commenced. Naturally, he felt both gratitude and guilt. The being did not contest his feelings. Seemingly indifferent to the veracity of Chen Burian's words, as another query swiftly followed. Yet, among Chen Linyuan's team, aside from Yi Qing, the others perished in vain. Do you not express gratitude towards them, for they too laid down their lives for you? This is my oversight. I neglected them. Chen Burian's heart became tumultuous. Under the being's piercing rhetoric, he suddenly realized he had reckoned all his debts of gratitude solely towards Chen Linyuan, despite the fact that the other team members had also sacrificed their lives to save him. He had not even paid homage to those fallen comrades. His gaze became unfocused, emotions swirling chaotically, while the being remained unyielding, offering no respite, delivering yet another devastating blow. This particular inquiry struck him with profound anguish, casting a shadow of deep skepticism over his perception of the world. The being's gaze was incisive. Chen Burian, you dwell in a world of deception. Chen Linyuan's death is a fabrication. Wai Yiqing and Lu Linger orchestrated a scheme to ensnare you, intending to recruit you into the Watchers, compelling you to serve them. This earth-shattering revelation bore down on Chen Burian like a monumental weight, suffocating him, rendering him breathless. The source of qi, a divine entity of the cosmos, employed methods beyond Chen Burian's comprehension, its words seemingly validated by the universe itself. Doubt gnawed at his core, emotions teetering on the brink of collapse, his heart shattering under the burden of suspicion. Once such seeds take root, they are not easily eradicated. Chen Burian, raise your head. Look me in the eye. Answer the question. The being's thunderous command reverberated, its ancient and mysterious tone threatening to fracture his mind, offering no chance for respite. It sought to obliterate Chen Burian's resolve, aiming to shatter his mental fortitude and reduce him to madness. No. Chen Burian clutched his head in despair, weeping uncontrollably as he spiraled into an abyss of endless doubt. Feeling forsaken by the world, believing everything to be false, deceptive, the being, for the first time, revealed a semblance of humanity, slightly furrowing its brow, coldly stating, "There is no ignorance. You must respond or face death. Are you coercing me? Indeed, until you lose your sanity or perish, the inquiry shall persist unrelenting." The being scrutinized the crumbling Chen Burian, losing patience, raising a hand as if to strike. Yet, in the next moment, the youth slowly stood erect. Wiping away his tears, determined to cling to the last flicker of hope within him. He yearned to survive, unwilling to fall. What of being ensnared in lies? I am not the one who erred. The being fell momentarily silent, as if taken aback by Chen Burian's declaration, then inquired, "Will you seek vengeance?" "I will not. Do you wish to convey that your character is noble?" "No. My life was ultimately saved by Chen Linyuan and the others. Even if they deceived me, so be it. As for your insinuation that I have attributed all my gratitude solely to Chen Linyuan while disregarding the sacrifices of the others, what of it? This merely illustrates that I am still human. To be human is to possess flaws. I shall amend my ways. Why should I torment my conscience?" The being faced Chen Burian from a distance, remaining silent for several moments before its gaze ignited with intensity, the overwhelming pressure resurfacing, yet not directed at Chen Burian. "Chen Burian, you are commendable." The final question. How can one relinquish the source of qi? Chapter 64. Acknowledgement. Beneath a facade of calm and weariness, Chen Burian concealed a heart on the verge of shattering, teetering on the brink of collapse. This question was beyond his expectations. How could he possibly forsake the source of qi? His purpose for being here was to attain the legendary source of qi, a feat deemed impossible by all. Yet, for the sake of his life, he felt compelled to pursue it. Now, to abandon the source of qi? Was this even feasible? unless he were to perish. The young man, drained of energy, wearily closed his eyes. Both body and spirit were utterly exhausted. Under the torment of the source of qi, his thoughts scattered. Gazing at the formidable being at the center of the lotus platform, despair flooding his emotions. This time, the being did not hasten Chen Buryan, patiently awaiting his response, as the maple leaves drifted down once more. Landing in the youth's hands, he gradually opened his eyes, a glimmer of nostalgia in his gaze, and replied, "The answer to this question lies with you." The moment he uttered these words, Chen Buryan anticipated the being's wrath. He was acutely aware from their previous dialogue that his response should have been unequivocally affirmative. Moreover, he had now posed a question in return. Just as he intended to elaborate further, the being displayed an unusual flicker of interest. No longer exuding hostility. Depends on me? Indeed, it hinges on how you persuade me. The being adopted a seemingly attentive posture as the young man calmly continued. If you were to incapacitate me, and then say, "Return to Yunshuyo, where your grandfather awaits, along with cherished memories, and express a willingness to release me, I believe I would abandon the source of qi." The being suddenly laughed. Although Chen Buryan could not discern its features, he distinctly sensed the essence of its mirth, a smile that bore no clear indication of joy, derision, mockery, or disdain. "What is the cause for your laughter? You are the second human I have encountered willing to relinquish such power." Chen Buryan understood the implication, realizing that throughout countless ages, many had encountered the essence of the source of qi, yet perhaps he was the second willing to forsake it. And what of the first human? What relationship did they share with the source of qi? Had they once wielded control over the being at the heart of the lotus platform? Such knowledge eluded him, and the being showed no inclination to satiate his curiosity. With trepidation, he gazed upon the silhouette of the being. Then, "May I consider myself to have passed the trial of conscience?" This time, the being fell silent, refraining from an immediate reply, as if wrestling with its thoughts. Perhaps it had acknowledged Chen Buryan's response, yet it remained in a state of weighing the pros and cons. Chen Buryan's throat tightened, his body tingling with a sense of dread, cold sweat trickling down, a manifestation of extreme anxiety and fear. Before this being, he felt utterly vulnerable. The notion of recognition or passing was solely at its discretion. Chen Buryan was but an insignificant insect, easily crushed at will. The second trial, the inquiry of conscience, has been passed. Chen Buryan, your mind is pure, a rarity in this world. The being then descended from the lotus platform, step by step approaching Chen Buryan, each stride instilling profound terror within him, an entity more fearsome than any calamity. Drawing nearer in this realm, it appeared as if only this being existed. The source of qi, as a divine manifestation of the cosmos, could be regarded as the very embodiment of the universe, traversing among mortals. In this moment, the being stood as the focal point of existence, while Chen Buryan remained insignificant before it. The resonance of its voice filled Chen Buryan's ears, its words jolting him in the trial of conscience. "The final question can only be passed by answering to relinquish, for I harbor no fondness for impetuous or perhaps hypocritical humans. Throughout the millennia, those who have faced my inquiry of conscience number no fewer than 10. Yet their strength in my presence is akin to that of insects. Nevertheless, when posed with the final question, they all responded with "I will not relinquish," merely seeking to portray themselves as noble and fearless in my sight. Yearning for my approval, such as humanity, an ugly visage, coveting my power. Why do you share so much with me? Chen Buryan shook his head in confusion. Do you not perceive the ugliness of human nature? The being countered, I do not wish to generalize. The notion of humanity's ugliness is deeply entrenched in your mind, perhaps due to your unique status. While you may express such thoughts freely, I cannot afford to dwell on them excessively. For thus far, I have received more assistance from others than I have coveted for myself. The being nodded in agreement, acknowledging the point, and remarked, it is merely a matter of differing perspectives. Indeed, a silence once again enveloped the space between the being and Chen Buryan. Unable to suppress the tension and anxiety any longer, Chen Buryan began to inquire of the being, is there a third trial? There is, the being replied coolly. Intellect, spirit, and perhaps the next step will be strength? You are quite astute, it said. Defeating you? Chen Buryan ventured tentatively. The being seemed to smile, fixing its gaze upon Chen Buryan, and said, yes, would you care to attempt it? Once you begin, you are certain to perish. Chen Burian smiled as well, realizing the being spoke truthfully and was not jesting. Indeed, the final trial required one to vanquish it to attain the source of qi. Yet, no matter how he racked his brain, Chen Burian could not fathom a way to triumph over it. The disparity in their powers was insurmountable, rendering victory impossible. Thus, from the outset, obtaining the source of qi appeared to be an endeavor fraught with impossibility. Its realm beyond Chen Burian's comprehension, too ethereal to grasp. If you wish to depart now, I shall permit your exit without pursuing you for your transgression against the heavenly decree. Why? Chen Burian fell silent. Had you merely passed the second trial, I might not have granted you this option. However, you intrigue me, and I am quite satisfied with your responses to all inquiries. So you acknowledge me? The being candidly replied. Indeed, otherwise I would not engage in such lengthy discourse with you. Yet, rules are rules. Only by defeating me can you obtain the source of qi. Noticing the hesitation on Chen Burian's face, the being questioned. You ought not to hesitate, for I see no glimmer of hope for your victory. Surrender would be your wisest choice. Could you possibly lower your fist? Chen Burian exclaimed, startled, for the being's fist was already poised, as if ready to strike him at any moment. The being rarely smiled, stating, as you suggest, such an action could indicate surrender. Since you have gained my recognition, I may, as an exception, incapacitate you before we continue this conversation. Is that even permissible? Chen Burian was taken aback. The rules I set forth are mine to amend as I see fit, the being replied calmly. Then why not simply break the rules and follow me? Chen Burian entertained a mischievous thought, inquiring that at this, the being fell into contemplation, seemingly questioning itself, but after a moment, it shook its head and explained, without power, you cannot command me, and this is the true bottom line, one that cannot be breached. Once more, would you prefer to proceed as you suggested, or shall we commence the third trial? The being's patience had worn thin. It was no longer willing to endure Chen Burian's indecision and was ready to act. Chapter 65. The Six Major Kings, Flying Immortal Lake. Within the origin space, Chen Burian endeavored to awaken the dormant origin divine diagram at its center, for this was the only opportunity to subdue the source of qi in this realm. Reliant solely upon this enigmatic divine diagram, having already glimpsed the source of qi, he pondered, do you not desire it? The origin divine diagram remained unmoved, while Chen Burian noticed the heavenly authority vessel stirring restlessly. Yearning for the essence and power of the source of qi, not act recklessly. Upon your exit, you might be treated as a shattered vessel by the being, which would perceive you as a provocation. Do not implicate me, lest it land a blow upon me as well. Chen Burian cautioned, restraining the restless heavenly authority vessel. Despite its status as a royal decree-level entity, before the being, it was merely a fragile vessel. The disparity in strength far too vast. The origin space was enveloped in silence, as the divine diagram seemed utterly disinterested in Chen Burian, remaining unperturbed even by the celestial artifacts. Do you not wish to dispel the fog? Chen Burian's gaze fixated on the divine diagram, and he uttered these words, prompting an unusual reaction. A humanoid mist surged through his form, as if delivering a warning. Soon after, a voice of indeterminate gender echoed through the space, reaching Chen Burian's ears. The source of qi claims you are exceptionally wise, and indeed, you possess the insight to understand my desire to dispel the fog. Who are you? Or rather, in what manner do you exist? Chen Burian inquired. I am the spirit of origin, the divine diagram replied succinctly. If I am not mistaken, not only does the heavenly authority vessel crave qi, but you too require it to disperse the fog. Why the lack of urgency now? At present, my strength is insufficient. The cost of forcibly suppressing it is too great, and I am not in such a hurry to clear the fog. Moreover, you do not embody my ideal host. The spirit of origin responded. Chen Burian frowned slightly, speaking candidly, so you possess the means to suppress the source of qi. What constitutes a perfect host? Your timing is ill-fated. Even I cannot perceive a glimmer of hope for your victory unless I willingly intervene. Can you refrain from being so indirect? What would compel you to intervene, and what defines a perfect host? I prefer clarity. Chen Burian's words appeared to amuse the spirit of origin, while it harbored immense power. Its demeanor was not as overtly sharp as the being's but rather subdued and tranquil. There is no such thing as a perfect host. No one is deserving. Then are you toying with me? You are not worthy of my games. I merely wish to dissuade you from pursuing this path, lest you draw me into your troubles, the Spirit of Origin replied. Then you should not have existed within me from the outset. When the Origin Divine symbol burns out, I might have the opportunity to seek elsewhere with your power, correct? Since you disregard me, you need not remain within me. Chan Burian's expression grew impatient as he sought to expel the Origin Divine diagram. The Spirit of Origin remained silent for a moment, then responded, Do you possess the authority to drive me away? You are far too weak. Very well, I have nothing further to say. His expression was calm yet bore a hint of frost. Fully acknowledging the Spirit of Origin's words, refraining from attempting further communication. You refuse to assist me? Then I shall manage on my own. Addressing the being, he implored, Might you grant me an opportunity? Chan Burian inhaled deeply, attempting to negotiate with the formidable being before him. What do you intend to do? The being lowered its fist, having shown considerable patience with Chan Burian, yet it remained resolute in not breaching its final boundary. I wish to challenge the royal level. The Royal Dawn Realm? You intend to utilize the power of the royal seed to defeat me? The being hesitated. Perhaps. This time, the being remained silent for a longer duration. Perhaps it had never encountered a human as determined as Chan Burian. Yet, it found itself not averse to this persistence, allowing it to endure, for otherwise, it would have long since obliterated him with a single strike. Alas, I have wandered for a millennium. Enduring solitude far too long. It is a rare pleasure to meet a human whom I acknowledge. Even if you ultimately fail to attain me, I shall bestow upon you an opportunity, a chance that leads directly to the royal level. The being's words fell upon Chan Burian like celestial decree, signifying that should it choose to assist, the likelihood of his achieving the Royal Dawn Realm was nearly assured, a temptation of unparalleled magnitude. I do not require your assistance. Chan Burian remained unmoved, shaking his head and directly rejecting the offer. He had never expected the being to aid him. The mere opportunity it provided was already a tremendous favor. The being fell silent, understanding Chan Burian's heart without questioning WHYT, then inquired once more, Yet you stated that I allowed your departure. You are willing to forsake your life. Yet now this seems contradictory? The being was perplexed. I did say so, but that does not imply I shall not return to see you, to attempt once more to subdue you. Chan Burian smiled. Oh, you believe that given more time, you will reach a height comparable to mine, perhaps even defeat me. Indeed, to vanquish you, achieving the Royal Dawn Realm is the height I must attain. The being fell silent, then turned to return to the center of the Lotus platform, stating, The Royal Dawn Realm differs significantly from other royal levels, its difficulty magnified several-fold. Are you aware of this? Chan Burian recognized that the being was intentionally guiding him, though he was uncertain of the reasons behind such difficulty. Having merely heard whispers, after all, in this world, among the countless beings of the Great Xia, perhaps no more than 10 individuals could ever attain the Royal Dawn Realm, a rarity indeed. Thus, he shook his head slightly, preparing to absorb the teachings of the source of Qi being, as the being revealed to him a little-known secret of the world. Dawn, rosy light, the great sun, the setting sun, the polar night, the pinnacle. These are the 6 remaining realms in the world today. Each of these 6 realms encompasses a royal seed, and only by attaining the royal level among lords and ministers can one acquire these seeds. The being spoke slowly, unfolding a grand tableau of realms before Chan Burian. Before continuing, the 6 royal seeds, also referred to as the first royal seed, second royal seed, and so forth, up to the 6th royal seed. The Dawn Realm corresponds to the first royal seed, yet this first royal seed possesses an additional distinction. It is known as the original royal seed. As the vision before Chan Burian gradually faded, he silently absorbed this revelation. In a wonder, the world regarded the Royal Dawn Realm as the most challenging to achieve. This was the truth behind it. The first royal seed, also known as the original royal seed, bore a name sufficient to attest to its power. Only a true prodigy could wield this original royal seed. Chan Burian, the might of the original royal seed is indisputable. Should you truly attain the Royal Dawn Realm, while it may still be impossible to defeat me, you would indeed have the opportunity to briefly suppress me with this royal seed, thus achieving a unique form of subjugation. Should you fail, there will be no need for me to intervene. Your demise is assured. I understand. Chan Burian nodded slightly, without a trace of hesitation, and began to strive towards the elusive realm of the king-level dawn amidst the beings present at Fei Xian Lake. Chapter 66. Observing beings. Time flows ever onward. The maple leaves by the shores of Fei Xian Lake gradually began to don a pale green hue, heralding the arrival of spring, a season of blossoming flowers and nature's vibrant competition for life. Amidst the fallen leaves, a figure sat cross-legged, enveloped by the foliage. The being sat serenely upon a lotus platform, while Qian Burin endeavored to breach the ethereal barrier of the king-level dawn. Having lost track of how long he had been in meditation, Qian Burin finally opened his weary eyes, revealing a troubled expression and a haggard visage. It was only at this moment that he comprehended the stark reality. The path to the king-level dawn was utterly beyond his grasp. That layer of boundary was incredibly robust, impervious to any attempts of movement, and Qian Burin's understanding of Wu Zhao's formidable strength was once again brought into sharp focus. Wu Zhao had once remarked that should one possess the life origin flower, they would be able to fully strive towards the king-level dawn, implying that he had traversed half a step within that realm, culminating in a half-step king-level achievement. Reflecting upon this, Qian Burin couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating laugh. Recognizing his ignorance, without having personally endured such arduous trials, he could never truly appreciate the weight of Wu Zhao's strength. The life origin flower may grant one the qualification to aspire towards the king-level dawn. Yet, as it appeared, that was merely a prerequisite. Without the requisite personal ability, one could not succeed, not even by half a step. Qian Burin lamented, for it was evident that he belonged to the category of those incapable of advancing. What further disheartened him was the realization that he lacked even the qualification to perish, having never even gained entry to the pursuit of the king-level dawn, forever lingering at the threshold of that boundary. Thus, the concept of failure or success was rendered moot. The life force contained within him had reached its zenith, yet he remained incapable of breaching the king level. What could be the cause? In recent days, despite enduring numerous tribulations, Qian Burin had also reaped considerable benefits. The trials of intellect and introspection, while seemingly devoid of immediate advantages, had significantly elevated his mental state. Sometimes, the absence of cultivation resources was not the sole obstacle. If one's mindset was not adequately aligned, success and breakthrough would remain elusive, akin to the principle that those who lack virtue will ultimately be eliminated. Previously, he had experienced the enhancement of stellar power at the star observation platform, briefly achieving the level of king-level radiance, which soon dissipated but left behind a residue of stellar energy within him. After a period of stabilization, his life force had become sufficiently robust to challenge the king level. Yet the harsh reality remained. He could not gain entry. Break and then rebuild? Qian Burin hesitated. Was it necessary to expend all of his life force and then reassemble it to qualify for the king-level dawn? Quickly, he shook his head. Regardless of the viability of such an approach, he was unwilling to pursue it. The myriad paths of the great Tao had seen individuals throughout history attempt this, and even succeed, but such a method was ill-suited for him. It had become exceedingly difficult for him to gather enough life force to reconstruct the life decree's source. Qian Burin racked his mind, struggling to uncover a solution, for this path was one he must traverse alone. Even the beings he encountered could not truly assist him. Previously, the being had stated that it would grant Qian Burin a direct opportunity to the king level. Indeed, it could facilitate the attainment of that power. Yet it lacked the depth of insight required. The true king-level dawn, the first king seed, could only ever be achieved through one's own efforts. In deep distress, Qian Burin rubbed his bloodshot eyes while gazing at the spring scenery of Fei Xian Lake. He felt a modicum of relief, and then his gaze turned to the being at the center of the lotus platform. The being radiated an aura of solemn majesty. Its true form remained obscured. Perhaps because it possessed no definitive visage, as a celestial entity, it could embody any shape, naturally adopting countless forms. Yet, its divine might was restrained, revealing no trace of overwhelming pressure as it rested in a tranquil slumber. Having spent countless ages in this manner, its repose, unlike that of humankind, could span centuries. The concept of a being is vast and profound, embodying the essence of the cosmos, serving as the representative of the universe walking among mortals. Thus deserving of such a title. Just like me, I too am a being of the human race, Qian Burin mused, then turned his attention to the intricate patterns adorning the being's body. These patterns were ancient and mysterious, eluding understanding. Within those lines, did some imagery exist? Qian Bir-In's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the being's patterns, uncovering a secret he had previously overlooked, irresistibly drawn to those markings. A scroll of imagery unfolded in the primordial universe, amidst the chaos of existence. A profound silence reigned until the cosmos began to evolve, birthing the first ethereal glimmer of light, which undulated through the void, subsequently diversifying into myriad forms, breathing life into the desolate universe. This marked the emergence of Qi.As. The scroll continued to shift. Qian Bir-In beheld the figure of the source of Qi. Small and solitary, as all Qi began to drift away from in this silent cosmos, it existed in solitude, not due to any overwhelming strength, but because it had absorbed a trace of primordial power at the inception of the universe. Its kin, having absorbed far more primal energy, vastly surpassed it in strength. The source of Qi's only advantage lay in its consumption of that trace of primordial power, which was purer than that of most of its kind. Yet this was insufficient for it to survive in the boundless universe. The source of Qi struggled, relying on that sliver of purity, forcibly sustaining itself for millennia, during which it wandered through the mortal realm in search of a suitable master capable of granting it life. Yet, whether among humans or myriad other races, none could withstand its power. Eventually, it felt the impending shadow of death, as that pure primordial essence could no longer sustain the moment of its impending demise. It finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope, a human capable of bearing its power and willing to accept it, thus allowing the source of Qi to survive. With its intelligence still immature, the source of Qi accompanied the human through endless years. Bound together in a symbiotic relationship, rising step by step upon this vast earth, witnessing countless prodigies and myriad beings vying for supremacy. Throughout the ages, that human finally ascended, just a step away from the pinnacle. Yet, at this juncture, the human realized that the source of Qi was on the brink of extinction. The source of Qi was no longer satisfied with his power, for only more pure primordial essence could ensure its continued existence. I seek to challenge the king realm. If I succeed, I shall procure the primordial essence from the heavens for you. Should I fail, you may yet live a while longer. No, I shall remain with you. The human replied resolutely, refusing the source of Qi's offer, driving it away. The conclusion was a harsh one. The human succeeded but did not truly succeed. He perished, yet the source of Qi endured, living on. The scene was frozen at the moment the human attempted to breach the king realm. Within him lay several king seeds, pulsating with divine power, launching an assault on the realm of kings with his very life. The human smiled with unwavering confidence as he seized the primordial essence, surrounded by an endless storm of tribulations that could not harm him in the slightest. He had triumphed, yet the price was his life. What merit have I to deserve the heavens' decree, to ascend to the realm of kings? Source, live well in my stead. Then, the markings upon the source of Qi's body began to manifest, reflecting its current form. Those patterns morphing into those of the human who had achieved the king realm. The scroll faded, and Qian Bir-In withdrew his gaze. This vision had inspired him, as if he had come to understand the path to achieving the king-level dawn, a path uniquely his own. Observing beings, forging king seeds, ascending to the king level. Chapter 67. Confrontation. A grand and magnificent scene began to materialize in Qian Bir-In's mind, depicting the past of the being and its rise alongside that human. In the great struggle of the world, ships competed, heroes clashed, and amidst countless beings, few could endure. Survival here did not merely denote existence, but rather the freedom to live as one wished. That human and the being traversed the mortal realm. Encountering numerous regrets and hardships, enduring the loss of kin, the passing of loved ones, and the fall of companions, enduring the myriad sufferings of the world, all of which were beyond their control. The only thing they could do was to grow stronger, to transcend. Ultimately, they attained power, yet the cost was dire. At the moment of ascending to the king realm, had that human ever truly felt joy? The answer was affirmative. Qian Bir-In believed that human must have felt happiness, for he had grasped the path of enlightenment. Yet, that human must have also come to a realization. By that time, he had become a mere machine of cultivation. All of his joy stemmed from the breakthroughs of his realm? In such a state, was he truly still human? If he had indeed succeeded and survived, was he a lofty king? Or a deity? no longer a true human, nor a being. Chun Bir-in was struck with horror, beads of sweat streaming down his face as he observed the past of the being. He felt he too witnessed the loss of kin, the passing of loved ones, and the fall of companions. Stirring profound emotions within him, I refuse to accept this. No one shall leave me, as long as I do not wish it, Qin Buran bellowed, his gaze tinged with a hint of madness, and the scene before him instilled a profound fear, akin to being ensnared in a vivid nightmare from which escape seemed impossible. After what felt like an eternity, Qin Buran finally regained his composure, his throat constricted as his pupils suddenly tightened in resolve. He forcibly channeled that surge of life force to breach the royal barrier. To his astonishment, the barrier began to yield, an unending stream of life force converging as a royal seed's embryonic form began to coalesce. Replacing his dantian, the source of his, transforming into a new wellspring of power, a formidable energy surged through Qin Buran's limbs and bones, heralding his ascendance to the half-step royal dawn realm, the heart of a champion. With unwavering determination in his eyes, Qin Buran discovered his destined path to the royal seed, the cultivation of a champion's heart enabling his successful entry into the half-step royal dawn realm. This validated his earlier predictions. It was not a deficiency in life force that hindered his ascent to royalty, but rather a lack of mental fortitude. The path to royalty could only be tread by those who were truly strong. A profound realization enveloped Qin Buran, revealing to him what needed to be forged next. An invincible belief. As long as he possessed an indomitable belief, he could utterly transcend the half-step royal realm and achieve the true royal dawn realm. But what constitutes an invincible belief? Such a belief is never merely spoken. Qin Buran picked up a maple leaf from the ground, lifting it to shield his eyes from the sun, yet the celestial light penetrated the translucent green leaf, casting its glow upon him. Was this a warning, an omen suggesting that humanity is never invincible, that only the heavens and the earth hold such power? I shall not yield to your wishes. The youth's expression remained calm, though a tempest raged within him, simmering with fury, prompting him to undertake a reckless act. The embryonic form of the royal seed flickered in and out of visibility, requiring the nurturing power of heaven and earth to sustain it. Yet, in his wrath, Qin Buran refused to abide by the rules of nature, challenging the dominion of the heavenly forces. It is not merely your will that prevails, nor mine. I grant you a sliver of leeway, but do not misjudge the royal seed. Qin Buran directed a drop of his essence into the core of the royal seed's embryonic form. That drop imbued with his very essence, intending to forcibly subjugate the seed and transform its form into a complete entity, thereby stepping into the royal dawn realm. Such an act was exceedingly audacious. The royal seed, birthed from the rules of heaven and earth, would never permit desecration, and even its master held merely the right to utilize it. Qin Buran's actions were tantamount to challenging the very laws of existence and the authority of the royal seed. In the next moment, the embryonic form began to struggle, attempting to expel Qin Buran's essence, leading to a deadlock between the two. Yield to me. Within my being, you hold no such authority, for I am the true sovereign. Qin Buran stated calmly, his overwhelming confidence surging forth as he pressed down upon the royal seed once more, forcefully injecting his essence into it. He was unafraid of the royal seed's desperate counterattacks. After all, it too would ultimately face demise, and if it was unyielding, then Qin Buran would accompany it to the bitter end. Before the might of his resolve, the royal seed struggled but for a fleeting moment before succumbing to tranquility, ceasing its fierce resistance, allowing the drop of essence, infused with Qin Buran's shadow, to permeate its being. This transformation signaled to Qin Buran that he had triumphed, forcibly gaining the royal seed's acknowledgement and securing his invincible belief. At that instant, the royal dawn realm was finally attained. A wondrous, ethereal aura emanated from Qin Buran's frame, embodying the power of the royal seed, potent and mesmerizing. This royal power far surpassed anything he had previously wielded, explaining why the realm of royalty existed solely in legend, with few ever daring to tread its path. In Faxian Lake, beneath the celestial expanse, a series of extraordinary phenomena unfolded, vibrant hues swirling in the sky. Dragons and phoenixes dancing amidst the clouds, sweeping across the landscape as if celebrating the birth of the royal seed. The emergence of the first royal seed awakened the slumbering beings, who murmured with complex expressions directed at Chen Buran. Their words tinged with a sense of melancholy. "You have truly succeeded, acquiring the first royal seed. The last time I saw it was upon him." Observing the beings, Chen Buran witnessed their history, realizing that the figure they spoke of was indeed the original master of the being. That nameless powerhouse, he was your first master, and the first to willingly forsake you, was he not? A sudden thought struck Chen Buran. He was the second human to willingly abandon the being. Could it be that the first to do so was its master, who chose to challenge the royal realm to ensure the being's survival? Such an act, in the eyes of the being, was akin to abandonment. No, you misunderstand. The being shook its head, aware of many truths, including Chen Buran's intention to utilize it to ascend to royalty. However, this held no significance within the bounds of the rules. Not wishing to press further, Chen Buran acknowledged they had reached a critical juncture, where the stakes were now life and death. "I shall ask you once more. Challenge or depart." Chen Buran fell silent. Having successfully ascended to the royal Dawn realm, he felt the chasm between himself and the being widening. Even with the first royal seed, he sensed he could not overcome it. The most rational choice was to withdraw, challenge. Chen Buran's pupils contracted sharply, a rush of dread coursing through him, for the voice that uttered those words was not his own. It emanated from the Origin Divine map that had previously disregarded him. The extent of Chen Buran's terror stemmed from the belief that the Origin Divine map was deliberately leading him into peril, merely spectating as he faced certain death. Just as he intended to clarify that he had not spoken those words, the being, this time, paid no heed to the source of the voice. The being's indifferent tone resonated throughout the heavens and earth. The third trial, Confront the Being, commence. Chapter 68. Ambition and Spirit. Chen Buran felt that the being had erred in its judgment, likely due to his discovery of its secret, its past. That was its most cherished memory. A recollection unique to the being and that human, not to be tarnished by another, not even by Chen Buran, whom it had acknowledged. This might explain the being's vehement reaction, its unwillingness to hear a single word from him. Its impatience palpable as it announced the initiation of the third trial. Face the being. Chen Buran's heart sank. At that moment, the joy of stepping into the royal Dawn realm and forging the first royal seed evaporated, replaced by a suffocating aura of death. What of the champion's heart, the invincible belief? All of it was meaningless in the face of an insurmountable disparity in power. Chen Buran mused to himself, unbothered by the denigration of his own worth. The so-called champion's heart and invincible belief could only be founded upon a lack of extreme disparity, not upon a chasm. Even when faced with a powerhouse of the great Sun realm, Chen Buran, though he did not consider himself certain of victory, would not shy away from a fierce struggle, believing he might still have a chance. Yet, against the being before him, even if he summoned 100 or 1,000 of himself, what difference would it make? He would still be obliterated with a single strike. The being's current level was at least above the setting sun. As for why it was only above the setting sun, perhaps it was related to the changes in the world today, a consequence of exile. After all, the power exhibited by the chi source in that scroll was not merely above the setting sun. The strength demonstrated by that human in the royal realm seemed to transcend the very boundaries of this world. The being, seated upon the lotus platform, rose once more, advancing step by step towards Chen Buran. The atmosphere thick with murderous intent, an overwhelming pressure enveloping Faxian Lake, it had already shown considerable restraint. Otherwise, with a mere glance, Chen Buran would have been reduced to nothingness, utterly annihilated without hope of resurrection. Thud. As the being approached, Chen Buran felt as if his heart might cease, his body no longer his own, ensnared by the very fabric of existence. Go express my respect. I may raise my hand to slay you. This is your own choice, Chen Buran. The being's impassive words reached him as it stood before him, raising a hand to point at Chen Buran's brow, disregarding their previous camaraderie. The dread of death loomed heavily over Chen Buran. After reaching a certain threshold, he felt a strange sense of release, yet only in terms of mindset. His spirit and body, however, were taut to the brink, the first royal seed within him paralyzed under the being's overwhelming pressure. Chen Buran did not wish to perish ignobly. He sought to resist, to unleash the first royal seed in a final desperate struggle, yet he found himself utterly powerless to fight back, even denied the opportunity to act. This Faxian Lake, this domain, was ruled by the being. Tio, express my respect. I may raise my hand to slay you. I have witnessed countless prodigies, yet none have been as audacious as you. The ethereal voice echoed across Feishan Lake. The being's raised finger pausing momentarily, revealing a rare furrow of its brow, a look akin to facing a formidable foe. Yet Chan Buran dared not draw breath, ensnared by the aura of death. Nearly suffocating. Origin Divine Map, save me. Chen Buran's heart screamed, driven by the instinct to survive, seeking aid from the Origin Divine Map, his sole hope resting upon it. Who are you? The being inquired, wary that I am also capable of raising my hand to slay you. The voice of the Origin Divine Map reverberated across the flying immortal lake, its tone inscrutable, neither distinctly male nor female, yet exuding an overwhelming dominance that seemed intent on subjugating all living beings. The anticipated fury of the creatures did not manifest. Instead, a brief silence enveloped the scene before it spoke. Given your status, why extend your assistance to him? I shall protect whomever I choose, it replied assertively. Chen Burong, caught in a haze of confusion from this exchange, dared not breathe too heavily. Both the creature and the Origin Divine Map were forces beyond his reckoning, entangled in a divine conflict that left mortals like him to plead for immunity from collateral damage. You are excessively overbearing. No one can transcend the heavens and earth, shattering the rules. Not even you. The creature's voice carried a hint of ire. A light chuckle emanated from the Origin Divine Map as it remarked. Yet you previously shattered the rules on his behalf. I am the embodiment of heaven and earth. Besides, the rules have not yet truly taken effect, leaving room for negotiation. But now, there is none, the creature elucidated. The Origin Divine Map shook its head slightly, transforming into a figure akin to the creature, its form cloaked in shadows that concealed a formidable power, the spirit of Origin. This presence was equally ethereal, its features indistinct, yet resonating with a potent force that matched the creature's, casting a palpable pressure over flying immortal lake, cleaving it in twain. The spirit of Origin positioned itself in front of Chan Burong, shielding him from all oppressive forces before raising its fist with a smile. When reason fails and rules cannot be altered, what use is your existence? Let us resolve this with our fists. You are far too arrogant, the creature seethed, yet its caution restrained it from acting rashly. Chen Burong, come forth, it commanded. Bewildered, Chen Burong hesitated, but the spirit of Origin's summons compelled him to approach, steeling himself as he drew near. You have done well to acquire the primal royal seed. Hence, I have chosen to intervene personally to assist you. The youth remained silent, uncertain whether to feel elated, for all things come at a price. And only the heavens know the spirit of Origin's true intentions. It's he least I have survived, he consoled himself, acknowledging the harsh reality of weakness and the lack of autonomy it entailed. The creature's gaze swept over Chen Burong, stating, Chen Burong, I can no longer discern your true nature. With the Emperor's artifact, it can also aid you. What exactly is it? Chen Burong queried, casting a glance at the spirit of Origin, more concerned with this question, yearning to unravel the mystery surrounding this indifferent presence residing within him, while the creature's mention of the Emperor's artifact left him perplexed and indifferent. He anticipated a response from the creature, as they were adversaries and it might unveil the truth, yet it remained silent, as if adhering to an unspoken agreement. You are quite perceptive, the spirit of Origin remarked with a cold snort. Satisfied with the creature's reticence. Very well, it is time to conclude this matter. Creature, do not presume your strength. There are always beings more powerful than you in this world. The spirit of Origin spoke calmly, its tone a warning, instilling trepidation within the creature. It then turned to Chen Burong, asking earnestly, Chen Burong, I stand before you now. Tell me, do you have the confidence to defeat this creature? Chen Burong's gaze met the creature's, and taking a deep breath, an intense fighting spirit ignited within him. I do. Excellent, then I shall bestow upon you a punch. The spirit of Origin laughed heartily, clearly pleased with the youth's response, and as its aura surged, it eclipsed the creature's might. In an instant, the entire flying immortal lake trembled violently, as though it might collapse under the weight of divine power. It surged into the youth's being, and his eyes shimmered with ethereal light. An overwhelming divine strength coursing through him as he confidently raised his fist. The principles do not reside in the heart, but in the fist. Humanity has endured countless tribulations, and all beings suffer. Do you recall the past? I possess a fist capable of traversing the heavens, my spirit unyielding. Creature, to show my respect, I shall strike you down. Chapter 69. The Shattered Mountains and Rivers. Yangchuan City, having endured turmoil and warfare, now lay in desolation, its population significantly diminished. The once majestic Mingwan Pavilion at the city's heart was reduced to ruins, currently under reconstruction. The streets were sparsely populated, enveloped in an eerie silence. As this upheaval had claimed countless lives, leaving the entire city affected by loss. The bizarre conflict involving the creature and the blood robbers targeting the chi source ultimately ended in failure. Yet the cost was staggering. The land lay in ruins. A flying immortal academy, an elderly man with a white beard, who had previously battled the peculiar dragon, addressed the newly arrived figures. General Wang, we are fortunate you arrived in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Upon his words, several figures entered through the doorway, instantly recognizable by the warden's insignia they bore. Their identity as wardens was clear. The wardens displayed an air of indifference, particularly the one addressed as General by the elderly man, whose demeanor was chillingly severe. Where is Elder Zhong? Have that old fool come out, General Wang bellowed, heedless of the setting or Elder Zhong's status, directly cursing before all the instructors of Flying Immortal Academy. The elderly man's expression shifted to one of disbelief, his face turning ashen, yet he dared not unleash his fury, suppressing his ire to calmly respond, General Wang, Elder Zhong is the vice president of Flying Immortal Academy. Even if you are a general of the wardens, such insolence is unacceptable. You have no right to converse with me. Summon Elder Zhong. General Wang clenched his fists, determined to see Elder Zhong. You, do not overstep your bounds. Are the wardens now so brazen? Do not label me unjustly. Some individuals are simply unworthy of respect. I have come today seeking an explanation. Do you truly believe the wardens are to be trifled with? The elderly man, enraged to the point of laughter, was about to continue his argument when a figure emerged from behind, and Elder Zhong's voice rang out. What brings you here? Old man, do not feign ignorance. Why did the Extreme Night Source re-emerge, revealing the powers of the Extreme Night Realm, yet you remained inactive and indifferent? This has cost us dearly, blocking the blood robber's incursion. Elder Zhong remained silent, and after a prolonged moment, he turned his gaze to General Wang and replied, I could not intervene. If I did, that night god behind the blood robbers might descend upon Flying Immortal Academy, seizing it from the lake. You understand. General Wang dismissed Elder Zhong's explanation with contempt, shouting in anger, I do not care whether he covets that thing. I only know you had the opportunity to act. Furthermore, even if the night god were to descend, he could not seize it swiftly. Elder Zhong continued to remain silent, closing his weary eyes, his voice hoarse as he stated, It is of utmost importance. I cannot afford any slip-ups. This is my duty. Nothing is more significant. General Wang, reaching the peak of his rage, clenched his fists tightly, the atmosphere thick with tension. Yet due to their mutual ties, he managed to suppress his fury. His expression I see wide it is indeed crucial. You should pray for its safety in your possession. Otherwise, should you neglect it, the responsibility will fall squarely on you, and you shall not withstand the consequences. Upon hearing this, Elder Zhong's brows furrowed in alarm, his aged body trembling uncontrollably as he exclaimed, What do you mean? Do you know something? General Wang, addressing the matter of the chi source, was not simply mocking. He too recognized its significance, but understood that it was now too late. It has been over 2 months since the initial incursion, and you have not sensed any anomalies surrounding Flying Immortal Lake? Are you suggesting someone is plotting beneath the lake? Elder Zhong reacted with extreme agitation. It is highly probable. After a moment of silence, Elder Zhong composed himself and replied, But do you truly believe that even if this were the case, anyone could seize it? I do not trust it. But the truth can only be uncovered by witnessing it firsthand. Elder Zhong, you had better pray for its safety. Otherwise, both I and the Warden organization will not be so lenient with you this time. The group, burdened with heavy hearts, marched resolutely towards Flying Immortal Lake, eager to uncover the truth. Chen Burong lay in a state of unconsciousness, yet within this slumber, he sensed a mysterious fluctuation emerging from within him, a powerful and ancient aura, which subsequently split into 10 ethereal strands. That was the chi source, as Chen Borong gradually regained consciousness, he beheld these 10 wispy essences, momentarily unable to identify their nature. After unleashing that singular punch, he had been engulfed in a haze and fell into unconsciousness, oblivious to what transpired thereafter. A surge of euphoria washed over him as he realized that these 10 strands of aura were sufficient proof of the final outcome. The creature had indeed been defeated. Subdued by the grasp of the Origin Divine Map, the 10 ethereal strands hovered within Chan Borong, igniting an intense desire within his decree of the Heavenly Authority Bottle. This time, the Heavenly Authority Bottle did not dare to act impulsively. As the spirit of Origin's presence re-emerged, compelling the bottle to withdraw its intentions, fearing confrontation, I have secured the chi source for you. Henceforth, I shall enter a period of slumber, though not act recklessly, lest you bring trouble upon me, understand? The spirit of Origin stated with calmness. Understood. Subsequently, the spirit of Origin whisked away 9 strands of the chi source, leaving only one to linger within Chan Borong. Beside the first royal seed. Upon witnessing this scene, Chan Burian fell into a momentary silence, yet he dared not voice any grievances. To speak candidly, he still benefited from the grace of the spirit of Origin. Otherwise, he would not have even a wisp of the source of chi. What are you dissatisfied? It is precisely due to your determination in forging the first royal seed that you are able to endure a portion of my power. I shall grant you a wisp of the source of chi. Otherwise, when I obtain the source of chi in the future, you shall receive none. The spirit of Origin snorted coldly, showing no regard for Chan Burian's feelings. After enduring numerous perils that nearly cost him his life, he could only sip on the remnants of soup, which left him quite displeased. I shall give it to you, for I cannot absorb this excess anyway. Chen Burian stated calmly. Though he felt discontented, he realized that there was little to lose. The energy of the source of chi was overwhelmingly vast, and even if granted 10 wisps, he would be unable to absorb them. According to his estimations, were it not for the first royal seed, he would likely not know how long it would take to absorb even a single wisp of the source of chi. Moreover, the absorption process might entail risks, yet now, under the suppression of the first royal seed, it was unlikely to pose any danger. Chan Burian's words rendered the spirit of Origin silent, appearing somewhat awkward, and then seemingly embarrassed for taking advantage of a young one. With another cold snort, it resumed speaking. I shall not take too much advantage of you. Currently, a group of individuals is surrounding you outside Feishan Lake. I can break through space to facilitate your departure. Speak. Where do you wish to go? Where else can I go? Chen Burian could not help but feel a sense of trepidation as he pondered whether the turmoil would affect his hometown. Thus he replied without hesitation, I wish to go to Yunshuo, my homeland. Chapter 70. Spring and Clear Skies Feishan Lake. Elder Zhong wore a grim expression as he led several high-ranking officials from the Feishan Academy, including the prominent Xian Yan. Xian Yan's presence here indicated his significant standing within the academy. Several commanders of the Watchers followed Elder Zhong to the shores of Feishan Lake. Throughout the journey, Elder Zhong's aged face remained tinged with a sullen hue, his heart filled with anxiety. The questioning of the existence of the source of chi by the commanders left him feeling uncertain. Feishan Lake was cloaked in mystery, and under normal circumstances, even with his strength, he could not perceive it. Only through special means could he sense the presence of the source of chi. General Wang. I hope you are merely overthinking, Elder Zhong said, his gaze deep, unwilling to confront the possibility that the source of chi truly no longer existed within Feishan Lake. General Wang of the Watchers merely snorted coldly and replied in a calm tone. I too hope that I am overthinking, for the source of chi is of utmost importance and must not fall into the hands of those individuals. Subsequently, General Wang's gaze unexpectedly swept over Xian Yan. Surveying him with keen interest, I have heard there is a fated one within the Feishan Academy. I assume that would be you? Xian Yan maintained a tranquil expression, slightly nodding, exuding an air of aloofness. General Wang continued, Indeed, but I wonder how our esteemed future compares to you. Oh, you mean Chen Burian? Does he even compare to me? He is merely a thief, Xian Yan remarked nonchalantly, clearly aware that Chen Burian had joined the Watchers. Likely informed by Lu Linger, General Wang's expression darkened, and he spoke in a low voice. I did not expect you to be acquainted, and it seems there is no small amount of animosity between you. I care not for whatever grievances exist between you. I advise you not to harm him, for he is no longer a mere person without backing, as the head of the Watchers in the entire Yangchuan region. General Wang was naturally well acquainted with the information and existence of Chen Burian, though they had yet to meet. General Wang's piercing gaze towards Xian Yin exerted immense pressure, yet Xian Yin refused to yield. Defiantly meeting the Watchers, General stare. Elder Zhong interposed himself before Xian Yin and coldly stated, General Wang, is it appropriate to bully the next Feixianzi of the Feishan Academy in my presence? Is this bullying? Asked Xian Yin. He has not spared Chen Burian either. General Wang responded dismissively, I care not for Chen Burian. I have no inclination to engage now. Let us focus on the matter of the source of qi. Elder Zhong replied with great impatience. General Wang shrugged, indicating that Elder Zhong should further investigate the source of qi. Elder Zhong's expression grew anxious as he took a step forward, facing the entire Feishan Lake. He then waved his hand, inscribing several intricate patterns in the air, which shimmered with profound light. A beam of rosy light shot forth, illuminating the center of the lake, where the interior scene became vividly clear. A lotus platform. Yet it was utterly empty, devoid of anything. The source of qi has vanished. Elder Zhong's expression froze, his rigid body suddenly collapsing, weakly murmuring. All present wore heavy expressions as they gazed upon this scene. Then, an overwhelming fury ignited within Elder Zhong, his eyes blazing, causing ripples upon the surface of Feishan Lake. A torrent of life force surged forth, illuminating the lotus platform, upon which a scene materialized above. Beneath Feishan Lake, three beings contended fiercely, and ultimately one emerged victorious, confronting the source of qi. The final scene was one of chaos, obscuring the being's appearance, leaving only a silhouette, indicating that he had indeed defeated the source of qi and ruptured space to escape Feishan Lake. How is this possible? The source of qi has truly been taken. Elder Zhong became disoriented, utterly powerless. Everyone present anxiously observed this scene, for none wished for the source of qi to be seized. After all, it was a treasure of humanity, and if one day it were used against them, it would spell an unprecedented catastrophe. Investigate. Find me any trace of that being. Retrieve the source of qi. Elder Zhong's expression turned frenzied, his booming voice reverberating throughout the Feishan Academy. In an instant, both instructors and students mobilized. Shaolin Yin, you too must go. It is imperative to recover the source of qi. Elder Zhong, suppressing his utmost fury, instructed Xian Yin before hastily disappearing. Xian Yin gazed skyward, his eyes reflecting the silhouette of the departing being, a familiar sensation swelling within his heart. I found you. The spirit of origin was indeed unreliable. I requested to be transported to Yunshuo, and indeed, I was transported there, yet I still have a considerable distance to traverse before reaching home. Chen Burian felt somewhat speechless. However, the spirit of origin exhibited little patience with him, as if they bore some profound enmity, despite the fact that it was the host while he was the landlord. This, of course, was impossible. In embarking upon the path of cultivation, one has always communicated through strength rather than reason. The moments when reason can be discussed are often merely when the strength of the fist suffices. On the second day of the second month, the dragon raises its head. Chen Burian sighed softly, realizing that so much time had elapsed. The turmoil had ceased for a month, and Yangchuan City was gradually regaining vitality and vigor. Moreover, it had been over 4 months since he first departed from Yunshuo. During this time, much had transpired, and he had ultimately endured trials to become a royal-level Dawn Realm, which he believed would make his grandfather proud. As he drew closer to the town of Yunshuo, Chen Burian felt an increasing sense of homesickness, yearning for a figure to await him at home. The turmoil seemingly had little impact on Yunshuo. From what he observed along the way, the town itself had remained largely unscathed, while the areas surrounding the center of Yangchuan City were left in utter ruin. Was Yunshuo favored by the heavens? It had barely escaped the chaos and remained unscathed, instead becoming a sanctuary for many refugees. Chen Burian was naturally pleased that his hometown of Yunshuo had not suffered destruction, yet he also felt a deep sense of regret, knowing full well that many lives had been lost this time, resulting in a sharp decline in population. The most sorrowful were never himself, but rather the victims, and this sorrow could only be somewhat alleviated by the passage of time. As for the Watchers, their efforts to rescue and combat the strange beings and the blood robbery organization had come at a great cost. Ironically, he had become the ultimate beneficiary. Not only had he survived, But he had also ascended to the royal-level Dawn Realm and even obtained the source of Qi. Life is indeed unpredictable. Yanshuo Town. Candy hawthorn for sale. Candy hawthorn for sale. Passers-by, do not miss out. The cries along the street echoed. As people bustled about for their livelihoods, children played joyfully, and with the passing of the new year, everything revived in vibrant life, creating a scene of harmony. The bright sunlight bathed the early spring earth, adding warmth to the atmosphere in the town. Some were busy selling glutinous rice cakes, while others basked leisurely in the sun, their faces radiating happiness, brimming with vitality and vigor. He caught sight of Aunt Lee busily selling her glutinous rice cakes, heard the resonant voices of students reciting in the school, and the cheerful laughter of children playing, mingling with the whispers of the wind and the fragrance of flowers, accompanied by the songs of birds and the chirping of insects. Within the town, a vibrant spring was unfolding. Chapter 71. Unseen, several yellow sparrows chirped and flitted about in the treetops, while wildflowers and fragrant herbs bloomed in competition, infusing life and vitality into the thatched cottage that had sprouted a few weeds. Walking along the gravel-paved path, Chun Burien gazed toward the end of the road, where the cottage he shared with his grandfather awaited him, and his heart skipped a beat. Chun Burien hesitated to proceed. The surrounding scenery made him acutely aware of something. Was there truly someone he longed for within that cottage? Endless doubts began to swirl in the young man's mind. At this moment, he recalled the farewell implied in that letter, and suddenly realized something that filled him with despair. Grandfather! Chun Burien howled, then rushed towards the thatched cottage. Yearning to see that familiar figure within, creak. The door swung open, yet inside, there was nothing but emptiness, as if no one had dwelled there for a long time. Chun Burien was instantly struck by desolation. Collapsing onto the ground in that instant, his mind was blank. He could think of nothing, his head pounding, his gaze vacant. Where is grandfather? He was not here. From the beginning, he had deceived me, never intending to wait for my return. Where could he have gone? The sight before him forced Chun Burien to confront the harsh reality that ever since he left Yanshuo, his grandfather had also vanished, never to return. That letter was merely to soothe his concerns and encourage his progress. Am I transforming my fantasies into reality step by step? I can feel your terrifying presence, Chun Burien lamented, burying his face in his hands and weeping uncontrollably. The trials of existence had come to an end. Yet the scene it painted, a world steeped in silence, seemed to inch closer to reality. He had envisioned a day like this, but never imagined it would arrive so swiftly. Would everything unfold as anticipated? No, I refuse to believe that grandfather is truly gone. Chun Burien felt an urgent need for answers, thus he madly sprinted towards the town. This road to the town, he had traversed countless times in his youth without ever stumbling. Yet now he stumbled and faltered, struggling to reach a glutinous rice cake shop at the street's edge. The familiar aroma wafted into his nostrils, yet at this moment, he lacked the desire to savor it. Disregarding the customers waiting in line, "Aunt Lee, have you seen my grandfather? Has he returned?" Chun Burien cried out, his eyes bloodshot and filled with desperation. Busy Aunt Lee lifted her head slightly, spotting Chun Burien, and a look of joy spread across her face as she pushed through the townsfolk surrounding the rice cake shop. "Xiaoran, you're back? Oh my, you've grown so strong. Let me have a good look at you." Aunt Lee exclaimed joyfully, gently cupping Chun Burien's chin to scrutinize him. "Aunt, please tell me, where is grandfather?" Chun Burien gazed at Aunt Lee's familiar visage, choking back tears, his emotions teetering on the brink of collapse. "Hey, shopkeeper, hurry up and pack my order. I'm in a rush. Why are you so close to this monster?" A voice from the surrounding customers interrupted, expressing impatience towards Aunt Lee and Chun Burien. Clearly, as residents of this small town, most recognized Chun Burien, especially since he was so distinct, leaving a deeper impression on them. On the verge of emotional breakdown, Chun Burien felt fury rise within him upon hearing such remarks, his gaze sweeping over the mocking townsfolk. A palpable pressure descending upon them. Get lost. Chun Burien's voice was hoarse, yet still retained a semblance of reason. Should he lash out now, none of these people would stand a chance against him, even unable to withstand a single blow. Many townspeople, sensing the terror emanating from Chun Burien, immediately dropped their rice cakes and scurried away, unwilling to provoke him. Noticing Chun Burien's agitation, Aunt Li tightly grasped his cold hand and hurriedly said, Xiaoran, do not stoop to their level. They are merely bullies. Faced with Aunt Li, who had always treated him well, Chun Bureng finally regained a measure of calm, his voice hoarse. Aunt Li, where's my grandfather? I can't find him. Upon hearing this, Aunt Li's expression turned slightly strange as she replied, Oh, your grandfather? I saw him just last month during the new year. He had tidied up your house well, and I even lent a hand. However, I haven't seen him for quite some time. Aunt Li's words instilled a glimmer of hope in Chun Bureng. Grandfather was still here last month? Are you telling the truth? Aunt Li, but I've searched for ages and cannot find him. Where could he have gone? After a moment of hesitation, Aunt Li said, Why would I lie to you? Look, the weeds at your doorstep aren't overgrown. They must have been cleared recently. Who else but your grandfather would tend to that? Chun Bureng then recalled the modest amount of weeds in front of the thatched house. If grandfather truly hadn't returned in 3 or 4 months, those weeds would surely have flourished. I believe you, Aunt Li, but I truly cannot find grandfather. Chun Bureng felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, his longing intensifying. Yet, at least knowing that his grandfather was safe brought him some solace. You and your grandfather have always relied on each other. After such a long separation, naturally, you would miss him. Though Aunt Li truly doesn't know where he has gone, during the new year, he said he would be successful by the time you returned. And it seems to be true, Aunt Li said with a smile. It's my fault for returning too late and missing him. Chun Bureng's face fell with disappointment. The reason he came to Yunshuyo was specifically to see his grandfather. Yet he found him absent. It's all right. Focusing on your cultivation is paramount. Your grandfather surely thinks the same. As long as you are well, everything will be fine, I promise you. When your grandfather returns, I will find a way to inform you. With that, the conversation with Aunt Li came to an end. Chun Bureng, feeling lost, wandered onto the streets of Yunshuyo. What significance did Yunshuyo hold without his grandfather? Even though Chun Bureng possessed formidable power, the furtive glances from those around him still regarded him as a monster, prompting him to let out a self-deprecating laugh. If he did not embark on the path of cultivation, the townsfolk would perceive him as a monster. Yet should he tread that path, Chun Bureng would become an object of their reverence, akin to gazing upon the heavens. Ignoring those furtive gazes, he felt no trace of his former anxiety or despondency. Instead, all that remained was detachment and indifference. Chun Bureng strolled calmly through the bustling streets, observing the familiar faces and shops around him, overwhelmed with emotion, yet not a single person recognized him. Until he arrived at a flower shop bursting with blossoms. He gradually slowed his pace, coming to a complete stop, his heart racing. At this intersection of reunions, his heartbeat recognized her before he did. The young man slightly raised his head, and there, he beheld a girl seated in a wheelchair. Dressed in a simple long dress, her hair styled in a bun, her countenance delicate and graceful, and her clear eyes reflected his silhouette, as she held a pot of flowers, smiling at him, her voice clear and melodious. Xiaoran, it has been such a long time since we last met. Chapter 72. Me see you on the edge of the small town, gazing at the familiar figure before him. Chun Bureng felt momentarily dazed. Memories flooding back of countless past moments. Encountering the girl seated in the wheelchair took him by surprise. As she had said, indeed, it had been a while since they last met. The last time they had seen each other was when Chun Bureng was around 15 or 16 years old. A time that felt rather distant, so distant that the girl had undergone significant changes, yet remained as beautiful and refined as ever. Me see you. You are back. Chun Bureng's voice was slightly hoarse as he faced the girl, momentarily setting aside his sorrow to force a smile in response. The girl, me see you, smiled gently and softly said, Why did you take so long to react? Can't you recognize me? How could I not? I still remember your name. Chun Bureng approached me see you, pausing for a moment before replying. If you don't remember my name, you're in big trouble. Come on, Xiaoran, call me sister and let me hear it. Me see you said calmly. Though a hint of joy and urgency flickered in her eyes, Chun Bureng chuckled softly, bemused, You haven't changed a bit. Always wanting me to call you sister. You're only a year older than me. Upon hearing this, the girl me see you seemed somewhat displeased, her delicate eyebrows knitting together, her red lips pouting slightly as she said, Being a year older still makes me your sister. What, do you not want to acknowledge me? Not calling you, Chun Bureng stubbornly replied. refusing to address Mi Siyu as sister. The two exchanged smiles, yet Mi Siyu's expression grew somewhat forlorn as she quietly said, "If you don't want to call me, then don't. I never was your sister anyway." Chun Bureng nodded slightly, studying the girl as he hesitated. "You haven't returned to Yunshuyo in many years, have you? Is the school outside enjoyable? Why do you ask if it's enjoyable instead of how well I'm doing in my studies?" Mi Siyu looked up, her clear eyes fixed on Chen Bureng, inquiring, "Do I still need to worry about your academics? You've always been at the top of the class," Chun Bureng remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Mi Siyu was his former classmate at the Yunshuyo school. They had shared a bond of mutual understanding and reliance. Mi Siyu was disabled, unable to walk, and could only navigate with her wheelchair. While Chen Bureng was regarded as a monster by the townsfolk, both enduring strange gazes in school, Mi Siyu fared a little better. Not only was she beautiful, but her academic performance was also commendable, aided by the instructor's favor. However, she too faced exclusion, not due to her own actions, but because of her close association with Chun Bureng, which led to her ostracization. Chun Bureng still held a deep sense of gratitude towards her. "Of course, I'm quite impressive," Mi Siyu said unabashedly, a hint of pride in her tone. Chun Bureng smiled and nodded, then asked, "How long do you plan to stay this time?" The young maiden, Mi Tsai, wore an expression tinged with dissatisfaction as she gazed at Chen Bureng, her voice cold as she spoke. "You utter these words the moment I return. Do you not welcome my arrival? The Cloud Water melody is not solely mine. It is not about welcoming or not. It is merely that I no longer reside in Cloud Water melody and may soon depart again." Chun Bureng's words plunged Mi Tsai into silence. After a long pause, she clutched the fresh flowers in her arms, admiring the vibrant spring scene before her, and softly suggested, "Let us not dwell on such matters. Push me along." Xiao ran. "Very well," Chen Bureng replied as he pushed the young Mi Tsai along the streets of Cloud Water melody. This peculiar and novel pairing attracted much attention from onlookers, yet they remained indifferent, as if isolating themselves from the world. Xiao ran. "Do you remember when we were in school? You would push me to and from classes just like this. I wonder where you found the determination to do so for 2 whole years." Mi Tsai reminisced about their school days, her voice tinged with nostalgia. "Did you not do the same? While others regarded me as a monster, you were the only one willing to play with me and be my deskmate." Chen Bureng responded, momentarily taken aback. "I asked it solely because you chose to be my companion and deskmate that you could endure it for 2 years?" Mi Tsai inquired. After a brief hesitation, Chen Bureng replied, "That reason sufficed, along with the fact that I felt a certain kinship with your plight, sympathizing with your inability to walk. You are still soft-hearted, however. It seems you are better now." Mi Tsai observed. "Why do you say that my actions are soft-hearted?" Chen Bureng queried. "Most people would have long since given up and refused to socialize with you, yet you still found the time to assist me, which indicates a certain softness of heart," Mi Tsai explained, adding, "You appear much improved now, as if you are no longer the type to be easily taken advantage of. Of course, I won't be taken advantage of now. Whoever bullies me shall face my wrath," Chen Bureng declared, shaking his fist and smiling brightly for once. "Impressive," Mi Tsai nodded earnestly. The two continued their journey, falling into a comfortable silence as they admired the scenery of Cloud Water melody, reminiscent of days gone by, until Mi Tsai's voice broke the tranquility. "Xiao ran, what of your grandfather? It has been several years since I last saw him. Though the new year has passed, I still wish to pay him a visit." Chen Bureng fell silent at the mention of his grandfather. The topic alone was enough to evoke sorrow within him. Yet, with Mi Tsai by his side, he did his best to mask his emotions, her presence uplifting his spirits considerably. "Grandfather has left Cloud Water melody. I do not know where he has gone. Aunt Li said she would find a way to inform me when he returns." Mi Tsai's expression turned wistful upon hearing this. "It is all right. We shall meet again eventually. Yes, I miss him quite a bit," Chen Bureng admitted. Mi Tsai slightly turned her head, her beautiful eyes gazing intently at Chen Bureng as if to soften his melancholic mood. She earnestly asked, "And do you miss me?" "During the years I was away." Chen Bureng fell into a prolonged silence, torn between words. Meeting Mi Tsai's earnest gaze, he chose honesty over deceit and confessed, "No, not at all. I did not think of you, nor did I have the inclination to do so. That period was perhaps the most agonizing of my life. A colossal weight pressing down upon me, making it difficult to breathe. After you left, I merely regarded you as a transient figure in my life, someone with whom I would never cross paths again. To see you today is truly quite wonderful. Having expressed these heartfelt sentiments, the burden on his heart seemed to lift, granting him a sense of relief. Mitsai remained silent as Chen Burien continued to push her, unaware of the tears welling in her eyes as she fixed her gaze ahead. Her voice, calm and steady, broke the silence. I am sorry for leaving. It is nothing. Just as I will depart again soon, it is of little consequence, Chen Burien replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Upon returning Mitsai to her former home in Cloudwater Melody, Chen Burien paused, gazing at the familiar little house, nostalgia washing over him. After all, this was the place where he had pushed Mitsai countless times after school, where they had shared many moments together. Chapter 73. Your blood inside Mitsai's small abode, darkness prevailed, prompting Chen Burien to realize that no one was home. Concerned and a tad irate, he exclaimed, Mitsai, you returned to Cloudwater Melody alone? You are unable to move freely. What if something were to happen? You cannot escape in that wheelchair. Faced with Chen Burien's worries, Mitsai remained silent, softly responding, but I have returned safely, so do not fret. It is quite nice to clear my mind for a while. Do not do this again. Stop nagging and just push me inside, Mitsai urged gently. Then I suppose I am fortunate to still have the opportunity to nag at you, Chen Burien remarked as he pushed her into her little home. Are you truly worried about me? Mitsai countered. I simply do not wish for anything to happen to someone I have cared for so deeply. He replied. That is worry, then, Mitsai stated firmly after a moment's contemplation. Unavoidably saw I in the tidy little house, sunlight filtered through the windows, casting warmth upon the vibrant potted plants, adding a touch of spring to the space. It was evident that Mitsai had exerted considerable effort to keep this place clean. After admiring the familiar surroundings for a while, Chen Burien's gaze drifted outside to an old, dilapidated wooden horse, stirring memories within him. How is your brother, Mitsai? He inquired. Mitsai's brother, Mike Hai, had once lived with her in Cloudwater Melody. As for Mitsai's parents, Chen Burien's recollections of them were fleeting, having encountered them only a handful of times. As they spent little time in Cloudwater Melody, Mitsai followed Chen Burien's gaze to the worn wooden horse and replied, He is doing well, having grown quite a bit, though he remains quite mischievous. He should still be at school at this hour. No, Chen Burien recalled Mike Hai quite fondly, having interacted with him on several occasions. The siblings were among the few in Cloudwater Melody who were willing to play with him. In truth, he felt a pang of regret at having seen Mitsai without being able to meet Mike Hai. Since we are here, let us have a meal before parting, Mitsai suggested, observing Chen Burien lost in thought. All right, I shall go prepare it, he responded, ready to buy some ingredients. However, Mitsai halted him, firmly stating, I shall cook this meal. Why should you trouble yourself when I am here to help? You are unable to move freely? Chen Burien insisted, shaking his head. Are you implying that my cooking is unpalatable, or that you are unwilling to accompany me in preparing the meal? Mitsai retorted, displeased. Chen Burien fell silent, though it was merely a meal. Mitsai's insistence was striking. Since she wished to do so, he decided not to press further. He jokingly remarked, I have no issue accompanying you in cooking. However, do you not recall the times you forgot to add water when cooking rice? Or that the vegetables would often burn? That was in the past. I have improved since then, Mitsai replied, her cheeks flushed, yet she resolutely maneuvered her wheelchair into the kitchen. The fragrant smoke began to rise once more in the long-quieted little house. A sense of vitality filled the air. Inside the kitchen, Chen Burien and Mitsai engaged in light conversation, though Mitsai remained stubbornly protective, refusing to let him touch anything, as if he might harm her. Chen Burien found this quite exasperating. I no longer wish to converse with you. Could you please step outside and wait? Your presence is obstructive, Mitsai said, clearly irritated. I merely wish to ensure your safety. It brings me peace of mind, Chen Burien replied. What harm could come? I have managed just fine these past years and am quite accustomed to it, Mitsai insisted, shaking her head. Then allow me to sample a few pieces of the fragrant meat to assess if it is palatable. Chen Burien continued to linger in the kitchen. Why must you be so bothersome, just like before? Always interrupting me when I am cooking, Mitsai exclaimed, tossing a leaf of vegetables at him in an attempt to shoo him away. You are just as vexed by me as you were in the past. Why is that? Chen Burien countered, not flinching. Do you truly not know why? Mitsai arched an eyebrow, her expression troubled. Meat Sai's words left Chen Burian momentarily speechless as he looked at her calm demeanor. He began to suspect that he might be overthinking things. I do not know. I shall wait for you outside the dining table, he finally conceded. Meat Sai's unusual behavior, even refusing to allow him to help with the dishes, stirred something within him, prompting a sinking feeling in his heart. Meat Sai turned her wheelchair, carrying the final dish from the kitchen, and upon preparing the meal, she looked on in delight, the atmosphere brimming with the essence of reunion. Let us eat and see if my culinary skills have improved. Chen Burian picked up his chopsticks and took a few bites before finally offering a commendation. It is quite delicious, far better than the years prior. It no longer resembles the culinary disasters you once served, which were humorously dubbed Meat Sai's cuisine, where you merely experimented with the taste of rice and vinegar. Chen Burian teased Meat Sai without restraint, reveling in the joy that had evaded him for so long. The mention of Meat Sai's culinary misadventures caused her cheeks to burn, and she retaliated by shoving a piece of fragrant meat into Chen Burian's mouth, gritting her teeth as she exclaimed, "You ought to be silent. Chen Burian, speak again, and you shan't get another bite." "Very well. I shall refrain from further words," Chen Burian conceded, falling silent. The two shared a prolonged period of quietude, peacefully finishing their meal, until Chen Burian finally broke the silence, saying, "I may depart from Yunshuo by tomorrow. Do you intend to remain here? If you wish to return, I can escort you for safety." "Are you leaving so soon?" Meat Sai's expression dimmed. "Indeed, I find myself on a path that does not permit me to linger in Yunshuo. Moreover, you two are destined to leave. With your departure, there will be little left here to tether me," Chen Burian replied. "As you wish," Meat Sai responded calmly. Subsequently, Meat Sai lost the desire to continue her meal, attempting to maneuver her wheelchair away from the table, only to be halted by Chen Burian, who presented a glass of wine before her. "I am leaving tomorrow. Indulge me in a toast, just one glass, nothing more." Chen Burian restrained Meat Sai's wheelchair, his demeanor slightly awkward yet feigning tranquility. Meat Sai seemingly smiled, pushing aside Chen Burian's hand, her clear, pure gaze fixed upon him as she spoke. "I cannot drink your wine. It bears a hint of blood." "What do you mean?" Chen Burian furrowed his brow, a pang of unease gripping his heart. Meat Sai disregarded the wine glass, gesturing towards another cup on the table. "I will drink from that one. Though you doubt me so? Are you afraid I might poison you?" Chen Burian inquired, his expression contemplative yet somewhat somber as he addressed Meat Sai. Meat Sai remained noncommittal, refusing to engage further, insisting instead on switching glasses. "Very well, as you desire. Do as you please," Chen Burian said with an irritable tone, though his expression remained remarkably calm as he drained his glass. Meat Sai lifted her glass and similarly gulped it down, but the moment the liquid touched her lips, her previously serene demeanor shifted dramatically, revealing a tempest of emotions. With a sudden, chilling resolve, Meat Sai shattered the glass in her hand, the shards slicing through her delicate skin, blood spilling onto the ground. Her beautiful eyes bore into Chen Burian's face, her voice laced with thinly veiled anger and hatred. "Chen Burian, you have forced your blood upon me once more." Chapter 74. The enigmatic figure over the lamenting dragon ravine. The sound of Meat Sai's blood dripping steadily onto the ground filled Chen Burian with an overwhelming sense of dread. He hurriedly grasped her hand, eager to tend to her wounds, but she forcefully pushed him away. "Do not touch me, Chen Burian. I have warned you time and again not to give me your blood. It is utterly useless. My legs will never heal. Do you understand?" Meat Sai's emotions surged, her face streaked with tears, blending with her blood, creating a scene of utter despair. "Do not be so agitated. I have not given you my blood. Allow me to bandage your wounds, please. You are losing too much blood. It will harm your body," Chen Burian said, his spirits low, seizing the opportunity to bind her injuries before she could protest. "You have not given me your blood? Then what is in that vial you are holding? Hand it over." Meat Sai's eyes were red-rimmed as she shouted at Chen Burian, pointing at the small bottle in his possession, angrily snatching it away, causing the bandages around her hand to tear once more, blood flowing freely. Meat Sai, filled with fury, opened the vial, discovering a fresh drop of blood within, its color vibrant and evidently it was not merely due to the falling out with Chen Burian that even his friends had turned their backs on him. How could a breathtakingly beautiful woman like her not be adored by anyone? "Are you here to find Xiaoran?" she asked. "He is not here." He is at his own home. Mitsai welcomed the girl inside, explaining Chen Buerang's whereabouts. The girl did not respond to this topic. Instead, she posed a question that made Mitsai's heart flutter with an uncomfortable sensation. Sister, do you have feelings for Chen Buerang? Do you think he has feelings for you? Mitsai furrowed her brow slightly, and for some inexplicable reason, a sense of crisis welled up within her in response to the inquiry of this excessively beautiful girl. Did Chen Buerang send you to ask? The girl shook her head and replied, Of course not. How could he ask me such a question? I am simply curious, and I even hope that our conversation remains a secret. Mitsai gazed at the girl, her thoughts muddled by the events of yesterday and the girl's sudden appearance, and she replied somewhat displeased, Are you very eager to know the answer? Isn't that a bit too gossipy? If you can assure me that our conversation will not be divulged, I will tell you. Of course it won't be revealed. I came here in secret, the girl asserted, even making a gesture of oath. Mitsai, looking into the girl's sincere eyes, found herself believing her words. Yes, I do quite like him. But I'm not sure if it's the kind of affection that pertains to romantic interests. The girl nodded thoughtfully and said, That works. I think I understand. Understand what? Mitsai inquired, puzzled. The girl smiled and shook her head, extending her hand towards Mitsai, her gaze bearing a slight pressure, her tone lacking any kindness. Hello, let us be introduced. I am Chen Buerang's girlfriend, Xian Yin. Mitsai, seated in her wheelchair, momentarily stunned, let the potted plant she held fall to the ground, shattering into pieces, her disbelief in the truth of this statement vanishing. She then defiantly met the girl's gaze and extended her own hand. Hello, let us be introduced. I am Chen Buerang's childhood friend. Micah I.S. Their hands clasped. It felt as though a divine force surged through the entire realm of Yunshui Yao, the winds swirling and the turbulent waters calming. Chapter 75. Cloud Orchid. Inside the thatched cottage, Chen Buerang retrieved the warding order from his waist, a sense of worry beginning to rise within him. This was not merely a token. It signified responsibility and duty. Previously, he had spent nearly 2 months at Flying Immortal Lake to obtain the Qi source. First entering the Dragon's Abyss and then arriving at Flying Immortal Lake. After disappearing for so long, he had likely become a missing person. He wondered how Yi Qing and Wu Zhao were faring. Wu Zhao was unreachable, but Yi Qing could still make contact using the warding order. This order served not only as a symbol of identity, but also as a link for members of the Wardens to communicate. As long as one activated the warding order, members within 100 miles would receive notification, whether for emergencies or to relay messages, making communication incredibly convenient. As for why not to use modern communication devices? It was because such devices might prove useless on the battlefield. The fluctuations of powerful forces could disrupt the entire realm, rendering communication devices ineffective. Why Yi Qing? Are you well? Chen Buerang sent out his message, then waited quietly for Yi Qing's reply, his heart tinged with anxiety. If Yi Qing did not respond, it would imply. The implications were clear. After a long wait, when Yi Qing finally replied, Chen Buerang breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that nothing had gone awry, which eased his worries considerably. People are like this. Although many wardens had sacrificed during this upheaval, Chen Buerang was merely a minor figure, unable to concern himself with too much. Nor could he shoulder such burdens. Last, you have some news. You've been missing for 2 months, and this matter has only just stirred General Wang, yet you receive a reply. What a fortunate turn. Yi Qing responded joyfully. Why Yi Qing? I'm fine. I merely faced some danger, but here I am, safely returned. As a senior, do tell me if there's anything I can assist with. Your diligent cultivation is the greatest help. If you can recruit a few capable members, that would be even better. Yi Qing said breezily. I believe I am now capable enough to undertake tasks independently. Please recommend some for me. I already have candidates in mind. Just in the process of persuading them. Chen Buerang insisted strongly. This made Yi Qing hesitate, asking, What is your current level of cultivation? Chen Buerang remained silent for a moment before responding, sufficient to defeat those in the Radiance realm. Chen Buerang did not wish to disclose the matter of his king-level Dawn realm to anyone. Whether out of distrust or simply because it was unnecessary, he preferred to keep it unspoken. For such a realm was indeed ethereal and rare. Yi Qing seemed to smile with delight and said, You can defeat those in the Radiance realm? That's quite impressive. I shall consider recommending you for some tasks. Regarding the formation of your team, it would be best to expedite that. Should I assist you in scouting some candidates? We still have several options from the Radiance realm. Chun Buring declined Yiqing's suggestion regarding team selection, stating, Yiqing, there is one candidate who would be ideal for my team. However, I cannot reach him at present. His name is Wu Zhao. He possesses the Taiji Bagua, is quite handsome, and has previously dealt with the invading strange Tiger Jiao. Many have seen him. This information is all I have for now. Please help me locate him. No problem. Finding someone for the wardens is relatively easy, Yiqing replied. When do you plan to return to Yangchuan City? Chun Buring paused for a moment before providing a time frame, responding, after the upheaval, I have some concerns for my hometown, so I returned to Yuan Shuai. I plan to head back to Yangchuan City today. I won't delay any longer. All right, little brother? An urgent and excited voice called from outside the thatched cottage, momentarily perplexing Chun Buring. Why would someone come looking for him at this time? Yet, that address sounded so familiar. Chun Buring opened the door and took a few steps, discovering a slender youth with a few well-defined muscles, grinning at him. Upon seeing Chun Buring, Mi Chai's expression brightened, but his hands were behind his back, concealing something before he quickly turned, wrapping the object in black cloth as if deliberately trying to hide it from view. Little brother, do you remember me? The youthful voice exclaimed. Chun Buring paused, scrutinizing the boy for a while. Finally recognizing him from the resemblance, he was Mi Chai, Mi Kai's younger brother. Xiao Chai? What brings you here? Your sister mentioned you were still attending school and hadn't returned, Chun Buring said, filled with delight at seeing an old acquaintance. Sister wouldn't let me follow her, but how could I bear to let her return to Yuan Shuai Yao alone? So I secretly followed her, Mi Chai replied. Little brother, it's been ages since we last met. Do you remember how I used to run after you back then? I miss those days. Chun Buring smiled and said, Xiao Chai has grown up, becoming more sensible. You know to protect your sister now. Those times are indeed worth reminiscing, but the present is quite pleasant as well. Of course it's pleasant, especially since I get to see you today. Little brother, you've met my sister, right? Come, let us find her and have a meal together. I can cook now, and I usually make meals for her. Mi Chai eagerly tugged at Chun Buring's arm, wanting to take him to see Mi Kai. Chun Buring's expression turned slightly awkward. He was certainly not inclined to meet Mi Kai at this moment. Especially after what transpired yesterday, it was better for them to part amicably. He was leaving Yuan Shuai Yao to fulfill his mission as a warden, while Mi Kai and her brother were departing in pursuit of new lives. Wait, Chun Buring said, pushing Mi Chai's hand away. What is it, little brother? Did you forget something? Mi Chai asked, confused. Xiao Chai, I won't be joining you for the meal. I saw your sister yesterday, and now I've met you. There is no lingering concern. Mi Chai seemed sensitive and, sensing something amiss, said unhappily, little brother, you're still the same as before. Keeping your troubles to yourself. You only occasionally share with me. Have you had a quarrel with sister? It's nothing. As long as it's not too severe, she will forgive you, or else I won't be on good terms with her. Chun Buring found it amusing yet exasperating. He shook his head slightly and replied, I don't think your sister would forgive me. You should go eat. All past. Mi Chai fell silent, staring intently at Chun Buring, stating, what if it was sister who asked me to invite you for a meal? At this, Chun Buring also fell silent, then resolutely shook his head, saying, even then, I still won't go. I intend to leave Yuan Shuai Yao today to fulfill my mission. Mi Chai clenched his fists, his playful demeanor fading as he calmly stated, is what's outside so important? Sister says that as long as you stay in Yuan Shuai Yao, little brother, you will have everything you need. Chun Buring, not fully grasping the sentiment, remained silent for a while. Then looked at Mi Chai with a hint of anger in his eyes, saying, some matters must be faced alone. Xiao Chai, I've told you this before. Protecting your sister is your responsibility. Mi Chai, undeterred and with a pallid countenance, gritted her teeth and said, can't you join me in protecting it? Chun Buring remained silent for an extended moment, then softly repeated, I must leave Yuan Shuai Yao. Mi Chai's expression darkened considerably, her anger flaring as she struck a massive stone with her fist, reducing it to powder instantly. Chun Buring observed this scene, remaining unmoved. Very well, you may go, but take this pot of cloud orchid with you. It is a gift from my sister. Mi Chai unveiled the pot wrapped in black cloth, revealing a cloud orchid, a gift Chun Buring had once bestowed upon Mi Chai, which she had inexplicably preserved. Chun Buring accepted the cloud orchid from Mi Chai's hands and walked step by step towards the town's exit, leaving behind the furious Mi Chai, who watched him from behind. Her fists clenched, a gentle breeze caressed the cloud orchid, filling his nostrils with an enchanting fragrance. the most exquisite scent in the world. Yet, Qian Burang's tears fell uncontrollably upon the cloud orchid, his heart aching as if tortured by a knife, desperately stifling the urge to cry out. For this cloud orchid was nurtured with the blood of MICU, imbued with her essence and fragrance. Chapter 76. The Secret of Wuzhou Yangchuan City, Watchtower Building. After departing from Yunsuyao, Qian Burang intended to return to his residence, only to realize it had been destroyed in the chaos. Thus, he could only seek refuge in the newly constructed Watchtower Building, quietly awaiting Yi Qing's arrival. Within the Watchtower Building, people came and went, mostly watchers, their expressions solemn and grief-stricken, mourning the countless lives lost in the previous turmoil, including their comrades. Are you the famed, unparalleled one? Qian Burang? A sinister voice pierced the air as several watchers cast a wary glance towards Qian Burang, signaling their intent to confront him. Qian Burang chose not to inquire why, nor did he wish to ponder the reasons. After all he had endured, he deemed it unnecessary to engage. The fact that they were aware of his identity as the unparalleled one was hardly surprising. It was likely common knowledge among the watchers by now that an unparalleled individual had joined their ranks. I am. What do you want? Qian Burang responded calmly, meeting the gaze of the watchers, who held positions of authority akin to his own. Why was your presence so elusive during the turmoil, as an unparalleled one enjoying ample resources? Do you not feel unworthy of being a watcher? The few captains pressed on, drawing the attention of many, their expressions reflecting indignation as they scrutinized Qian Burang. With a dismissive smile, Qian Burang retorted, I acknowledge my contributions may not be sufficient, but compared to you, I have achieved quite a bit. The peculiar beings that have fallen at my hands number in the hundreds. Have you matched that? The captains furrowed their brows and replied solemnly, with your mere Dawn Realm strength, you could accomplish such feats. While we do not demand you slay a multitude of peculiar beings, your absence is hard to overlook. I can attest that Qian Burang eradicated over 100 peculiar beings during the initial chaos. Though they were of a lower realm, his contributions were not insignificant. Qian Burang turned towards the voice. Recognizing Yi Qing's arrival, who came to his defense, why Yi Qing's reputation was commendable, and with his words, most people chose to believe him, ceasing their reproach towards Qian Burang. The captains exchanged glances with Qian Burang, ultimately refraining from further accusations, stating calmly, we apologize for our earlier hasty suspicions. However, we hope you understand that the diligent should not be bound by moral obligations. This is the awareness expected of a watcher. And you should be cognizant of this. Qian Burang fell silent, deeply committing these words to memory, responding earnestly, I have learned. These watchers indeed held righteousness in their stance. Although he too was a watcher, he could not deny he had yet to reach such ideological heights. After the crowd dispersed, Yi Qing approached Qian Burang, but his attention was drawn to a sneaky figure outside, prompting him to raise an eyebrow as he recognized the newcomer. It was the troublesome girl, Lu Linger. Yi Qing also noticed Lu Linger, waving in her direction. Lu Linger pouted, displaying a bored expression as she approached. Why? Yi Qing jested. What are you sneaking around for? You've joined the Watchers. This will be your home from now on. Lu Linger feigned shock, exclaiming, Ah, I forgot I joined the Watchers, you fool. Qian Burang muttered a curse under his breath. He often felt an impulse to strangle this troublesome girl who had once shielded Xian Yin, which had caused him to relent at that moment. Back then, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Qian Burang sensed an instinct to avoid harm, feeling a premonition warning him against striking Xian Yin down. Firstly, due to his fledgling strength in the Dawn Realm being too insignificant and precarious, and secondly, his eyelids had been twitching, as if signaling an alert, a warning that seemed to emanate from the Chaos Eye. This suggested that Xian Yin was not truly cornered, but rather pretending to be weak, a notion supported by the fact that after only a brief delay, Wu Zhao and Xian Yin had regained their composure. Perhaps both were merely feigning weakness or concealing their true abilities. The more Qian Burang pondered, the more alarmed he became. His understanding of Wu Zhao had deepened significantly, and he possessed the capability to do so. As for Xian Yin, it was needless to say, who in the realm did not know of his identity as the Dragon Slayer, having defeated a heavily injured peculiar dragon with his radiant realm strength, thus earning legendary status. Such a person could hardly be cornered by a petty figure like Xian Yin. It was highly probable that Xian Yin was merely baiting, perhaps unaware that Qian Burang had orchestrated the situation. Yet it did not prevent him from holding back against those scheming against him. Xian Yin, it seemed he had already known about the trap I laid before I could intercept that blade. Chen Buerang's throat tightened as this absurd notion took root in his mind, a thought that felt inexplicably entrenched in his heart. How dare you insult me, Chen Buerang? You're asking for death. Lu Linger shouted angrily, drawing numerous gazes towards them, interrupting Chen Buerang's contemplation. I wasn't speaking to you. Please do not assume so, Chen Buerang coldly huffed, responding calmly. What have I done to offend you, with your attitude towards me? After all the small favors I've done for you, don't you appreciate it? Lu Linger retorted furiously. Who told you to be a troublesome girl, dating that scoundrel Xian Yin? Chen Buerang showed no hesitation in provoking Lu Linger, even in front of Yi Qing, who was well aware of their grievances and found himself at a loss for how to mediate. Lu Linger, her face flushed with anger, shouted, What troublesome girl? I was just young and naive. I don't like Xian Yin anymore. I broke up with him. I dumped him. Upon hearing this, Chen Buerang burst into laughter, unable to contain himself, the absurdity of the situation overwhelming him. Lu Linger was nothing short of brilliant. While Xian Yin had met his match in this troublesome girl. Very well, you did great. From now on, I shall no longer call you troublesome girl. You've become a qualified watcher and need to draw a line with that scoundrel. Chen Buerang stated earnestly. Lu Linger continued to glare fiercely at Chen Buerang, her expression suggesting she might devour him whole, and shouted, I won't allow you to slander Xian Yin. He is my good friend. Chen Buerang suppressed his amusement, replying with exasperation, It seems you remain a troublesome girl, irredeemable. Say one more word, and I won't tell you where Wu Zhao is, Lu Linger threatened angrily, her voice laced with fury. I was wrong. Please tell me where Wu Zhao is. Chen Buerang immediately shifted his demeanor, pleading earnestly. He understood the importance of weighing benefits, willing to humble himself. Wu Zhao was crucial, and the significance of that black gold dragon sword was even greater. As long as Wu Zhao was alive, even if he could not persuade him to join the Watchers, he must reclaim the black gold dragon sword. Yi Qing observed the antics of this pair with a shake of his head, saying to Lu Linger, Linger, stop messing around, just tell him. Don't waste time. Lu Linger, obedient to Yi Qing's words, reluctantly handed Chen Buerang a sealed scroll. Before he could open it, he was met with a shocking revelation. Wu Zhao, hailing from the Zhuge family, full name Zhuge Wu Zhao. Indeed, it was the family you envisioned, the legendary military strategist, Zhuge Liang. Chapter 77. The Fate of the Military Strategist Zhuge Wu Ho? This title genuinely astonished Chen Buerang. For how many in the Great Xiao were unaware of the name of Zhuge Wu Ho? He had never anticipated that Wu Zhao would emerge from that family, which explained the immense strength and mystery he exuded. This illustrious Zhuge Wu Ho, who had once showcased his brilliance a millennium ago, had single-handedly upheld the faltering Shu kingdom through sheer will, leaving behind countless historical anecdotes such as the 3 visits to the thatched cottage and borrowing arrows with straw boats. In that era, only the Sima family could rival him. Wu Ho's wisdom was unparalleled. Holding the position of prime minister, his fame widespread, and his 5 northern expeditions prolonged the life of the Shu kingdom. Yet, ultimately, he could not achieve success. According to legend, Zhuge Wu Ho is also a man of destiny, and his fate is remarkably unique and of substantial worth. It is not bestowed by heaven, but rather earned through his own cultivation. Hence he was named after himself, with an extraordinary fortune, the fortune of Wu Ho. Chen Buerang couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing the immense background of Wu Zhao. This time, persuading Wu Zhao to join the Watchers would indeed be a formidable challenge. Why would someone who guards the Zhuge family risk everything to join the Watchers? Chen Buerang did not expect that the first ally he sought would possess such a significant lineage. The difficulty in persuading him was not to be underestimated. The members of the Zhuge family are all known for their lofty aspirations. Yi Qing's expression also reflected astonishment. He had not anticipated that Chen Buerang's investigation would reveal such a remarkable background concerning Zhuge Wu Ho. The Zhuge family has been passed down for dozens of generations since a millennium ago, with an unfathomable depth of heritage. Given the exceptional genes of their ancestors, it is rare to find mediocrity among them. Their future achievements will undoubtedly start at the Great Sun realm. Though at that realm, further breakthroughs can only depend on one's own comprehension. This does not diminish their strength. The majority of common folk can only attain the Radiant Dawn realm. With many even stagnating at the Breaking Dawn realm, I never expected him to be from the Zhuge Wuhou family. No wonder he was reluctant to accept my invitation, Chen Boren mused. In fact, upon learning of Wu Zhao's identity, he had already prepared himself to give up. Why is everyone so shocked? Let us go. Find Wu Zhao. He is undoubtedly the perfect candidate to join the Watchers, not only possessing integrity but also formidable strength. Lu Linger, seeing the two in silence, spoke excitedly. Just because you are willing to join the Watchers does not mean others will be. I had previously discussed with Wu Zhao, and now knowing his identity, it is likely he will truly refuse to join the Watchers, Chen Boren replied calmly. Nonetheless, he still intended to seek out Wu Zhao to retrieve the Black Gold Dragon Sword. What's wrong with the Zhuge family? They are just like us. As long as we persist and do not give up, Wu Zhao will eventually join the Watchers, Lu Linger asserted confidently. Chen Boren and Yi Qing exchanged smiles, refraining from countering Lu Linger's words. And then Chen Boren said, "You are correct, but we do not have the luxury of time to persistently convince him to join the Watchers. However, I will still pay Wu Zhao a visit." "That's right. If you go, there might truly be hope for Wu Zhao to join the Watchers," Lu Linger said mysteriously, then pointed at the scroll in Chen Boren's hand. Lu Linger's gesture stirred something in Chen Boren's heart. He raised the scroll and began to examine it, discovering more detailed information about Wu Zhao. Zhuge Wu Zhao, son of the 49th generation family head, possesses extraordinary talent and unparalleled wisdom, resembling the figure of Zhuge Wuhou from a millennium ago, and is regarded as one of the strong contenders for the next family head, with many placing high hopes on him. However, Zhuge Wu Zhao was born of a concubine and is not of legitimate lineage. His father has never favored him, and had it not been for Wu Zhao's exceptional gifts, he might have long been abandoned by the family. His father had privately approached Zhuge Wu Zhao, urging him to relinquish his candidacy for the next family head. But Wu Zhao did not agree, signifying that he would not forsake his dreams, mission, or that extraordinary fortune, the fortune of Wuhou. Each family head undergoes a consecration, receiving the supreme destiny and fortune, the fortune of Wuhou. If Wu Zhao fails, he would be completely ostracized from the Zhuge family, stripped of his surname, and potentially fall into ruin. Chen Boren's expression darkened to an extreme. Wu Zhao was his sworn brother, and now learning of such a past evoked both sympathy and anger within him. He could not accept the unfair treatment Wu Zhao was subjected to. When does the selection for the next family head of the Zhuge family commence? Chen Boren inquired softly, his face like a placid lake. Are you planning to go to Wulong Mountain to find Wu Zhao? I never said I wouldn't go. I naturally want to witness such excitement, for whether it's merely for the spectacle. That depends on their actions, Chen Boren replied. Lu Linger detected the implied meaning in his words, frowning slightly as she asked, "Are you suggesting that Wu Zhao might be targeted? To prevent him from successfully running for family head? If there is any foul play, I will not let it slide." "Now, that is more like a man." Lu Linger seemed to approve of Chen Boren's stance, whereas Yi Qing appeared somewhat apprehensive. Why? Yi Qing hesitated and said, "The Zhuge family's foundation is unfathomably deep. I do not wish to deter you from seeking Wu Zhao, but I hope you will not act recklessly. At least with your identity as a watcher, they would not dare to strike you down in earnest." "I understand, Brother Yi Qing. I merely intend to ensure that even if Wu Zhao ultimately fails, I can still bring him away from Wulong Mountain. I won't act rashly," Chen Boren assured. "That's good." Chen Boren couldn't help but reflect on the profound heritage of the Watchers. Indeed, this identity proves quite useful, for how else could he uncover so much information, even learning of private conversations between the current Zhuge family head and Wu Zhao? After leaving the Watcher's headquarters and learning of the latest residents, he proceeded towards the address until he heard Lu Linger's voice behind him. "When are you going to Wulong Mountain?" "I want to go too." Chen Boren paused, saying, "Why would you want to follow me to Wulong Mountain?" "I happen to have a task nearby, so I want to see the legendary Wulong Mountain as well," Lu Linger replied. Her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the cloud orchid in Chen Boren's hands, captivated by its allure. "If you wish to go, then go. Just don't follow me. You know well that I have enmity with Xian Yan." Chen Boren responded calmly. Lu Linger did not reply but instead asked, "What kind of flower is this? It looks lovely. Can I take a look?" "No, you'd better not touch it," Chen Boren warned. "Puffed, it's just a worthless flower. Who would care?" Lu Linger huffed angrily and stormed off. The worthless flower. Chen Boren certainly did not view it that way. Rather, he regarded it as a treasure. He gazed at the cloud orchid, a gentle warmth spreading across his face as he planted the flower into the Tianquan bottle. Chapter 78. Water Bottle Continent. Wulong Mountain is situated in the northeastern part of the Water Bottle Continent, thousands of miles away from Yangchuan City. Thus, Chen Burin would need to spend a considerable amount of time to find Wujiao. The entire Great Xia is currently divided into 9 provinces, the realms of heaven and earth, wind and thunder, water and fire, mountains and marshes, plus the central capital province, Jingzhou, which holds the highest strategic importance. At present, Chen Burin resides in one of the 9 provinces, the Water Bottle Continent. On his journey to the Water Bottle Continent, Chen Burin braved the elements, enduring numerous snowstorms. Desolate areas are always fraught with danger, lacking the safety found in populated regions where unseen guardians lurk. He should be nearing the northeastern part of the Water Bottle Continent. Not far from Wulong Mountain, Chen Burin pointed at the map in his hand, tracing his route. The expanse of the Water Bottle Continent is indeed vast. To traverse even its northeastern section would likely take months. But fortunately, he did not need to cross the entire northeastern part to reach Wulong Mountain. Hiss! Chen Burin winced as pain shot through his hand, where a faint trace of blood appeared. The wound had reopened, a result of an encounter with a spatial beast during his travels. Remembering the spatial beast, Chen Burin felt a wave of fear. These creatures have an extraordinary origin, belonging to no particular clan. Nor are they merely strange beings. Spatial beasts are mythical entities, recorded only in ancient mythological texts. It was fortunate that the spatial beast he encountered was among the lowest ranks. Otherwise, he might not have escaped its jaws. The terror of mythical beings is evident. Even the most inferior ones could overwhelm him. After all, he is currently at the king-level Breaking Dawn realm, with formidable combat prowess, likely sufficient to defeat ordinary Great Sun realm powerhouses. Yet, encountering a mythical being remains a daunting challenge, and one can only imagine the brutality that would ensue should chaos truly erupt. Although he can attempt to step into the Radiant Dawn realm now, he still needs time to accumulate experience. After all, he has yet to fully harness the power of the king-level Breaking Dawn realm. Chen Burin gazed at the wound on his hand, murmuring to himself as he activated the power of the Tianquan bottle to heal. The power of the spatial beast was indeed formidable, leaving behind spatial energy in his wound, which was the source of his suffering. Mythical beings seem to be more closely related to strange entities. They harbor hostility not only towards humanity but also towards other races. What connection do the two share? As Chen Burin made his way to Wulong Mountain, he accepted several minor tasks, one of which involved hunting down strange beings. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to eliminate the strange beings, a spatial beast intervened to rescue him. In this world, is it truly the case that those outside our kin must be different? Does this not imply that mythical beings and strange entities share a common ancestry? Chen Burin speculated. As for the truth, he could not ascertain, much like historical relics. Unless by chance, these secrets would likely remain eternally sealed. Help! The piercing cries for help echoed incessantly from the woods, with both male and female voices pleading, among which the desperate cry of a woman rang out most hauntingly. Chen Burin turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, immediately feeling a wave of frustration wash over him, for he recognized a familiar figure. The troublesome girl, Lu Linger. Trailing behind her were several members of the Watchers, along with a spatial beast. Chen Burin instantly felt invigorated, springing to his feet and regarding the spatial beast as a formidable adversary, instinctively wanting to flee. However, he ultimately halted his retreat. In this critical moment, he recalled his identity, now a Watcher himself. Fleeing was not an option. Regardless of whether these individuals were his companions or mere strangers, he had the capability to lend aid. The spatial beast appeared remarkably peculiar, its corpulent body and sturdy limbs exuding immense strength. Cloaked in an odd blackish-purple hue. What a coincidence! Is that not the very spatial beast I encountered earlier? Chen Burin thought, somewhat exasperated, as he realized that having narrowly escaped the beast's pursuers, Lu Linger and her group had once again found themselves ensnared by it. Chen, help me! Lu Linger exclaimed, spotting him, her eyes brimming with hope and the light of survival as she hurried towards his direction. Lu Linger, what are you doing here? Did I not instruct you to refrain from following me? Chen Burin retorted, perturbed, finding it difficult to believe Lu Linger was not intentionally tailing him given the circumstances. Who is following you? I am here to complete a mission and to check on Wulong Mountain. I am not trailing you. Look, I came with my team. No, are you even a man? Don't run away. Lu Linger panted, noticing Chen Burian also beginning to flee, appearing unwilling to assist them. Encountering you, the troublesome girl, is never a good omen. Why on earth would I not run? I never said I wouldn't help you, but if I can escape, I will. Why must we face off against the spatial beast? Chen Burian fumed. Who is the troublesome girl? You are infuriating me, Chen Burian, Lu Linger shouted, her temper flaring as she gasped for breath. Lu Linger's companions watched the scene with silent disbelief, their instincts for survival propelling them to run faster. After a prolonged escape, they still could not shake off the spatial beast's pursuit. Its speed was astonishing, capable of occasionally traversing through space. Chen Burian's initial escape had relied partly on luck. Boom! The spatial beast unleashed a staggering force, severing trees within a radius of several miles, leaving Chen Burian and the others with significantly reduced options for escape. Chen Burian, stop running. If we join forces, we should still be able to defeat this spatial beast, Lu Linger called from behind. Chen Burian, ever the fastest runner, paused slightly, glancing at the weary faces of Lu Linger and her team. The troublesome girl possessed some capability. The last time they met, her cultivation was comparable to his, yet she seemed to have long since broken through to the Radiance realm, explaining her position as the team leader. Among Lu Linger's other 3 companions, only one was in the Radiance realm, while the rest remained in the Dawn realm, a fairly decent lineup. General Chen Linyuan's team was likely of a similar composition. Yi Qing had belonged to the Dawn realm back then, but had since advanced to the Radiance realm. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Burian found merit in Lu Linger's suggestion and prepared to unite with them to confront the spatial beast. Be cautious. This spatial beast's strength likely approaches the Great Sun realm. You claim to be unparalleled, so we shall create opportunities for you to unleash your power, Lu Linger stated calmly. Chen Burian now regarded Lu Linger as possessing a semblance of intelligence, explaining her role as team leader. I am merely an illusory, unparalleled being and cannot wield true unparalleled power. However, I do possess alternative strengths, he mused, activating the first royal seed to test its formidable might, which had earned its title. Could this royal power rival the unparalleled and fateful forces? Chapter 79. Spatial Beast. Upon activating the first royal seed, a vast and overwhelming power emanated from it, coursing through Chen Burian's body and limbs. Instantly, the aura he exuded transformed from calm to one of dominance and weightiness. A faint glow enveloped Chen Burian's exterior, coalescing into intricate patterns that pulsed with tremendous force. Those were the royal patterns. It was precisely due to their existence that this power transcended mere life force, ranking higher than it, the true essence of the first royal seed's power. Such incredible strength. It may very well rival the fateful unparalleled power. Chen Burian felt invigorated by the might bestowed by the first royal seed and could not help but exclaim in awe. This royal power could elevate ordinary individuals to the level of the fateful unparalleled. Theoretically acting as a pathway to transcendence, yet the arduous nature of forging a royal seed meant that few ever achieved it. Moreover, the reality was even harsher. Those capable of forging royal seeds, particularly ordinary individuals, were often exceptionally gifted, with many being fateful unparalleled beings. The path for ordinary people to ascend to greatness had likely been severed long ago. The royal patterns only manifested on Chen Burian's surface momentarily before he concealed them, unwilling for Lu Linger and the others to witness them. Truth be told, he did not fully trust anyone at present. Nothing in this world remains unchanging. There exists both trust and betrayal. What a powerful aura. Is this truly still the Dawn realm? Lu Linger's companion exclaimed. The energy fluctuations emanating from Chen Burian surpassed even those of the Radiance realm, filling them with both elation and trepidation. Could it be that the unparalleled truly possessed such strength? Fortunately, Chen Burian was one of their own. Otherwise, it would have been a source of great anxiety. Lu Linger, sensing the aura radiating from Chen Burian, was equally astonished. She had only ever experienced such power in Xianyan. Though she felt it fell short compared to Xianyan, the level of power was indeed comparable. Is this the unparalleled power? How peculiar, indescribably strange, Lu Linger murmured, gazing at the force emanating from Chen Burian with awe in her eyes. The truth remained known only to Chen Burian. This was not the power of the fateful unparalleled, but rather the force of the royal seed. After all, fateful unparalleled beings were exceedingly rare, and it was only natural for ordinary people to be unable to discern the truth. The spatial beast, sensing the immense threat posed by Chen Burian, grew increasingly frenzied, abandoning restraint as it launched a full frontal assault on the group. Be careful, Chen Burian. That is the spatial beast's black mist. Do not let it engulf you. Losing power is trivial, but if your life force is consumed, it will shorten your lifespan, Lu Linger and her companions warned. However, Chen Burian had little room for reaction. Although the spatial beast was at the pinnacle of the Radiance Realm, nearing the Great Sun Realm, its strength was already comparable to that of the Great Sun Realm. Such might would be akin to slicing through ordinary Dawn Realm opponents, and only in the presence of someone like Chen Burian, who had stepped into a royal level of the Dawn Realm, could miracles occur. Rumor has it that every spatial beast that falls leaves behind a shard of space infused with the power of time. I wonder if that is true, Chen Burian mused quietly. Facing the spatial beast's black mist, he remained unperturbed. This assault posed no lethal threat to him. Black mist? I shall see if it can corrode my royal seed. Chen Burian scoffed, allowing the beast's black mist to envelop him. The intensity of this power was not particularly high, and Chen Burian could withstand it. However, the black mist's erosion of life force was perilous, one that ordinary individuals could not endure. As such, this method of the beast was rendered ineffective against Chen Burian, thanks to the first royal seed. Regardless of the circumstances, to destroy a royal seed, one would need to possess power several levels above Chen Burian's. Of course, that was merely theoretical. In reality, killing Chen Burian would naturally lead to the royal seed's dissolution. Chen Burian, are you trying to court death? Quickly evade, Lu Linger urged, seeing him unresponsive and recklessly approaching danger, grasping his hand in a bid to retreat. Realizing her intent, Chen Burian could only push Lu Linger away, and soon after, the black mist enveloped his entire being. One breath, two breaths, until after a considerable time, a more formidable energy erupted from within the black mist, dispersing it entirely. That was the power of the royal seed. Clearly, the spatial beast's black mist could not erode Chen Burian's royal seed. Once its unique corrosive method proved ineffective, it posed no threat whatsoever. The black mist cannot erode the unparalleled power. Lu Linger and her companions gaped in astonishment, their understanding of the world being fundamentally challenged. Had Chen Burian and the spatial beast possessed equal realms, they would have deemed it natural. However, given the vast disparity in their powers, this outcome far exceeded their expectations. Chen Burian was well aware of their astonishment. Yet he would not disclose that this was the power of the royal seed. The black mist could never erode a royal seed. After dispelling the black mist, Chen Burian flexed his wrist, clenched his fists, and fixed his gaze upon the robust form of the spatial beast. I wonder if this spatial beast can withstand a beating. Previously, Chen Burian had been relentlessly pursued by this spatial beast. Not out of a desire to engage in combat, but rather due to his reluctance to unleash the power of the Wang seed. In the current circumstances, however, he had no choice but to take action. Empowered by the overwhelming might of the first Wang seed, Chen Burian felt that his strength was now sufficient to rival that of a typical Howl-level Radiance Realm warrior. This was the terrifying nature of the first Wang seed. Capable of transcending 3 minor realms, even overcoming the barriers between the Dawn and Radiance realms. With a single thought, Chen Burian surged forward, calling out to Lu Linger and the others. I shall take the lead. You all focus on attacking the spatial beast from the side. With his current strength, Chen Burian was more than capable of contending with and even defeating the spatial beast. However, he was wary of revealing too much of his true power. Hence he invited Lu Linger and the others to join him in the hunt. In less than half an hour, the battle reached its conclusion, bathed in the black blood of the spatial beast. Chen Burian unleashed a flurry of punches against its formidable body, ultimately extinguishing its life. This marked Chen Burian's first kill of a mythical being and his inaugural use of the Wang seed's power, igniting a fervor within him that made it difficult to cease his onslaught. The brutal spectacle left Lu Linger and her companions in silence, yet they understood that mercy towards enemies could be tantamount to cruelty towards oneself. Stop! If there were time shards, they would have been shattered by now, Lu Linger exclaimed, rushing forward to grasp Chen Burian's descending fist, only to be forcefully repelled. Fortunately, Chen Burian managed to halt his strike in time, sparing Lu Linger from harm. As Lu Linger observed the formidable aura radiating from Chen Burian, she felt a shiver of trepidation and remarked, such terrifying power. a glimmering shard emerged from the spatial beast's head, revealing that it indeed contained time shards within its being. Time shards, peculiar treasures unique to mythical beings, were relatively common among spatial beasts, though most were quite small, akin to the shard in Chanboren's hand, which measured merely the length of a fingertip. Wow, there truly are time shards. How rare! Lu Linger and her companions approached, their expressions filled with astonishment, clearly having never encountered such shards before. Chanboren cradled the time shard in his palm for their inspection and then inquired, "What purpose does this time shard serve?" From the time shard, he sensed a desolate and enigmatic aura, one that seemed capable of transcending both space and time. Of course, such claims might be somewhat exaggerated. This mysterious essence was likely the legendary power of time itself. It was precisely this force that had allowed the spatial beast to siphon away lifespans. The beast did not merely consume life force. It accelerated aging, transforming a child into a youth in an instant, without any gradual transition. An utterly terrifying process. However, this particular spatial beast was incapable of such feats, as it could only rob a few months or even a year of life at most. Enduring such an assault multiple times would be unbearable for anyone. The time shard contains a trace of temporal power, which is now widely researched by the Institute for Exploring the Essence of Life. Its value is exorbitant. That shard in your hand is likely worth several tens of thousands, if not millions, Lu Linger explained. Chanboren gazed at the time shard and then asked, "Can it not be used for absorption? To provide power?" Others have thought the same, but they ultimately failed, and many lost a significant portion of their lifespans in the process, Lu Linger replied, a hint of a dangerous smile playing on her lips, as if suggesting that he might as well give it a try. Chanboren nodded slightly but chose not to attempt it. Perhaps this temporal power was beyond his reach, given its minimal amount, which likely wouldn't erode him, especially not with the power of the Wang Seed to suppress it. "What brings you here on a mission?" After resolving the issue with the spatial beast, Chanboren shifted the conversation to the main topic. It was rather coincidental to encounter them in such a vast expanse of land at Wu Yi, you explain, Lu Linger directed towards her companion. Wu Yi, a competent warrior at the Radiance Realm, was on par with Lu Linger. However, Chanboren could clearly sense that Wu Yi was merely at the initial stage of the Radiance Realm, while Lu Linger had already attained the pinnacle. Captain Lu accepted this mission specifically to come to Wulong Mountain, as there have been odd occurrences in the nearby village, with deaths happening every few days. "We need to investigate," Wu Yi stated solemnly. "Who said I came for Wulong Mountain? I'm merely here to complete the mission," Lu Linger retorted, her nose flaring in indignation. Her teammates watched this exchange with keen interest, teasing, "If you weren't here for Wulong Mountain, why did you exchange missions with the other team captains? You didn't even secure this mission first." Captain Lu Linger's face flushed crimson as she raised her fist in a mock warning to them, then calmly asserted, "Who said I initiated the mission exchange? They sought me out for the swap." As everyone knows that while Wulong Mountain is splendid, the surrounding area is anything but peaceful. Chanboren, ever perceptive, sensed the underlying implications in Lu Linger's words and asked gravely, "Are you suggesting that there are strange disturbances near Wulong Mountain?" That shouldn't be the case. Wulong Mountain is home to many formidable individuals. While they may not be ostentatious, it's unlikely they would allow such disturbances to persist nearby, Lu Linger replied steadily. Then it's possible that someone is deliberately instigating these events, perhaps even orchestrating them, Lu Linger continued calmly. Her words struck Chanboren like a revelation. Coupling this with the recent power struggles within the Zhuge family, could this merely be a facet of their machinations? If that were so, then the impending journey to Wulong Mountain would indeed be fraught with peril and treachery. Are you implying that someone is allowing or even inciting these disturbances? And you suspect it to be individuals from Wulong Mountain? Chanboren queried. Having already witnessed the power of the Watcher's intelligence network, Chanboren surmised that as the team leader, Lu Linger likely possessed some inkling of the truth. It is highly probable, but the truth remains unconfirmed, making it unwise to jump to conclusions. At the very least, they are not without involvement, Lu Linger expressed with a hint of anger. The callous disregard for the lives of the villagers, driven by personal gain, was something she, as a member of the Watchers, could not tolerate. "Let us go investigate that village. Aren't you supposed to be heading to Wulong Mountain? We can handle this matter on our own." "You should seek Wu Zhao," Lu Linger said, surprised that Chanboren wished to accompany them. Given the proximity of the two locations, it wouldn't take much time, and as a watcher, it was imperative to not turn a blind eye to the situation. And what else? Lu Linger's eyes sparkled with curiosity, eager to hear his response. Additionally, the truth of this matter will determine how I approach Wulong Mountain and the Zhuge family, who once humiliated Wu Zhao. Chen Buren stated calmly, his expression as serene as water, while tumultuous waves churned within him as he proceeded with the group towards the village near Wulong Mountain. Within the main hall of Wulong Mountain, only two figures remained, one seated in the principal position, the other calmly regarding him. Wu Zhao, as your father, I acknowledge that I may have failed to provide you with the affection you deserved during your upbringing. Nonetheless, this is for your own good. Abandon the competition for the family headship, and you may yet find a path to survival and peace. The man seated in the main position urged, his countenance stern. Clad in a dark robe that accentuated his imposing presence, a demeanor befitting one who had long occupied a position of power, he was none other than Zhuge Qian, the current head of the Zhuge family. Ha! Lacking affection? Zhuge Qian, how dare you utter such words? It seems to me it was nothing but oppression. Now, witnessing my imminent triumph over your legitimate son, are you beginning to feel fear? Wu Zhao retorted mercilessly. Having long seen through his father's facade, as the son of a concubine, he had faced oppression from a young age, his status forever overshadowed by that of his father's legitimate offspring. Wu Zhao's mother had once spoken of the deep affection shared between her and his father, yet it appeared to be nothing more than a deceitful tale spun to fulfill fleeting desires. A stark contrast to the harsh realities of life, in a world driven by self-interest. Once his mother lost her value, she was easily discarded. Wu Zhao clenched his fists, an inferno of rage igniting in his eyes. Zhuge Qian, upon witnessing Wu Zhao's demeanor, no longer maintained his calm facade and issued a warning. It's futile to resist. You have no chance of winning in this contest. If it weren't for the few old-timers in the clan who uphold the family rules as sacred, you wouldn't even have the opportunity to compete for the headship. Whatever tactics you employ, I, Zhuge Wu Zhao, shall withstand them without yielding. Wulong Mountain and the Zhuge family shall one day be mine. The sins here are too profound, and I will cleanse all transgressions and darkness. Wu Zhao's icy declaration echoed throughout the main hall, igniting Zhuge Qian's fury, as an ominous cloud loomed over Wulong Mountain, heralding the onset of a tempestuous danger. Chapter 81. The Taiji Bagua in the black mist. Mount Wulong, with its northern highlands and southern lowlands, exhibits a landscape reminiscent of a dragon coiled and a tiger crouching, gazing down upon the countless peaks surrounding it. Unlike other renowned mountains, it is encircled by boundless ranges, truly enveloped by a myriad of great mountains. This aligns with the historical identity of Zhuge Wuhou, who once led a reclusive life as a hermit. Captain Liu, the village of Fenglin we are about to visit is rather peculiar, isn't it? It is said to be one of the largest villages among the 100 villages and 18 towns near Mount Wulong. Yet it appears rather lifeless and desolate. Lu Linger remarked, observing the brief description in the intelligence report beside her was Wu Yi and their companions. Over the past few days, Chen Buren had become acquainted with these individuals. The other two team members were named Wei Wan and Zhu Xiao. Their strength was rather lacking, merely at the dawn realm of the general level, which is the common capability among most newcomers in the Watchers. Ultimately, only about half managed to break through to that level. Gazing at the lifeless Fenglin village, Wu Yi's eyes turned cold, and he addressed the group. This may very well be the purpose of our visit. This village might have already succumbed to corruption. Startled by his words, Chen Buren and the others initially thought it was merely a minor issue, with a few strange entities causing disturbances. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that the entire village seemed shrouded in a layer of black mist. The aura emanating from it was eerily close to a strange presence, yet subtly different. After a brief investigation, Wu Yi remained uncertain about its true nature. With a leap, Chen Buren ascended to a higher vantage point, surveying the village below. His eyes radiated a fierce brilliance as his perception gradually extended over the entire area. Wu Yi was indeed correct. The aura was strikingly akin to the strange, though its origin differed. A sense of foreboding stirred within Chen Buren. While others could not discern its nature, he could not be deceived. Under the scrutiny of the king-level Dawn realm, he perceived many things invisible to ordinary eyes. At the end of the black mist, a faintly discernible Taiji Bagua pattern. This Taiji Bagua was familiar to Chen Buren. having once seen it in the hands of Wu Zhao at Mount Wulong. However, the one he now beheld was shrouded in darkness, suggesting that the anomalies plaguing Fenglin village were inextricably linked to Mount Wulong. Shaking his head slightly, Chen Buren's greatest fears had materialized. If such a formidable family could engage in such deeds, how many more instances of this sort existed in the world? He did not wish to generalize. Recognizing that every place harbored both virtuous and malevolent individuals, and Mount Wulong was no exception. Nevertheless, due to Wu Zhao's past actions and Chen Buren's own experiences on Mount Wulong, he found it difficult to harbor any positive feelings towards the mountain. Let us inquire with the villagers and ascertain what has transpired, Lu Linger suggested, equally alarmed by the scene before them. Wu Yi and the others nodded slightly, preparing to split up when Chen Buren's voice rang out. There's no need to search. This Fenglin village is already deserted. He leapt back to join the group, his expression frosty, and his words sent chills down their spines. Captain Chen, are you saying that such a vast Fenglin village is completely devoid of life? Could it be that everyone has perished? Wu Yi exclaimed. If that were the case, the situation was far from simple, and they would not have merely dispatched a handful of individuals. It was likely that the higher-ups of the Watchers would personally assign someone to investigate. As this was a matter of grave concern, enough to incite their wrath, with upheavals occurring right under their noses and so covertly executed, a thorough investigation was inevitable. Chen Buren remained silent for a long while, observing the mixed expressions of his companions before clarifying. I cannot say for certain if they have all perished. They may have retreated. Regardless, I have sensed no signs of life in this village. Only then did Wu Yi and the others feel somewhat reassured. If the entire Fenglin village had been slaughtered, it would indeed be a horrific tragedy, altering their motivations, and the entire silhouette of Wulong Mountain came into their view. The endless mountain ranges infused with a dragon's aura, resembling a great dragon coiling majestically in the face of Chen Buren's refusal. Lu Linger and the others could not compel him to return. Ultimately, they reached a compromise. Lu Linger chose to remain in order to venture to Wulong Mountain alongside Chen Buren. Meanwhile, Wu Yi, as the vice-captain, led the remaining two back to the Watchers Division, reporting the matter truthfully to the higher-ups. Who could be at Wulong Mountain that would draw you from afar? Chen Buren mused, glancing at the delicate and mischievous Lu Linger beside him, feeling a sense of exasperation. How is it that I, a peerless beauty in my youth, am eager to ascend Wulong Mountain, and yet you remain unwilling? Lu Linger, known for her fiery temper, especially towards Chen Buren, retorted unhappily, I did not come here merely to climb mountains. I know you are here to seek Wu Zhao. I am not here just to enjoy the scenery. Lu Linger pouted, expressing her disdain. Well, do take in the sights. It is indeed quite splendid here. The ethereal scenery between the White Deer and the Azure Cliffs, where one must ride to visit renowned mountains, is a rarity. Chen Buren slightly raised his head, gazing into the distance at a scene reminiscent of an otherworldly paradise. A venerable elder leading a white deer, leisurely ascending the mountain, embodying the essence of a reclusive sage. Why does he seem somewhat familiar? Lu Linger squinted her beautiful eyes, scrutinizing the elder with the white deer, yet could not recall where she had seen him before. Chen Buren regarded her as a simpleton. No wonder she could get along with Xian Yan. One a pig, the other a dog, a match made in heaven. Naturally, he refrained from voicing this thought, not out of fear of Lu Linger, but rather a desire to avoid a verbal skirmish. Given her temperament, such words would inevitably provoke her ire. Stop staring. That old man clearly has an extraordinary identity. He might be one of Wulong Mountain's esteemed predecessors. It would be surprising if you had ever seen him, Chen Buren said languidly, continuing his ascent towards Wulong Mountain. Just because you haven't seen him doesn't mean I haven't, Lu Linger retorted, though in truth, she could not recall where she had seen him. Hey, Chen Buren, do you think Wu Zhao has a chance of winning the position of family head? Lu Linger set aside her playful demeanor and earnestly inquired. Most likely not, Chen Buren replied, his silence heavy with concern. He was not optimistic about Wu Zhao's bid for the family head position, having surmised that his identity would inevitably attract hidden hostility. Are you suggesting that someone will target Wu Zhao? Yes. That person could very well be his father. I assume you've seen the intelligence reports, Lu Linger sighed. Initially, she had been shocked by the information. How could someone as exceptional as Wu Zhao be treated in such a manner? Truly, there are all kinds of people in this world. If I were as outstanding as Wu Zhao, My father would worship me like a deity. He wouldn't dare treat me this way, Lu Linger lamented. After all, it is the Zhuge family, a vast clan where weighing pros and cons is inevitable. Wu Zhao is merely a sacrificial pawn, Chen Burian analyzed. TC, still not enough love. My father is wealthy, but wouldn't treat me this way, Lu Linger muttered. Chen Burian, not catching her words clearly, asked, What did you say? Nothing. Let's hurry to meet Wu Zhao, Lu Linger exclaimed excitedly. Disregarding her image as she took Chen Burian's hand, sprinting towards the mountain's peak, Chen Burian was pulled along. An unfamiliar sensation arose within him. He inquired of Lu Linger, Isn't this a bit too intimate? I have never held a girl's hand before. Lu Linger halted, turned to gaze at Chen Burian, and earnestly asked, Really never held one? Chen Burian found himself at a loss for words. Was that really the crux of the matter? He had initially been referring to the ambiguity of their situation, but after a moment's reflection, he recalled that he had indeed held a girl's hand before. He then looked back at Lu Linger. Observing her grasping his hand, and after a brief silence, replied, I have. Lu Linger's beautiful eyes widened, and she seemed to leap to a conclusion. Her fair cheeks suddenly flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she exclaimed, You are truly insufferable. Observing Lu Linger's playful antics, Chen Burian felt speechless and tentatively asked, Did you misunderstand something? Lu Linger, with an utterly serious demeanor, affirmed, There is no misunderstanding. With your blunt nature, it is clear no girl likes you. Not having held hands is perfectly normal. I feel like punching you. Go ahead, punch away. They playfully bantered, and before they knew it, they had reached the summit of Wulong Mountain. The three grand and majestic ancient characters Wulong Mountain were engraved on the stone tablet. Exuding an ethereal aura, Chapter 83. Peering into Wulong Mountain, Zhuge Wuhou, a figure of historical renown, once held the position of chancellor. Even though his northern expedition was unsuccessful, he remains venerated by the people as a symbol of wisdom, with temples erected in his honor. This is precisely why Wulong Mountain holds such a formidable reputation. Not only is the founding patriarch revered, but his descendants possess remarkable qualities as well, with Wu Zhao being a prime example. Albeit not widely recognized. Please announce my arrival. I am a friend of Zhuge Wu Zhao, here to seek him. At the entrance of Wulong Mountain, several disciples appeared, likely the guardians of the mountain, who, upon seeing visitors, displayed expressions of surprise, clearly unaccustomed to visitors at this hour. Wulong Mountain is a sacred ground, and with significant events occurring within the clan recently, no visitors are allowed. The disciples of the Zhuge family spoke sternly to Chen Burian and Lu Linger, declining their request for entry. Lu Linger felt somewhat displeased, but recognizing that this was their territory, she refrained from forcing her way in. Chen Burian's gaze wandered as he pondered the situation. Calmly, he addressed the guardians, questioning, Is it due to rules that visitors are barred during significant clan events, or is there someone behind this decision preventing visits? The guardians' expression soured, yet they were well versed in the art of verbal sparring. Rooted as they were in the teachings of Zhuge Wuhou. One disciple sneered, There was no such rule in the past, but this is our Zhuge family's domain. Why should we allow visitors? Do you think this is your home? Chen Burian found himself unable to refute the disciple's words, furrowing his brow slightly. There were matters he could not openly discuss. He harbored suspicions that someone on Wulong Mountain had committed a grave offense, possibly relating to the affairs of Fenglin village. If he were to reveal his identity, even Wulong Mountain would not dare obstruct him. Although his status was not particularly high, merely a small captain in the Watchers, in matters of such gravity, any interference could lead to severe consequences. Nothing was more crucial than rooting out anomalies and resolving chaos. Initially, Chen Burian had come solely for Wu Zhao, but now, in pursuit of clarity regarding the Fenglin village incident, it seemed that a visit to Wulong Mountain was essential for progress. Very well, we shall refrain from ascending Wulong Mountain for now. It is acceptable for us to stay here until your significant events conclude, Chen Burian said amiably, opting not to engage in conflict. Why wait so stubbornly? It may take considerable time for the event to conclude. It would be wiser to return later, one of the guardians advised. That will not suffice. I fear for my dear brother's safety, Chen Burian replied with a smile. You mean Wu Zhao? What do you think you can change by remaining here? One guardian scoffed. I may not be able to change much, but I will ensure his safety and help him leave here to start anew, Chen Burian asserted. He was not surprised that these individuals recognized Wu Zhao. With the upcoming election for the head of the Zhuge family, Even if Wu Zhao had previously been suppressed and remained obscure, it was now impossible to conceal. Reflecting on this, Chen Burian shook his head. These reclusive families were indeed complex. On one hand, they suppressed Wu Zhao. On the other, they held their clan rules sacred, allowing Wu Zhao to participate in the election. Behind this fade likely lay a careful calculation of interests. Wu Zhao's father likely wished to pass the position to his legitimate heir, while others might oppose this, hoping for a rival to ascend and muddle the situation. You speak so boldly. A mere Dawn Realm individual thinks he can protect him. Although Zhuge Wu Zhao possessed considerable talent, his lowly status rendered him inadequate to command respect. In addition, with the eldest elder's son Zhuge Panyu and the family head's son Zhuge Yuan shining brightly before him, like the brilliant sun overshadowing the younger generation, Zhuge Wu Zhao had little chance in this election. The guardian huffed derisively. Why bother discussing this? Just drive them away. With the election for the family head imminent, we cannot allow anyone to disrupt matters. Seeing that Chen Burian and the others truly intended to wait here, several guardians could no longer contain themselves and sought to expel them. Chen Burian, however, discerned the underlying implications in the guardian's words and cautiously inquired. Are you suggesting that Zhuge Panyu and Zhuge Yuan will join forces against Zhuge Wu Zhao? One guardian scoffed dismissively. Speculate as you wish. The situation will unfold as it must, following its natural course. The members of the Zhuge family were predominantly arrogant, but this arrogance, when bolstered by strength, transformed into confidence and hubris. Observing the demeanor of these guardians, Chen Burian was further enlightened. The Zhuge family indeed possessed unfathomable depth. The guardians before him were all at the level of Xiaoguang, leaving him to wonder what even more formidable beings might be hidden within. Chen Burian marveled at the reality before him. For millennia, the legacy has been passed down, and although each new generation contributes but a trickle of fresh blood, their quality should not be underestimated. Were it not for their belonging to a secluded family that shuns contention, it is likely that the entire northeastern region of the water bottle continent would fall under their dominion. As it stands, they merely occupy a modest corner. Suddenly, he found the notion of Wu Zhao being the head here rather appealing. At the very least, Wu Zhao is known for his integrity and his aversion to malevolence. Perhaps once elevated to power, he would prioritize the eradication of the sinister. Beside him, Lu Linger murmured, if Wu Zhao ascends, he ought to rectify the arrogant and ill-natured tendencies of the Zhuge family. No matter how arrogant we may be, it is built upon a foundation of strength. As for you, tread carefully, for the status of a watcher does not grant you the right to intrude. The mountain guardian made no move to expel Chen Burian and Lu Linger, perhaps still wary of their identities, as he halted his steps, eyeing the tokens at their waists and the land of the great Xia. Anyone is free to tread, yet the interior of Wulong Mountain belongs to you. Outside of it, you have no justification to drive others away. Do you understand? Chen Burian remained unyielding. What significance is there in your presence here? The guardian scoffed. There is indeed significance, Chen Burian replied, his gaze unwavering as he peered into the depths of Wulong Mountain. The guardian's countenance soured, yet he refrained from taking action, stating, if we cannot move you, then stay as you will, just do not set foot within Wulong Mountain. What are you looking at? Lu Linger followed Chen Burian's gaze but discerned nothing. Chen Burian, however, remained fixated, seemingly entering a peculiar state, which dissuaded Lu Linger from disturbing him. Chen Burian's perception began to spread throughout Wulong Mountain, in search of Wu Zhao, and due to the gift of the Watcher's courtesy and the blessing of the first royal seed, it seemed few would detect his probing. What a vast Wulong Mountain! Where could Wu Zhao be? He meticulously sensed Wu Zhao's aura, only to realize that the celestial forces of Wulong Mountain were extraordinarily potent, disrupting his perception. Who dares to pry into my Wulong Mountain? Depart at once! An ancient voice echoed through the space, emanating from the depths of Wulong Mountain, instantly severing Chen Burian's perception and causing him to break into a cold sweat. Indeed, there were experts within Wulong Mountain. What a terrifying force! Fortunately, there was no murderous intent. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Chen Burian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth yet remained undeterred, still fixated on the interior of Wulong Mountain, eager to make another attempt. Chapter 84. 3 visits. Are you all right? Chen Burian? Lu Linger urged. Stop peering. The Zhuge family is no trifling matter. Those ancient monsters within possess exceptionally terrifying strength. It is said that a formidable expert from the extreme night realm resides within Wulong Mountain. Noticing Chen Boren's continued attempts to probe, Lu Linger hastily grasped his arm, preventing any further actions. An expert from the extreme night realm, indeed, is a source of great terror. Should such a being emerge, it would be unlikely that anyone could restrain or counterbalance them, even if they are not powerful enough to sweep across the entire water bottle continent. Chen Boren mused, reflecting on that earlier voice. Even if it were not from an extreme night realm expert, it was still exceedingly close, underscoring the formidable underpinnings of Wulong Mountain, a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. It's nothing. Those old folks might know something. Even if they did not participate, they would still feel guilty. Moreover, with the status of a watcher, they would not dare to take lethal measures, Chen Boren replied calmly. Lu Linger, with a worried expression, retorted, "These old fools have become muddled. How can they turn a blind eye to such matters? If the truth of the Fenglin village incident were to be uncovered, it would surely ruin their millennia-long reputation." Chen Boren fell silent for a moment before responding. The deed has already been done. Even if they did not partake, they would strive to cover it up, which is why they have sealed the mountain to prevent outsiders from entering. What can be done? After all, they are experts from the extreme night realm. Attempting to forcefully intrude is impossible, Lu Linger said. Squatting down to fiddle with the wildflowers by the roadside, her demeanor one of despair and helplessness. Chen Boren's gaze turned somber, his fists clenched. With his current strength, he could already rival a typical expert of the Great Sun Realm. Yet before an extreme night realm expert, he remained as insignificant as an ant. At times, a mayfly cannot hope to shake the heavens. He then scoffed, unwilling to accept this fate, and gazed toward the interior of Wulong Mountain. This posture immediately attracted the attention of the disciples of Wulong Mountain, who were preparing to leave, watching Chen Boren with vigilance. They had initially thought he intended to force his way in, but he merely stood there, calmly gazing at the plaque of Wulong Mountain, though not act recklessly. Those in the extreme night realm are not to be trifled with, their tempers as unpredictable as the winds. A single word of discontent could lead to your demise, which may be a mere inconvenience for them but catastrophic for you. Lu Linger cautioned, tightly gripping Chen Boren's sleeve. Chen Boren smiled and replied, "Sometimes, when fists cannot convey a message, one must resort to power." A surge of formidable royal seed power enveloped Chen Boren's perception, shooting forth directly into the depths of Wulong Mountain, revealing its interior in an instant. 1,000 years ago, Lu Huangshu made 3 visits to the thatched cottage. Today, I, Chen Boren, make my 3rd foray into Wulong Mountain. Today, no matter who obstructs me, I shall endure only 3 times. If, after that, anyone still dares to impede me, I shall uproot Wulong Mountain and demand Wu Zhao be handed over to me, Chen Boren bellowed, his penetrating voice resounding throughout the entire Wulong Mountain range. Both Lu Linger and the disciples of Wulong Mountain felt he had lost his senses. So brazenly provoking them, as if Wulong Mountain were mere clay to be molded at will. Impudence. A nebulous hand surged forth, aiming to sever Chen Boren's encroaching perception of Wulong Mountain. Boom! Upon collision, Lu Linger shut her eyes, unable to bear witnessing Chen Boren's form. Under such force, his perception would surely be severed, or even directly strike his physical body. It's over, Lu Linger cried out. Twice. Chen Boren's calm voice resonated, dispelling the anticipated scene of his demise. Instead, a hint of royal seed power enveloped his hand, shielding him from the force transmitted by the Wulong Mountain expert. Yet this was merely a temporary reprieve, as the royal seed's power swiftly quieted. Its radiance dimming, this was its limit. The world fell momentarily silent, and within Wulong Mountain, there was no further sound, as if it had plunged into silence. Chen Boren, are you unharmed? Lu Linger managed to open her eyes, only to find Chen Boren relatively unscathed, her heart swelling with joy. Wulong Mountain is too overbearing. Humph, Chen Boren, let us depart. I will find someone to settle the score with them later. This place is hardly enjoyable. Lu Linger huffed, pulling Chen Boren's hand as she attempted to leave. Yet Chen Boren stood frozen, his gaze solemnly directed toward the interior of Wulong Mountain. Behind the mountain guardian, a figure clad in a Taoist robe and bearing an ancient countenance began to coalesce. The guardian's expression shifted in surprise. Upon recognizing the visitor's face, he hurriedly bowed and saluted, Third Elder. These two insist on intruding into Wulong Mountain, and we cannot stop them. The third elder of Wulong Mountain held a prestigious position, second only to a select few elders and the family head, wielding formidable strength, surely situated within the Sunset Realm. The distance to the extreme Night Realm remained uncertain. Now, he had personally intervened. Chan Borin was no fool. Understanding that this indicated the third elder must possess some knowledge of the situation, knowledge they could not be privy to. Young man, you possess some talent, managing to withstand an attack from this old man. However, do not grow too arrogant. In light of your status as watchers, I shall overlook your recklessness. Depart swiftly, the third elder stated calmly, though his gaze radiated an undeniable authority. In the next instant, his eyes flickered, compelling both individuals to move, urging them to descend Wulong Mountain. Lu Linger found herself utterly unable to control her movements, truly beginning to descend the mountain. Chan Borin fared slightly better, although his body felt somewhat unresponsive. His motions were markedly slow. Suddenly, Chan Borin let out a laugh, drawing the ire of the disciples of the Mountain Guardian. Boldness. The third elder is present, and yet you dare to act so insolently? Shouldn't you hurry down from Wulong Mountain? The third elder's brows furrowed, his voice laden with pressure, rendering Chan Borin feeling as if a mountain had descended upon him. Yet he did not waver. Channeling the royal seed's power to resist. Youngster, what is so amusing? 3 times. What? The third elder asked, confused, his voice heavy. I laugh because you have disregarded my words. I stated that I would tolerate only 3 instances. Does this not count as yet another attempt at my life? Chan Borin retorted with a mocking smile, his voice laced with unmasked fury. Such arrogance in a young one. And what if I were to take action against you? It would not be impossible for me to end your life. Upon hearing Chan Borin's words, the third elder's rage flared, his wrinkled hand rising slightly, imbued with astonishing power, ready to strike. This is it. Chan Borin, I shall avenge you, Lu Linger cried, completely despondent as she closed her eyes. Tio, take my life. Wulong Mountain lacks that capability. Chan Borin thundered, and a wave of immense royal seed power enveloped Wulong Mountain, rendering everything within its confines crystal clear. A black sword, suffused with draconic might, stood upright in the earth, bound by some force. Upon sensing the call of the royal seed's power, it erupted forth from the soil. I have found you, the black gold dragon sword. Subsequently, the black gold dragon sword soared through the air, an awe-inspiring sight that reverberated throughout the entire Wulong Mountain. The sword emanated waves of brilliance, and the insignia etched upon it burst forth with dazzling light. That symbol represented the title and insignia of the General of the Watchers. Possessing this insignia equated to the presence of a General of the Watchers at Wulong Mountain. Can we converse properly now, Wulong Mountain? Now that I bear this title, should I encounter any injustices, I possess the authority to govern the world. Chapter 85. The peril of the martial edict. The third elder gazed at the insignia representing the position of the General of the Watchers with a face ashen with fury. Yet he could only swallow his anger, refraining from hurling insults or driving Chan Borin away. If Chan Borin were merely a lowly captain, he might have felt unrestrained, but now, adorned with the insignia, Chan Borin embodied the presence of a General of the Watchers, a status that was commensurate with, if not superior to, his OWN. To drive away Chan Borin again would be to provoke the entire Watchers organization. Although the Watchers often kept a low profile, dedicated to eradicating the sources of anomalies, their deep-rooted power was undoubtedly among the most formidable in the world, and no human faction dared to openly stir trouble. This was the confidence bestowed upon them by their mission, earning them the respect of the majority of human beings. After weighing the pros and cons, the third elder of Wulong Mountain finally softened his tone, gazing at the black gold dragon sword. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have never allowed Chan Borin to wield that sword. Since a General of the Watchers graces Wulong Mountain, we should extend a proper welcome. However, Wulong Mountain has been rather unsettled of late, so please refrain from wandering about carelessly. The third elder forced a smile, his teeth clenched. Although he did not overtly expel Chan Borin and his companion, his words were laden with the intent to drive them away, clearly unwelcome. How is it that such a vast Wulong Mountain cannot ensure the safety of its guests? Or is there something unspeakable afoot? Chan Borin questioned with a smile. This esteemed General of the Watchers, please do not cast slurs upon Wulong Mountain. I am aware that you have come for that illegitimate child, Zhuge Wuzhao. But your visit is in vain. Here, it is Wulong Mountain that holds the authority, the third elder retorted with a cold laugh, his expression hostile as he fixed his gaze upon Qian Burin. Issuing a warning, Qian Burin's countenance darkened instantly. These elders were fully aware of his acquaintance with Wu Zhao, yet chose to provoke him, evidently intent on driving Wu Zhao from Wulong Mountain. You must be from the family head's faction, or perhaps a close elder of Wulong Mountain, hence your wariness of Wu Zhao and his exceptional talents. Upon hearing this, the third elder of Wulong Mountain displayed a look of surprise. Chuckling as he replied, I did not expect an outsider such as yourself to possess such insight. Indeed, today's youth should not be underestimated. It is no wonder you have earned the recognition of the insignia for your own use. The third elder led the way, with Qian Burin and Lu Linger following him into Wulong Mountain. He then calmly recounted various matters pertaining to Wulong Mountain, disregarding their identities. Wulong Mountain descends from our ancestor Zhuge Wu Hou. In truth, we are all intelligent individuals. Let us not speak of cleverness as if it were a virtue. Status and rank are mere illusions, and we do not concern ourselves with such trivialities. They are merely excuses. The bustling world thrives on profit. As for Zhuge Wu Zhao, he is a child who does not enjoy the protection of his father, the family head. Who can he blame for his current plight? He is destined to become a sacrificial pawn. The third elder's unembellished words cast a shadow upon Qian Burin and Lu Linger, for it is said that a just official cannot adjudicate family matters. If Wulong Mountain remains obstinate in its refusal to recognize Wu Zhao, what can be done? Qian Burin was indifferent. He had come to recruit Wu Zhao into the Watchers and would prefer that Wu Zhao did not remain at Wulong Mountain. However, one must not be overly utilitarian. As Wu Zhao's close friend, Qian Burin naturally wished for his happiness. This is the Martial Hall of Wulong Mountain, and bringing you here is a concession to your status as general. Please feel free to make yourself at home, but do refrain from acting recklessly. Others may not be as accommodating as I am, the third elder said, a hint of a smile gracing his aged visage before he turned to leave. Wulong Mountain indeed harbors hidden talents. The quality of its clansmen is quite remarkable, and those of the same realm from the outside world would find themselves at a disadvantage. Lu Linger gazed in awe at the expansive martial hall, where dozens, even hundreds, of Zhuge clan disciples were diligently practicing their respective edicts. Qian Burin was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixed upon the group of Zhuge clan disciples, then remarked, I had assumed that most of the Zhuge clan possessed the same edict. It appears that is not the case. Lu Linger nodded slightly, stating, only a select few disciples of the Zhuge clan can awaken the Taiji Bagua, and even among those, the focus of their awakening may vary. The other disciples likely awaken their edicts at random. Different focuses? Qian Burin inquired, perplexed, as he was unaware of this aspect. He had only witnessed Wu Zhao as Taiji Bagua and was completely oblivious to others. Each individual's 5 elemental attributes differ, combined with the 10 heavenly stems and 12 earthly branches, resulting in an ever-changing Taiji Bagua. Even if 2 individuals share the same 5 elements and identical birth dates, there will still be differences, let alone with various arrangements and combinations, Lu Linger elucidated, her attention unwavering on the Zhuge clan practitioners. Is that so? How intricate, Qian Burin mused, recalling Wu Zhao's Taiji Bagua. Although he was unaware of Wu Zhao's elemental attributes or birth date, he could still sense that Wu Zhao's Taiji Bagua belonged to a type that was pure and vigorous. How do you know so much? Who reads more than you? Lu Linger remarked, her tone laced with pride. How do you know I haven't read much? Qian Burin replied, puzzled. As Lu Linger pointed out, he had not pursued much formal education and had little interest in reading. Lu Linger shot him a glare, exclaiming, Am I not allowed to make guesses? Why the interrogations? Are you investigating me? Who is investigating you? I don't know what you're talking about. Lu Linger turned away, unwilling to engage further with Qian Burin. Suit yourself. I have nothing worth investigating anyway, Qian Burin replied calmly, initially disliking the idea of others prying into his affairs but reconsidering that he had little to hide. Yet, he found himself puzzled as to why this troublesome girl would be investigating him. Was she perhaps plotting something against him? Observing Lu Linger beside him, Qian Burin increasingly felt that caution was warranted. The sound of delicate footsteps approached from across the hall, revealing a handsome young man with a serene demeanor entering the martial hall. The Zhuge clan disciples ceased their training upon his arrival, gazing at him with reverence as they hastily bowed.
Lord Zhuge Panyu, you have arrived. Zhuge Panyu nodded amicably, greeting the assembly, then his gaze fleetingly shifted towards Chen Burin and Lu Ling'er, as if appraising them before quickly averting his eyes. Chen Burin likewise regarded Zhuge Panyu, his gaze sharpening as he detected a hint of provocation in him. This Zhuge Panyu was the scion of the Grand Elder of Wulong Mountain and one of Wu Zhao's formidable rivals. Chen Burin pondered whether he should eliminate him first, but he swiftly dismissed the thought. Such an action was nearly impossible within Wulong Mountain. Are you ready? The day of the family head election will require your utmost effort. We must work together to eliminate Zhuge Wu Zhao, Zhuge Panyu said with a smile. In that moment, Chen Burin finally grasped the severity of the situation facing Wu Zhao. For Wu Zhao, the most formidable adversaries were never Zhuge Panyu or Zhuge Yuan, but rather the entirety of the Zhuge clan, including Zhuge Panyu, with 100 clan members poised to target Wu Zhao. What a formidable place, Wulong Mountain. Chapter 86. The objective in the martial hall. Lu Ling'er noticed Chen Burin's expression darkening and hurriedly restrained his restless impulses. This was the territory of the Zhuge clan, and instigating trouble here could easily lead to their expulsion, which would be entirely justified. This was likely Zhuge Panyu's intent. How coincidental that they arrived just as he appeared, subtly attempting to provoke them. Rest assured, I am aware that Zhuge Panyu is trying to incite me. I will not act rashly before meeting Wu Zhao. Chen Burin breathed deeply, calming his inner fury. At this juncture, he was uninterested in resolving Wu Zhao's issues through peaceful means. The journey to Wulong Mountain had profoundly impressed upon him that strength is the ultimate truth. While he bore the title of General of the Watchers, it was of little use. Wulong Mountain was not naive. They recognized Chen Burin's current prowess as merely a fade, a nominal title of honor, general. The respect shown was merely superficial, devoid of genuine regard. In reality, only a general of the Watchers, possessing both status and strength, could stand as a true ally to Wu Zhao in Wulong Mountain. What would serve to intimidate those within the Zhuge family who harbor ill intentions towards Wu Zhao? Otherwise, individuals like Chen Burin would truly find themselves incapable of even entering the gates of Wulong Mountain without revealing their identities. Zhuge Panyu, amidst the martial hall, frequently cast glances at Chen Burin and his companion, and upon noticing their indifference, he merely chuckled lightly, refraining from further attempts to provoke them. How insufferable Zhuge Panyu is! He is fully aware that I am visiting Wulong Mountain in the capacity of the General of the Watchers. Yet he dares to be so provocative. Next time, I shall certainly report him to General Wang. Humph! Lu Ling'er exclaimed in great frustration, stamping her foot. Don't not be so upset. He merely acted on a whim. And if it angers us so, then we would be allowing ourselves to be underestimated, Chen Burin replied. When have I ever endured such humiliation? I shall teach him a lesson in the future. A flicker of intrigue crossed Chen Burin's eyes as he inquired, have you not faced enough indignities? You always seem to be shouting, it's all because of you. I am only ever riled up by you. Just wait. When I am on my own turf, you shall have a taste of your own medicine, Lu Ling'er retorted with an air of pride, crossing her arms defiantly. Your turf? Chen Burin pondered. Indeed, you previously mentioned wanting to hit me. I would quite like to return the favor, but at present the words of the elder from Wulong Mountain startled Chen Burin, filling him with a deep admiration for the audacity displayed by these elders and their determination. The elder, shaking his head in resignation, spoke. This is because we have established a wager with the 3 clans. We can forego sending our disciples to compete for the position of the family head, provided we can select one individual from the younger generation to assist Wu Zhao. This individual is not restricted to those within Wulong Mountain. Initially, Chen Burin thought that the elders of Wulong Mountain had lost their senses. Sending their disciples to the competition would undoubtedly bolster Wu Zhao's strength. Even if they could not resolve the issues posed by the hundreds of Zhuge clansmen, it would alleviate some of the burdens. Yet, they had chosen to forfeit this advantage for the sake of one external ally. Such bravery to burn their boats and take such a risk intrigued him, and he was eager to know whom they had initially considered to support Wu Zhao. With a light chuckle, he remarked, the reason the 3 clans agreed to this wager is that, on the surface, it appears to favor them. Trading dozens or even hundreds of Zhuge clan members for one person seems quite manageable. Moreover, those from Wulong Mountain, often proud due to their lineage and extraordinary talents, would hardly believe that someone from outside could possess the strength to vie for the head of the family. This led to the current situation where both parties consented. Yet what puzzled Chen Bureng was the source of the elder's confidence in this course of action. The elder from Wulong Mountain gazed at Chen Bureng with a smile that sent a chill down his spine, evoking a sense of foreboding. How could he, having just arrived at Wulong Mountain, become a pawn in their intricate game? It was utterly unfathomable, and the serious demeanor of the elder suggested he was not jesting. "How did you know I would come to Wulong Mountain?" Chen Bureng inquired, his brow furrowed with suspicion. "We were already aware of the situation in Fenglin Village. Since you set foot there, we have known of your arrival. And Wu Zhao, whom we hold in high regard, has mentioned you. Thus, we had prior knowledge of your information and unanimously believe you can assist Wu Zhao," the elder explained solemnly. Chen Bureng continued to frown, his expression grave. As an inexplicable sensation nagged at him, the elders of Wulong Mountain were indeed decisive, a fitting trait of descendants of that renowned strategist, Wu Ho. "Let us assume what you say is true. Regardless, I must aid Wu Zhao," he replied, maintaining a composed exterior. The elder nodded slightly, as their ultimate aim was to ensure Wu Zhao's success. "May I meet Wu Zhao?" After a prolonged silence, Chen Bureng inquired. The elder shook his head and clarified. "Wu Zhao is currently in seclusion preparing for the competition for the family head. It would be best not to disturb him. You will be able to see him in 3 days." Chen Bureng had no retort to this and resigned himself to the situation, following the elder to their resting quarters. Once the elder departed, Lu Linger resumed her lively demeanor, having previously been as silent as a shadow. "I want to sleep in this room," she exclaimed, swiftly obstructing Chen Bureng's entry with her leg. "You're doing this on purpose. Be careful or I'll hit you," Chen Bureng retorted, visibly annoyed, as he waved his fist, causing Lu Linger to instinctively flinch. With a scowl, he glared at her and demanded, "Seriously, have I ever hit you before? What does that flinch mean?" Lu Linger remained silent, her eyes glistening with feigned innocence, looking exceedingly pitiful. "If you won't move, then we'll sleep together." Chen Bureng chuckled, then promptly kicked aside her leg, blocking the door and slammed it shut, leaving Lu Linger in a flustered state, touching her face in deep self-doubt. Chen Bureng pressed a hand to his chest, feeling a sense of heaviness, as if it were emanating from the Wang seed. No, it was the dark mist suppressed beneath the Wang seed. Why did this happen suddenly? The dark mist had been firmly under control. Inside the room, Chen Bureng sat upright on the mat, focusing intently on the changes within his Wang seed. Specifically the dark mist subdued from Fenglin Village. However, it soon showed no signs of alteration. It seemed that this dark mist had reacted to some stimulus, indicating that the true culprit behind the events at Fenglin Village lay within Wulong Mountain. Chen Bureng reasoned. He then shook his head slightly. The truth would only become clear once Wu Zhao's matters were resolved, giving him the opportunity to seek answers. If Wu Zhao were to become the family head, matters would undoubtedly be easier to manage. Should that not come to pass, he would have to navigate the treacherous depths of Wulong Mountain cautiously and seek assistance from the Watcher organization. His gaze fixed on the red Tianquan bottle, which had transformed from white to red since obtaining the source of qi. Over time, its hue had deepened, now fully saturated, no longer the pale red it once was. It felt as though he could now wield the powers of the second tier at will, previously only accessible through the enhancement of the stargazing platform. Chen Bureng extended his hands, forming fists. And with a thought, a surge of immense and terrifying power coursed through him. The second-tier power known as Zhigu, endowing him with formidable strength capable of amplifying his base power several-fold. This second-tier power was originally only attainable at the Xiaoguang level, but circumstances had changed. Having entered the Wang-level Dawn Realm and with the Tianquan bottle upgraded to red, he could now summon it freely. As for whether this ability to bypass a significant realm barrier to wield the second-tier power stemmed from the Wang-level Dawn Realm or the red Tianquan bottle, it remained uncertain, though it was likely a combination of both. Beings at the Wang-level Dawn Realm, as recorded in ancient texts, could transcend a major realm to strike down foes, a fact Chen Bureng had come to understand deeply, though he had not yet accomplished such a feat. Previously, the spatial beast he faced had energy levels reaching the Great Sun Realm, and its signature dark mist had proved ineffective against him. With Lu Linger and others attacking alongside him, it had been easily defeated. But this did not equate to Chen Bureng's personal victory. Nonetheless, it demonstrated the formidable power of the Wang seed, showcasing its might, as Chen Bureng had been the main force, single-handedly routing the spatial beast. Having entered the Wong-level Dawn realm and acquired the Wong seed, it seemed the Chaotic Eye had also fallen silent for some time, perhaps intimidated by the Wong seed. Chun Burang withdrew his thoughts, brushing his fingers over his eyes, sensing the changes in the chaotic EYT appeared to have been dormant for an extended period, as if it had never existed. Such tranquility was disconcerting. An issue that had plagued him for years seemed resolvable simply through the power of the Wong seed. Which felt somewhat amiss. The sound of calling echoed from outside, resembling the cries of a deer. Intrigued, Chun Burang rose from his bed and opened the door, only to find nothing outside, despite searching the surroundings in vain. Could it be that I imagined it? Why did it sound like deer calls? Chun Burang pondered. Moments later, a commotion arose from Lu Linger's room as she stealthily opened her door, startled to see Chun Burang. As if caught in a misdeed. Can you not always be so jumpy? You make me think something terrible is happening. Chun Burang felt exasperated with the lively girl, unsure how he had become entangled with her. As if fate had conspired against him. What are you doing out? Lu Linger asked. Did you hear something calling just now? I thought I heard deer sounds. No, I was in my room the whole time and didn't hear any deer calls. Lu Linger replied, shaking her head emphatically. Then that is strange. It seems I truly imagined it. Lu Linger chuckled, saying, You criticize me for being jumpy, yet you're the same. Where would deer calls even come from? Her words caused Chun Burang to pause, a sudden realization striking him as the sound of deer calls echoed in his ears once more. Could it be that peculiar white deer from before? It seemed to be quite extraordinary. Chun Burang felt a surge of astonishment within, for at the call of the deer's cry, the dark mist within him began to stir once more. Did this signify something? Perhaps the white deer he encountered that day was somehow connected to the matter of Feng Lin. The continuous sound of deer calls echoed in his ears, while Lu Linger beside him stood unmoved, as if she heard nothing at all, which made Chun Burang acutely aware of the oddity of the situation. With a grave expression, he addressed Lu Linger, saying, Remain in the room and do not wander about. I shall return shortly. With that, he dashed toward the direction of the deer call, disappearing from her sight before she could even react. There was certainly something amiss with that white deer, or perhaps with its master. The elder he had seen. Chun Burang was resolute in his quest to uncover the truth behind Feng Lin village. Realizing that the puppet master behind the calamity that befell Feng Lin village might be near. His heart was no longer tranquil as he followed the sound of the deer call. Along the way, many members of the Zhuge clan regarded him with curiosity, yet none impeded his passage through Wulong Mountain, which struck him as peculiar, though he paid it little mind, finding that white deer took precedence. Just as he was tracking the deer call, he entered a bamboo grove and unexpectedly encountered an elder from Wulong Mountain whom he had met before. He recalled that this elder was named Zhuge Minji. Elder Zhuge Minji also spotted Chun Burang, looking at him with surprise and inquiring, Young friend, what brings you here? After a moment of contemplation, Chun Burang smiled and candidly replied, I am in search of a deer, a white deer, whose call has led me here. The white deer? Zhuge Minji's expression turned contemplative. Then, with a hint of astonishment in his voice, he looked at Chun Burang and said, Could it be the mount of the great Elder Zhuge Dan? What is your purpose in seeking it? The words of Elder Zhuge Minji plunged Chun Burang into profound suspicion. The truth seemed rather elusive. There were matters he could not openly discuss, especially concerning the dark mist. Although this elder was aligned with the martial decree, he was still from Wulong Mountain. If he were to divulge the affairs of Wulong Mountain, complications might ensue. After all, as a member of Wulong Mountain, it was entirely plausible that he would wish to conceal the truth. Chun Burang would not foolishly create enemies. Do you happen to know where this white deer is now? Chun Burang asked respectfully, though I stand with the martial decree. I have heard of the great Elder Zhuge Dan's renown and wish to pay a visit. Zhuge Minji nodded slightly, but shook his head with a hint of regret, saying, The great Elder Zhuge Dan was indeed a prodigy in his youth, almost destined to become the clan leader, and certainly worthy of admiration. However, it is unfortunate that he is not present today. The white deer, however, can be found within this bamboo grove. Elder Zhuge Minji pointed towards a path in the bamboo grove, smiling slightly, indicating that Chun Burang was free to enter and behold the white deer. Thank you, Elder. While I may not meet the great Elder Zhuge Dan, seeing the white deer is indeed a worthy endeavor, Chun Burang expressed with a fist salute of gratitude. Chun Burang's objective was solely that white deer. Even if the true culprit were indeed the great elder Zhuge, confronting him directly would be unwise. It was better to extract information from the white deer. Yes, he ventured into the tranquil bamboo grove. Walking along the shaded path, he felt an inexplicable sense of peace, a stark contrast to the earlier sensation of the dark mist point. One cannot merely judge by appearances, yet this dichotomy left him bewildered. Did the white deer truly harbor some hidden agenda? Chen Buran furrowed his brow. With no other recourse, he continued deeper into the bamboo grove. After traversing several dozen steps, sunlight, which had been obscured by the dense bamboo leaves, finally poured in, illuminating the surroundings. The sunlight shimmered on the creek, casting dazzling reflections. This space was not particularly large, measuring perhaps several dozen meters across, with a bamboo hut at its center, surrounded by lush green grass. The bamboo hut, the grass, and the creek formed the primary elements of this serene environment. Chen Buran reveled in the simplicity of this picturesque scene. The call of the white deer resonated once more. This time much closer. Suddenly, Chen Buran's pupils contracted as he beheld the unexpected sight of the white deer by the creek, peacefully drinking and grazing, exuding an air of tranquility. However, within Chen Buran surged a wave of unbridled fury, and he clenched his fists tightly, as the Wang species within him emitted a rumble of warning. From the white deer emanated a hint of the dark mist, and even a whiff of blood. This seemingly noble and sacred creature was one of the perpetrators behind the tragedy that befell Fenglin village, and its master, the great elder Zhuge, was equally implicated. What do you intend to do? To vie for the position of clan leader? Or is it for some other purpose? What benefit do you gain from such actions? Chen Buran's voice was low, yet his gaze flickered with boundless rage. Whether Fenglin village had truly been slaughtered remained uncertain. The villagers had long vanished, and he had sensed the same bloodlust there, akin to that emanating from the white deer. Just as Chen Buran's fury reached its peak, the white deer sensed his presence and emitted a call that surpassed its previous cries, shattering the air with an intensity that pierced through to Chen Buran. He hastily dodged the razor-like sound waves. Witnessing the white deer becoming somewhat frenzied, he keenly detected the dark mist swirling with power around it, fueling its growing volatility. This transformation sent a chill down his spine. He suddenly realized that he was up against a creature he could not best. The white deer, a mount of an elder from Wulong Mountain and nurtured by one who had reached the realm of utter darkness, surely possessed remarkable strength, likely surpassing that of the great sun realm. Damn it, how could I have overlooked this? I had assumed it was merely an ordinary white deer. Chen Buran continued to evade the white deer's assaults, fortunate that it seemed to harbor no murderous intent. Otherwise, he would be in an even more dire predicament. The white deer appeared to have some reservations, perhaps unwilling to shed blood within Wulong Mountain, though the white deer, shrouded in a hint of black mist, unleashed rapid attacks. It did not inflict any harm upon Chen Buran. Rather, it seemed intent on driving him away. This left Chen Buran perplexed. Logically, having encountered a being he should not have, the white deer ought to have sought to detain him. Suddenly, a tremendous force erupted from the white deer standing by the creek, as countless droplets of water filled the air, infused with pure elemental power. What was it scheming? Chen Buran gazed at the white deer. Surrounded by a myriad of water droplets, utterly confounded, he could sense that the white deer bore no ill will towards him, yet it appeared to be making every effort to attack him. The ancient and mysterious symbols of Can and Dui materialized on the surface of the white deer, ascending toward the heavens, evolving from subtle inscriptions into colossal characters that enveloped the entire bamboo grove. Heaven and earth, wind and thunder, water and fire, corresponding to the Can and Dui trigrams. This white deer intends to trap me here? Chen Buran exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, he realized that the white deer had never intended to kill him. Rather, it was harnessing the water energy from the small creek to confine him. The implications of this revelation darkened his expression. The purpose was now glaringly obvious. The great elder Zhuge had deliberately utilized the white deer to lure him here, aiming to prevent him from aiding the martial decree in the clan leader election. This realization weighed heavily on his heart as he gazed at the all-encompassing array of trigrams above, feeling as if an invisible hand loomed over Wulong Mountain, obscuring the sky and acting with impunity. Those who meddled in the affairs of Wulong Mountain would either vanish or be subtly thwarted from involvement. The great elder of Wulong Mountain was indeed formidable. A powerful figure, coupled with high status, could truly wield such influence within Wulong Mountain, effortlessly forcing him into a corner. Chen Buran reflected with dismay. This time, he had genuinely fallen into a trap. While he had anticipated that the days leading up to the election would be tumultuous, with measures taken against him to drive him from Wulong Mountain, he had not expected such a simplistic method of confinement to prevent his participation. Chapter 90. The collapse. A pale blue light enveloped the trigram array in the heavens, surging with an exceptionally pure water elemental force, completely shrouding the small bamboo grove in an impenetrable barrier akin to a celestial prison. Chen Buran frowned, taking a deep breath as the Wang species within him roared, surging with tremendous strength. Yet he knew that this power was still insufficient to shatter the celestial prison formed by the Tai Chi trigram. Double heaven authority, cease fire. Under the swirling force unleashed by the crimson celestial bottle, the powers of the royal bloodline and the decree of fate intertwined harmoniously, resulting in an instantaneous surge in Chen Buran's strength by several folds. He then attempted to strike the cage before him with a punch. A low, resonant hum echoed, barely stirring a ripple within the confines of the cage, and the force generated by Chen Buran's strike dissipated into nothingness, vanishing entirely into the cosmos. Chen Buran's expression darkened. Although he had not exerted his full strength in that punch, having utilized about 70 to 80% of his might, it merely caused a slight ripple against the formation point. One could only imagine the sheer terror of this array. It seemed that only a true master of the Great Sun Realm could hope to shatter this prison. Though his previous punch had grazed the Great Sun Realm, it was still insufficient. Damn it, if this drags on, the election for the head of the Wulong Mountain clan may very well conclude without him. Reluctantly, Chen Buran's delivered another punch at the formation, but it remained futile. Boom! Frustrated, he relentlessly searched for a flaw in the array, striking again and again, yet all his efforts were in vain. Meanwhile, the white deer stood outside the bamboo grove, quietly observing the struggling Chen Buran's, its demeanor exuding a mocking air, shrouded in a veil of dark mist. This young man possesses some intrigue, truly deserving of the title of the Unparalleled One, capable of inflicting harm upon such a formidable array with the strength of the Dawn Realm. Causing ripples. A figure cloaked in mist materialized in the eyes of the white deer, its form indistinct, yet its gaze was intently fixed upon Chen Buran's, its voice deep and filled with amusement as it regarded the boy's desperate strikes. Hee, let me trouble you for a while longer, lest you disrupt the proceedings. Trapped within the formation, Chen Buran's could not hear the words from the white deer, yet he felt an unsettling sensation. As if every one of his movements was under scrutiny, Chen Buran's cast his gaze toward the white deer, sensing something amiss, causing the vague silhouette in the deer's eyes to dissipate instantly. Its expression one of surprise. Tio think he could detect my presence. Truly, the youth is formidable. The martial decree has indeed encountered such a noteworthy ally. My confidence in you all grows stronger, hee. Chen Buran's withdrew his gaze, no longer looking toward the white deer, but instead directed his attention to the bamboo grove's exit, towards the path he had originally taken. It merely my delusion. The one surveilling me does not appear to be the white deer. Is it truly the Grand Elder Zhuge Dan behind it, or is there another? For now, the truth eludes Chen Buran's, compelling him to calm his mind and continue seeking a solution for the cage. As brute force alone seemed inadequate to breach it, whoosh! Chen Buran's drew the black gold dragon's sword from his waist, swiftly slicing through the cage, unleashing a resonant dragon's roar that etched a mark upon the prison, which astonishingly did not repair itself. That mark, imbued with a black, corrosive energy, relentlessly eroded the cage until its defensive power subdued it, halting the destruction. Such overwhelming power. The might of the black gold dragon sword is such that even this array cannot mend it. Is this the caliber of a half-step martial decree weapon? Chen Buran's marveled. Should this weapon be refined into a weapon form, its might would undoubtedly increase manifold, which explains the immense value of such lethal weapons. Especially considering that this black gold dragon sword is of the martial decree level. Just as Chen Buran's contemplated wielding the black gold dragon sword again to shatter the cage, he abruptly sensed a tremor emanating from it, indicating something was amiss. Could it be that a minuscule chip has formed on the black gold dragon sword? Damn it. A single strike has left a delicate flaw on my precious sword. Upon witnessing this, Chen Buranz felt an acute pang of distress. In a wonder, he found the force he had left upon the cage so formidable. He should have anticipated that even a half-step martial decree weapon would not inflict such an extraordinary degree of damage unless it came at a cost. It turns out there is always a price to pay. Although this tiny flaw is minor, it can still be nurtured back to wholeness, yet he remains heartbroken. After all, this sword is a manifestation of General Chen Linyuan, and he naturally regards the black gold dragon sword as a treasure. Now, with this situation, he has completely abandoned the idea of using the black gold dragon sword to breach the cage. Chen Buranz clenched his fists, a surge of anger welling within him as he muttered fiercely, "Do not let me catch you, for a gentleman's vengeance is not to be delayed for a decade. You will pay for this." He truly did not expect that his first use of the black gold dragon sword would inadvertently cause damage to it. Once he regained his composure, Chen Buranz took a deep breath. According to his senses, he had been trapped here for approximately 2 days. If this continued, he would inevitably miss the conclusion of the head of the clan election, which would be disastrous. It would certainly be fortunate if the martial decree could succeed without him. However, if it did not, he would feel a sense of guilt, having come this far without being able to lend a helping hand. Water elemental energy, the essence of all living things, is said to be in perpetual conflict with fire. Yet, I do not contain any fire elemental energy. Chen Buranz surveyed the immense water elemental energy, contemplating a method to break the stalemate. If brute force cannot open it, then he must delve into the operational mechanism of this water elemental 8 trigrams prison itself. The theory of the 5 elements generally influences the birth and attributes of a decree. However, it seems that my power bears no elemental distinction, existing instead in a chaotic state. Chen Buranz sat quietly by the brook, contemplating the operational mechanism of this earthly prison. Qian, Kurin, Jian, Sun, Kan, Jin, Li, and Dui correspond to the 4 cardinal directions of the Taiji 8 trigrams, with the power concentrated in Kan and Dui being particularly formidable. Chen Buranz immersed his spirit in the array suspended in the heavens, oblivious to the passage of time, until he suddenly opened his eyes wide. A surge of power erupted from within him, and the crimson celestial bottle appeared autonomously, hovering above his head. This transformation startled Chen Buranz. Recalling the existence of the cloud-like blooming flower, he instinctively sought to retract it into his body. Yet, unexpectedly, the celestial bottle unleashed a thread of exquisitely pure water elemental energy, manifesting in the air. How could I possess water elemental energy within me? Chen Buranz was taken aback, utterly perplexed. That thread of supremely pure water elemental energy far surpassed the power of the Taiji 8 trigrams. Resembling the very essence of water, utterly pure and infused with boundless strength. When that thread of water elemental energy touched the Taiji 8 trigrams above the firmament, the earthly prison crumbled violently. Reduced to dust. Chapter 91. The difficult situation with a heart fraught with anxiety, Chen Buranz hurriedly exited the bamboo grove. Once again basking in the light of day, he felt as though he had emerged from a long slumber. Unsure of how many days he had been trapped within the grove, in his urgency, Chen Buranz quickly sought out a resident of Wulong Mountain, inquiring, "Excuse me, has the contest for the Zhuge clan leader begun?" The Zhuge clan member, upon seeing Chen Buranz, regarded him with a hint of malice and remarked, "You must be that friend of the famed Zhuge Wu Zhao, huh? Ha ha ha. Although I have little faith in Wu Zhao, having a friend like you is certainly a stroke of bad luck for him. The election has already commenced." Chen Buranz's expression darkened immediately. It seemed he had indeed been trapped in the bamboo grove for a considerable time. Without a moment to lose, he dashed toward the gathering place of the Zhuge clan members. That location was the site of the clan leader election, Wulong Gorge. As he approached Wulong Gorge, he found the surrounding peaks teeming with people, all quietly observing the figures suspended upon the high platform. The dense throngs made it difficult for Chen Buranz to orient himself, and he could not spot Wu Zhao among them. Instead, he caught sight of Lu Linger standing at the edge of the platform on the northern peak. Wu. Lu Linger, beneath the platform, was weeping, her delicate hands constantly wiping away tears, while several young talents from the Zhuge clan consoled her, all displaying a fawning demeanor. This left Chen Buranz baffled. What on earth was troubling Lu Linger? Why was she crying in broad daylight? Sister Linger, please do not cry. Your friend, the one surnamed Chen, is certainly fine. Our Wulong Mountain is not a den of thieves. They would not dare to harm you. At most, the Grand Elder might confine him for a few days, the Zhuge flunkies continually reassured her. Chen Buran's gleaned from their words the gist of the situation. Lu Linger believed he had been mistreated by Wulong Mountain, which was why she was in tears. He smiled in appreciation. This troublesome girl had finally grown a little, and it was not in vain that he had tolerated her time and again. In truth, during their time together, he had begun to harbor feelings akin to that of an older brother toward Lu Linger. Hearing the Zhuge clan member's words, Lu Linger remained unconvinced, retorting fiercely, "You all wait here. Once my family sends someone, I will definitely settle the score with you. How dare that old man treat me so dismissively?" The Zhuge clan members fell silent, somewhat disgruntled, as they replied, "Sister Linger, you are being too rash. After all, our clan leader is a prominent figure. It is excessive for you to speak of him in such a manner. That old man is just that, an old man. He dares to treat Wu Zhao like this. I will not let this go." Lu Linger wiped away the tears from her eyes, waving her hand dismissively, attempting to shoo away the numerous Zhuge clan members. The members of the Zhuge clan shook their heads slightly, expressing helplessness as they said, "Then let us communicate once your family arrives. However, do not act impulsively. The election has already commenced, and being caught in the crossfire would be unfortunate." Lu Linger turned her head away. Appearing disinclined to engage with them, it was only when those from the Zhuge clan passed by Chen Buran that a flicker of unusual light flashed in their eyes. "Chen Buran? You weren't locked up?" The Zhuge clansman exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Buran smiled and replied, "Who locked me up? Naturally, it was the Great Elder and the others. You actually managed to escape. You truly have some skills." The Zhuge clansman looked at Chen Buran with a mix of wariness and respect. Indeed, they were the ones responsible. Chen Buran's gaze shifted slightly, his mind pondering the details, yet a lingering confusion enveloped him. Upon seeing Chen Buran arrive, Lu Linger excitedly ran towards him, only to be dodged by him. "You are indeed a wayward girl. How can you not believe it? Please conduct yourself properly," Chen Buran said with a serious expression. Lu Linger gritted her teeth in frustration, finding herself powerless against him, resorting instead to threatening gestures. After a moment of silence, Chen Buran gazed at the high platform suspended in the air above Wulong Gorge, where throngs of figures crowded, leaving him puzzled about their activities. Lu Linger wiped her tears and approached Chen Buran, speaking calmly, "You are late. The first round of the martial proclamation has already passed, and you missed witnessing that grand spectacle." Chen Buran was momentarily taken aback, inquiring, "What do you mean by a grand spectacle?" Indeed, the first round tested the purity of the martial bloodline within the Zhuge clan. Cheating was impossible, thus they could not suppress the martial proclamation at this stage. "What were the results?" Chen Buran asked anxiously. A hint of shock appeared in Lu Linger's eyes as she replied, "Naturally, it was a resounding victory over all contemporary Zhuge clansmen, with a complete and flawless sun rising majestically over Wulong Gorge, nearly shattering the Wulong stone left behind by that legendary martial figure. So powerful!" Chen Buran gasped in astonishment. "Yes, the strength of the martial proclamation exceeded everyone's expectations. I still remember the moment that sun rose above Wulong Gorge. The expressions on everyone's faces, including his father's, were simply remarkable," Lu Linger recounted. Chen Buran gazed at the sky above Wulong Gorge, where it seemed a trace of pure energy lingered, his mind conjuring the image of that magnificent sun just moments ago. And he couldn't help but exclaim, Wulong Mountain, it is the Zhuge martial proclamation that embodies the true dragon. What a pity it remains unappreciated. It would be best if it could benefit me." Lu Linger, dissatisfied, kicked Chen Buran lightly and scolded, "Of course, it is better to be the head of the Zhuge clan. Why do you constantly think about abducting people?" Chen Buran sighed helplessly, saying, "There's nothing I can do. I am simply too enamored with the martial proclamation's form." "Despicable," she retorted with a chuckle. The two paused their playful banter and sat atop the northern peak, their gazes fixed on the surging crowd of Zhuge clansmen below. "What is the next challenge?" Chen Buran inquired. Lu Linger's expression turned serious as she whispered, "The next round is the main event, the Zhuge martial proclamation versus Zhuge Panyu. Aren't those two supposed to team up?" Chen Buran questioned in confusion. He had initially thought the martial proclamation would be targeted and required to face 2 opponents, only to discover it would be a one-on-one confrontation. Could it be that the higher-ups of Wulong Mountain have finally come to their senses and are no longer targeting the martial proclamation? Completely convinced by the talent it previously displayed, do you truly enjoy watching the martial proclamation being besieged? Lu Linger asked, exasperated. Only then would it be worthy of being my teammate. Who knows, I might have to face one versus 100 later, Chen Buran replied with a smile. His words revealed no hint of fear, which caused Lu Linger to glance at him in surprise, momentarily raising her regard for him. Chen Buran, I find you somewhat handsome, she admitted, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Chen Buran, oblivious to the undertone in Lu Linger's words, touched his own face and remarked, Is that so? I have always thought of myself as quite ordinary, not that. Then it must not be. Atop Wulong Terrace, a stern figure from Wulong Mountain appeared before the crowd, producing a piece of parchment and beginning to read the contents of the next round. However, upon discerning the information written, his expression shifted to one of shock, and a grave voice resonated throughout Wulong Gorge. I apologize. I previously misstated the content of the second round. The second round will be the Zhuge Martial Proclamation's external aid versus Zhuge Panyu. As these words fell, the crowd in Wulong Gorge erupted in fervor, their pupils constricting in disbelief, collectively searching for the so-called external aid. Even Chen Buran could not have anticipated that the martial proclamation would be bypassed entirely, allowing him to take the stage. This was not his home ground. He was merely an outsider. What right did he have to appear first in the competition for the head of the Zhuge clan? Silence! The Wulong Mountain attendant coldly interjected. As his voice echoed, the crowd fell silent, and he cast a somewhat complex gaze at Chen Buran on the northern peak. Chen Buran, what transpired today is unprecedented in hundreds or even thousands of years. It can be said that the fate of the Zhuge Martial Proclamation rests in your hands. Do you understand? Chen Buran nodded slightly. Then, the attendant's deep voice resounded again in Wulong Gorge as he extended his palm towards Chen Buran. Smiling gently, will you dare to face Zhuge Panyu in a one-on-one challenge, accompanied by over 100 Zhuge clansmen? If you succeed, the martial proclamation will nearly certainly ascend to the position of clan head. You may refuse. Wulong Mountain will respect your choice. Such a posture already bore a hint of provocation. Chapter 92. Wulong Terrace. All eyes were fixed on Chen Buran, and Lu Linger instinctively reacted with refusal upon hearing these words. However, Chen Buran fell into silence, and everyone awaited his response. Who exactly was this Chen Buran that commanded such attention from numerous elders, to the point of disregarding established rules in order to thwart his assistance to the Zhuge Martial Proclamation? Was he truly that formidable? Yet, I could only sense the strength of the Dawn Realm from him. Someone remarked, that is unknown. All I know is that when he came to Wulong Mountain, he was accompanied by a Warden General. A status equivalent to that of a visiting general. It seems far from simple. Most of the Zhuge clansmen, being exceptionally intelligent, combined the significance of the Warden General's status with the Elder's attention. And coupled with his mere Dawn Realm power, the answer was becoming increasingly apparent, as their eyes filled with trepidation when looking at Chen Buran. He possesses a fateful destiny, or perhaps he is unparalleled. Do not accept. Zhuge Panyu is no fool. Just think about it, and you will understand how formidable he must be to contend with the martial proclamation, not to mention over 100 Zhuge clansmen. I cannot see what odds you have, Lu Linger urgently advised. Amid the gazes directed at the northern peak, Chen Buran slowly stood, contemplating. I wish to meet the martial proclamation first. May I? The Wulong Mountain attendant shook his head and explained. The Zhuge Martial Proclamation entered a state of enlightenment after the first round of testing, and you cannot see him at this time. Upon hearing this, Chen Buran could only smile helplessly, his inner fury reaching its peak as he sarcastically remarked. To prevent the Zhuge Martial Proclamation from ascending, you have truly gone to great lengths, fearing that he would become even stronger after enlightenment, and wish to eliminate me first? Truly an admirable Wulong Mountain. Chen Buran's words rendered the gathered Zhuge clansmen speechless, for they all understood the situation. In truth, most of them held no prejudice against the martial proclamation, yet that was insufficient to support him. Who ascended was largely inconsequential to them. They would naturally support the stronger party. The Wulong Mountain attendant remained expressionless and stated, You need only respond whether you will accept or decline. There is no need for further idle chatter. Qian Buran's countenance darkened to an extreme, a torrent of rage igniting within him at that moment. Rationality told him not to act impulsively, but to find a way to meet the martial proclamation first. What he currently knew and saw were all dictated by these people from Wulong Mountain, and in truth, Qian Buran had entirely lost the trust he once held for them, believing only in what he could see and hear from the martial proclamation himself. When, as Qian Buran's words fell, the entire Wulong Gorge erupted once more in a cacophony of voices. His attitude signified a readiness to accept this challenge. A smile graced the attendant's face, clearly pleased that Qian Buran had accepted, perhaps allowing him to fulfill his mission. Today, at this hour, Wulong Terrace, the second round commences, the Wulong Mountain attendant calmly announced, casting a deep glance at Qian Buran before turning away under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Qian Buran, I feel as though we are being led by the nose. Whatever they say is what we must follow, shrouded in confusion. This Wulong Mountain is truly detestable, Lu Linger expressed to Qian Buran. Given the circumstances, Qian Buran had already accepted this round, so she naturally would not idle away with disheartening words, but would instead share her perspective. Indeed, I could have unraveled some matters, yet their words have made it exceedingly difficult for me to believe. Including those elders who stand with the martial proclamation, Qian Buran pondered. Lu Linger's expression subtly shifted as she inquired, Are you suggesting that they have issues? Nothing is absolute, until the truth reveals itself. I cannot be certain, Qian Buran shrugged and replied, shaking his head. Indeed, it is perplexing that Wulong Mountain, which once held its clan rules as sacrosanct, now seems to alter them repeatedly, even allowing an outsider like you to address so many troubles for Wu Zhao. Is it truly merely due to fear of you? Lu Linger's brow furrowed in confusion, equally bewildered by Wulong Mountain's intentions. Perhaps the truth has two facets. On one hand, they fear me, and on the other, I wonder if they did not anticipate my ability to break free from confinement, or perhaps they did not foresee my swift escape, thus leading to a last-minute alteration of the second trial's content. Qian Buran's gaze sharpened as he speculated on their motives. A last-minute alteration. Could it be that you are to face Zhuge Panyu alone, rather than Wu Zhao confronting him? Is this merely a guise for their true intentions? Lu Linger mused, her delicate brow knitted. These possibilities may simply serve as a smokescreen, deliberately obfuscating the truth. But what is it that they wish to keep from our knowledge? Qian Buran smiled gently. Looking towards Lu Linger, upon hearing this, Lu Linger exclaimed in astonishment, the matter of Fenglin Village. But what does that have to do with Fenglin Village? After a brief silence, Qian Buran responded, They may seize this opportunity to act against the dark mist within me. Obliterating it.as for the form this may take, it remains unknown. The nature of the truth will likely only become apparent when they make their move against the dark mist. Lu Linger paused. Then expressed her concern, they should not dare to truly harm you. However, if that dark mist is provoked, it could lead to considerable suffering for you. Qian Buran shook his head slightly. These are trivial matters. What troubles me more is Wu Zhao's current situation. Their repeated obstruction of my meeting with him, though ostensibly justified, leaves me uneasy. This anxiety intensified, and then Qian Buran, with a sudden thought, excused himself from Lu Linger and headed towards his quarters. As noon approached, with half an hour remaining until the hour of Wei, you wish to prevent me from seeing Wu Zhao. Yet, Wu Zhao is not as easily controlled as you might believe. Upon returning to his quarters, he closed the door and retrieved the black gold dragon's sword from his waist. His gaze fixed upon a faint glimmer upon its surface, and his mental energy enveloped that subtle light. Wu Zhao, Qian Buran whispered, calling forth the means left behind by Wu Zhao for communication. He could no longer brazenly spy on Wulong Mountain. Such actions would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Qian Buran? Wu Zhao's voice, filled with surprise, resonated in Qian Buran's ears. How fare you? I am well. I never expected to find you here, and that you would discover the means I left on the black gold dragon sword. Wu Zhao replied with delight, reflecting on the poignant reunion under such circumstances. The black gold dragon sword is of great importance to me. I must reclaim its for you. I merely came to see how you were faring. Qian Buran chuckled lightly. I did not imply you came solely for my sake. I simply did not wish for you to witness my distress at being so thoroughly pressured by others. only for me to visit you and utter some overly sentimental words that would be insufferable. Do you understand? Chen Buran's face darkened. Ha ha ha, what distress could I possibly be in? Merely some old and young fellows. Merely older and possessing more resources than I. Give me a little time, and I shall suppress them all, Zhuge Wu Zhao declared confidently, his spirit soaring. As their conversation continued, a silence enveloped them, until Wu Zhao spoke again. I suppose those old fellows have various reasons for preventing you from seeing me. However, I truly did not expect you would be able to enter Wulong Mountain as my external aid. You are aware of all this, naturally, since the moment you set foot in Wulong Mountain. Elder Zhuge Minji informed me I wished to meet you, but pressing matters and my immersion in the path of enlightenment prevented it. After the Elder's counsel, I abandoned that thought. Zhuge Minji? Chen Buran pondered. What of him? Nothing of consequence. I have taken on the second trial, scheduled for the hour of Wei. Chen Buran recounted. Is it a duel against Zhuge Panyu? Wu Zhao inquired calmly. I have faith in you. It is evident that you are quite different now. That little fellow is nothing. How could my brother possibly lose to him? Chen Buran suddenly realized something, his body momentarily stiffening, yet he maintained his composure and replied coolly, Indeed. Once I clear the obstacles for you and ascend to the pinnacle of Wulong Mountain, we shall then discuss. Discuss? Yes, discuss. Chen Buran smiled faintly, casting a final, profound glance at the figure of Wu Zhao before stating, The hour of Wei approaches. I must take my leave. Good luck. Wu Zhao encouraged, unaware of the underlying truths in Wulong Gorge. As the hour of Wei arrived, the 4 great peaks surrounding were already filled to capacity. For this was a grand event, with nearly all members of the Zhuge clan in attendance. Today's confrontation was particularly captivating, as it marked the first time in hundreds, if not thousands, of years that an outsider would take the stage in a personal capacity at Wulong Mountain. On the Wulong platform, a figure of remarkable demeanor sat cross-legged at the center, emanating an overwhelming power, calmly surveying the assembled crowd. It was none other than Zhuge Panyu, a pinnacle powerhouse among the younger generation of Wulong Mountain. Surrounding him were hundreds of Zhuge clan members, positioned upon the immense Taiji Bagua inscribed upon the platform, each occupying their designated places as if stars revolving around the moon. Where is Chen Buran? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Surely he isn't too intimidated by this spectacle to show up. Ha ha ha. The members of Wulong Mountain jeered. Watching from the platform, Lu Linger was deeply dissatisfied and was about to chastise the Zhuge clan members when a youthful figure suddenly emerged from above Wulong Gorge. Leaping gracefully onto the Wulong platform, a black gold dragon sword was hurled forth, embedding itself straight into the platform, sending forth a tremendous wave of energy that surged toward all present, yet causing no harm. Dissipating into nothingness, its very posture served as a warning and a deterrent. The young man surveyed the crowd on the platform with a calm gaze, his expression as still as water, without uttering a single word. He unleashed a punch amidst the astonished and shocked gazes of the hundreds of Zhuge clan members. In an instant, he struck with a force that was nothing short of explosive. Chapter 93, Fury. A cacophony erupted atop the Wulong Gorge high platform, eyes wide in astonishment at the young figure who had brazenly launched a punch upon arrival, clearly unexpected of Chen Buran's audacity to initiate confrontation. The youth slightly raised his fist, the radiance of his punch imbued with an air of dominance, instantly bearing down with ferocious power upon the assembled crowd. The force surged. Zhuge Panyu, seated at the center of the Wulong platform, regarded the approaching punch with an impassive expression, while those Zhuge clan members before him furrowed their brows, preparing for the impending onslaught. Strike? Eliminate him. We must alleviate the burden on Lord Zhuge Panyu. How dare an outsider meddle in our affairs at Wulong Mountain? The platform erupted into chaos as numerous Zhuge clan members suddenly converged their attacks upon Chen Buran, yet as their strikes met his punch, it was as if they were mere leaves brushing against a massive tree. In an instant, the ground crumbled, disintegrating into a myriad of luminous fragments that scattered across the Wulong platform, while that invincible punch continued its relentless descent, scattering their ranks into disarray. What terrifying power! The amassed might of hundreds of Zhuge clan members was utterly obliterated by the young man on the Wulong platform with a single punch. Shattering their formation, that moment, the fear reflected in their gazes towards Chen Buran revealed their utter astonishment. They had believed they had sufficiently overestimated his strength, yet they could not have anticipated such formidable prowess. His power might even rival that of Wu Zhao. The crowd felt as though they were facing an imminent threat. As all members of the Zhuge clan atop the Wulong Gorge high platform witnessed this scene, they were left speechless, their throats constricted. Members of the Zhuge clan. They had never before encountered such a scene of their kin being suppressed. They were accustomed to dominating their peers. Now, they were being subdued by an outsider, one of their own realm, which left them feeling profoundly defeated. Such raw and unyielding strength. Indeed, it is unparalleled power. At that moment, the hundreds of Zhuge clan members finally recognized Qin Buran's identity as the unparalleled one. On the high platform, the senior figures of Wulong Mountain observed in silence, three venerable figures seated above, their gazes towards Qin Buran tinged with intrigue. They were none other than the head of Wulong Mountain, the Grand Elder and the Third Elder, each possessing terrifying power, all ranking among the elite in the realm of Sanyang.